Death came without warning. On an ordinary workday morning, 26-year-old Chen Tiantian hurried to catch her commute, unaware of the danger above her. A billboard from a nearby building suddenly came loose and struck her head, causing fatal brain injuries. Her life ended instantly. No one knew how much time had passed when a burst of unstable noise, mixed with crackling electric sounds, exploded in her fading consciousness. Starting binding program. Connecting to soul core. 10%, 50%, 60%, 70%. But when it reached 70%, the voice suddenly stopped. Just as she thought she had imagined it. Error. Unknown interference. Binding program.
ZZZT.
Corrupted. The broken voice sounded like a radio with a bad signal. Before Chen Tiantian could even think, a stronger wave of information forcefully poured into her fragile awareness. It wasn't a clear system explanation, but more like a pile of broken data violently stuffed into her mind. She saw faint images of different kinds of elixirs flashing before her eyes. Besides the elixirs, there was a single, complex symbol filled with cracks and missing parts. It seemed to represent a transmigration function, now deeply imprinted on her soul. The whole process was rough, brief, and incomplete. There was no welcome guide, no mission instructions, no status panel, and no system that was supposed to stay by her side. At the moment when the damaged transmigration rune finally stabilized, Chen Tiantian felt an irresistible force seize what was left of her consciousness and pull her out of the emptiness after death. Wait! Her thoughts couldn't even form a complete question. The world spun wildly as her senses rebuilt themselves in total confusion. A sharp pain struck her head, as if she had been hit hard, dragging her out of the chaos. Groaning, she opened her eyes. Instead of the white ceiling of a hospital, she saw a dim, yellowish roof covered with old newspaper.
Where
am I? She tried to sit up, but her body felt unusually heavy, her limbs weak and sore. Instinctively, she raised a hand to rub her aching forehead, only to see a pair of completely unfamiliar hands. The skin was rough, the knuckles thick, marked with signs of hard work and tiny cracks. These weren't her hands. Suddenly, fragments of her hazy memory returned. A broken, static-filled voice had echoed in the void before her consciousness faded completely. The sound had been full of glitches and distortion. This wasn't a dream. It wasn't an illusion. Her transmigration was an accident, a last emergency action carried out by a failing system on the verge of collapse. There was no intelligent guide, no task system, and no beginner's protection. What she had was a transmigration ability with no instructions, possibly full of bugs, and a pile of various elixirs. Instinctively, she focused her mind and tried to reach that quiet corner deep within her consciousness. Sure enough, a very simple, almost fading sense of space appeared. Inside, the elixirs she had glimpsed before were piled up in a messy heap. They sat quietly, giving off a faint, eerie yet tempting glow. The heavy feeling of despair slowly faded, replaced by a more complex emotion, a mix of confusion and heaviness, like holding a broken card whose value and use were both uncertain. With a creak, the door opened. A middle-aged man in a blue work uniform, with a kind and honest face, walked in holding an enamel mug. Seeing her sitting up, he smiled warmly. "You're awake? Really, how did you end up fainting at the door? Here, have some hot water." That voice, that face, wasn't this Yi Zhonghai, the serious old man from Love in the Courtyard? A strange and frightening thought began to grow wildly in her mind. Ignoring her weakness, she stumbled toward the cracked mirror hanging on the wall. In the reflection, she saw a completely unfamiliar face. She looked to be around 40, her face slightly pale and waxy, fine wrinkles spreading from the corners of her eyes. Her hair was tied into a simple bun at the back of her head. That face, she had seen it countless times on TV. It was the face of a gentle, patient woman who spent her days managing household chores. She had somehow crossed into the world of Love in the Courtyard, the show she had watched with her grandmother so many times, and become the most unnoticed, soon-to-die supporting character. The quiet auntie. The cold realization wrapped around her heart like a poisonous snake. Just a few minutes ago, she had been Chin Tian, a young woman from the 21st century struggling to make a living. Now, she had become the gentle, silent wife of a middle-aged man, a woman destined for an early death. She looked at the man who is now her husband, then at the small, gloomy room around her. The thought of the long years ahead, filled with endless quarrels and hidden schemes, made her chest tighten. No, I can't let him notice anything strange. A clear voice warned in her mind. In this time period, what would people think of a woman who acted oddly or spoke nonsense? Crazy? Possessed? Either way, she couldn't afford the consequences. Yi Zhonghai seemed to sense her gaze. He looked up, his face showing the usual calm kindness of the elder. Xiaofan, are you all right? You still look a bit pale. Xiaofan? He's calling me? Chun Tiantian's heart skipped a beat. She forced the corners of her mouth to lift, trying to show a gentle smile that matched the character of the obedient auntie. She raised a hand to press her temple, her voice deliberately low and hoarse, filled with exhaustion.
Old E.
Her throat tightened as she spoke the two words. Maybe I haven't recovered from that fall just now. My head feels heavy, and I have no strength at all. As if afraid of troubling him, she spoke softly, almost pleading, I'd like to lie down for a bit, maybe rest my eyes. Is that okay? Yi Zhonghai looked at her pale face and didn't doubt her words. He nodded right away. His tone was even gentler than before. Of course. Lie down and rest well. Don't worry about dinner. I'll go to the alley and see what I can buy. Watching him get up and quietly close the door behind him, Chin Tian finally let out the breath she had been holding. Once she was sure she was alone, the strength she had been forcing herself to keep vanished. She slumped against the bedding, her body limp as if all her bones had been taken away. The cold fear still surrounded her, but her modern mind from the 21st century had already started working hard to find a way out. She looked at the calendar hanging on the wall. It was 1955. 1955. He Da-Ching just left, Xiazhu is 17, and Yu Shui is only 9. She quickly recalled the timeline she had memorized while watching dramas with her grandmother, as if she were analyzing vital information that could decide her fate. Jia Dongxiu was already Yi Zhonghai's apprentice, but Qin Huairu had not yet married into the family. This meant that Yi Zhonghai's retirement plan had only just begun, and he had not yet fully set his sights on Xiazhu, his main target. A clear thought came to her mind. She was now the most unnoticed yet inseparable part of Yi Zhonghai's plan, an important piece that helped him maintain his image as a moral and perfect man. Divorce? In this time, in this courtyard, such an idea was nothing short of impossible. A 40-year-old woman with no job, no income, and no family support wanting a divorce? The neighborhood office would never approve, the people in the courtyard would drown her in gossip, and Yi Zhonghai would never allow a stain on the image he had worked so hard to build. If she tried, she might not only fail but also be labeled unstable and locked away, ending up worse than before. Move out directly? Where could she go? She had no money, and Yi Zhonghai controlled all the food coupons and household documents. Leaving this house would mean she could hardly survive in this era. A wave of cold despair washed over her, but it was quickly replaced by a stronger will to survive. I can't act rashly. I must be smart. I have to stay quiet for now. She took a deep breath, her eyes sweeping over the simple but tidy room. Although Yi Zhonghai was calculating for now, he still gave his wife basic respect and a stable life. The first step is to adapt. I must quickly learn everything about Auntie, her daily habits, the way she speaks, and her relationships with everyone in the courtyard. No one can find out that I'm not the real Xiaofan. The second step is to uncover the truth. She focused her mind again, sensing that quiet space where only a few messy pills remained. Maybe I can use these pills somehow. They might be my only support. The third step is to find opportunities and a source of income, she thought. Were there small jobs on the street, like making paper boxes or sewing shoe soles? The pay would be low, but at least she could save a little money of her own. Even a few coins could become the seed of her future freedom. As for Yi Zhonghai and his plans for old age, a cold light flashed in Chen Tiantian's eyes, the kind that belonged to a modern woman. You can try to take advantage of Shaju or tie yourself to Jia Dongxiu. That's your business. But I, Chen Tiantian, will never again be the silent, exhausted stepping stone in your plans. She wouldn't confront them now, but she could start changing things quietly. She could not feel well and reduce her so-called selfless help for those two families and the elderly couple in the back courtyard. Divorce and escape were her ultimate goals, but before that, she needed time, money, and the right chance. Chen Tiantian slowly closed her eyes, hiding all her fear, frustration, and plans deep within them. She, a soul from the future, would no longer be a pawn, but the one who quietly rewove fate from the shadows. Yi Zhonghai returned carrying 2 aluminum lunchboxes. Inside were cabbage stewed with noodles from the cooperative at the end of the alley and 4 still-warm corn buns. Under the dim light, the two of them sat at the low table, eating in silence. Chen Tiantian ate very little, her movements slower than usual. From time to time, she paused, gently rubbing her temples with her fingers, letting out a barely audible sigh. Yi Zhonghai soon noticed something was wrong. He put down his chopsticks and asked with concern, "Why are you eating so little? Are you still feeling unwell?" Chen Tiantian lifted her eyes, showing a look Yi Zhonghai had never seen before, a mix of weakness and quiet dependence. She set down her chopsticks softly, her voice gentler and weaker than usual. "Old Yi," she called, frowning slightly, "I don't know what's wrong. Ever since that fall, my body feels heavy and sore, like it's falling apart. My heart feels uneasy, and I can't seem to find any energy." Watching Yi Zhonghai's expression and seeing his brows tighten, she knew he was listening. She continued in a tone that was both apologetic and careful, "I've been thinking. The chores at the old lady's place in the back courtyard, 3 meals a day, cleaning and all that, I'm afraid I can't manage them for now." She paused for a moment, as if it took great effort to say what came next. Looking earnestly at Yi Zhonghai, she said, "After all, the old lady is under the community's care, and the neighborhood committee also looks after her. My health isn't good, and if I ever deliver her meals late or don't clean properly, it would seem like I'm neglecting her. Wouldn't that disappoint both the community and you, the one who entrusted me with this task? People might start talking about us." Her words came entirely from the angle Yi Zhonghai cared about most, his reputation and responsibility, leaving him no room to object. Then Chen Tiantian's tone softened slightly, her voice trembling just a little. She gently placed her hand over Yi Zhonghai's, resting on the table. "Old Yi, in my heart, I'm actually afraid." She lowered her eyes, looking fragile. "We've spent most of our lives together. I never thought much about it before, but after what happened, I'm truly scared. I'm afraid that if my health fails and I leave you alone, how could I ever be at peace?" When she looked up again, her eyes were bright with genuine concern. "I just think that this time, no matter what, I must take better care of myself, get stronger, so I can stay with you for more years. To stay with you for more years." Those 5 words were like a precise key, instantly unlocking Yi Zhonghai's deepest, most hidden fear, growing old with no one to rely on. After all, what had Yi Zhonghai been planning and calculating for all these years? Wasn't it simply because he feared having no one to care for him in his old age? The person before him, his wife, might not be as dependable for his old age as Shaju or Dongxiu, but she was still the most basic and reliable companion in his life. If she really fell ill, Yi Zhonghai would become truly alone, with no one even to bring him tea or water. Compared to that, the old deaf lady was important, but still a bit distant. Letting his wife rest for a while and focusing his attention at home was completely reasonable. Yi Zhonghai turned his hand and held Chen Tiantian's. His palm was warm, and his tone was more considerate than ever before. "You're right. You need to take good care of yourself. Don't worry about the old lady. I'll talk to her. I'll also inform the people at the neighborhood office. For now, don't worry about anything. Just stay home and rest. Your health comes first. Seeing the genuine concern on Lee Jong-hai's face, Chin Tian nodded gently, though her heart remained calm. The first step was done. She had successfully used the reason to recover and stay healthy for you, something Lee Jong-hai could not refuse, to free herself from the exhausting, unpaid work. This not only saved her strength but, more importantly, sent a clear message to Lee Jong-hai and everyone in the courtyard. I, the first aunt, am not well anymore. From now on, don't expect me to work tirelessly like before. She lowered her head and quietly ate her cornbread, hiding the faint glimmer of triumph in her eyes. The first crack in this struggle for survival had been pried open. Dinner ended in an atmosphere that seemed calm on the surface, but was filled with hidden tension. Chun Tian put down her chopsticks and gently rubbed her temples with her fingertips, a deep weariness showing between her brows. Unlike usual, she didn't immediately get up to clean the table. Instead, she leaned back slightly, as if even sitting upright took too much effort. Lee Jong-hai looked at the messy dishes on the table, then at her pale, tired face. The words he was about to say out of habit stopped at his lips. After a moment of silence, he stacked the two aluminum lunch boxes together and spoke in a tone that sounded deliberately patient. If you're not feeling well, just rest. I'll take care of this. Hearing that, Chin Tian lifted her eyes and gave him a look full of gratitude and guilt. Her voice was soft. Old E, thank you for your trouble. Lee Jong-hai said nothing more and carried the dishes outside. The faint sound of running water came from the yard, a rare moment when he washed the dishes himself at the shared tap. Chun Tian sat quietly on the heated bed, feeling no relief in her heart. She knew this was only the beginning, the first step in setting new rules. She needed Lee Jong-hai to slowly move from thinking she shouldn't do things to believing she can't do them. Night deepened, and it was time to wash up and rest. For more than 10 years, it had been a routine. Before bed, Aunt would prepare a basin of warm water for Lee Jong-hai to soak his feet and place it by his side. That night, Chin Tian quietly poured a small basin of hot water from the thermos, washed up slowly, then emptied the remaining water. Holding onto the edge of the bed, she prepared to lie down. Lee Jong-hai sat nearby, reading a newspaper, clearly waiting for something. As time passed, he finally sensed something unusual. He looked up from behind the paper, his eyes questioning. Chun Tian paused at just the right moment, turned to him with a faint look of confusion and weakness, and said softly, "Lao-yi, I can't carry the water. I'm afraid I'll spill it. Could you get some yourself? I'll lie down first, my head is really spinning." Her reason was flawless. Anyone who was sick would find it hard to carry a basin of water. The sound of Lee Jong-hai getting up woke Chin Tian from her light sleep. Unlike the original person she had replaced, she didn't jump up to start the fire and cook. Instead, she kept her eyes closed, frowned slightly, and let out a soft groan, keeping up her act of being unwell. Hearing Lee Jong-hai wash up and get ready to leave for work on an empty stomach, Chin Tian slowly woke up, her voice hoarse and weak from sleep.
Lao-yi, I'm sorry.
I really can't get up, my head is spinning. Seeing Lee Jong-hai press his lips together, clearly uncomfortable, she continued in a faint voice, I heard that when someone's health is weak, they need to eat better. Could you leave me some money and food coupons? At noon, when I finally felt better, I decided to walk to the end of the alley to see what was going on and buy something tasty and filling to eat. Maybe that would help me recover faster. Her words made sense, and her eyes were full of trust. Lee Jong-hai looked at his wife's expression and remembered what she said yesterday about wanting to spend more years together.
His heart softened.
Silently, he took some change and a food coupon from his pocket and placed them on the edge of the bed. All right, take a good rest, and don't try to save too much, he said, then pushed his bicycle out the door. Hearing the sound of the wheels fade away, Chin Tian finally let out a sigh of relief. She slept until the sun was high in the sky. By then, everyone in the courtyard had gone to work or school, and she got up slowly. Taking the money and coupon Lee Jong-hai had given her, she went straight to the co-op at the end of the alley. For once, she bought herself 2 meat buns and a bowl of hot soy milk, eating until she was completely satisfied. When she was walking back with another meat bun wrapped in oiled paper, she was stopped right at the courtyard gate by the gatekeeper, third Grandpa Yen Bugue. He pushed up his glasses, his small eyes quickly spotting the oiled paper in her hand, and a calculating smile spread across his face. "Well, Auntie, treating yourself today? Smells delicious." In the past, Aunt E would have shared half or even the whole bun out of politeness and neighborly kindness. But Chun Tian just stopped, put on an even more troubled expression than his, and sighed heavily. "Third Grandpa, please don't mention it." She pressed her hand against her chest. "You didn't see how hard I fell yesterday. The doctor told me privately that my health is already weak. If I don't get something good to restore my strength, I might not recover." She shook the bun in her hand, speaking with a tone full of helplessness. "Oldie felt sorry for me and managed to save a little money so I could buy some meat soup to keep myself going. I know times are hard for everyone, and I really feel bad, third uncle. My body just isn't strong anymore." As she spoke, she moved unsteadily toward the yard, not giving third uncle a chance to ask for anything. Third uncle was left speechless by her dramatic words and could only watch awkwardly as she and the meat bun slowly disappeared through the gate. As soon as Chun Tian entered the front yard, she noticed a small, thin, and messy figure in the corner, Hiu Shui. The little girl was leaning against the wall, her hair dry and yellowish, her face dirty, and her eyes fixed on the paper-wrapped food in Chun Tian's hand. In her gaze, there was hunger, longing, and a faint hope born from past experience. The previous Mrs. Chun had been kind and would often secretly give her something to eat. Chun Tian felt a small sting in her heart, a moment of instinctive pity. But it lasted only a second. Then she remembered the grown-up Hiu Shui from the TV drama, the ungrateful woman who couldn't tell right from wrong. Shaju had raised her and even helped her finish high school, yet she still believed he had wronged her. Her kindness and care would not bring gratitude. Instead, they might be taken for granted, or even used against her one day as a form of moral pressure. Let go of the urge to help others. Respect their fate, Chun Tian warned herself coldly. In a situation where she could barely protect herself, too much compassion was a dangerous weakness. She was not a saint and had no duty to raise He Daqing's child. She forced herself to look away, ignoring Hiu Shui's hopeful eyes that seemed almost tangible. Her face remained calm and distant from illness, as if she had seen nothing. She walked straight through the courtyard toward her own house. She could feel the small, disappointed gaze following her until she lifted the curtain and shut the outside world away. Closing the door, she leaned against the cold wooden panel, took a deep breath, and pushed down the faint discomfort in her heart. In this harsh courtyard, a hard heart was the first step to survival. She tightened her grip on the now cool meat bun in her hand, knowing clearly that this bit of warmth was only enough for herself. Watching the familiar yet distant figure of Aunt Chin disappear behind the curtain without hesitation, Hiu Shui froze. Her small body stiffened in the corner, her dirty fingers unconsciously picking at the bits of dirt on the wall. Her large eyes, made even bigger by her thin face, were filled first with disbelief and confusion. What happened? Aunt Chin had clearly seen her. In the past, whenever Annie had something to eat, even if it was just a small corn bun, she would quietly walk over when no one was watching, slip it into her hand, gently pat her head, and whisper, "Be good, Hiu Shui, eat this." That was one of the few moments of warmth in Hiu Shui's dull and lonely life after her father left with the widow Bai. She had grown used to glancing toward the courtyard gate whenever she was hungry, hoping to see Auntie appear. But today, Auntie not only held a steaming meat bun in her hand, she also clearly saw her. Their eyes met for a moment. Hiu Shui even took a small step forward, ready to accept the food. However, Auntie's gaze passed over her as if she were something unimportant. Without stopping, she walked straight home, her face showing a coldness Hiu Shui had never seen before. Why didn't she give it to me? The thought pierced the little girl's hungry, innocent heart like a cold nail. Her brief confusion was quickly drowned by a wave of hurt. The burning hunger in her stomach grew sharper because her hope had been crushed. A sour feeling rose in her nose, and tears filled her eyes, but she stubbornly held them back. She couldn't cry. Crying wouldn't help. Her brother wouldn't be home until evening. Instead, a feeling called resentment quietly took root in her young heart, like a small vine beginning to grow. She had food. She used to share it. She's changed. She was just like those people in the courtyard who laughed at me and my brother, bad people. Did she also look down on us because we were children nobody wanted? These thoughts kept coming one after another, making Hiyushue's little face tighten. She stared hard at the tightly closed door of that aunt's house, as if she could see right through it. Holding her empty, hungry stomach, she slowly crouched down and buried her face in her knees. Hunger and resentment mixed inside her. Right now, she only wanted her brother to come back soon. Even though his cooking wasn't always good, at least he never let her go hungry. Hiyushue gave a heavy humph in her heart. I hate that aunt. At that moment, a small seed of bitterness quietly took root in the heart of a 9-year-old child. And inside the house, Chen Tian knew nothing about it. Even if she had known, faced with the struggle to survive, she might not have had the strength to care about the feelings of a child who would one day grow distant. After locking the door, the first thing Chen Tian did was follow the faint memories left in her mind as the aunt. She moved the heavy red wooden chest in the corner of the wall and carefully felt along the gap between the back of the chest and the wall. Her fingertips touched something hard, a small bundle tightly wrapped in oiled cloth. Her heart skipped a beat as she carefully pulled it out. Sitting on the edge of the heated brick bed, she slowly opened the bundle layer by layer. Inside were neatly folded small bills and, even more valuable, various ration and supply coupons. She counted carefully. The money wasn't much, less than 10 yuan in total, but the grain, cloth, and industrial coupons were real currency in those days. So this is all the savings I've built up over half my life? Chen Tian felt a pang of sadness, quickly replaced by a strong sense of unease. This little money was far from enough to escape the courtyard. She hid the bundle again and began to think quickly. Yi Zhonghai was a level 8 worker with a good salary, but he was shrewd and kept a tight hold on the household finances. Before, the first aunt had been completely devoted to him. Now that she had taken her place, she had to find her own way. I could slightly overreport the grocery expenses, save a few cents here and there. It adds up. Maybe I can keep a bit of the cloth coupons meant for his clothes, or say I want to buy some red dates and longan to stay healthy, so he'll give me a little extra. One idea after another flashed through her mind. They were small things, but for now, they were the safest way to build up some savings. After checking her starting funds, she began to sort through the first aunt's memories, as if reading an old book. Most of them were fragments of daily chores, caring for her husband, and dealing with neighbors. Nothing remarkable. Until one long-buried memory suddenly flickered to life in her mind, like a dim candle flame glowing in the dark. It was a summer when she was about 5 or 6 years old. A widow came to the village, hoping to visit relatives, but was turned away. She was fair and gentle-looking, and her voice carried a soft accent from the south. Her mother was kind and took the widow in for a while. In her memory, the widow always sat quietly by the window, holding a piece of white silk. With her silver needle moving up and down, she could bring to life flowers and birds on the cloth. Little Xiofan, the old lady's real name, was fascinated. Seeing her interest, the widow smiled and taught her a few times, praising her for her skillful hands. Later, the widow left, but she planted a seed in Xiofan's heart. Xiofan secretly picked up leftover fabric from her mother's sewing and practiced on her own. I see, Chen Tian suddenly understood. That widow who had fled from hardship was probably not an ordinary village woman, but someone from a once wealthy family, perhaps a skilled embroiderer. Although the old lady had learned from her only for a short time, she had received proper training. With her own dedication, her craft had become one of the finest among common folk. A wave of joy rose in Chen Tiantian's heart. This felt far more real and reassuring than those mysterious medicines in the system. She quickly found the family's sewing basket, which held an old work shirt with a worn collar. Taking up the needle and thread, she took a deep breath, calming her excitement and focusing all her attention on her fingertips. At first, her fingers were stiff, but as the needle moved through the fabric, a memory deep within her muscles slowly awakened. Her movements, threading the needle, stitching, tying knots, slowly changed from clumsy to smooth. The skill that once belonged to an older woman was now being awakened and taken over by Chen Tiantian's soul. She wasn't in a hurry to embroider any complex patterns. Instead, she carefully sewed the torn fabric, making each stitch neat and even. It was the perfect practice, helping her regain her skill without drawing any suspicion. After all, a wife mending her husband's clothes was only natural. As she looked at the garment gradually restored in her hands, a faint smile appeared on Chen Tiantian's lips, the first true smile since she arrived in this world, filled with hope and determination. She had found her path. Now, she just needed to walk it steadily, one step at a time. As dusk fell, the courtyard grew lively again. The sound of bicycle bells, neighbors greeting each other, and children running around marked the end of the quiet day. Chen Tiantian put down her needle and thread. The tear in the work jacket was now perfectly mended, and through repeated practice, her fingers had regained more of Xiufin's natural skill. She stood up, went to the stove, and began preparing dinner. She kept track of the time, and when she heard Yi Zhonghai's familiar footsteps outside, she was bent over the cutting board, chopping vegetables. Yi Zhonghai entered, carrying the scent of metal and machine oil from the factory. He glanced at her busy figure by the stove but said nothing, just as he had done countless times before. Now was the moment. Chen Tiantian's hand suddenly froze, and the kitchen knife fell onto the cutting board with a sharp clang. She let out a short, muffled groan, one hand pressing against her forehead as her body began to sway uncontrollably before slowly sliding toward the floor. Xiufin. Yi Zhonghai rushed forward and caught her just before she collapsed completely. Chen Tiantian leaned weakly in his arms, her eyes closed, her face pale under the dim light, and tiny beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. She had secretly dabbed some cold water there earlier. Xiufin. What's wrong? Wake up. Yi Zhonghai's voice trembled with real fear. His wife, though not very talkative, was the true pillar of their home. If she were to fall ill... Chen Tiantian's eyelids fluttered, and after a while, she slowly woke up, her gaze unfocused and filled with weakness and confusion. Old Yi, I'm fine, she whispered faintly, trying to stand but too weak to manage. I just felt dizzy for a moment. Yi Zhonghai helped her sit on the edge of the bed. Seeing the half-cut vegetables on the chopping board, his brows furrowed tightly. Leaning against him, Chen Tiantian began her act at just the right moment, her tone full of guilt and exhaustion. Maybe I haven't fully recovered yet. This afternoon, I saw your clothes were torn and wanted to fix them quickly. Then I started cooking right after, and I guess I just overdid it. As she spoke, she lifted her sleeve to wipe away imaginary tears. I'm getting old and useless. I can't even handle a bit of housework anymore. Her fainting was clearly caused by two things, sewing clothes for him and cooking for the family. Yi Zhonghai looked at the carefully mended work clothes on the bed and then at his weak wife, lying before him. The small irritation he had felt about not having dinner ready was quickly replaced by a mix of worry and tenderness. Don't move, just rest, he said firmly. After settling Chen Tiantian comfortably, he turned toward the cold stove, looking a bit clumsy and unsure. In the end, he rolled up his sleeves and, for the first time in a long while, heated some cornbread and roughly stir-fried the vegetables she had prepared. They ate that meal in complete silence. After dinner, Chen Tiantian leaned against the bed, watching Yi Zhonghai clean up the dishes. In a tired but gentle voice, she said, Old Yi, my health isn't good. Just eating like this won't help me recover. Tomorrow, could you give me a bit more money and some food coupons? I'd like to buy some meat or maybe some pork fat to make oil so we can have something richer to eat. Is that okay? Her eyes were timid, as if she were asking for something unreasonable. Lee Zhonghai looked at her pale face, remembered the doctor's words about her weakness, and thought of how she had fainted while sewing for him. At last, he nodded heavily. Chun Tian felt a wave of relief. After tidying up, Lee Zhonghai carried the meal he had saved for the old lady in the back courtyard and went out. As expected, the old deaf lady's face darkened the moment she saw Lee Zhonghai personally bringing the food. Her eyelids drooped, and her tone turned sour. "Zhonghai, why are you here? Where's Xiaofan? She hasn't shown up all day, and my room is such a mess I can hardly move around." Lee Zhonghai set down the food, his face showing helplessness and a hint of quiet defense. "Old lady, Xiaofan. Sigh. She fell yesterday and fainted again today. The doctor said she must rest and can't do any more chores. From now on, I'll help deliver your meals, but she really can't handle the cleaning anymore. Please understand." Hearing this, the old lady rolled her cloudy eyes in displeasure and snorted through her nose. "Humph. She sure acts like she's made of gold." But since Lee Zhonghai had already said so much, she couldn't keep pressing him and had to swallow her frustration. When Lee Zhonghai returned from the backyard, he saw Chun Tian lying on the bed, seemingly asleep, and felt a mix of emotions. After he left with the empty dishes, the old lady stayed in the same position, leaning on the bed, her cloudy eyes staring at the ceiling covered with old newspaper. The room was so quiet she could hear her own breathing. Something didn't feel right. She had lived long enough to know when something was off. Her instincts were sharp. That Xiaofan woman was usually quiet and reserved, but she was always hardworking and attentive. She had been bringing her meals and cleaning her room for years without ever stopping or complaining. She fell once, fainted for a moment. The old deaf woman gave a cold snort in her heart. That excuse might fool Lee Zhonghai, that foolish man who only wanted to find someone reliable to care for him in old age. But she had seen it clearly. When Xiaofan was helped back yesterday, her face was pale, yes, but her eyes were still sharp. She still had strength. So how could she suddenly become so delicate overnight that she couldn't even sweep the floor?
Pretending.
That word struck her heart like a nail. Why pretend? Was she being lazy? Didn't want to take care of her anymore? A wave of anger rose inside her. She was the elder of this courtyard. Even Lee Zhonghai had to respect and serve her. How could Xiaofan, a housewife living off her husband, dare to slack off? It wasn't just about losing someone to clean the room. It felt like her authority was being challenged. She was used to being cared for, used to Xiaofan's quiet, unquestioning service. Now that this, of course, had suddenly disappeared, she felt uneasy, even a little betrayed. Her body's weak? She muttered hoarsely to the empty room, her mouth twisting into a sharp smile. More like her will's weak. She's probably counting on Zhonghai's kindness to take it easy. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, convinced that Xiaofan was just putting on an act to test her limits. If she dares to skip cleaning today, will she dare to deliver food late tomorrow? And the day after that, will she just stop caring for her altogether? No way. Absolutely not. The old lady's cloudy eyes turned slightly, a sharp glint flashing within them. She had to make sure everyone in the courtyard, especially Lee Zhonghai, knew that she could live just fine without anyone's help. But if someone dared to treat her poorly, that wouldn't be tolerated. She needed to find a chance to warn that lazy Xiaofan. And she also had to remind Lee Zhonghai that his reputation for respecting the elderly couldn't be ruined just because his wife was sick. Thinking of this, she slapped the bed mat hard, making a dull thud. It sounded like both a way to cheer herself up and to release her anger. She, the old lady, would never let this go. One day, she would make things right. Meanwhile, Shaju carried the lunchbox he had brought from the canteen and walked wearily back to his quiet home. As soon as he entered, he saw his younger sister, Yuxue, curled up in the corner of the bed, her face buried in her knees. She didn't even look up when he came in. "Yuxue, your brother's back. Look, I brought you something tasty." Shaju deliberately made the lunchbox clatter, trying to cheer her up. Yuxue slowly lifted her head. Her big eyes were red and swollen from crying, and her lips were turned down in sadness. But unlike before, she didn't run into his arms. Shaju's heart sank. He put down the lunchbox and moved closer. "What's wrong?"
Who upset you?
Raindrop pouted and said in a trembling voice, "Brother, I haven't eaten all day."
What?
Silly Zhu froze, then grew annoyed. "Didn't you have lunch?" He stopped mid-sentence. He really hadn't saved any food for Raindrop at noon. He was used to the kind old lady in the backyard feeling sorry for his sister and secretly giving her something to eat. It had become an unspoken habit. He held back his irritation and asked as calmly as he could, "Didn't the old lady give you anything today?" That question broke the last bit of control Raindrop had. All her sadness and frustration burst out at once.
No.
She almost screamed, tears streaming down her face.
She bought meat buns.
I saw her buy two. She saw me too, but she ignored me and went straight home. Brother, she's changed. Does she not like us anymore? Silly Zhu frowned deeply. Meat buns? She saw Raindrop but didn't share? That didn't sound like the kind old lady he knew. The gentle woman who used to quietly hand Raindrop cornbread or pancakes, whispering, "Eat quickly, don't let anyone see." How could she act like this now? A thought crept into his mind. Is it because Dad ran away? Does even the old lady think we're a burden now? A wave of guilt, embarrassment, and hurt rose inside him. He felt guilty for not taking good care of his younger sister, embarrassed that his small hope of getting help from the old lady had been exposed, and angry that she had suddenly changed her mind. Why wouldn't she give any more? Hadn't she always helped before? This anger didn't come from caring about the old lady herself, but from the discomfort of losing what he had come to see as a given benefit. Yuzhu, had never truly felt grateful to her. In his mind, it was something people like Yi Zhonghai's model family were supposed to do. It was part of keeping up their good person image. All right, stop crying. Shaju interrupted Yu Shui's sobbing impatiently, setting the lunchbox heavily on the table. From now on, I'll save food for you. We won't rely on anyone else. Eat up. He opened the lunchbox. Inside were leftovers from the cafeteria, a bit greasier than usual. But neither of them picked up their chopsticks. The room was filled with a heavy silence. Shaju felt a tightness in his chest. Yu Shui chewed the food her brother had brought back, biting hard, swallowing her fear of hunger and her resentment toward the old lady along with each mouthful. The next morning, when Chen Tiantian woke up, Yi Zhonghai had already gone to the factory. Her eyes quickly fell on a small cloth bundle sitting on the table by the bed. When she opened it, her heart skipped a beat. Inside were several ration and meat coupons, and most striking of all, a few neatly folded large-denomination bills.
2 yuan.
In a time when even a single cent had to be stretched, that was quite a fortune. This time, it seemed Yi Zhonghai was truly fooled by her frail health and had spent generously. Chen Tiantian forced down her excitement and carefully put the money away. She dressed more simply than usual, her face naturally pale without any need for makeup. Carrying her shopping basket, she walked unsteadily out the door. As soon as she reached the middle courtyard, she ran into Jia Zhang, who was sitting at her doorway sewing shoe soles. Jia Zhang's sharp, narrow eyes immediately fixed on her like hooks. With a fake smile, she said, "Oh my, auntie, where are you off to so early?"
You don't look too well.
Chen Tiantian knew exactly what kind of person Jia Zhang was. On the surface, she sounded concerned, but in truth, she wished she could take advantage of her, hoping to help her precious son, Jia Dongxiu, drain every bit of wealth from Yi Zhonghai's household. Chen Tiantian quickly leaned against the doorframe, took a small breath, and replied weakly, "Aunt Jia, I'm not feeling well. Old Yi told me to buy some brown sugar and a bit of meat to build my strength." At the mention of meat, Jia Zhang's eyes lit up, and her tone turned sour. "Of course you should. I must say, you're really lucky to have old Yi, such a caring man. Not like my Dongxiu, earning that meager wage, and his poor wife hasn't even married in yet." Chen Tiantian didn't want to waste time arguing. She just gave a few polite responses and quickly walked away. After walking only a few steps, she ran into third aunt, who was washing wild vegetables under the tap. Heading out first aunt? Third aunt greeted her warmly, though her eyes couldn't help glancing at the basket on Chun Tiantian's arm. Yes, just going to buy a few things. Chun Tiantian forced a small smile and kept walking. She didn't stop and went straight to the supply store, already planning everything in her mind. At the store, she first bought some ordinary items, a small bag of brown sugar, a pound of pork with more fat than lean, 2 big bones, and some seasonal vegetables. As the clerk called out the prices, she quickly did the math in her head. On her way back, she took a quiet path and found a hidden corner. Focusing her thoughts, she tried putting 70 cents into the space within her mind. It worked. The wrinkled bills vanished from the real world and appeared safely in that silent storage space, lying beside the mysterious pills and supplies. It worked. A wave of relief surrounded her. That space was her most secret and safest vault. From now on, all her secrets and confidence could be hidden there, leaving no trace. Carrying her basket, Chun Tiantian walked home with quiet joy. But as she neared the courtyard gate, her brief sense of ease vanished, and her heart tensed. Sure enough, third aunt was there again, as if she had guessed the time, or had been waiting for her all along. Holding a feather duster, she lazily brushed the dust off the doorframe, but her sharp eyes swept toward the basket in the woman's hands like a searchlight. Oh, Aunt Chun, you're back? You bought so many things. Must be heavy. Come, let me give you a hand. Aunt Yen said warmly, stepping forward to help. Chun Tiantian sneered inwardly. The Yen family's nosiness was truly in their bones. If that woman touched the basket, she'd know exactly how much meat and sugar was inside. Then she could gossip about it later or come borrowing with all the details. No, that's all right. Chun Tiantian quickly stepped aside, forcing a pained expression and pressing a hand to her chest. Aunt Yen, please don't trouble yourself. My health isn't good, just walking a few steps makes me dizzy. I'd better go lie down. These few things I can still manage slowly. She spoke while moving, as if afraid Aunt Yen would cling to her, walking weakly yet firmly past without giving her another chance to reach out. Aunt Yan's hand froze midair. Watching Chun Tiantian's frail figure, she curled her lips and muttered under her breath, "Humph, one fall, and she's acting like a delicate lady now." As soon as Chun Tiantian entered the middle courtyard, she felt that familiar gaze again, filled with longing and a hint of resentment, fixed on her. He Yushui was still crouched in the corner, her little face smudged with dirt, eyes locked on the basket in Chun Tiantian's hands. Chun Tiantian forced herself to look away, her face expressionless. It was as if He Yushui was just a decoration in the yard. She walked straight in without stopping, pushing aside her door curtain. She kept all outside curiosity, schemes, and hopes outside the door, then let out a long, deep breath. First, she took out some brown sugar and made herself a big, strong cup of sweet brown sugar water. The warm, slightly toasted sweet taste slid down her throat, as if giving her a little real warmth to her empty body. It was time to study her biggest secret weapon. She sat on the Kong, a traditional bed, focused her mind, and entered that mental space again. It was still messy, with all kinds of bottles and jars. These pills, what exactly are they? Are there any that can improve my body without showing immediate effects so it doesn't seem too obvious? Or maybe some that can create a false appearance, making my pulse seem very weak but actually I'm fine inside, disguise pills? This idea made her heart race. If the latter really existed, she could perfectly solve her public image problem. She wouldn't have to work openly and could secretly gather real strength. But how could she know what they were for? She tried to use her mind to touch those pills. When she focused her attention on a small white jade bottle, a faint, broken fragment of information, like a poor signal, flooded into her mind. Name. Run my pill. Benefits. Moisturizes meridians. Effects. Nourishes. Long-term use can improve physical health. Side effects. Initially, the pulse may appear weak and floating, mistaken for worsening illness. Chun Tiantian suddenly opened her eyes, a surge of joy filling her heart. It's this one. This Run My pill seems perfectly suited for her. Long-term use can improve her weak body, but short-term use might make her pulse seem even more weak, which fits her act of worsening illness perfectly. She suppressed her excitement and tried to sense other pills. But most pills gave no response. Only a few emitted very faint keywords like hemostasis and calming the mind, while most remained in complete chaos. It seems the system is badly damaged, and the information transfer is incomplete. She could only use this clumsy method to sense and explore bit by bit. Looking at the Run My pill lying quietly in the space, Chen Tian made up her mind. At night, after Yi Zhonghai fell asleep, she planned to take one. After drinking the last sip of sweet red sugar water, feeling the lingering sweetness on her lips and teeth, a determined light flashed in her eyes. At noon, Chen Tian prepared a bowl of hot noodle soup with lean meat and vegetables for herself. Eating the long-missed pure meat aroma, she sighed contentedly. After all, modern people's stomachs can't handle the greasy indulgence of this era. Once her hunger was satisfied, she faced the real challenge, making cornbread. In her memory, Auntie was very skilled at making this, but Chen Tian had no idea how. Relying on vague memories and a stubborn spirit, she made lumpy, uneven pieces that looked like rocks hammered by a hammer. She took a bite. The texture was rough and hard to swallow. Looking at these failed pieces, she carefully picked out the two most pitiful-looking cornbreads. She placed them in a bowl, put on a weak expression, and carried them to the backyard. The deaf old lady had been waiting impatiently. When she heard footsteps, her cloudy eyes looked sharply toward the door. Seeing Chen Tian carrying the bowl, she first snorted coldly, ready to criticize her lazy daughter-in-law. But when she saw what was inside the bowl, her sharp words caught in her throat, quickly turning into a look of disbelief and anger. What was that? It looked dull, uneven, and strange-shaped. It was nothing like the smooth, shiny, corn-scented cornbread she usually ate. This stuff was so bad, even a dog would refuse to eat it. Xiaofan, the old lady's voice suddenly rose sharply, filled with sharp questioning. What do you mean? Are you trying to fool me with this trash? Chen Tian's heart was filled with joy, but her face showed fear and helplessness. She shyly placed the bowl on the table, fingers twisting her clothes, her voice soft and trembling. Grandma, I'm sorry. I really can't do it. As she spoke, her eyes reddened in time. Ever since I fell, my hand won't obey me. I have no strength and can't aim properly. I thought you hadn't eaten lunch, so I hurried to make some food, but it turned out like this. She became more upset, even sounding like she was about to cry. I know I didn't do well. You can scold me, but I didn't mean to. My body just isn't working right, and I can't even do this small task properly. She wiped at her eyes with her sleeve, pretending to wipe away tears that weren't there. The deaf old lady felt her chest tighten, unable to breathe or speak freely. She stared hard at Chen Tian, trying to find any sign of acting on her face. But her look of self-pity and regret seemed like a final struggle of someone who is useless. Could it be that she wasn't pretending to be lazy, but was truly useless? But with that rough bread and her appearance, claiming she's useless seemed too obvious. It was clearly a provocation. She was telling her, "This is all I can do. Take it or leave it." Fine, fine, the old lady gritted her teeth and spat out a few words. She pushed the bowl aside, not even wanting to look at it again. I can't take this anymore. Take it back and eat it yourself. Chen Tian seemed frightened by her attitude, shrank her shoulders, picked up the bowl, and choked back tears. Then, what should I do if you're hungry? I will think of a way. As she spoke, she staggered step by step, walking out feeling very wronged. As soon as she left the deaf old lady's house, Chen Tian immediately straightened her back and couldn't help but smile slightly. Success. Not only did she use these two ugly, broken cornbreads to prove her weak health, but she also managed to give the deaf old lady a hard blow. This thing, the deaf old lady definitely would need it. Going hungry was her own fault. And she had already done her best. She looked at the two ugly, strange-looking cornbreads in the bowl and thought, "These are good things. I should keep them, save them for Yazonghai to eat tonight, or to deal with others in the hospital who want to take advantage." In the cold back room, the deaf old lady sat cross-legged on the Kong bed, her cloudy eyes flickering with a calculating, cold light. She couldn't confront her directly. That would be too embarrassing and might cause trouble. She had to use others' hands to teach that disobedient Xiaofeng a lesson. Her thin, withered fingers gently tapped the Kong mat, and images of faces from the yard flashed through her mind. Finally, Yazonghai's face appeared. Since Xiaofeng wanted to pretend to be weak, she would make that weakness real. Make Yazonghai believe Xiaofeng's health was poor, think she was no longer useful for caring for the elderly, and make him remarry a simple woman from the countryside who was easier to control. But Yazonghai would definitely refuse to divorce Xiaofeng for the sake of his reputation. It seems I need to plan things carefully and slowly. At the same time, Chen Tiantian is also planning to make herself appear weak and sick, so she won't have to take care of others. In the courtyard, an old woman and a young woman share an unspoken understanding. The aroma of delicious braised pork wafts from the Yi family's courtyard. Chen Tiantian took a good nap in the afternoon to regain her energy. As it neared quitting time, she got up, steamed 2 boiled eggs for herself, and then carefully cooked the remaining fatty meat into a shiny, red braised pork dish. She also stir-fried some greens and reheated the leftover cornbread from noon. The smell of the food is her best cover for tonight's plan. When Yi Zhonghai returned and saw the rare hearty dish on the table and his wife's still tired face, he was genuinely moved. "Didn't I tell you to rest properly? Why are you making such complicated dishes again?" Chen Tiantian supported herself on the stove and smiled weakly. "You worked hard, and the money I earned should be enough for you to enjoy good food." "I'm fine. I rested all afternoon and feel much better." Yi Zhonghai washed his hands and was about to pick up his chopsticks when suddenly, the door curtain was pulled aside with a swish. Jia Dongxiu sheepishly peeked in, his gaze fixed on the bowl of meat as if magnetized. "Master, madam, are you eating now?" He swallowed hard. "My mom smells this aroma and is so tempted she can't resist. She asked me to come." "Hey, master, do you think you could share some?" After all, he is her own apprentice and a younger family member. Chen Tiantian sneered inwardly, but her face instantly showed an overly enthusiastic smile. "Dongxiu, come in quickly." "Oh, is your mom craving meat?" "What's wrong with that?" She acted more generous than Yazonghai, directly picking up the large empty bowl in Jia Dongxiu's hand. Quickly and skillfully, she scooped nearly half of the braised pork into the bowl. "Here, take it back to your mom to try. I bought a lot of meat today." She smiled kindly, as if she was genuinely caring. In fact, she was just annoyed because the evening's meat was mostly fat, which she disliked the most. Jia Dongxiu kept thanking her and reached out to take the bowl. "Wait!" Chen Tiantian suddenly seemed to remember something. She turned and took out 2 lumpy, hard, and failed cornbread from the basket that she had made earlier. Carefully placing them on top of the meat, her smile became even gentler. "Eating only salty meat isn't good for your family's food. These 2 cornbreads, the mistress just made them, soft and fresh. Perfect to eat with the meat. Hurry and take them back, so your mom won't be waiting anxiously." Jia Dongxiu looked at the 2 unappealing cornbreads and hesitated for a moment. But ultimately, the temptation of the meat was too strong. He gratefully accepted the bowl and left. The door curtain fell, blocking out outsiders. Chen Tiantian's overly enthusiastic smile instantly disappeared, replaced by a cold, calm expression. She sat down silently and took a bite of green vegetables, as if nothing had happened earlier. Yi Zhonghai looked at his meat bowl, which was now half empty, and then at his calm wife. He felt a little uncomfortable but couldn't find the words to say anything. His apprentice was respectful to his mother, and his wife was generous and caring. What could he say? Jia Dongxiu carried the meat and the cornbread back, and Jia Zhongshi immediately rushed over. First, she grabbed the meat bowl and took a deep sniff of the aroma, looking very pleased. But when she saw the 2 ugly cornbreads stacked on the bowl, Her face immediately darkened.
Bah.
What does Xiaofan mean? Using these two ugly things to embarrass anyone, she scolded loudly while roughly grabbing a piece of rich braised pork and stuffing it into her mouth, eating with greasy lips. Even beggars aren't treated this badly. Pretending to be generous. If you have the guts, don't give me meat. She ate happily, but scolded vigorously. In the end, she disdainfully threw the two cornbreads aside, not touching them at all. In her mind, giving meat to her aunt was proper because Yi Zhonghai was her son's teacher. But giving these two broken cornbreads was just a deliberate provocation. After dinner, Yi Zhonghai tidied up the dishes himself. As night deepened, the courtyard returned to silence. Once she confirmed that Yi Zhonghai was already asleep, with steady and even breathing, Chen Tian opened her eyes in the darkness. She thought to herself, and the white jade pill called, "Run my Dan," appeared in her palm. Without hesitation, she tilted her head back and swallowed the pill. It melted as soon as it entered her mouth, turning into a gentle warm flow that slid into her stomach. At first, there was no change, but in less than an incense stick's time, the transformation began. She felt a deep, real sense of weakness spreading through her limbs and bones, with a soft ache in her joints. Her forehead also seemed warmer. When she touched it, it felt a bit hot, and she even sweat a little. This pill was surprisingly realistic. She was both surprised and happy. Happy because the medicine worked so well, making her illness seem convincing for tomorrow's act. Surprised because the feeling was so real that she momentarily thought she was truly gravely ill. She adjusted her breathing to better immerse herself in this, weak and sick, state, then closed her eyes peacefully. The next morning, just before dawn, Yi Zhonghai's biological clock woke him up on time. He habitually turned to his side, wanting to see his wife, but was instantly shocked by what he saw, losing all sleepiness. His wife, Chen Tian, looked pale and yellow, her lips cracked and colorless. More frightening was the fine cold sweat covering her forehead, temples, and neck, soaking a small part of the pillowcase. She had her eyes tightly closed, her breathing was faint, and she looked as if she had just been pulled out of water. Xiaofeng? Xiaofeng. Yi Zhonghai's heart skipped a beat as he quickly reached out to shake her. Chen Tian showed no response, her body soft and limp, allowing him to shake her gently. Xiaofeng, wake up. Don't scare me. Yi Zhonghai's voice was clearly anxious. He checked her forehead and found it burning hot. This was definitely not pretend. He quickly rolled off the bed, not bothering to put on his shoes, and hurriedly opened the door and rushed outside. He didn't care about being calm anymore, knocking loudly on the doors of the second uncle's house next door and the third uncle's house in the front yard. Old Lu. Old Yen. Help. My Xiaofeng is not doing well. She won't wake up. His voice sounded very urgent in the early morning yard. Soon, there was a commotion in the yard. Second Uncle Lu, holding a frame, directed others, while third Uncle Yen Bugwa muttered, "This is a big deal." Together with some young neighbors who had come out, they quickly made a simple stretcher with wooden planks. They urgently carried the unconscious Chen Tian to the nearby hospital. Throughout the process, Chen Tian was actually conscious. She could feel herself being lifted and jolted, hear the noisy voices around her, and Yi Zhonghai's anxious urging. She kept her body perfectly relaxed and powerless, not even twitching her eyelids. At the hospital, the smell of disinfectant was strong and sharp. She was placed on a hospital bed, where the doctor examined her and asked questions. She only made a few unconscious groans from her throat. She felt the cold stethoscope and the prickling sensation on the back of her hand afterward. After a long morning of tossing and turning, she was indeed a bit tired. She decided to relax her mind and, taking advantage of the true fatigue from the medication, she comfortably took a short nap again. After some time, she felt her energy returning and slowly woke up. First, her eyelashes fluttered a few times, then she slowly and painfully opened one eye. Her gaze was unfocused and distant. After several seconds, It seemed she struggled to focus and finally fixed her eyes on Lee Jonghai's face. Old E. Her voice was hoarse, almost just a breath, carrying the weakness and confusion of someone just waking from a near-death state. "Where am I?" She tried to move her fingers, but only slightly lifted her hand before it fell back weakly. With a still damp cold sweat on her forehead and her face still flushed and sickly, she looked like a very ill person who was extremely weak after waking up. Seeing her awake, Lee Jonghai let out a long breath, quickly leaned over, and spoke with unprecedented gentleness and concern. "This is the hospital. Xiaofan, you scared me to death. You said you must have been exhausted yesterday. You should rest properly, but you didn't listen." Chen Tian closed her eyes weakly, her voice faint and broken. "I'm sorry. I caused you trouble again. I just wanted to make you a good meal." These words hit Lee Jonghai's heart like a precise arrow, touching his softest spot. He looked at his wife, still thinking of him at this point, and then remembered the clothes she mended and the braised pork she cooked yesterday. The huge guilt and regret flooded over him as he silently approved Jia Dongxiu taking away half the bowl of meat. Stop talking. Take good care of yourself, don't think about anything else." He tightly held Chen Tiantian's uninjected hand, his tone firm. "From now on, you don't need to worry about anything at home. I will handle everything." Chen Tian weakly responded with an then closed her eyes again, feeling calm and clear inside. This time in the hospital, the seriously ill persona was firmly established and unbreakable. The news that Chen Tian was carried out of the courtyard on a stretcher spread like a stone thrown into a calm pond, causing ripples to spread quickly. "Did you see? That aunt's face is pale and yellow, like a paper doll. She breathes out more than she takes in." A neighbor who witnessed everything whispered excitedly, as if sharing important news. "Last night, I still smelled the aroma of braised pork, and now she's suddenly so sick, like a mountain collapsing." Some expressed regret, but their eyes showed curiosity. Jia Zhang's face twisted into a sneer, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. "I think she just doesn't have the luck to enjoy life. Eating good food shortens her life. Now she's completely laid up. Let's see how she manages." Shaju listened to the gossip, feeling a mix of emotions. He thought that the aunt had been too cold to use Shui before, but now that she was truly sick to death, his resentment turned into a strange feeling. Water Hui tightly held his brother's sleeve, a hint of pain flashing across his small face. All morning, in the shared space of the courtyard, whispers like, "Andy is not doing well," and "prepare for the worst," kept going on. A strange atmosphere filled the yard, mixing sympathy, curiosity, and faint hope. The hospital's judgment made Lee Jonghai feel heartbroken. In the hospital, the doctor held the test results and looked serious as he told Lee Jonghai, "Comrade, your wife's condition is not good. Her health was already weak, and this time she had a sudden attack, combined with overexertion, which caused severe exhaustion and inflammation. Her high fever won't go down, her pulse is weak, so she needs to stay in the hospital for at least a week for observation and treatment to see if her condition can stabilize." Hearing the words exhaustion, inflammation, and weak pulse from the doctor, Lee Zonghai's heart sank little by little. He didn't understand medical terms, but the serious expression and the requirement of a week in the hospital made him realize how serious the problem was. When he went to pay at the counter and heard the amount announced, his heart was suddenly squeezed tightly. 50-something yuan. That was almost half a month's salary for him, not including the cost of medication later. He trembled as he took out his carefully kept wage envelope from his pocket. One by one, he counted the bills, each one soaked with his sweat, and handed them over. Each bill felt like a pain. This unexpected expense completely disrupted his plan to save for retirement. After paying, Lee Jonghai dragged his heavy steps back to the ward. He looked at Chen Tian, still sleeping on the bed, and sighed deeply. He couldn't skip work, nor could he stay in the hospital forever. After thinking carefully, he decided to ask Aunt San. He found Aunt San and forced a tired but sincere smile. "Madam San, Xiaofan's condition. She needs to stay in the hospital for a few days. I really can't leave work, so could I trouble you to help prepare breakfast and lunch for her every day and bring it to her? It doesn't have to be fancy, just light and easy to eat. Here's some money and meal tickets. Please take care of it. He handed her some money and tickets. The amount was slightly more than the actual cost, his way of maintaining his dignity as a respected elder. Aunt San held the unexpected income and immediately started calculating in her mind. Although the task was a bit troublesome, since it was for the patient, a little imperfection in the food wouldn't matter. The extra money was just a bonus for her. Her face lit up with enthusiasm and sympathy. Oh, don't worry, sir. It's just neighborhood work, no trouble at all. I will take good care of Aunt San. You can go back to work with peace of mind. Seeing Aunt San's reliable attitude, Lee Jong-hai felt a little more at ease. He gave a few more instructions before dragging his tired body to the factory. He was thinking about buying extra food from the cafeteria for dinner at noon, heating it at home, and bringing it to the hospital. He wanted to save where he could. After confirming that Lee Jong-hai had left, Chin Tian slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the clean white ceiling above and smelling the disinfectant, she knew her plan had gone smoothly. Lee Jong-hai's large medical bill had firmly cemented her image as someone seriously ill, and for a short time, no one would dare make her work. The lunch brought by Annie San was just as expected. A bowl of thin porridge that reflected her image, and a plate of dark, overly salty pickles. A few grains of rice floated in the porridge. Lying on the hospital bed, Chin Tian mechanically swallowed this hard-to-eat food, bite by bite. The cold porridge water slid down her throat, bringing a clear feeling of shame. She told herself she had to eat it. In this lonely time, health was the most important thing. She had no right to be stubborn. She shouldn't get caught up in the schemes within the courtyard. Whether others are doing well or not doesn't concern her. All she wanted was to live well. Money. She must get money quickly. This thought burned fiercely in her heart. Relying on saving a few cents from the food money? Or embroidery that she hadn't yet figured out how to sell? Would she have to wait forever to save enough for her freedom and a new life? By then, she might have been drained completely by this courtyard and become a true auntie of the neighborhood. I'm so stupid. Truly begging with a golden rice bowl in my hands, a forgotten thought suddenly pierced through the fog in her mind. The space. That dilapidated storage space where supplies could be kept. The deaf old lady. The one in the TV show who was clearly shown hiding a box full of gold, silver, jewelry, and even the house deed. Her ancestor. Yes. Why was she wasting time worrying about embroidery or saving a few vegetables? All those yellow and white things in the old lady's house, aren't they ready-made starting funds? As long as she could secretly put those things into the space without anyone noticing. This idea was bold, crazy, and even a little wrong, but it had a deadly attraction. A surge of excitement rushed to her head, making her pale face, which looked sick, flush with a faint blush. Only the timid die of hunger. The brave survive. She firmly told herself this in her heart. Her cautious, careful self before was safe, but too slow, so slow it made her despair. In this era, following the rules only leads to being completely consumed. To break through, she needed to use extraordinary methods. Stealing? Morally, it might not be right. But just thinking about how the deaf old lady shamelessly sucked the ant's blood and enjoyed everyone's devotion made her guilt fade away, replaced by a strong desire to survive. This isn't stealing, it's reclaiming what I deserve, compensation, and starting funds. She found a seemingly reasonable excuse for herself. Taking the unjust wealth of the deaf old lady to exchange for her own freedom. That's the fair deal. A clear, dangerous, yet tempting plan quickly formed in her mind. Using space, she would steal the deaf old lady's treasures. Once this idea took hold, it grew wildly like wild grass. All her previous plans to save money slowly and carefully now seemed so silly and old-fashioned. She needed to speed up. She must act quickly. When she leaves the hospital and the time is right, she will do it. Night fell, and the hospital was much quieter than during the day. She was thinking about when Lee Jong-hai would come to bring her dinner. Suddenly, the hospital room door was gently pushed open. It was Su Damao, with a slightly clever look on his face. "Big Annie, I just got back from the countryside. I heard you were hospitalized, so I came to see you." Su Damao was holding a small paper bag, showing just the right amount of concern. Although he was still an apprentice and not well off, he cared. Chun Tian paused, memories flooding back. It seemed that many years ago, when Su Damao first arrived at the hospital and was being bullied, a strong Big Annie spoke up for him and gave him 2 hot buns. She didn't expect that this later grown-up little man would still remember that small act of kindness. And after he Ching left with the widow, Big Annie felt sorry for the rain and gave her some not-so-tasty food. To now, Jia Zhu and Yu Shui haven't come to visit. "Is that Damao? Come in quickly." Chen Tian tries to sit up, showing genuine surprise and a touch of emotion on her face. "You said you just wanted to visit, so why bring anything?" "Oh, it's nothing special. Just some homemade pastries from the countryside. Try them and change your taste." Su Damao places the paper package on the bedside table, saying some polite words like, "Take good care of yourself," and "Relax and rest." At this moment, Lee Jong-hai hurriedly arrives. "Grandpa Yi." Su Damao greets him. "Damao? Why are you here?" Lee Jong-hai looks a bit surprised. "I heard Annie Damao is sick, so I came to see her," Su Damao replies. Lee Jong-hai doesn't think much and turns to ask, "Xiao Fun, do you feel better? Have you eaten?" Lee Jong-hai places a lunchbox on the bed, containing food he brought from the factory cafeteria. Compared to what Andy-san brought at noon, it only has a few green vegetables without oil spots, and the main food is still the hard, dense cornbread. Su Damao glances at the plain, watery hospital food and slightly frowns. But he wisely doesn't ask more, just greets and then takes his leave. Chun Tian looks at the unappetizing meal and her last bit of hope fades. She weakly picks up the cornbread and takes small bites, tasting like chewing wax. Ye Zonghai sat nearby, muttering, "The doctor said I need to rest quietly. Hospital bills are a bit high, but I have to spend the money. The factory work is busy, and I can't always take leave." His words felt like cold needles stabbing into Chen Tiantian's heart. She understood clearly. There was no concern for her health in his words, only worries about how much money was spent and how it affected him. If it weren't to maintain his image as a big boss and a level 8 worker who cares for his wife, he probably wouldn't even want her to stay in this hospital. That medical bill must have made him feel heartbroken. She even remembered how he always claimed that the big lady wouldn't give birth to children to protect his pride. He gave her countless medicines for health, but in truth, it was Ye Zonghai himself who had damaged his body when he was young, hiding in the back rooms. A cold shiver spread from her heart, colder than the hospital walls. She had still held a small hope, thinking Ye Zonghai might be somewhat sincere. Now that last hope was gone. She lowered her head, hiding her icy and resolute expression behind a sip of water. There's no point relying on this man. This place holds nothing worth holding on to. She must act quickly. She must get those things from the old deaf lady. Only with enough money can she truly escape this cold home and the scheming family members. The faint warmth from Su Damao's pastry was instantly extinguished by Lee Jong-hai's cold dinner and calculating words. This made the fire of her desire to escape burn even brighter. After enduring a long and dull week in the hospital, Chen Tian was finally allowed to leave. She stood at the hospital gate, taking a deep breath of not-so-fresh air. She felt a new surge of vitality inside her, nourished quietly by the Run My Dan, which had made her much stronger than when she first crossed over. But she looked like a flickering candle in the wind. Lee Jong-hai finished the paperwork and came out. Seeing her leaning against the wall, her face looked even paler and more transparent in the sunlight. Her lips cracked, and her eyes carried an unshakable tiredness, half pretending, half from the hospital food being too bad and making her hungry. The small resentment she had over medical expenses also turned into some helplessness. He reached out to support her, feeling her body under his arm light and soft, as if it might shatter with a single touch. "Let's go home," he sighed. Chen Tian responded softly, her voice weak and fragile, like she had survived a disaster. She leaned most of her weight on Yi Zhonghai, her steps unsteady, each step feeling like walking on cotton. The short walk from the hospital to the courtyard felt like a long, difficult journey. As soon as she stepped into the courtyard, it was like a drop of water falling into hot oil, instantly drawing all eyes, some obvious, some hidden. While washing vegetables, the first ant saw her and forgot to rinse the produce. She widened her eyes and blurted out, "Oh, an older auntie is back? And your face, what's going on?" She didn't finish her sentence, but her expression clearly showed, "You look like you've just been pulled out of a coffin." The children playing in the yard also stopped and looked at her with some fear, as if she could be blown over by a gust of wind. Jia Zhongshi leaned against her doorframe and whispered sarcastically to the neighbor, "See? I told you. Bad luck keeps money away." Eating some meat made her end up in the hospital, and now she's only half alive. But seeing Chen Tiantian's appearance, she believed it about 80%, as it didn't seem like an act. Silly Zhu just came out of the house and saw Chen Tiantian looking like that, and he was stunned too. Well, she's really fallen ill now. Chen Tiantian ignored all the gazes and gossip. She just struggled along her way. She slightly lowered her head, her eyelids drooping, occasionally lifting her eyes with a vacant, weak look.
She didn't need to say anything.
When she returned to her own door in the courtyard, she even had to lean on the doorframe to catch her breath before gathering enough strength to step over the not-so-high threshold. At that moment, all the neighbors who saw her reached a silent agreement. This time, Auntie really went through a near-death experience and lost half her life. From now on, it's unlikely she can be relied on in the yard anymore. Even Yi Zhonghai's later years became more burdensome. Yi Zhonghai helped her onto the bed and looked at her condition. Thinking about the empty wallet, he felt mixed emotions. He gently told her, "Rest well," then turned and left. Once the door closed, it sealed off the outside world. Chen Tiantian lay on the bed, listening to faint voices outside. She slowly closed her eyes, a cold smile barely forming on her lips. Yi Zhonghai settled Chen Tiantian and felt a tangled mess inside. Without thinking, he went to the old lady's room in the backyard. It seemed only in front of this ancestor could he relax a little and show some real feelings. As soon as he pushed the door open, the old lady, who had been waiting, looked at him sharply. She immediately lifted her cloudy but sharp eyes, examined him thoroughly, and sighed heavily. "Zhonghai, you're finally here." Is Xiufan back? Her voice was hoarse with age, but her tone lacked genuine concern. "She's back and lying down." Yi Zhonghai sat tiredly on a stool by the bed, rubbing his forehead. "She's back, but look at her. She seems half dead. Maybe she will be from now on." From now on? The old lady's voice suddenly rose sharply, as if burned by those words. She carried long-suppressed anger and interrupted Yi Zhonghai directly. "Zhonghai, are you still thinking about the future?" She patted the bedspread, leaning forward with excitement. "Look at me. Look at how I've been this past week." She stretched out her thin, bony hand, almost touching Yi Zhonghai's face, her voice full of grievance and anger. "Because Xiufan quit her job, this old body, have to do everything myself.
Cook rice.
Watch the boiling pot. I almost set the house on fire." She became more and more emotional, almost spitting as she spoke. She's fine now, lying in the hospital, resting peacefully, spending money like water to support herself. And me? This week, I've been eating half-cooked food and burnt rice. She's deliberately trying to starve me and wear me out. Her continuous crying and complaints poured out all her built-up frustration over the past week. This also hit two of Yi Zhonghai's most sensitive nerves, money and future care. Yi Zhonghai's face grew even darker. The old lady's suffering and her hint that Xiufan did it on purpose felt like two needles stabbing him, making him uncomfortable. Yes, Xiufan's illness not only drained his savings but also broke the traditional way of caring for the old lady. Seeing Yi Zhonghai's gloomy face, the old lady knew it was time to change her approach. She quickly calmed down from her earlier excitement and, with a sincere tone, lowered her voice to show she was thinking of Yi Zhonghai. Zhonghai, I don't blame Xiofan. But you can see her condition yourself. She could be knocked over by a gust of wind. Afterward, she said she wouldn't serve me anymore. She can't even take care of herself. Do you think after work, you'll still have to drag your tired body home to take care of us, an old person and someone ill? She leaned forward slightly, her eyes sharp, and spoke clearly to Yi Zhonghai. You are the backbone of our hospital, a level 8 worker at the factory. Your energy should be used properly. You can't really be worn down by 2 women, can you? Think about your future. Ah. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaningful sigh was more powerful than any direct words. It painted a frightening future. Yi Zhonghai would be caught in endless housework and caregiving, his energy drained, affecting his career. And his main plan for old age would be in danger because his wife was considered useless. Yi Zhonghai suddenly looked up at the deaf old lady, his eyes full of shock and panic, as if his secret had been exposed. The deaf old lady was pleased to see his reaction. She said no more and turned back to her resting position. She closed her eyes, as if the harsh words had drained all her strength. The room fell into complete silence. Yi Zhonghai sat alone on a stool, her words like a spell echoing repeatedly in his mind. For the first time, he clearly realized the seriousness of his wife's serious illness. Not only is his peace of mind being destroyed, but also his long-held hopes for old age, which he has planned for many years. A new, intense feeling of anxiety and doubt is growing rapidly in this usually calm old man. Meanwhile, the deaf old woman, in the darkness with her eyes closed, slightly curves her lips into a cold, sneaky smile. At this moment, Su Damao rides his bike back to the courtyard. After parking his bike, the third ant from the front yard comes over, speaking softly with excitement. How did you hear? One Annie came back this afternoon. Oh, she looked terrible, walking with old Yi's help, her face as white as a ghost, like she just walked out of the gates of hell. Su Damao raises an eyebrow. She's back? All right, I'll go see for myself. He is thinking to himself. He has already visited the hospital to show his kindness, and now showing up again tonight will make his image of gratitude even stronger. More importantly, he wants to see how silly Zhu's grandson reacts. Instead of going directly to the Yi family's courtyard, Su Damao first goes home to put down his things. Then, as usual, he strolls casually toward the water tap near the courtyard, pretending to be out for a walk. He glances around and sees silly Zhu chopping some firewood at his door, while He Shui sits on a small stool, lost in thought. Clearing his throat, Su Damao speaks in a moderate voice, loud enough for several families in the courtyard to hear. Zhuzi, are you busy? The fool didn't lift his head and said, If you have something to say it. Don't hold back. Su Damao was not angry. He crossed his arms and said slowly, I just heard that a big sister has been discharged from the hospital and is back home. Sigh, people, when they get sick, it's like the mountain collapsing. When I saw her in the hospital, she was really thin, just bones left, and talking was hard. He deliberately paused, secretly sneering inside, but looked full of emotion on his face. This person, you know, should have a conscience. A big sister used to be very good to your family, especially to Shui, right? She never hesitated to share her good food, always thinking of giving you Shui a bite. His words were like hooks, pulling out old stories one by one. Not to mention the winter 2 years ago, when Yu Shui had a fever, didn't a big sister get up in the middle of the night to bring ginger sugar water to your house? And last year, when your father just ran away, Yu Shui was so hungry she cried. Didn't a big sister save a steamed bun from her own mouth? Shaju's face grew angrier. He stood up and said gruffly, Su Damao, what exactly do you want to say? What do I want to say? Su Damao's voice suddenly rose a few notches, full of obvious sarcasm. I just want to say, people shouldn't be so heartless. He then looked at He Shui, who was silent with her head down. You. He Yushu. And you, He Shui. One of you, just one, have you ever gone? Even just for a moment, to ask? No, right? He asked himself and answered, with a very mocking tone. So what? When they needed help before, they would go and call a big sister. Now that she is lying down and no longer useful, they pretend not to know her. What is this called? In the old days, it was called being ungrateful. Nowadays, it's like being a selfish person who only cares about themselves.
Su Da Mao. Darn you.
Xiao Zhu, hurt by his words and feeling ashamed, was so angry his eyes seemed to shoot fire. He raised his axe, ready to rush over.
What?
Want to fight? Su Damao quickly jumped back, still talking. You got me. Are you angry and embarrassed now? His shouting caught the attention of others in the yard. Several doors quietly opened a crack, and everyone listened closely. Juicy.
Come on. What are you arguing about?
Yi Zhonghai came out from the house of the deaf old lady, looking tired and a little annoyed. Su Damao immediately put on a righteous look. Old master, you came just in time. I just can't stand it. Big sister usually takes good care of Juicy. Everyone can see that, right? Now big sister is so sick, and they don't even show her face. Isn't that wrong? I feel sad for big sister. Yi Zhonghai looked at Xia Zhu, whose face was red and neck stiff, then at He Shui, who was about to cry. He remembered his wife's kindness in the past and her current suffering. He couldn't help but feel disappointed in Xia Zhu and his sister. But he couldn't make things worse, so he waved his hand and said, Enough.
Say less.
Xiufa needs rest. Don't make noise in the yard. Su Damao achieved his goal. He harshly criticized Xia Zhu and also strengthened his image of being grateful in front of Yi Zhonghai and the neighbors. He decided to stop there, muttering, I just can't stand these ungrateful people, and turned back to the backyard. The courtyard became a little quieter, but the invisible blame and strange looks still seemed to surround Xia Zhu and He Shui as if they were real. Xia Zhu kicked the door loudly, his face pale with anger, pacing inside the house twice, his chest rising and falling with frustration.
Su Da Mao.
What a jerk. Spouting nonsense, he muttered quietly, as if trying to convince himself. I didn't go see her, so what? The hospital is not a good place. I took Yu Shui there to catch some illness. The more he thought about it, the more his reason seemed solid. Besides, old master is an 8th grade worker. He doesn't need my 2 broken pieces. Why should I go out of my way to flatter them? Who knows if they're planning to scheme against me again? Once this thought appeared, it felt like all his emotions found a way to explode. Yeah, that old guy Yi Zhonghai, he's always after benefits. He must have some ulterior motives when he treats him well. Maybe the old lady used to be kind to Yu Shui because Yi Zhonghai ordered her to do so, just to win him over and take care of him in the future.
Bah.
Dream on. Xia Zhu spat into the air, as if that could spit out Su Damao's words and his own uneasy feelings at the same time. I don't owe them anything. The times I fed Yu Shui were voluntary. I didn't beg her for anything. Now you're pretending to be pitiful and using moral pressure. Who are you trying to fool? In the corner of the room, Yu Shui shrank into the darkest shadow, her small face tense and tight. Su Damao's words calling her a backstabbing wolf echoed like a spell in her mind. I'm not a backstabbing wolf, she screamed inwardly. It was the older woman who changed first. She stubbornly clung to this idea, as if clutching a lifeline. She clearly remembered that meat bun and the cold, indifferent look the older woman gave her. The feeling of being suddenly abandoned, of hopes dashed, and the unfairness and resentment that came with it. She has money to buy meat buns for herself, but she won't give me any, Yu Shui muttered in a voice only she could hear, pinching her finger until it hurt. She used to be nice to me, maybe she was just pretending. Now she can't keep pretending anymore. In the courtyard, Su Damao's sharp mockery, Xia Zhu's angry shouting, and the faint whispers of gossip all sounded like a poorly performed play, clearly audible through the not-so-thick windows to Qin Tian. She lay on the Kong bed, covered with a thin quilt, eyes closed, pretending to be resting. Let them argue. Let them make noise. Su Damao calling Xia Zhu and Yu Shui backstabbing wolves was quite accurate. She felt no emotional disturbance at all, even a little amused.
See?
This is the result of your kindness, what you get in return. The original owner, that older woman, secretly saved some food rations over the years, showed a little care, and what did she get in return? What she received in return was Zha Zhu's justified anger, the resentment born from being refused water once, and now, when accused of being ungrateful, the siblings' shameless self-justification. The noise outside the window was like a bucket of cold water, completely extinguishing her last flicker of delicate pity for the people of this era, which had arisen because of her identity as a traveler. Stop pretending to help others, respect their fate. This phrase, which she once saw online as a joke, had now become her strict rule for surviving in this world. Everyone in the courtyard had their own plans and selfish motives. Yi Zhonghai was scheming for old age, the deaf old lady was scheming to be cared for, the Jia family was planning to inherit the family estate, Zha Zhu was reckless and self-righteous, Su Demao was a true villain, but clear about his grudges. Even little He Yushui had learned early to hold grudges. As for her, Chen Tian, an accidental lost soul, she could barely take care of herself, so how could she have the right or energy to worry about others' complicated lives? To change Zha Zhu's chaos? To warm Yushui's heart? To expose Yi Zhonghai's hypocrisy? To satisfy the deaf old lady's greed?
Stop joking.
That's not a story of perseverance. It's a guide to self-destruction. The only thing she must focus on and take care of was herself. Listening to Zha Zhu's loud, obviously unreasonable shouting, Chen Tiantian's heart grew calm and cold. The faint sense of obligation or guilt caused by occupying the original owner's body vanished completely at this moment. The original owner's fate was bleak, destined to be used as a stepping stone by others. But Chen Tiantian's fate must be different. Under the thin quilt, Chen Tiantian gently clenched her fist. The real feeling from her fingertips reminded her of her body's existence. She must survive. Live well. Live selfishly, by any means necessary, only for herself. And then leave this place. As for the conflicts and disputes in the yard, right and wrong, she was just a passerby, an actor, who had no choice. The sword fights and struggles behind the stage had nothing to do with her. She turned over, facing the wall, blocking out all the sounds from the yard behind her. The sky was darkening. Yi Zhonghai came in carrying a rough ceramic bowl and a steamed bun. The bowl held a thin porridge, almost see-through, with sparse rice grains and a few wilted vegetable leaves floating on top, no oil sheen at all. The steamed bun was dark-colored, hard and cold to the touch, clearly leftovers from yesterday or even the day before. Yi Zhonghai placed the bowl on the edge of the Kong, heated bed, speaking in a calm tone, with a hint of indifference. Eat up. Just got out of the hospital. Need to eat light to soothe your stomach. Light? This was the very definition of clear broth and plain water. Now she understood. The medical bill was like a fishbone, not only stuck in Yi Zhonghai's throat but also piercing his view of her as his wife. In his eyes, spending a huge amount on treatment that might cause her to lose her ability to work was a waste. Even if she became a long-term burden, he felt it wasn't worth investing more unnecessary effort. Good treatment? That was a waste. This bowl of thin porridge and cold flatbread reflected his true feelings. Just keep her alive. Don't expect more. Night had fallen deep. Yi Zhonghai was snoring steadily beside her. Chen Tiantian kept her eyes open, staring at the ceiling covered with old newspapers, her mind racing like a clockwork. Where could the deaf old lady's treasure be hidden? In the Kong hole? Inside the wardrobe? Or buried under a loose floor tile? In the original story, it was only mentioned that she had hidden money, but no specific location was given. With her frail persona, she couldn't rummage through the old lady's house. Could she perhaps sense it remotely? The thought suddenly took hold, impossible to dismiss. If she had to touch it herself, the difficulty and risk would multiply. But if she could sense it remotely, could space be bypassed? Her heart beat faster, and she quietly turned around, facing the edge of the Kong. On the Kong edge was Yi Zhonghai's enamel cup, glowing faintly in the moonlight. She focused her mind, locking onto the porcelain cup, silently saying, "Come to me." There was no response. The cup remained still. Does she need to touch it? A wave of disappointment rose. No, she thought, I must try again. She pushed her focus to the limit, imagining an invisible hand reaching out to envelop the cup. Still, it didn't work. Could it really only work if she touched it herself? That plan seemed too difficult. She irritably reached out her hand, intending to pick up the cup to take a sip and calm down. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the cold porcelain surface, about 1 or 2 centimeters away, swish. The sensation in her hand disappeared. No, it wasn't gone. The porcelain cup suddenly appeared in her mind's space. Chen Tiantian gasped and held her breath, her heart pounding. It's not necessary to make full contact. There can be distance. That very distance. She forced herself to stay calm, gently took the cup out of her mind's space, and placed it back in its original spot. Then she began a silent, tense scientific experiment. She straightened her arm and tried again to reach a cup beyond her arm's length. It failed. Carefully, she slowly retracted her arm, shortening the distance to the target. When her fingertips were about 1 meter away from the cup, the familiar feeling of an object being pulled into space appeared again. Effective distance, about 1 meter. This discovery made her fingers tremble slightly with excitement. 1 meter. This distance means there is much more space to operate. She doesn't need to actually pick up or open the treasure container. As long as she targets it from very close, she can make the item disappear. She immediately begins more precise testing. Can she do it through a quilt? Yes. Through a thin wooden board, simulating a cabinet door? Yes. It turns out the only limit is distance. After testing, Chen Tiantian lies back down and places the porcelain jar back in its original spot. 1 meter. That's her golden distance. With this new discovery, her mind starts to plan again. The old woman's house isn't big. As long as she can find a good reason to get within 1 meter of the possible treasure spot and stay for a few seconds, that will be enough. As for the exact location of the treasure, she squints her eyes. Starting tomorrow, she needs to be more attentive to the old woman, walk more in the backyard. Once or twice, she might forget the layout, but after 3 times, she will start to see clues. The placement of the bed cabinet, old boxes, areas on the wall that are very clean or very dirty, places the old woman often glances at subconsciously. A bold plan begins to take shape in her mind. She needs a performance, something that will make the old woman either willingly or unknowingly approach the secret. Return of the light. These 4 words appeared in her mind. Starting the next day, Chen Tiantian's illness showed subtle changes. She no longer stayed in bed all day, but occasionally struggled to sit at the door for a while and enjoy the sun. When neighbors passed by and showed concern, she would smile with a faint blush, her voice soft but clear. Cough. I feel a bit more relaxed today. Maybe I'm getting better. The more she said this, the more it confirmed the old saying, return of the light. News spread quickly around the yard like the wind. Auntie has suddenly become lively these days. Maybe she's not doing well. This rumor also reached the ears of the deaf old lady. A person near death experiencing a final improvement can be seen as either a good sign or a bad omen, especially in superstitious old minds. On a quiet weekday afternoon, when the yard was at its calmest, Chen Tiantian carefully tidied herself up, her hair neatly combed, dressed in the cleanest but still simple old clothes. She tried to make her face look a little healthier with a faint flush and a strange spirit. Carrying a small broom and a cloth, her steps were a bit unsteady but purposeful as she headed to the backyard. Old lady, are you in the house? She asked softly, with a calm tone. The deaf elderly woman opened the door and saw Chen Tiantian standing there. Her cloudy eyes flickered with a hint of surprise and suspicion. The person in front of her was different from the fragile state she had seen a few days ago, but this improvement carried an odd, indescribable feeling. Is that Xiaofan? Can you walk now? The deaf woman asked cautiously. I feel a bit stronger today. Chen Tiantian entered the house calmly, even with a relaxed, almost relieved expression. After lying down for so long, my whole body feels stiff. Before I leave, I want to help tidy up the house a bit. Don't take it to heart if I do things you couldn't do before. The deaf woman's eyes twitched sharply. A person on the verge of death voluntarily helping out, with a sense of guilt or closure, would surely work hard. Moreover, letting someone who is nearly gone handle these daily chores, even dirty work, might just help carry away any bad luck. "Why are you saying all this?" "Just sit down and rest," she said politely, but subtly moved aside, silently allowing her inside. Chun Tian began to clean slowly and carefully. Her movements were slow, but her gaze was sharp, like a precise radar scanning every corner of the room. Key areas of focus. 1. The head of the bed and the bed cabinet, the place where the deaf woman had been lying for years, easiest to monitor. She noticed that the paint near the wall on one side of the bed cabinet was slightly more worn than elsewhere, as if it had been rubbed frequently. 2. The old wardrobe's bottom. She claimed she was cleaning dust and gently pushed the wardrobe. It felt unusually heavy, and the base seemed to fit too tightly against the floor. 3. Several patched seams on the wall. One was slightly darker than the surrounding area, with very fine edges that seemed to lift slightly. During cleaning, she kept talking softly to the deaf old woman, like chatting casually, but her eyes kept, accidentally, glancing at these suspicious spots. She noticed that when she approached a certain spot on the bed cabinet or looked at that part of the wall, the deaf old woman, although seemingly resting with her eyes closed, would unconsciously move her thin fingers. This suggested that the hidden compartment next to the bed cabinet against the wall was most likely. It was closest to her sleeping area and matched the old person's habit of hiding important things there. Chun Tian began to focus on cleaning the bed cabinet. She reached her cloth toward the gap near the wall, moving naturally. "Old lady, dust is gathered in this crack. I'll clean it for you, so no bugs will chew the wood." As she spoke, she leaned half of her body forward, stretching her arm deep into the narrow space between the cabinet and the wall. This position brought her within half a meter of the suspicious area of the bed cabinet. Now was the moment. She concentrated fully, her mind like an invisible hand reaching through the thin wood, exploring and locking onto any hidden space inside. She prepared to take action. The moment her mind sent the command, she felt a sudden, heavy sensation in the space inside. A large, dense collection of objects appeared unexpectedly. Did she succeed? After a brief struggle, Chun Tian finally showed signs of exhaustion at the right moment. Sweat appeared on her forehead from tension and effort. "Old lady, if I still have the energy tomorrow, I will come back to help you. I can't hold on much longer." The deaf old lady watched her quickly lose her color and become weak again, and was even more convinced that this was a sign of a temporary revival. "Go back and lie down. You've done enough." Chun Tian leaned on the wall and slowly walked back to her house. As she closed the door and locked it, she eagerly looked into the room. Inside, a pile of objects wrapped tightly in oilcloth lay quietly. She thought, and the wrapping was suddenly unwrapped by an invisible hand. Golden light and treasures almost burst through the space, burning her mind. The first thing that caught her eye was about 20 bright yellow gold bars. Nearby, there were some old silver coins, a few worn-out coins with unclear dates, and a small pile of scattered gold and silver jewelry. Jewelry was carefully stored in old boxes or soft silk bags. Each item was valuable, a real treasure. This windfall was far beyond her expectations of saving pocket money, enough to let her go far away or live a good life. At this moment, her mind briefly touched a plain green jade pendant. The jade pendant suddenly trembled slightly, then transformed into a gentle green light that flowed into the misty chaos at the edge of the space. Chun Tian was startled and didn't have time to react. Her entire consciousness space trembled slightly, as if some long-dormant mechanism had been activated. The space itself didn't change much, but the thick dust and fragmented information covering the original pills seemed to clear a little. She quickly focused her mind on those pills. Some previously unrecognizable pills nearby now showed faint writing. Although many still remained blurry and unreadable, she eagerly searched through the pills. The words, "turtle breath pill," appeared in her mind. Her breath almost stopped, and she concentrated all her energy on it. More detailed information flowed out. Turtle breath pill effect. Within 12 hours of taking, breath and pulse stop. Body becomes cold and stiff. Heartbeat and vital signs are barely detectable, resembling death. Yet a faint spark of life is hidden in the dantian, and the body does not decay. Duration, about 24 to 36 hours, depending on individual differences and the pill's completeness. After this period, vitality gradually returns. A true fake death pill. All previous vague and risky escape plans, whether difficult divorces or secret escapes, faced endless risks related to identity, pursuit, and survival. But death is the only way to completely cut off all connections with the identity of Auntie, with Lee Jong-hai, and with all ties to this blood-sucking courtyard. A crazy plan suddenly formed in Chen Tiantian's mind. The day after discovering the fake death pill information, Chen Tiantian felt a sense of urgent pressure. The plan was set and the tools needed to be prepared quickly. She pretended to want to see a traditional Chinese doctor and try some home remedies, then left the house pretending to be sick. Using the most secret clues from the original owner's memory, like a night traveler through fog, she slipped into a semi-underground ghost market at the foot of the city wall. The place was dimly lit, with shadowy figures, silent transactions, only exchanged glances and hand signals hidden in sleeves. The air was thick with the smell of rust, old objects, and an invisible tension. Her heart pounded like a drum, but her face was covered with a weak numbness. She stopped at a stall selling special tools. The vendor was an old man with one eye, his gaze dull and blunt. She dared not speak much, only used a breathy voice and brief words, handing over more money than the items were worth. Dig a grave, honor the ancestors, do it yourself. The reasons sounded absurd, but in this place, reasons didn't matter much. The old man with one eye looked over her pale face and trembling hands, but didn't ask. She only found a few items in the torn burlap bag, a short-handled, detachable triangular steel shovel, a spiral-patterned iron crowbar, and a roll of sturdy, oil-soaked hemp rope. There was also a tightly wrapped hard-faced biscuit, dried meat strips, and a flat leather water pouch. All the tools had a matte finish, making them inconspicuous, but deadly practical. The transaction was brief and silent. Once the money and goods exchanged hands, they quickly parted without a word. Only when she returned to the relatively safe street and blended into the crowd did she feel her back was soaked with cold sweat. The more people knew, the greater the risk of secrets being leaked. This realization made her grip the toolkit tightly. After hiding the tools in the space, Chen Tiantian immediately moved on to the next step. That same night after returning from the black market, she claimed her health suddenly worsened and was completely bedridden. By the third day, she needed Lee Jong-hai's help even to sit up and eat porridge. Lee Jong-hai sat on the edge of the Kong, watching her weak and pale face, his expression filled with pain and reluctance. He held Chen Tiantian's cold hand and spoke in a low, choked voice. "Xiufan, how could you, after so many years of marriage, leave me alone? It feels like my heart is being torn apart." Lee Jong-hai's tone of reluctance sounded more like reciting a fitting eulogy. Chen Tiantian's stomach churned again, feeling more nauseous than after eating spoiled rice. She could even sense beneath his words a subtle hint of his plan to escape and his scheming to use his widower status to reorganize his retirement.
Fake.
Disgustingly fake. She just moved her finger very slightly, as if to respond, making a soft sound in her throat. She vaguely uttered a few words. "Sorry, I've caused you trouble." A thought suddenly sprouted in Chen Tiantian's mind. Walking away is fine, but she won't let this fake man get away with everything for free. The money and banknotes are from Auntie, who has been saving and managing for decades, even risking her health for them. They are also her mental compensation for enduring all this since her crossing over. No matter how secretly Lee Jong-hai hides his money and notes, they are only in a few places: the hidden compartment in the bed cabinet, the dark hole in the wall, or inside an old padded jacket. During these days lying in bed, she has already observed carefully while he took things out or put things away, almost to the point of certainty. As long as she finds the right chance, she can take them. After all, who would suspect someone lying in a coffin? Just take half, neither too much nor too little. This way, he won't immediately suspect foul play. He might think it's a mistake or that someone else is involved, and she can truly make him feel the pain, while also taking what rightfully belongs to her. This is the division of their joint property. This is her deserved severance pay, and it's the final, most personal insult and revenge against Lee Jong-hae. She closed her eyes and began to mentally rehearse the upcoming scene, paying attention to every detail. When Lee Jong-hae's footsteps just disappeared at the gate, Chun Tian suddenly opened her tightly closed eyes, and there was no longer any sign of confusion or near-death exhaustion. She lifted the blanket, her movement stiff from lying down for a long time, but her strong will drove her body to act quickly and efficiently. She took half of the money and tickets from all the hiding places of Lee Jong-hae. The moment the money and tickets disappeared, her empty stomach clenched painfully from nervousness and the sudden movement. She immediately took out some dried meat strips she had prepared from her space and bit into a large piece fiercely. The meat was tough, salty, and greasy, needing saliva to soften it. She chewed and swallowed hard, trying to restore her last bit of energy. For at least 2 days, she would not drink water and would be alone in darkness and silence. After a few bites, she felt a little stronger. She quickly picked up half a bowl of cool boiled water on the table, tilted her head back, and took a big sip, rinsing her mouth repeatedly. She washed away the smell and residue of the meat, then gently spat the water back into the bowl and carefully wiped the bowl clean. She couldn't leave any traces that would reveal her true identity as a patient. Next, she took off the old clothes she had been wearing for days, which carried the smell of the sickbed. From the bottom of the box, she retrieved the best set of clothes belonging to the original owner, a nearly new dark blue cross-collared jacket and a pair of dark gray pants. The fabric was ordinary, but they had been washed clean and pressed flat. She quickly put them on, making sure her thin body was properly covered. The original owner's clothes she dared not store in the space. There were only 2 sets in total. Losing one would immediately raise suspicion. Dressing more properly to leave also saved Lee Jong-hae the trouble of having to replace her funeral clothes. Perhaps he thought this was her last bit of love for tidiness. After doing all this, she quickly glanced around the room to make sure there were no obvious flaws, then lay back on the bed. She pulled the blanket up, adjusted her breathing, and made herself look like she was simply sleeping in a different position. Time passed second by second, and faint voices of neighbors came from outside. Lee Jong-hae could return at any moment. She couldn't wait any longer. A dark, ink-colored, turtle-breathing pill appeared in her palm. She took a deep breath, looked around the room one last time, this room that had held her for so long. She tilted her head and swallowed the pill. The pill didn't melt immediately after entering her throat. After a short while, the effects of the medicine gradually began. Her breathing became longer and weaker, uncontrollably. Her body temperature started to drop, the warmth on her skin slowly being drawn away, becoming more and more noticeable as a chill. Her vision blurred and became fuzzy. The beams on the ceiling appeared as double images, and the light dimmed. She could feel herself quickly losing control of her body. Her thoughts also began to slow, like rusty gears turning more and more slowly. In her final consciousness, she gathered all her remaining mental strength and tried to activate her space ability for one last check. The soaked hemp rope, the iron skewer, the water pouch, and the dried meat all quietly rest within reach in the space. These are her safety net for survival. Then, she completely relaxes herself, shutting down her last sense of the outside world. Her heartbeat finally becomes so faint that it is almost undetectable. Her breathing is so shallow that her chest shows no movement. Her face, within a short time, loses its last bit of vitality, turning pale and cold. Lee Jong-hae pushes open his door. The house is quieter than usual, almost strangely so. He calls out, "Xiao Fun," but there is no response. He walks to the bed, where Xiao Fun lies quietly. Her face is pale and cold, her lips colorless, and her eyes are tightly closed. He pauses, then reaches out to gently check her nose for breath. There is none. He touches her hand. It is cold and stiff. A complex emotion suddenly floods Lee Jong-hai's mind. First shock, then a feeling of relief as if a heavy burden has been lifted. Immediately, his professional instincts and acting skills take over. Xiao Fun, he calls out with a short, sorrowful cry. His knees weaken, and he stumbles to the edge of the bed, grasping her cold hand. His shoulders shake violently. Tears come suddenly, flowing over his wrinkled face. Why did you leave like this? What am I supposed to do now that I'm alone? His crying is soft but loud enough for neighbors nearby to hear. People in the hospital quickly gathered around. The women wiped their tears and said things like, "Auntie really had a hard life," and "It's good she's finally free." The men patted Lee Jong-hai's shoulder to comfort him. But some, smart people, thought that their sadness was a bit superficial. Auntie Sanpao curled her lips and whispered to someone nearby, "Did you see? She has tears, but look at his hands. He's not clenching them tightly." Jia Zhang was even more mean, rolling her eyes and saying, "Now it's all over. No more taking care of the sick person, and he can hold on to his money himself." Su Damao leaned against the doorframe, smoking a cigarette with a half-smile, thinking to himself, who is old E pretending for? Lee Jong-hai's grief didn't last long. He quickly pulled himself together and started making arrangements for the funeral. With red eyes, he choked up as he spoke to the neighbors helping out. Xiao Fen worked hard all her life. She didn't get to enjoy happiness before she left, but we should let her go with dignity. However, when he went to the coffin shop, he chose the cheapest coffin without hesitation, giving a noble reason. She was thrifty all her life. She probably wouldn't want me to spend too much money. As long as the intention is there. But deep down, he was calculating. A wife who had no children and no family to support her after death didn't deserve to have money spent on her. This thin coffin was enough. This light, thin coffin was also something Chen Tiantian had expected as a help. The memorial hall was set up for a day and a half, but the visitors were few and far between. On the second day after the spirit's departure, Lee Jong-hai decided to hold the funeral and bury the body, citing the reason that the weather is getting warmer and it's time to lay the spirit to rest. The funeral procession was very sad. Besides a few neighbors who had to come to help, like the second and third uncle's male relatives, few people in the yard wanted to go to the desolate cemetery outside the city. Shaju was signaled by Lee Jong-hai with a look to stay and watch the yard. Jia Dongxiu made an excuse that he had work at the factory, and the women were even less willing to get involved in this gloomy matter. In the end, only Lee Jong-hai, two neighbors helping carry the coffin, and Su Damao, who looked scared and was brought along to boost courage, followed the cart carrying the coffin, walking silently toward the abandoned graveyard outside the city. They reached a remote, low-lying area outside the city, where a few old graves were scattered here and there. They quickly dug a shallow hole, placed the thin coffin inside, and roughly covered it with dirt. Suddenly, a loud, dull knocking sound came from inside the coffin. "What's that noise?" One neighbor helping with the coffin suddenly stopped, his face turning pale. The knocking resumed, more urgent and stronger than before, as if something inside was struggling fiercely, trying to break out of the coffin. "Oh my God! The corpse is moving." Su Damao, who was usually brave, was now terrified out of his wits. He shouted loudly, dropped his shovel, and turned to run. "There's a ghost." The other two were even more panicked, forgetting about Lee Jong-hai and the coffin. They scrambled and ran after Su Damao toward the city, trembling with fear. Lee Jong-hai was also so frightened that he felt faint, his legs trembling. He looked pale as paper, staring at the slightly trembling thin coffin and the continuous knocking inside, his scalp tingling. All thoughts of old age plans and reputation seemed insignificant in the face of unknown fear. Xiaofen. Justice will be served, and the guilty will pay, he muttered incoherently, overwhelmed by fear, and scrambled to run away, leaving his tools behind. The graveyard was soon empty. Only a half-buried thin coffin remained. Inside the coffin, Chen Tian finally woke up completely in the endless darkness and suffocation. The knocking on the coffin was the first step of her plan to scare everyone away. She gasped for breath, gathering her strength, and took out a spiral-patterned iron crowbar and a short-handled steel shovel from her bag. The space inside the coffin was small, making it hard to exert force. She first used the crowbar tip to wedge into the gap between the coffin lid and the body. Thanks to the poor quality of the thin coffin, the gap was not tight. She clenched her teeth and used all her strength to pry, the wood creaking painfully. After opening a small crack, she used the short shovel to widen the opening. Fresh, cold air mixed with the smell of soil rushed in, and she greedily inhaled. But the soil on top pressed down on the coffin lid. She had to crawl like a mole, using her tools to loosen and push aside the soil layer in front of her chest. This was a very exhausting process, with sweat and tears mixing with dirt covering her face. I don't know how long it had been. Just as the last rays of sunset were about to disappear, she finally pushed open the lid of the coffin enough to stick out her body. She grabbed the cold edge of the coffin with both hands and used her last strength to slowly pull herself out of the dirt and wood prison. She lay on the cold ground, resting for a long time. After resting, she quickly ate some food from her space. Then, Chen Tian struggled to stand up, looked back at the dirt pit, and without hesitation, identified her direction and walked along the road opposite to Sijio City. She didn't know how long she had been walking when she saw the smoke from cooking fires. It was a village of about 30 or 40 households, with earthen walls and gray tiles. At the village entrance, a few elders were sitting under an old locust tree, smoking dried tobacco. She didn't go directly into the village, but skirted around the back hill, hiding behind a pile of corn stalks to observe. She watched until she saw a middle-aged man walking from the field edge, speaking in a commanding tone, then quietly followed him. The man entered the most orderly courtyard at the east end of the village, built with blue bricks. Yes, it was the village chief's house. Chen Tian steadied her breath outside the courtyard gate, pinched her thigh until she cried from the pain. Then she knocked on the door. A woman in her 40s, wearing an apron and with cornmeal on her hands, opened the door. "Hello, Auntie." When Chen Tian spoke, her voice was hoarse and frightening, and she swayed as if she might fall. "I came from the south, going to Tanzhin to find my relatives. I got lost and haven't eaten anything for 2 days." As the woman hesitated, a man's voice came from inside the house. "Who's there?" The village head came out, about 50 years old. He looked at Chen Tian carefully. His eyes stayed on her empty hands and thin clothes. "Where's your introduction letter?" That was the most critical question. Chen Tian's eyes instantly turned red. It wasn't just acting. Exhaustion and despair were already ready to burst out. "My name is Chen Xiaolan, from Qingyuan County in Baoding. My husband died last year at a waterworks construction site. My in-laws couldn't accept me and said I was unlucky." She spoke steadily, with a real trembling in her voice. "I have nowhere to go, so I came to Tianjin to visit my cousin-in-law who I married 2 years ago. I left in a hurry and didn't bring any proof. My in-laws didn't even let me take a decent piece of clothing." Chen Tian deliberately blurred the time, last year, and place. Qingyuan County is far away and hard to verify. She used the simplest and hardest to argue reason: family trouble and being forced to leave. Such stories were very common in rural areas in 1955, so common that few people would investigate further. The village head frowned, but the scrutinizing look in his eyes softened a little. Chen Tian seized the moment and showed weakness, saying, "I know now it's strict to check, and I can't do without an introduction letter. I don't ask for anything else, just warm water. Can I stay in your woodshed overnight and leave at dawn?" Chen Tian said as she took out a small cloth bag from her pocket and tremblingly opened it. Inside were 2 small denomination banknotes and a piece of cloth. "This is for food." She handed the money forward, her hand trembling badly. "I know it's little, but it's all I have." The village chief did not take the money, but stepped aside to open the door. "Come in." The main room looked more humble than outside, but was kept clean. Get some food, the village chief told the woman, then pointed to a bench. Sit. A bowl of hot water was handed over first. Chen Tian cupped her hands around it and took small sips, letting the warmth flow down her throat. While drinking, she slightly lifted her eyelids and quickly looked around the room. Next to the portrait of Chairman Mao on the wall, there was a certificate for Advanced Production Team, signed by Tom County Red Star People's Commune. On the old table against the wall, there were some papers and a porcelain teacup. Most noticeable was a wooden-handled round stamp, upside down on some scrap paper, with a stack of papers printed with red characters nearby. Her heartbeat quickened a little. The woman brought a bowl of millet porridge and half a cornbread. Chen Tian ate slowly, carefully swallowing each bite, and after finishing, she even used the cornbread to wipe the bowl clean. "Where's your cousin in Tanzhin?" the village chief suddenly asked. "Shenzhuangzi in Hadong district," Chen Tian answered without hesitation. This was one of the Tanzhin places she kept repeating in her mind during the journey, an industrial area with a mixed crowd, easy to blend in. "My cousin-in-law works at the cotton spinning factory number 3. I visited once when I was young, and I remember crossing an iron bridge." She described a memory that doesn't actually exist, but her details are very specific. This information comes from the materials she saw before crossing over and the vague stories she heard from the original owner. When pieced together, it sounds quite believable. The village chief was smoking dried tobacco and didn't ask further questions. Chen Tian put down her bowl and spoke more softly. "I really can't wear this outfit anymore. Do you have any old clothes at home that I could wear? I will buy them." She took out a 3-foot cloth voucher and a 1 yuan note. "I know cloth vouchers are valuable, but the woman's eyes lit up. In 1955, 3 feet of cloth voucher was enough to make a small jacket for a child, and 1 yuan could buy 2 pounds of meat. She looked at the village chief. The village chief paused for a moment and nodded. The woman quickly brought out a set of slightly old blue cloth clothes, patched but clean. There was also a pair of sturdy cloth shoes, a bit large but wearable. Finally, she had a change of clothes. "That's enough. You can keep the money and vouchers," Chen Tian insisted, stuffing the cloth voucher and money into the woman's hand, then seemingly sighed casually. "We rural folks are honest. I heard on the road that many places won't even let you in without a recommendation letter. Thank you for staying with me. You've saved my life." Her words were clever. The village chief's face showed a barely noticeable easing. "Now, cracking down on vagabonds is strict. Your situation suggests you should leave early tomorrow morning. Follow the dirt road eastward through the village, then southeast for about 20 miles to Zhangjiawan, where you might catch a boat to Tianjin." "Thank you, uncle." Chen Tian nodded repeatedly, showing just the right amount of nervousness. "But when you get to Tianjin, without a letter of introduction, will my cousin's factory let you in?" The village chief took a puff of his pipe. "You need some proof. Even a small note will do." She was placed in a small room filled with miscellaneous items. The bed was cold, but there was an old mattress. After blowing out the oil lamp, she didn't lie down. Instead, she sat in the dark, her ear pressed against the door. The voices from the main room were faint. "Such a poor girl," said a woman's voice. "Who knows if it's true?" the village chief snorted. "There are many scammers now, but the cloth voucher is real, and so is the money. Go to sleep now. We'll send you away tomorrow morning." The lamp went out. Chen Tian waited about an hour until she heard the steady sound of snoring. She slipped off her shoes and quietly opened the door, which she had previously secured with a latch. It was easy to open now. The moonlight was faint, and the yard was silent. She tiptoed to the window of the main house, listening carefully. All she could hear was breathing in sleep.
Now.
She returned to the small room, closed the door. Not to sleep, but for another reason. She sat cross-legged on the bed, closed her eyes, and focused her mind inward. Her consciousness, like an invisible thread, extended from her forehead toward the desk in the main room. The space's 1-meter range has now become the most precise detector. She can sense the shape, texture, and position of objects within that range. The official seal, the stack of papers. She cannot steal directly. The village chief is sleeping and alert. She takes a small piece of stone from the space and gently flicks it toward the chicken coop in the yard. With a soft tap, the chickens stir and cluck loudly. The main house's snoring stops, the bed creaks, and the village chief mutters vaguely, "Those sick chickens." Footsteps approach the door. At the moment the village chief pushes the door open to check the yard, Chen Tiantian's consciousness locks onto the bottom of the stack of papers on the desk. 3 blank official letters, sealed and ready, issued by the commune for emergency use in each village. She noticed them earlier in the evening. With a thought, the 3 sheets of paper disappear into the space, falling into a corner. Almost simultaneously, she puts back 3 pre-cut, same-sized ordinary white sheets of paper. The white paper comes from an old account book belonging to the deaf old lady in the space, with a similar texture, enough to be disguised in darkness. The entire process takes no more than 3 seconds. The village chief walks around the yard, mutters to himself, then goes back inside and lies down again. By the time the chickens crow the first time, she is already up. She changes into a blue cloth outfit. The cloth shoes are large, but stuffing some rags inside makes them wearable. She rolls up the old clothes she changed out of and holds them in her hand. The woman is already lighting the stove in the kitchen. Seeing her get up, she hands her 2 boiled eggs. "Eat on the way." "Thank you. Here is the improved and simplified version of your text." Chen Tiantian thanked the woman and, while she wasn't paying attention, folded a 2 yuan bill and slipped it into the bottom of the salt jar by the stove. This amount covered her estimated clothing, shoes, food, and lodging costs, with a little extra. The village chief was squatting in the yard, sharpening a sickle. When he saw her, he pointed southeast. "Follow the dirt road. When you see the river, there will be a boat. Don't talk much." "Okay, I understand," she replied. She carried a rough cloth bundle containing a few steamed buns and a piece of salted vegetable, bowed politely, and said, "Thank you for taking me in." She left the yard just as dawn was breaking. A few early risers were on the village road. They looked at her, but then went back to their own work. She walked steadily until the village disappeared from sight. She turned into a grove of poplar trees and sat down against an old tree. She took out a stolen blank letter of introduction, a pen, and homemade ink from her space. First, she copied the letter with clumsy but neat handwriting, imitating the village official. "Here is our team member, Qin Xiulan, female, 36 years old, traveling to Tanzhin to visit relatives. She is a poor farmer with a clean record. Please allow her to pass through checkpoints." "Thank you." Signed, Hongxing People's Commune, Magazwang Production Team. Date, October 12, 1955. She checked the letter twice, folded it carefully, and tucked it into a special compartment inside her clothing. The remaining 2 blank letters were wrapped tightly in oiled paper and stored deep in her space. These were her life-saving tokens, to be used only if absolutely necessary. After finishing, she ate a cold steamed bun and washed it down with cold water from her space. Then she stood up, brushed the dirt off her clothes, and headed southeast. The blank introduction letter in her hand gave her some confidence, but she didn't dare slow down. After walking 20 miles by noon, she finally saw the muddy yellow water of the Han River. The Zhangjiawan ferry was busier than she expected. 2 wooden boats were loading goods, mostly burlap sacks and clay pots. She didn't go directly, but crouched among the reeds to observe. The boat captain was a one-eyed man, cursing and shouting as he directed the loading. Important information floated into her ears. "This trip to Yang Village. It'll be done by the afternoon, and we should reach the outskirts of Tianjin tomorrow." Chen Tiantian took out half a pack of de Qianmen cigarettes from her space. These were from the village chief's house. She straightened her blue cloth shirt, approached the one-eyed captain, and lowered her voice. "Big brother, can I bring someone along? I'm going to Tanzhin to find my family." She handed him a cigarette. The one-eyed man glanced at her sideways. "Introduction letter?" She took out the filled-out letter, her hand trembling slightly. She was not pretending this time. The one-eyed man looked at the red stamp and then at her. "Qin Xiulan? Doesn't look like a rural person." My family used to live in the city, but we fell on hard times. She lowered her eyes, took out 2 boiled eggs from her bag, and quietly handed them to him. Big brother, please help me out. The one-eyed man weighed the eggs in his hand, then put them in his pocket. Stay behind and squat there. If anyone asks, just say I'm your cousin. The boat reached Wangjia Ferry, where a checkpoint was set up ahead. 2 armed militia stopped the boat for inspection. Chun Tian hid behind the cargo. Overhearing the militia ask the one-eyed man, "Have you seen any strangers these days?" Her heart tightened. The one-eyed man chuckled. Where did a stranger come from in this ghost town? The militia didn't believe him and wanted to search the boat. Chun Tian saw the army green pants approaching from between the cargo piles, her palms sweating. In a split second, she made a risky decision: to hide herself completely inside her space. This was her first time trying to stay inside for a long period. Inside, time moved slowly, but the feeling of suffocation grew worse with each passing moment. She silently counted in the dark, feeling dizzy after 20 seconds. The outside sounds blurred and came faintly. "No, let's go." When she reappeared behind the cargo piles, her face was pale, and her throat felt burning. The one-eyed man saw her and changed his expression but said nothing. The boat kept moving forward. Before sunset, the boat reached Yang Village. As the one-eyed man got off, he whispered, "There's a lot of patrols ahead. You need to find another way." Chin Tian knew she was suspected. She didn't dare stay and slipped away into the crowd unloading cargo, then spent the night outside the town in a broken brick kiln. The cold wind was biting. She took out her old jacket from her space, wrapped it around herself, and nibbled on cold bread, drinking cold water. In the distance, a dog barked. She didn't sleep all night. To avoid the main road, she sneaked into the fields before dawn. But she accidentally entered a salt-alkali flat covered in white salt crystals, each step sinking into the muddy crust. Within less than an hour, her cloth shoes were ruined by the salty water, and her feet throbbed with pain. She looked up and saw endless wilderness, with the shadow of a railway line in the distance. She clenched her teeth and walked toward the railway. At least following the tracks would prevent her from getting lost. As she approached the railway, she saw some maintenance workers replacing sleepers. An idea struck her. She reached into her space and put on a hat. Then she swaggered over and shouted to the leader, "Master, I am from Tanzhin Railway Maintenance Department checking the line. I got lost." She held a torn notebook she took from her space, pretending to be official. The workers looked at her with suspicion. She quickly handed them a large, old-fashioned ticket and said, "Take a break and have a smoke. These tracks are worn out." She spoke a few technical terms, and the workers believed her about 80%. Seizing the moment, she asked about a small station 10 miles ahead called Kaizili, where a slow train stopped in the afternoon. The station was run down, with only an old, limping station master. Chun Tian hadn't bought a ticket and had nowhere to buy one. She hid in the grass behind the platform, waiting for the slow green train to rumble into the station. Getting on the train was the key. She chose the luggage car at the back. The door was often open, as workers loaded and unloaded goods. While the porter turned around, she slipped into the shadow of the carriage, curling behind a pile of burlap sacks. The luggage car had no lights, only moonlight seeping through the cracks. She heard mice scurrying and her own heartbeat. Suddenly, the train braked sharply at Ansai, and outside, voices shouted, "Check the train." She reacted instantly. She crawled into an empty wooden box, used for cargo. Just as she closed the lid, a flashlight shone inside. Footsteps paused outside the box, and someone knocked on the wood panel. "What is this?" "The container is empty, and it has been sent to Tanzhin to load machine parts," the station worker replied. The footsteps faded away. She curled up inside the dark box all night until the whistle of the Tianjin West Station train sounded. Before the luggage cart door opened, Chin Tian slipped out from the other side and rolled into the grass beside the track. The platform was brightly lit, with ticket inspectors and patrols, just as busy as at Beijing Station. She went around to the freight yard outside the station and saw a coal truck about to leave. The driver was inside signing papers, and the truck bed was piled high with coal. She clenched her teeth, climbed onto the coal heap, and covered herself with a torn burlap sack, only exposing her nostrils. The truck started and shook as it drove out of the yard. When passing the gate, she heard the guard ask, "What are you carrying?" "Coal, for the power plant," the driver replied, handing over the documents. Chen Tian held her breath under the sack. The coal dust made her cough, but she forced herself to stay quiet. After 2 miles, she dared to lift the sack slightly. The sky was turning pale, and the outline of the distant city appeared. The truck was unloading coal by the high river. She slipped off and sneaked into the shanty town along the riverbank. It was even more rundown than Longshugo in Beijing, with cramped shacks and a smell of coal ash, river water, and cheap tobacco in the air. She washed her face at a public water tap, and in the water, her face looked almost unrecognizable, dark and thin, with deep-set eyes and cracked lips. But her eyes still shone with life. She took out a piece of bread, squatting in a corner to eat. The old woman scavenging nearby muttered, "They come every day to check household registration, and those without a residence permit are all pushed toward Tonggu." Tonggu? She remembered the port her village chief had mentioned. It was busy with ships and people, a place where she might hide. She needed a reason to stay briefly in Tanzhin. She slipped into an abandoned bridge tunnel and took out some materials from her hidden space. From a stolen blank introduction letter, she filled in, "This is Comrade Chin Xiulan, going to Tonggu Newport to handle fishing industry matters." She then used a burnt match to scorch a few words on the paper, marking it as urgent and confidential. She guessed right. This urgent official letter became her key to entering Tonggu. On her way there, she caught a donkey cart transporting seaweed. The old driver saw the official letter she handed him and grinned. Oh, a party official. Tonggu port was bigger than she imagined. Fishing boats and cargo ships filled the river, and the air was salty and damp. She found the office of the fishing cooperative, claiming she was sent from Baoding to learn pickling techniques, and handed over the letter. The young clerk on duty glanced at it and pointed to the backyard. "The dormitory is on the west side. Find an empty spot yourself." That large shared bed held over 10 women workers from different places, and no one asked questions. Chen Tian curled up in the innermost bunk and finally lay down. Outside the room, she could hear the tide, the whistle of ships, and her fellow workers snoring. 3 days and 2 nights, from a remote village outside Beijing to the shores of the Bohai Sea. Finally, she had arrived in Tianjin. Hong Kong is her final destination, where Chen Tian plans to go. Meanwhile, a few people who escaped from the outside graveyard are crawling back, looking very messy and becoming a strange sight on the street. Su Damao's pants were torn by thorns, revealing half of his muddy leg. 2 neighbors helping to carry the coffin lost a shoe and looked very pale, constantly muttering, "There's a ghost, there's a ghost." Even Yi Zhonghai, usually the most proper, had messy hair, dirt on his official uniform, blank eyes, and unsteady steps. They almost ran back to the courtyard gate in a hurry, startling the 3rd aunt who was fixing her shoes at the door, causing her to prick her finger. "Dubbage, what happened?" 3rd aunt stood up. No one answered. Su Damao hurried back into his house and slammed the door shut. The 2 neighbors went home in a daze. Yi Zhonghai stood in the middle of the courtyard, staring at his door, too scared to go inside. Inside, there had been a funeral and a coffin was placed there. Although the coffin was left in the field, the eerie feeling still seemed to linger. Soon, the news spread like water dropping into hot oil, exploding in every corner of the courtyard. "Did you hear? When they buried Aunt Damao, there was movement inside the coffin." Not just movement. It was loud. Thumping. Su Damao heard it with his own ears. "Oh my goodness, this is a death that refuses to rest in peace." Yi Zhonghai didn't sleep that night. He sat in the main hall, facing the memorial tablet labeled, "Auntie," temporarily written. He clenched a half bottle of erguotu in his hand. The smell of alcohol couldn't hide the panic in his eyes. He truly heard the noise. It was very clear. But was that Xiofan? Or a stray dog? A weasel? He desperately tried to convince himself it was the latter. Yet, deep inside, a cold corner of his mind whispered another thought. Could she be alive? Maybe she never died at all? This idea made him shiver all over. If she didn't die, where did she go? Why pretend to be dead? Then, a more frightening thought appeared. Did she find out something? Like his secret plans for retirement, his favoritism towards the deaf old lady. Even the little stash of private money, he had seemed to be off. He dared not think too much about it, and quickly drank a shot of alcohol. The alcohol burned his throat, but couldn't warm the coldness in his heart. The next day, he had dark circles under his eyes. When neighbors came to ask, he forced himself to stay calm and explained, it was a stray dog digging up the grave, that kind of place, evil spirits. Don't spread false rumors. The old lady in the backyard was the first to connect the coffin sounds and missing items. On the night of Xiufin's 7th day after death, she tremblingly took out a hidden box from beneath the brick of the Kong heated bed. It was empty. The yellow and white items she had saved her whole life, meant to be placed in her coffin, had vanished without a trace. Her thin, withered hand trembled badly. Her first thought was, did Ye Zhonghai steal it? But Ye Zhonghai had been busy arranging the funeral that day. Who could it be? Did someone break into the yard? Then, she remembered the sound coming from the coffin. A strange and chilling thought appeared. Did Xiufin not die completely? Did she crawl out and come back to take her things? This idea was too frightening for her to even say out loud. But as she looked at Ye Zhonghai, who was trying to stay calm, her doubts grew stronger. She started staying indoors and would wake up suddenly at night whenever she heard the wind, suspecting everyone around her. Shaju learned about this from Su Damao's exaggerated story. Su Damao patted his thigh and said, Zhuzi, you didn't see it. That coffin board was almost pushed open. I think Annie has some unfairness. When she was alive, you know. Shut up. Shaju shouted back, but his mind was in turmoil. He remembered how kind Annie used to be and also how cold she was to Yushui before she died. Thinking about the strange sound from the coffin, a strange feeling blocked his chest. Was it guilt? Maybe a little. Was he scared? Also a bit. Finally, he angrily chopped vegetables and told himself, she's gone now, why am I thinking about this? But at night, when he tucked Yushui into bed, he looked at the girl's furrowed brow while she was sleeping. For the first time, he muttered uncertainly, Auntie wouldn't really blame us, would she? Children see things more directly. Yushui understood. Annie died, but she turned into a ghost and was still knocking inside the coffin. She was so frightened that she had nightmares for several nights, dreaming of that meat bun, dreaming of a stern-looking auntie, and then hearing a loud bang as the coffin was opened. Yushui bit her blanket and thought, it's all your fault. If you hadn't changed or if you had still shared your food with me, I wouldn't dislike you, and you wouldn't have turned into a ghost to scare people. Su Damao was the only one who saw this as a joke. He spread the word everywhere. I tell you, that sound, it's definitely knocking. Not an animal. I, Su Damao, have traveled all over. I've heard everything. That auntie's sound is dying with regret. Maybe there's some injustice we don't know about. He enjoyed creating panic and watching Ye Zhonghai get embarrassed. Sometimes, he would also think of the pale woman in the hospital, feeling a tiny, strange feeling in his heart. Did that woman really die so willingly? Jia Zhang was not afraid of ghosts. She only felt sorry for missing out on some benefits. I think Ye Zhonghai didn't treat his wife well. When she was alive, he made her do all the chores. When she died, he didn't even want to buy a sturdy coffin. That thin board could be broken by a dog bumping into it. Of course it made noise. She was calculating. With Xiufin's death, Ye Zhonghai became a widower. The little money and house they had would have to be relied on by her son Dongxiu in the future. Things got a bit serious, and the three elders had to hold a small meeting. Ye Zhonghai insisted it was a natural phenomenon, don't believe in superstitions. Second Uncle Lu Haizhong, holding himself upright, said, this matter has a bad influence. We must believe in science. Any rumors will only harm the unity of the courtyard. Grandpa Yen Bugwai adjusted his glasses and did some quick math. This grave wasn't properly buried. Do we need to do it again? That would cost money. In the end, with Yi Zhonghai's insistence and the two elders setting the tone, the matter was quietly suppressed and became a taboo topic that no one dared to mention. Days went by. The initial fear and curiosity gradually faded with daily life. Yi Zhonghai didn't dare to visit the grave again. He sent someone to inform a nearby village, gave some money, and asked for help to fill in the hole. That was the end of it. He quickly regained his dignity as the big uncle, though his temples had more white hair, and he sometimes drifted off in thought. The deaf old lady's treasure was lost. She secretly watched everyone. She found no clues, so she swallowed her anger and kept her suspicions to herself, but she became more sarcastic toward Yi Zhonghai. Inside the courtyard, a new focus emerged. Jia Dongshu's marriage was scheduled, and his bride was Qin Huairu from the countryside. Silly Zhu seemed to cause some small trouble at the canteen. Su Damao went to the countryside to show movies and got some local specialties. The big ante and that loud coffin became scary stories told by women to their children at night. Or, after a few drinks, men would wipe the wine from their mouths and vaguely say, "Back then, there was all kinds of evil stuff," as an old story. Did she really die? Most people believed she did. What else could it be? A woman who couldn't read or write and was sickly. Where could she have gone? Regarding the coffin creaking and the rural rumors of corpse movement during burial. The older generation has heard these stories too, but they usually attribute them to earth energy or animals. A woman who has no family, no children, and has been quiet and obedient her whole life is gradually absorbed, covered, and forgotten in a yard full of schemes. Chun Tian doesn't know, nor does she need to know, the gossip inside the courtyard. She is the last real connection to that world. The thin coffin remains in the wilderness. The old clothes of Xiufen are buried near an unknown wall. Legally, socially, and even in ghost stories, Annie is already gone. From now on, she is Chun Tian, just Chun Tian. Chun Tian is crouched beside a large clay jar, mechanically stirring dark green kelp with a long wooden pestle. Her movements are as skilled as the other women's, her eyelids half closed, as if her soul is soaked in salty, fishy air. Only she knows that her peripheral vision acts like a precise probe, scanning every inch of the workshop. 18 days have passed, and she has figured out the rhythm of this workshop. On the 5th and 20th of each month, ships sail south. The best one is the Jiu Bo 108 ship, which is deep-drafted, runs to Hong Kong, and is captained by Zheng, who likes good wine and keeps accounts loosely. It's another shipment of exported Hong Kong-bound kelp, tied loosely with gaps in the center, possibly enough to hide a curled-up adult. The old warehouse keeper often forgot the keys and left them on the door. There was a young worker named Shui who liked to sit in the corner, reading old comic books with a look of dissatisfaction with the outside world. These were all opportunities for Chun Tian. Going to Hong Kong was the best choice for her as a modern person. After all, the next 3 years would be a great famine, followed by 10 years of the Cultural Revolution. Even if she had space, seeing everyone looking pale and thin was the most frightening. Before the 20th day, she had to prepare everything. She noticed that Shui often glanced at the female workers, especially their necks under their collars. One day, she accidentally spilled half a jar of sesame oil on herself, wetting her front. When she went to wash in the water room and brushed past Shui, she whispered nervously, "Brother Shui, I heard that sailors can bring back some rare things from outside." Shui's eyes flicked over her wet clothes and he grinned. "That depends on what it is, and whether it's useful." She handed him a silver coin, saying, "I have a brother in the south and want to send him a letter." He weighed the coin in his hand and said, "Old Zheng's boat, after loading cargo late at night, will have a small gap in the hatch for ventilation for about 15 minutes. He leaned in close, his warm breath brushing her ear. "Only insiders can get on. Can you be one of us?" Chun Tian lowered her eyes and replied, "I can help Boss Zheng settle a confusing account. I can read and write." The Zhejiang fishing boat number 108 looked like a sleeping monster, moored beside the outermost pier. Chun Tian crouched behind a pile of discarded fishing nets, wearing oversized male work clothes she had stolen, with oil and coal dust on her face. She looked at the old watch on her wrist. She traded a silver dollar with the night watchman to get it. At midnight, the patrol team passed by the front of the pier. She hid in the shadows, focusing her mind, entering a vague space of nothingness. It was dark, completely silent, and time felt distorted. She silently counted to 150, about 3 minutes in real time. Just before feeling the familiar suffocating sensation, she broke free. The sound of the patrol's footsteps was distant now. No one was on the pier. She crouched low and moved closer to the ship's side. The gap Shui mentioned was under the ship's storage compartment, a hatch slightly open. But she couldn't go directly in. There were several bundles of old ropes piled at the entrance. Focusing her mind, she targeted the center of the most obstructive bundle of ropes. She gathered it. One section of the rope disappeared into thin air, leaving the rest loose and collapsed, revealing a gap wide enough for a person to squeeze through. She released the vanished section of rope into the shadows nearby. Just as her hand touched the hatch, voices and flashlight beams came from the ship's bow. 2 crew members had returned early to fetch something. There was no time to hesitate. She curled up in the small gap beneath the sliding door, once again hiding herself. Vast emptiness surrounded her. A flashlight beam swept over the spot where she had disappeared. Strange, I thought I heard something just now. This broken dock. Rats are bigger than cats, the crew member cursed and walked away. Chun Tian broke free from the suffocating space, feeling a sharp pain in her lungs. She used all her strength to push open the hatch, rolled into the cabin, and gently closed it behind her. Her hiding place was arranged in advance by Shui. Among the bundles of seaweed being loaded onto the ship, one was tampered with. The center was hollowed out and filled with a pig bladder, full of air, a small bamboo tube of clear water, and some hard, stone-like pancakes. She crawled inside and covered the opening with dry seaweed. Darkness, dampness, and a disgusting salty smell instantly engulfed her. This was her coffin, where she would stay for at least 2 days until the ship reached open sea. The first few hours of the voyage were the hardest. The ship rocked, and her stomach churned violently. She clenched her teeth, summoned all her willpower to resist vomiting. She couldn't leave any traces. Periodically, she used her collection ability to slightly move the seaweed around her, preventing her blood flow from being cut off due to prolonged pressure. The air in the pig bladder slowly depleted, and she carefully controlled her breathing. By the second night, the lower deck suddenly received a few crew members who started angrily counting the cargo. The flashlight beam flickered wildly, and footsteps were very close. Chun Tian held her breath, hid in the shadows, and activated her brief concealment skill. The crew's chatter, flashlight, and even their strong smells of sweat and smoke were cut off the moment she entered a state of emptiness. She silently counted in the absolute silence and darkness, reaching 180, her limit, before she managed to break free. Cold sweat soaked through her clothes. Time seemed to stretch endlessly in the darkness and pain. Only the steady hum of the ship's engine and the sound of waves hitting the hull reminded her that she was moving and getting farther away. The rocking of the cabin became lighter, and the engine noise slowed down. Outside, there was a very different noise, shouting in Cantonese and English. The clear sound of a bicycle bell, along with a strange, complex city atmosphere. Coal smoke, spices, damp stones, and a faint smell of the sea. Hong Kong had arrived. Chun Tian forced herself to focus, pulling her mind together from near exhaustion. Carefully, she removed a few strands of seaweed covering the hatch, like a molting insect, struggling to crawl out of a decayed cocoon. The lower deck was empty. She changed into a set of clothes hidden deep inside the seaweed bundle, clothes she had traded for during the days of pickling. Using her last bit of strength, she wiped most of the dirt off her face, with the dirty water seeping in from the corner. The sliding door was opened from outside. Faint morning light and noise poured in together. A crew member leaned in and was Shui. He saw her, paused briefly, and made a quick gesture, pointing toward the gangway. She was among a group of sleepy, ready to disembark crew members, lowering her head as she walked onto the deck. Across Victoria Harbor, the outlines of tall buildings stretched under a pale blue sky, very different from the low skyline of the city. Salty wind blew in, carrying a scent of freedom and the unknown she had never smelled before. At the dock, laborers in short shirts, workers wearing copper basin hats, and women with curly hair hurried past. A water police officer, smoking lazily, watched the ships arrive. The inspection was more relaxed than she expected. Maybe it was because her pale, weak appearance and plain clothes made her seem harmless. Or perhaps the pack of Lucky Strike cigarettes Shui slipped her had helped. She stepped onto the sturdy wooden dock. Chun Tian did not look back. She followed the crowd toward the gate. The leader has a scar on his neck and is called Scarface Rong. They're worried about a bad debt. A small dance hall owner borrowed money at high interest and used a batch of mysterious Southeast Asian jewelry to pay it off. The jewelry looks suspicious and is hard to sell. When Chun Tian and the others stood up, she accidentally knocked over Scarface Rong's teacup.
Sorry.
She hurriedly wiped it with her sleeve, speaking with a strong northern accent, clumsy and nervous. Scarface Rong was about to get angry, but noticed her showing part of her wrist while wiping. There, she wore a delicate jade bracelet with a lot of water, the most unremarkable item among her grandmother's belongings. New from the mainland, Scarface Rong squinted and signaled his men to hold her down. Got anything good on you? Chun Tian trembled like a leaf and took out a small cloth bag from her bosom. Inside were a few broken pieces of jewelry, a pair of gold-plated earrings, a silver gold ring, and half of a cracked white jade pendant. The quality was mixed, but those who knew jade could tell that half of the jade was very good. Family heirlooms, that's all, she said with a crying voice. Uncle, I want to change my ID card, get new clothes, find a job. Scarface Rong picked up the half-jade piece and looked at it in the light. Chun Tian quietly said in a mixture of northern dialect and Cantonese, "This jade is a pair, and there's half of it." My mom said, "I can exchange it for small house." This was a gamble. A gamble on the greed of the gang and their superstition about the treasure of mainland refugees. Scarface Rong was indeed tempted. He lacks money laundering and cash flow channels. This woman seems foolish, but she might actually have some valuable information, and she has no support, making her the easiest clean-up target. Follow me, he said as he stood up. Scarface Rong's accounting room is in an attic in a back alley in Wan Chai. The room is filled with smoke, and stacks of ledgers and receipts are everywhere. I can help you get an ID, Scarface Rong said, blowing smoke rings. But I need to see your skills first. He pushed over a messy ledger, showing the cash flow of a gambling house, full of mistakes. Tomorrow morning, I want to see clear accounts. If you do well, you'll be one of us. If not, he smiled but didn't finish. Chun Tian knew this was a test and a trap. If her accounts were clear, she had value. If not, or if she revealed too many secrets, she might disappear. She stayed awake all night. She organized the accounts, but deliberately left a few small, harmless errors. She added a note. Uncle Rong, there are some doubts here. It might be due to previous handlers' oversight. Please review. Finally, she showed her sincerity. She picked out a pair of gold-plated earrings from her jewelry, wrapped them carefully, and placed them under the ledger. In the morning, Scar-faced Rong looked at the ledger, his expression changing. The accounts were clear, and she had subtly hinted at previous manipulations, but she still left him some face. The earrings weren't expensive, but they showed good manners. What's your name? He asked.
Chun
Wanqing, she replied, using a pre-planned name. It sounded gentle and a bit old-fashioned, like a refined young lady. Okay, Ching, Scarface Rong said as he took a card from the drawer. Go to the Photoshop, photographer Li, in Sham Shui Pui, and get a photo taken. Bring back your ID in 3 days. Photographer Lee's shop is hidden on the ground floor of a building in Shamshui-pa. The setting is plain and old-fashioned, with an outdated camera. While taking her photo, Chen Tiantian changed into a simple qipao borrowed from the landlady in exchange for helping to repair her clothes. The woman in the photo looks slightly surprised and plain, fitting the look of a new immigrant. Scarface Rong gave her a temporary residence permit stamped with a blurry official seal. The name on it was Chen Wanqing, born in Baoan, Guangdong. Such documents were common among the lower class in 1950s Hong Kong. They were enough for routine checks, but not accepted by official companies or fancy places. That was not enough. Chen Tiantian needed a cleaner, more trustworthy identity. She used the opportunity of helping Scarface Rong at the dock to get close to an unsuccessful old clerk at the customs warehouse, Uncle Xiang. Uncle Xiang liked wine, and his wife was seriously ill and needed money. She pretended to be asking about job opportunities for fellow villagers and invited Uncle Xiang for drinks. After drinking, he, accidentally, revealed, "My uncle used to work at a foreign firm in Shanghai before the war. He has some connections. I heard there's a way to get a guarantee letter from Taiku Company." Uncle Xiang's eyes lit up. A few days later, Chen Tiantian exchanged a small piece of gold for official ID templates and some old forms stamped with invalid seals, which Uncle Xiang had secretly copied using his position. Key information includes the loophole for people who arrived in Hong Kong before 1950 and lost their records, allowing them to reapply for ID cards. Using a stolen pen and ink, she copied the format to fill out an ID application for Chen Wanqing. Her birth year was changed to 1930 to appear younger, and her hometown was listed as Jiangsu Wuxian, suggesting a southern background away from the north. Her arrival in Hong Kong was recorded as 1948. The stamp was carved from a radish, rough but hidden within official documents, so it wouldn't be noticed easily. Chen Tiantian wanted to blend into Hong Kong society more, so she went to a Shanghai-style barbershop and got a trendy, flying hairstyle. She found an old tailor named Master Su, who had escaped from Shanghai. She paid him with a pair of pearl earrings to make two kitpeos styled like those worn in beauty pageants. One was moon white with silver plum blossom embroidery, elegant and refined. The other was dark green velvet, sleeveless and fashionable. The fabric was bought from the black market, but the craftsmanship was excellent. She also observed female office workers in Central Daily, copying their makeup styles. She practiced walking in high heels on her rented rooftop and watched movies to imitate star gestures. She took small doses of Run My Pill to improve her complexion, but kept it within healthy limits, not overly youthful. In speech, Chen Tiantian worked hard to learn Cantonese, deliberately keeping a soft Jiangnan accent to seem authentic. She also learned some basic English phrases to appear as having Western education. A month later, when Chen Wanqing appeared again in front of Scarface Rong, he was momentarily stunned. The woman before him wore a light blue qipao with a short jacket, her hair neatly styled, her makeup appropriate, and carried a slightly old but well-made leather bag. She spoke with a soft, gentle accent, her eyes calm and peaceful, completely different from the frightened, mainland wife she had been before. "Uncle Rong, I want to find a proper job in Central," she said with a smile. "You have many contacts. Could you introduce me?" Through Scarface Rong's introduction, she went to work as an account assistant at a trading company he secretly owned shares in. This was still about watching and using others. Chen Tiantian understood that to truly escape, she needed money and leverage. Soon an opportunity arose. Scarface Rong had a falling out with a young boss from the He gang over casino profits, and they agreed to meet in Kowloon Walled City to settle the matter. Chen Tiantian went along as the bookkeeper. The negotiation broke down and a fight broke out. Scarface Rong was stabbed and fell to the ground. His men hurriedly protected him and retreated in chaos. During the confusion, a leather case containing 3 bags of gold bars and ledgers, which the young boss had offered to the main hall, was left behind in a corner. Chen Tiantian was the last to leave. She saw everything. In a moment when no one was paying attention, she took the leather case into her space. Then she pretended to be panicked and fled with the others. The next day, she claimed to be sick and did not go to work. Using a small part of the gold bars, 5 bars, she exchanged them for clean Hong Kong dollars through a shady bank introduced by Uncle Xiang earlier. Then, she sent a message through someone to the trading company, claiming that her mother was seriously ill in the countryside and she needed to return to the mainland quickly. Soon after, she moved out of Wan Chai overnight and rented a small unit in an undeveloped area near Happy Valley, using the name Chenwanqing. Most neighbors were quiet clerks and old-fashioned residents who didn't ask about her background. To avoid being found, Chen Tiantian secretly sent evidence of Scarface Rong's collusion with a young boss in smuggling and fake bookkeeping to her rival gang and the police, anonymously. Not long after, the two gangs clashed. Scarface Rong was seriously injured and fled to Macau. The trail went cold, and no one pursued the woman who was said to have returned to the mainland. In spring 1956, Chen Tiantian, fluent in Cantonese and English, she had passed the CET-4 before crossing over and could sing many Cantonese songs. Along with her good handwriting and accounting skills, she had interned at a trading company, passed the exam to become a clerk at a second-rate foreign firm. She dressed simply, worked diligently, left on time, avoided gossip with colleagues, and was polite but distant. Her salary was small but enough for her to live decently. Her real income came from the treasure trove of gold and silver in her space, and from the small-scale foreign exchange and gold arbitrage she learned from the gang's gray financial knowledge, exploiting the price differences between Hong Kong and the mainland. With her identity and job secured, she only needed to buy a house. She set her sights on a small unit in an old building on Robson Road in the mid-levels. This is not a top luxury house, but it is in a traditional, wealthy neighborhood with good security and neighbors who value privacy. The owner is an elderly Chinese couple eager to immigrate to Australia. The house is priced below market value. Chen Tiantian used a fake ID under the name Chen Wanqing and exchanged a box of cash, gold bars, to complete the deal. A lawyer from a money exchange business was a bit suspicious, but she explained, "It's a little savings left by my parents, brought over in gold during troubled times." She deliberately scheduled the paperwork on a Friday afternoon. The lawyer, eager to finish before the weekend, didn't investigate further. Her new home has been turned into a safe house and a showcase of her image. The interior is simple, but there are a few items with history. An antique-style vase, said to be family heirloom, a set of original English books to show education, a painting of a Jiangnan landscape she embroidered herself to hint at skill and background. All traces that might reveal northern habits have been removed. Chen Tiantian even changed her eating habits, learning to cook Cantonese soups. Days passed peacefully. She began to recall faint memories of embroidery from her original body. At first, her stitches were rough, and her color choices lacked finesse, showing a hint of old craftsmanship. She was not in a hurry. She only embroidered small pieces, handkerchiefs, mirror covers, or fan surfaces. Her first works were sent to a familiar Shanghai tailor shop, Master Su, to sell on her behalf. Master Su saw that, though imperfect, the embroidery had a delicate, old-fashioned elegance. Feeling emotional, she placed her embroidery in a quiet corner of her shop. To her surprise, a nostalgic Southeast Asian businesswoman bought it at a good price. Gradually, Miss Chen's embroidery gained some fame in her small circle. She worked very slowly, making only 3 or 5 pieces a year, which made her work rare and valuable. Her themes expanded from simple flowers and birds to ancient-style landscapes. She even embroidered a tiny replica of the Cambridge Bridge, requested by a guest who studied in Britain. Using a special stitching technique, she showed the texture and reflection of the stone bridge, which amazed everyone. Her money slowly accumulated this way. She didn't buy property or invest in stocks. All her extra money, besides what she needed for a decent life, was stored as supplies in her space. That quiet, broken space, long neglected, unexpectedly gave her a gift one late night while she was organizing her storage. She placed a freshly bought roast goose leg inside. She only meant to store it briefly. The next day, When she took it out, the aroma and heat were just as fresh as when she put it in. This discovery made Chen Tiantian's heart race. She began to test systematically. A bowl of hot soup, a plate of shrimp dumplings, a cup of steamed milk. No matter how long she waited, everything was just as fresh when she took it out. Inside that space, time seemed to stand still for inanimate objects. She started to stockpile intentionally. She became a regular at various restaurants in Central, Wanchai, and Kowloon City, no longer just for her own enjoyment. Yom Ji's roast goose, Lien Xianglu's barbecue pork buns, Luyu Tea House's dragon and phoenix balls, street stalls milk tea with stockings and egg tarts. Each item is not many, but the variety is complete. Later, the collection expanded to canned foods, meat, fish, fruit, compressed biscuits, chocolates, and even cases of Coca-Cola. From personal underwear and cotton socks to 1950s waist-cinching kipeos, 1960s A-line skirts, 1970s bell-bottom pants, and 1980s padded shoulder suits. Men's, women's, and children's clothing from linen and cotton to wool, silk, and synthetic fibers. Shoes ranging from embroidered shoes and leather shoes to sneakers and rain boots. Sizes from her own to noticeably larger, smaller, or even for babies. Including sewing kits, soap, matches, candles, antibiotics, gauze, water purification tablets, hardware tools, books, from dictionaries to technical manuals, batteries, radios. All small items she believed still valuable across eras were sorted into categories and placed in a gradually organized mental space. This continued for many years. The change happened on an ordinary afternoon in the early 1990s. She was wandering through the Manhwa Street antique market, not specifically looking for treasures, just habitually observing old objects. A plain jade comb lay in the corner of a grocery stall. The jade was cloudy, the teeth slightly damaged, and the vendor asked 50 Hong Kong dollars. She noticed a very faint carved pattern of intertwined branches on the comb handle, felt a strange impulse, and bought it. After returning home, she normally checked the new miscellaneous items she bought. When she picked up the jade comb, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. The comb was slightly warm in her hand, then transformed into a gentle blue light and entered her forehead. The space deep inside her mind suddenly shook. The grayish-white fog that had always covered the edge of her consciousness and blocked her from sensing deeper areas retreated by about a foot. The once crowded space seemed to become a little more open. Even some of the words on the bottles of herbal medicine became visible again. Chen Tiantian quickly looked over. Detox pill. Small characters appeared on the bottle. Removes all poisons, heals ulcers. For toxins in the skin or invading the body, dissolve in warm water and take. Skin regeneration powder. Restores flesh and bones, heals fractures. A holy product for injuries. Fasting elixir. Take one pill, and you will not feel hungry or thirsty for 7 days. Those who are weak should use with caution. Her gaze fixed on a small, elegant red bottle. The words on it made her breathe pause. Multiple births female pill. Take at the beginning of pregnancy, and you will definitely have a girl, often twins or more. Note: only for women to use. Mother and daughter will be safe, but the fetus will be strong, and the mother's body will be more drained. Use with nourishing supplements. Female birth pill? Or multiple babies? Chen Tiantian held the image of that red pill in her mind, silent for a long time. In her life, she was alone, never truly experienced love or marriage before or after her crossing. She had no obsession with having children. Because of her own experiences, she was deeply cautious and distant about close relationships. This pill was useless to her personally. But a cold thought crossed her mind. Since it is a medicine, it must have some use. She wouldn't take it herself, but that didn't mean it had no value. At the right time, it might have an unexpected effect. Chen Tiantian had been alone afterward. Since retiring, her days were peaceful and fulfilling. Besides her lifelong embroidery, she did 2 other things that others might find a bit unusual. First, she spent a good amount of savings to learn martial arts, and second, she started studying traditional Chinese medicine from scratch. She was getting older, and her muscles and bones were less flexible. She couldn't learn advanced moves, but her stance was very steady. In the mornings, in the corner of the park, she was often seen wearing plain clothes, slowly starting her routine. Her set of punches flowed smoothly, full of grace and strength. Someone asked with a smile, "Grandma Chen, why do you still practice martial arts at your age?" She just smiled and didn't answer. Only she knew that someday she might need it. The Chinese medicine books were thick, with tiny characters. Chen Tiantian wore reading glasses and read them one by one. On the small wooden table on the balcony, besides a sewing basket, notes from The Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon and Compendium of Materia Medica were piling up. When neighbors had headaches or fevers, she sometimes made simple herbal packs to give them, speaking gently. Try following the recipe first. If it doesn't get better, you should see a doctor. Over time, people actually began to rely a little on her self-taught knowledge. At 95 years old one morning, she did not wake up as usual. She passed away peacefully in her sleep, as if she had simply fallen into a deeper, sweeter dream. On the bedside table, there was a neatly placed document, a notarized donation agreement. This was the old house she had lived in her whole life, kept clean and tidy, along with all its furniture, donated entirely to the country. Chen Tiantian thought that with this gift, someone would carefully take care of her affairs after her passing. Sure enough, she was once again transported to another time. Her consciousness felt like it was sinking into cold, sticky mud. Another woman, Yixiu, was overwhelmed by pain and despair, tearing at her heart, yet forcibly pulled and pressed into her mind by some powerful force, causing her to suffer intense pain. Honghu, my huir, a broken sob escaped from her cracked lips, feeling both foreign and deeply familiar. Her heavy eyelids trembled, finally opening a slit. It was dim. A candle flickered weakly on a distant table. A young girl, dressed in simple servant clothes, with eyes swollen like peaches, knelt by the bed, her feet resting on the edge. Carefully, she used a damp cloth to wipe the small child's forehead and neck. The cloth quickly grew hot, and the girl's hands trembled badly. Tears fell steadily, mixing with the water in the basin, which was no longer cool. Chen Tiantian suddenly sat up quickly, feeling dizzy and weak like a rising tide. She bit her lip hard to hold back the nausea and darkness that threatened to take over her vision. Finally, her eyes focused on the small face, Yixiu, the late Honghu. He was just over 3 years old, his face flushed red, but his lips showed a strange purple color. His tiny body trembled constantly under the blanket. He had sudden, intense convulsions. Each one made his already weak breathing become faster and shallower, like an old, broken bellows. She remembered the last time Yixiu was awake before losing consciousness. He had shouted for the servants to call the doctor and report to the 4th master. Then he woke up again, but it was her, Chen Tiantian. Where's the doctor? Why haven't they come yet? The maid kneeling nearby, probably named Jianxiu, trembled and cried even harder, almost unable to speak clearly. Consort. Consort, you're awake. The doctor is in the main hall. The lady said her chest hurt this afternoon, and the 4th master called both doctors over. But they haven't come out yet. The lady's chest hurt. The 2 doctors. They can't leave. Go and call again. Kneel at the main hall door and beg. Tell him Yahonghui is in trouble. Hurry. Her eyes, red with tears, stared fiercely at Jianxiu. Jianxiu rushed out. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Chen Tiantian held Yahonghui tightly, humming a broken lullaby, her eyes fixed on the door. Footsteps. Only Jianxiu is present. No one else is around, sighed Consort. Lord Su said. The consort is receiving acupuncture and should not be disturbed. 4th master told you to stay calm. Hong Hui's life is in danger. His life is in danger. Chen Tiantian whispered with a sharp, bitter laugh. My son is almost dead. And he tells me to stay calm. In her arms, Hong Hui's breathing grew weaker. His convulsions stopped, and his face changed from bright red to pale gray.
Huir?
Huir, she slapped his cheek coldly. She checked his nose for breath, faint and fragile, like a thread about to break. Someone! Help! More hurried footsteps came from outside the door. But there was still no family doctor, only a few unfamiliar, frightened servants. Chen Tian lowered her head, gently touching Hong Hui's cold face, softly stroking him. Then she took out a pill from her system space. Without hesitation, she pinched open the child's mouth and placed the pill inside. The rejuvenation pill can make someone look more seriously ill, but at least it keeps them alive. Waiting? Waiting for the main courtyard to show mercy? Waiting for her Hong Hui to completely sleep in this cold despair? Deep inside, Chen Tiantian's fierce determination, mixed with the desperate maternal instinct of Ishu, suddenly ignited. The family doctor is unreliable, Injun is unreliable, and no one in the Bale residence can be trusted. She must break this situation, or in the end, Chen Tiantian will face the same fate as Ishu. She raised her voice, not very loud, but with a firm and commanding tone. Consort, gather everyone in the yard who can still move, whether they are guards or servants.
No exceptions.
Follow me, Ishu quickly ordered, pulling a plain cloak over her shoulders to hide her disheveled sleepwear, but her determined spirit could not be concealed. Consort, where are you going? This isn't proper. Fourth master. Jian Xiu stammered in fear. Proper? Ishu's lips curled into a cold, sarcastic smile.
My son is almost dying.
Is this the rule of the fourth master's estate? Stop wasting time. If you don't want Honghu to die with me, do as I say. Chen Tian bent down, using a corner of her cloak to support her hand, carefully lifting Honghu. In the yard, including Jian Xiu, there were only 4 or 5 frightened servants, all looking pale. Chen Tian shot them a cold glance. Listen, Honghu is seriously ill, and the main hall is ignoring his life. I am taking him out to see a doctor. Anyone who tries to stop me is deliberately trying to harm the prince. If you want to live, if you want to leave a way out for yourselves, then rush out with me. If the fourth master blames me later, I will take full responsibility and ensure you are safe. But if you hesitate now and something happens to Honghu, all of you will pay the price. In life and death moments, using both carrot and stick is the simplest and most effective strategy. A few servants looked at each other, finally, under Ishu's almost threatening gaze and the warning of being buried with her. They reluctantly followed behind her. In the heavy rain, Ishu held Honghu in her arms, walking slowly, but with great calm. Jian Xiu stayed close beside her, while the others scattered around, like a group of brave, yet frightened guards. Sure enough, before reaching the second gate, they were stopped by the night watchwoman and the eunuchs. Consort, it's late at night. Where are you going? Carrying brother Honghu is not good either. He's sick. What if he catches a cold? One stewardess stepped forward, speaking politely but firmly. Get out of the way. Ishu ignored her and kept walking straight ahead. Consort. Without the fourth master's or the lady sign, you can't leave the second gate. That's the rule. The stewardess raised her arms to block the way, raising her voice. Rules? Ishu stopped, her eyes shining brightly in the dark night. My son, the fourth master's own child, the eldest son of the prince's mansion, is about to die from your rules. I need to take him out now to save him.
Try stopping me again if you dare.
Her voice was quiet but clear, filled with a fierce determination to risk everything. The stewardess was intimidated by her presence but still insisted. Servants are just following orders. Follow whose orders? The order of softness? Is that more important than the life of the royal grandson? Ishu sharply interrupted. Jian Xiu, break through. Jian Xiu clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and charged forward. A rough maid nearby also became aggressive and pushed forward. The eunuch guarding the gate tried to stop her, but was held back by 2 other servants. The scene quickly became chaotic. The old maid dared not really hit Ishu, but she couldn't stop the angry servants. The gate was forced open with a loud crash. Consort, you can't do this. You're disturbing the fourth lord and the lady, the old maid shouted behind her. Chen Tian ignored her, holding Honghu tightly. She squeezed through the crack in the door and hurried toward the main gate. The chaos inside the courtyard seemed to have alarmed some people. There were lanterns swaying and shouting from afar, but no one dared to come forward and stop the sick brother and the seemingly frantic consort who was holding him. The main gate was a bigger obstacle. The guards there wore swords and looked stern. "Stop! Who dares to break into the house at night?" The captain of the guards stepped forward, hand on his sword. Chun Tian paused, took a deep breath, and held the child more securely so the guards could see Honghu's pale face and the silk quilt wrapped around him. "I am the fourth lord's consort, Olanara. I am holding the fourth lord's eldest son, Honghu. He is seriously ill and the court doctor is busy. I must leave immediately to summon a doctor. Please open the gate quickly." The guard captain looked troubled. "Consort, without the master's order or a sign, you cannot open the gate at night. That is the strict rule. Please do not make things difficult for us. Strict rule? The safety of the crown prince is the most important rule." Chun Tian stepped forward and stared at the guard captain. "If Brother Honghu delays in saving him and something goes wrong, can you, a mere gatekeeper, really take responsibility? If the fourth prince investigates, will you be accused of refusing to open the door or of neglecting your duty and causing the crown prince's death? Think carefully." She spoke quickly and forcefully, directly accusing him of causing the crown prince's death. The guard captain's forehead was covered in sweat. He looked at the pale-faced child in Ishio's arms, then at the chaos in the backyard and the attitude of the main courtyard. He hesitated for a moment. "Open the door," Chun Tian shouted again, her voice full of desperate determination. "All consequences will be borne by Ishio of the Olanara clan. If you don't open the door, I will crash into this doorpost right now. Let's see how you explain to the fourth prince and the palace for forcing the side consort and the crown prince into such a situation." As she spoke, she even made a move to crash into the nearby doorpost. Jianqiu screamed and tightly pulled her back. Finally, the guard captain couldn't hold back anymore. Accusing him of forcing the side consort into a dangerous situation and possibly causing the crown prince's illness, he knew he would be cut to pieces 100 times over. Compared to that, opening the door might still be negotiable.
Open.
"Open the door," the guard captain gritted his teeth and ordered. The heavy palace door creaked open a crack. She looked back one last time toward the deep part of the Bale residence, where the lights were still bright and the sounds of strings and flutes faintly echoed from the main courtyard. Then, she tightly embraced Honghu and without looking back, she stepped out of the prison that had pushed her to the edge of despair. Where to go? The Imperial Medical Office? Knocking at the door at night, reporting layer by layer, it was too late. A sudden thought flashed through Chen Tiantian's mind like lightning. Next door, the 8th prince's residence. ELIXIRS, the sworn enemy of Zhen. They often opposed each other in court, and privately, they probably enjoyed watching this good fourth brother's jokes. Especially this kind of child destruction and disregard for human morals. An earth-shaking joke. Without hesitation, Ishio quickly figured out the direction and held Honghu tightly. With the help of Qianqiu and others, she almost staggered as she rushed toward the 8th prince's residence, not far away.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! She used all her strength to knock on the tall, imposing red door of the 8th prince's house. The knocking sounded especially harsh, urgent, and desperate in the quiet night. Soon, there was movement inside. The gatekeeper opened a crack and asked impatiently, "Who is it?" "In the middle of the night, I am the second consort of the 4th prince, Wolanala. Urgently need to see 8th lord. It concerns the life of the imperial grandson. Please pass the message quickly." Chen Tiantian's voice had already become hoarse and exhausted. The gatekeeper was startled, and under the lantern light, he saw Ishio's disheveled but still beautiful face, as well as the child wrapped tightly and pale-faced in her arms. Not daring to delay, he hurried inside to report. In just a moment, the door opened again, but this time, it was not ELIXIRS who appeared, but a senior steward eunuch from his residence. The attitude was polite, but with a hint of scrutiny. "Consort, the 8th prince has already gone to rest. I don't know why you come so late at night, and… Are you holding brother Honghu? Ishio knew that at this moment, any attempt to hide or be polite was a waste of time.
Clearly.
My son Honghu suddenly fell seriously ill, with a high fever and convulsions, and his life is in danger. But the fourth prince. He, because of the consort's health, kept all the doctors in the main hall, refusing to let anyone come and treat my son, even as he struggled on the brink of death. I was truly at my wit's end, thinking that the eighth prince is kind-hearted and that there might be good doctors in the residence. So I dared to knock on the door late at night, begging the eighth prince to save my son's life. Honghu is only 3 years old. Her words were half true, half false, but every word was filled with tears, firmly accusing Injin of the crime of killing a child. She also subtly gave Inli a reputation of kindness, forcing him to take responsibility. Sure enough, the eunuch in charge looked surprised, listened carefully to the sounds inside the residence. Obviously, someone had already reported. Then he changed to a more sympathetic expression. Consort, please come in quickly. The eighth prince already knows. The wind outside is strong, so take the young lord inside to keep warm. Our residence just has a doctor here checking the consort's pulse for peace of mind, and he will come to see the young lord shortly. Chen Tian sneered inwardly, but her face showed a look of grateful, tearful despair as a mother. With the help of Jian Xiao, she entered the eighth prince's residence, holding Honghu. She was led into a warm side hall, where soon an elderly doctor dressed as a physician hurried over. Carefully, Ishio placed Honghui on a soft mat and took a step back, but kept a close watch. The elderly doctor, named Qin, was famous in the Imperial Medical Office as a pediatric master. At this moment, his eyebrows were tightly knit, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He took silver needles from his medicine box, heated them over fire, and skillfully inserted them into key acupuncture points on Honghui. A pot of medicine simmered on a charcoal stove nearby, releasing a strong, bitter smell that filled the air, blending with a tense, suffocating silence. Time slowly passed. Dr. Qin occasionally checked Honghui's pulse, looked at his eyelids, adjusted the needles, or signaled his assistant to feed some ginseng soup to prolong his life. Chen Tiantian's heart fluttered with each small movement of the doctor. She saw Honghui's pale face. It seemed that his condition was not worsening further. The faint rise and fall of his chest, almost invisible, was maintained by the needles and medicine, barely holding on. The effect of the Runmaidan was more strange than she expected. It didn't bring him back to life, but it seemed to forcibly unblock and sustain the faint thread of his heartbeat, allowing a tiny, unstable spark of life to cling on. The price was that, in the eyes of the doctor, Honghui's body looked strange, almost like a dying lamp, weak and fragile. His meridians were empty, and his vital energy was exhausted. A gentle touch could make his life force completely vanish. Dr. Qin finally let out a deep sigh, withdrew the last silver needle, and wiped his sweat with a cloth. He turned to the eighth prince Inshi and Ishio, who had been silently watching nearby, and bowed. His voice was tired and filled with fear. Eighth Lord, Consort, Honghu's pulse is temporarily stable, but we are only relieved for now. The danger is not over. His condition came on too suddenly and fiercely, and we missed the best time for treatment. Now the evil heat has temporarily receded, but his vital energy is greatly damaged, and his heart and pulse are hurt. In the future, he will need very careful care, and no wind, cold, or disturbance must occur or… He didn't finish, but everyone understood his meaning. This child has only been pulled back from the brink of death for now, but any small change could send him back, and he is destined to be a long-term patient, always needing medicine. Chen Tian closed her eyes, then opened them again with a cold, clear understanding. This was exactly the effect she wanted. She was a grandchild of the emperor who almost died because of delays caused by her biological father and the main consort, but was lucky to survive as a cripple. Sometimes, this was more useful than a child who had simply died. especially when this fact was spread. She stood up and bowed deeply to Dr. Qin. Her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, doctor, for saving my son's life." Then she turned to Yin Qi, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you, Eighth Lord, for your help and kindness. If it weren't for your generosity, my son might have already." She wept uncontrollably, vividly portraying a mother who is desperate, heartbroken, yet deeply grateful. Yin Shi gently supported her. He spoke kindly. "Fourth sister, please don't be like this. Honghu is fourth brother's flesh and blood, and also my nephew. To see him in danger and not help is not right." But he paused just right, showing a look of difficulty and anger. "Fourth brother's actions are indeed somewhat inappropriate. Forget it. Fourth sister, you should stay here and take care of Honghu. We will wait until the child is more stable," he signaled with his eyes, and a clever maid immediately stepped forward. She led Ishu and Honghu to a quiet, warm side room that had already been prepared. As for Jian Xiao and the other servants who had rushed out, they were also properly arranged, both to take care of them and to keep watch, creating a separation. That night, the back courtyard of the 8th prince's residence remained lit. Meanwhile, just a wall away, the 4th prince's residence fell into a strange silence after the initial chaos and anger. When Yinjun learned that Ishu had dared to break into the residence and had taken Honghu to the 8th lord's house, he was furious, as expected. He smashed a porcelain brush holder in his study. Soft, who was nearby, was crying and feeling guilty, which made Yinjun feel even more distressed. His dislike for Ishu's reckless and foolish behavior deepened. He ordered to block the news and severely punish the guards at the gate, but he had not yet taken any action against the 8th prince's residence. Perhaps he still held a bit of hope or thought that family matters should not be made public immediately. However, he underestimated Inchi's actions. The next day, during the morning court at the Qianqing Palace, after discussing several military and political matters, the atmosphere eased a little. The censor finished his routine report, and Emperor Kangxi was about to leave court. Suddenly, Yinxi, standing among the princes, stepped forward, bowed, and spoke clearly but with a hint of sorrow. "Your Majesty, I have a report to make. It concerns 4th brother's family and the safety of the imperial grandson. I have thought carefully and dare not remain silent." All the officials and scholars in the court turned their attention to him. Yinjin's heart tightened, and he looked sharply at Yinxi, his gaze as fierce as a blade. Kangxi raised an eyebrow, showing a tired but curious expression. "Oh, 8th brother, what is so serious? 4th brother's family matters?" "Yes." Yinxi raised his head, showing just the right amount of sorrow and reluctance. "Last night, at around midnight, 4th brother's wife, Olinara, was holding the seriously ill nephew Honghu and knocked on my door for help. I saw Honghu with a high fever, unconscious and barely breathing. 4th sister-in-law looked distressed, crying and begging, saying Honghu suddenly fell ill with a critical condition and his life was in danger. However, all the doctors in 4th brother's residence were detained in the main hall, and no one could go to treat him. I could not bear to see the imperial grandson in danger, so I immediately summoned the court physicians to do their best to save him. After the skilled doctors worked hard to save him, Honghu's nephew temporarily escaped danger, but his vital energy was greatly damaged, and he has not woken up yet. The doctors clearly said that this was because of delayed treatment and the deep invasion of toxic substances into his body. This explanation was clear and logical. It highlighted the serious illness, lack of immediate help, delay in treatment, and the near-death experience. Everyone in the court was shocked. The ministers exchanged uncertain and surprised looks. It was not unusual for a favored concubine to be dismissed or treated poorly, but it was very disgraceful to almost cause the eldest son's death and to involve the enemy's brother's house. Yinjin's face turned pale with anger, and he immediately stepped forward. His voice became firm and angry. "Father Emperor, what 8th brother said is not entirely true. Honghu was indeed slightly unwell yesterday, but the palace doctor was always by his side. It was because the Empress consort suddenly had an old illness flare up and was in severe pain, making the situation more urgent. I ordered the palace doctor to prioritize her care. Balanara, as a side consort, did not consider this and instead made a big fuss, even breaking into the palace at night and disturbing the neighbors. She also took the sick young son out of the palace, causing him to be exposed to wind and shock, which worsened his condition. Such reckless jealousy and reckless actions are the real cause of putting Honghu in danger. I was about to punish her for her disobedience and disturbance of the household. He emphasized the serious illness of the Empress consort. He highlighted her old illness and severe pain, trying to justify the priority of treatment. At the same time, he labeled Ishio's behavior as reckless jealousy, making a fuss over nothing, and disobedience to the wife's duties. Let's analyze the responsibility for Honghu's serious illness. Kangxi sat high on the throne, his face showing no signs of happiness or anger. But the ministers familiar with the emperor's mind could feel the pressure around him decreasing. Injun was calm and unhurried, speaking again. His tone even carried a hint of helplessness and sincerity. "Fourth brother, I dare not agree with your words. According to what fourth sister-in-law said, and the imperial doctor's diagnosis at my residence, Honghu, the nephew, was already having a high fever and convulsions, with lips and face turning blue. This is a dangerous condition called febrile seizure, and delaying treatment could be life-threatening or cause disability. And as for the old illness of the consort, was it so urgent that two family doctors had to stay close at all times, even ignoring the high fever and convulsions of the eldest grandson? You, fourth brother, are wise. Surely you understand the importance of these matters? Furthermore, unless it was truly a matter of life and death, how could a woman like fourth sister-in-law dare to break the law by sneaking into the residence late at night with her child, begging at my door? Does she not know that such actions would anger fourth brother and ruin her own future? It was simply her love for her child and her desperation. His words were reasonable, especially the last part. Her love for her child and her desperation. It painted a picture of a mother pushed to the edge. This sharply contrasted with Injun's description of the jealous and reckless side consort, highlighting the cold and absurd nature of Injun's decision. Kangxi's gaze slowly swept over Injun. That look of disappointment and coldness made Injun feel a heavy weight sinking in his chest. Fourth son. Kangxi's voice was quiet but heavy with pressure, echoing in the silent hall. Honghu is your eldest son. Just this sentence made Injun's face turn pale. I ask you, Kangxi continued, his tone calm but serious, did Honghu fall seriously ill yesterday with a high fever and convulsions? Is that true? Yes, Injun replied hesitantly. Did anyone else in your household, a doctor or someone knowledgeable in medicine, look after her illness? No. So, you knew your eldest son was in danger, but you only had 2 doctors, and you sent them all to guard a woman? Kangxi's voice suddenly became stern. Even if Ruru was in pain, couldn't one person watch over her? Did you have to have 2 people? Could you not spare one to check on your own son with the high fever and convulsions? Emperor father, Ruru was in severe pain at the time, and I was worried. Injun tried to explain. Worried about what? Kangxi interrupted him, his anger now impossible to hide. Worried about your woman more than your son's life. Fourth son, I always thought you were steady and wise, but I didn't realize you were so confused inside. Honghu is a grandson of the emperor, a descendant of the Aizenjoro clan, and you, for a woman, ignore his life and death. Today, he barely survived because of your mistake. Will he lose his life in the future because of your fault? This scolding was harsh and stern. It directly elevated Injun's actions to the level of disregarding human morals and dismissing the royal heir. The officials fell silent, breathing more carefully. Injun knelt on the ground, sweating coldly. I know I am guilty. It was my momentary carelessness I failed to consider. Carelessness? Kangxi snorted coldly. I think you are bewitched by a woman. You cannot tell what is important and what is not. If the 8th brother hadn't helped in time, I fear today I would have lost my grandson. And you still have the nerve to accuse the consort of jealousy and reckless behavior? If she hadn't acted rashly, your son would have been gone long ago. Injin bowed his head, not daring to speak further. Kangxi took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and his gaze softened slightly when he looked at Inji. Eighth brother, your actions are somewhat acceptable. Although it involves family matters, you considered your nephew's life and did not stand by out of personal grudges. That shows some responsibility. I dare not praise His Majesty, only that I cannot bear to see the Crown Prince suffer. Inji bowed respectfully. Kangxi paused for a moment before making a decision. Honghu's condition has stabilized somewhat at the 8th Prince's residence, so he will stay there to recover. 8th Prince, have the Imperial doctors take good care of him. Use funds from the Imperial Household Department to ensure the safety of the Crown Prince. Once Honghu's condition is fully stable and the doctors confirm he can move, he will return home. This is a clear display of punishment and disgrace. Allowing Honghu to stay in the enemy's house to recover is like announcing to everyone. The Emperor believes that the 4th Prince's residence is no longer a safe place suitable for the Crown Prince to recover. It also strongly criticizes Injin's inability to manage the household. As for you, Injin, Kangxi looks at his son kneeling on the ground, his usual respect gone, replaced by deep disappointment. Poor household management, listening to false advice, nearly causing the Crown Prince's death. You are fined a year's salary, to reflect on your mistakes for half a month, and to think carefully about your duties as a father and husband. Be gentle. He pauses, his tone turning colder. Starting today, move out of the main hall. Since the biological mother cannot do her job well, she should stop. House arrest in the side courtyard. No one is allowed to leave without permission. Her expenses will be halved. The biological mother is not behaving properly, causing unrest in the household, and the prince has lost virtue. I believe she is unworthy of her position. Your Majesty, I accept the decree and thank you. Injin's voice is hoarse, each word squeezed out as if from between his teeth. Dismissed, Kangxi turns and leaves. He leaves behind ministers with varied expressions and Injin kneeling on the ground, looking pale. Meanwhile, Insi stands with his head lowered, a faint, hard-to-notice smile flickering in his eyes. The news spreads quickly through the city, like it has wings. The 4th Prince's son is almost dead, not truly dead but close. The side consort sneaks into the 8th Prince's residence at night to seek help. The Emperor was furious and punished him by reducing his salary and banning him from leaving. He also kept the Emperor's eldest grandson at the 8th Prince's residence to recover. Each of these events became the hottest gossip in the streets, tea houses, and taverns. At the 4th Prince's residence, especially in the main hall, it was probably already a cold, tense place. Meanwhile, in a quiet room at the 8th Prince's residence, Chun Tian gently stroked Hong Hui's still hot but much calmer forehead. She listened as Jian Xiu lowered his voice, reporting the court news with a hint of relief. Step 1 was complete. Hong Hui was alive, appearing weak and in need of care. Injin's reputation was ruined, and the Emperor's favor was lost. He was stripped of his position and confined, no longer in the spotlight. She and Hong Hui had temporarily escaped that suffocating prison. She lowered her head and whispered softly into Hong Hui's sleeping ear, only for the two of them to hear. Huir, listen, the Emperor has made a decision for you. Don't worry, just focus on recovering. Mother promised you, and she will do it. When you're better, we can go back slowly. And watch the show. Liang Jiogong looked serious and calm. Behind him, a group of obedient but steady-footed eunuchs silently carried various items as they walked through the still cold streets. When the gatekeeper of the 4th Prince's residence saw this scene from afar, especially recognizing Liang Jiogong, his legs trembled. He hurriedly ran inside to deliver the message. Because of the recent events last night, the household was already anxious. Now, everyone's worries exploded instantly. Liang Jiogong kept his gaze straight and headed directly to the main courtyard. In the main courtyard, Rose had already received the news and knew that the Emperor was furious. She didn't expect the imperial decree to come so quickly and so directly. She forced herself to stay calm, changed into a simple, plain dress, and with no makeup on her face pale, she knelt with her close maid to receive the imperial order. The morning light was faint, shining on her, making her thin figure look even more fragile and pitiful. By the emperor's decree, the edict says, the fourth prince's official wife, Rose, who serves the prince, is unruly, not obedient, not fulfilling her duties, relying on favor to become arrogant, causing disorder in the inner court, and nearly causing a great disaster. She is hereby stripped of her status as the primary wife, demoted to a side consort, moved out of the main courtyard, confined to the side courtyard for reflection, with half the usual expenses, and not allowed to leave without a special order. So decreed. Liang Jiugong's voice was steady and clear, but each word felt like an ice pick, sharply stabbing everyone's hearts in the courtyard. Especially the words stripped of her status as the primary wife and demoted to a side consort, which were shocking. Rose's body trembled slightly, barely noticeable, her fingertips digging into her palms as she maintained her kneeling posture. Your Majesty's order has been received. Thank you for your grace, she said, her voice trembling just right and with a hint of choking emotion. She bowed her head, touching her forehead to the ground. From an unseen angle, a flash of resentment and bitterness crossed her eyes, but when she looked up, her eyes were filled with tears, looking pitiful. Consort, please go. The Emperor's will is for you to move out immediately, Liang Jiugong said matter-of-factly, with no warmth in his tone. The little eunuchs behind him immediately stepped forward, appearing respectful, but clearly supervising the move. In truth, they were overseeing the execution. Softly, she was helped up by her maidservant, looking around at the luxurious main hall she had not lived in long but already regarded as her own. The rosewood furniture, the antique treasures on the display shelves, the cloud brocade curtains. Each item showed the status of the legitimate consort. She took a deep breath, suppressing the rising hatred in her heart. Was she wrong? She was only thinking of herself and her future children. Hong Hui is the eldest son. If he is healthy and smart, he could become a big threat in the future. What about her child? If he was in the way, naturally, he would be moved aside.
But
she had been too obvious, too hasty. She didn't expect Yi Xiu, who usually kept silent, to have such courage, daring to fight to the end, and she never thought it would escalate to the imperial court, giving the sinister Eight's prince a chance to strike. She gently placed her hand on her still flat belly. Here, she already had her child with Injin. This was the true result of their love, the hope for the future. Honghu, the weak one, didn't die this time. Instead, he became the trigger for her fall from grace. She kept this in mind. The side consort? House arrest? Reduced allowances? As long as Injin's heart was with her. As long as the baby in her belly was born safely, these were only temporary humiliations. There is a long future ahead. The move was quiet and quick. Items belonging to the legitimate consort were counted, sealed, or taken away. Rose only took her personal belongings and some treasured gifts from Injin. Under the escort of the eunuchs, she gradually left the main courtyard, heading toward a remote, quiet courtyard. All the servants she met along the way lowered their heads and dared not look directly. Rose could sense the complex feelings behind their gazes: sympathy, mockery, schadenfreude, reevaluation. She straightened her back, trying to maintain her last dignity, only her trembling fingertips revealing her inner turmoil. The side courtyard was indeed much quieter, and the houses looked old. But Rose had no energy to care about these things now. She dismissed the servants, leaving only her most trusted maid. Sitting alone in the room that hadn't been tidied up, she gazed blankly at the gray sky outside the window. Honghu was now useless, no longer a threat. After this incident, my relationship with Injin is probably completely broken. A concubine who has lost her husband's favor and a son who is half dead can hardly be a threat anymore. The most urgent thing is to calm Injin's mind, safely give birth to the child, and then plan for the future. In the evening, Injin returned to the residence. He came back feeling very gloomy and full of anger. There was criticism, punishment, and being confined to think over his mistakes at court. It was like loud slaps, humiliating him and making him lose face. What hurt him even more was the emperor's clear disappointment.
And
The order to leave Honghu at the 8th prince's house. This was more humiliating than any punishment. He went straight to his study but was too restless to sit still. Thinking of Ruse, and how she might be feeling scared or sad right now, Injin's heart tightened. He felt responsible for her. Xiao, Honghu, and the 8th prince. It was all because of them. Finally, he stood up and walked toward that quiet courtyard. The gate was tightly closed, and everything inside was too silent. The maid guarding the door saw him and hurried to open it. Injin waved his hand to dismiss everyone and went inside alone. Only one lamp was lit, casting a dim light. Rose was sitting facing the window, her back thin and fragile. When she heard his footsteps, she slowly turned her head. In the candlelight, her face was still streaked with tears, her eyes swollen, but she forced a small smile. She stood up and prepared to bow. "Sir, you are back." Injin stepped forward a few steps, quickly helped her up, stopped her from bowing, and held her tightly in his arms. Feeling her slight trembling and coldness, his heart was filled with pity and guilt. "I'm sorry you had to suffer. It's my fault. I caused you so much pain." Ruo gently rested her head on his chest and shook her head softly. Her voice choked but gentle. "Don't blame the Lord. It's my fault. My body is weak, and I made you worry, so I overlooked Honghu. She didn't expect her sister to be so resolute and to cause such a big fuss.
And
It even involved the 8th prince, making it hard for you in court and angering the emperor. She cleverly shifted the blame to Xiao's resoluteness and causing trouble, as well as the 8th prince's, taking advantage to interfere. Sure enough, Injin's expression grew darker. He said angrily, "Stop mentioning that wicked woman. She doesn't care about Honghu. She's just using the situation to her advantage, jealous and reckless, ignoring the bigger picture. And Honghu, that wicked son, if he weren't so weak, he wouldn't have caused so many problems." He vented his frustration and blamed Xiao and Honghu for everything. It was as if they were the true sources of all the trouble. Rua's heart calmed a little, and she looked up with tearful eyes. Looking at him, she said, "Sir, Wanner is no longer the primary wife now. And I've also brought shame to your reputation." Wanner truly feels sorry. "Nonsense." Injin interrupted her, holding her face gently, his eyes intense. "In my heart, you will always be my wife, the only person who truly understands me. Being the primary or secondary wife is just a title. The emperor is angry and has given this order. You stay here peacefully. I will take care of everything. When our child is born, I will find a way to make sure you get everything you deserve, in a proper and honorable way." Tears welled up again in Rue's eyes, this time filled with emotion and dependence. "Sir, with your words, Wanner can endure any hardship. Wanner asks for nothing but your safety and happiness, and for our child to come into this world healthy and safe." She gently placed her hand on her belly, looking weak but full of maternal warmth. Injin's gaze fell on her belly, and his usually cold heart softened. It also made him more determined to protect them both. He held Ruse tighter, softly comforting her and making many promises. All the faults lie with that reckless and jealous Xiao, and with Hong Hui, who is weak and prone to causing trouble. In a distant side room of the 8th prince's residence, Xiao had just finished giving medicine to the sleeping Hong Hui. She gently wiped his mouth with a warm cloth. Jian Xiao quietly entered and reported in a low voice that the 4th prince had gone straight to the side courtyard of Rose, now called the side consort, after returning home, and had stayed there for a long time before coming out. Xiao continued her actions without stopping, not even lifting her eyelids. Comfort, promise, blame, all were expected. She was patient, waiting to see how this false warmth would gradually erode and collapse amid the bitter fruit they had brewed themselves. Days slipped by in the calm and attentiveness deliberately maintained at the 8th prince's residence. It seemed that the bedside of Hong Hui was never truly quiet. since that political upheaval in the court. Visiting had become an unspoken etiquette among the princes and noble families in the capital. The wife of the eldest son, In-ti, brought generous gifts and expressed many feelings of admiration for the fourth prince's residence. The wife of the third son, In-ji, spoke kindly but often mentioned the importance of proper upbringing of children. Even the fifth and seventh princes, and the wives of some other princes who were not close to In-jin, including the crown prince, sent valuable medicines, rare tonics, and toys for children, either personally or through others. The eighth consort, Luo, was especially active in visiting. She either kept company with Ishio to pass the time or personally checked on Honghu's medicine and diet. Her care was very thoughtful and detailed, but her words always circled back to the same topics. Fourth brother is truly confused this time. You've suffered for you and Huir. Fortunately, His Majesty is wise, and so on. Every gift and every comforting word added another scar to In-jin's shameful, child-killing pillar. Ishio accepted everything calmly, always showing just the right amount of gratitude, patience, and exhaustion on her face. She carefully kept all the gifts, some used for Honghu's recovery, others stored safely away. These were all potential favors and evidence that might be useful in the future. She patiently played the role of a mother who had survived a disaster, her entire focus on her sick child. She responded to any questions about the household affairs or hints about In-jin and Ro's recent situation only with tears or silence. This made others feel even more sympathetic, believing she had endured much hardship in the house and dared not speak much. Honghu's body was slowly recovering under the careful treatment of the imperial doctors and the strange effects of run my pill residual. His fever had long subsided, seizures no longer occurred, and his waking hours each day grew longer. He could be helped to sit up for a moment and take some light, clear broth. However, he remained very thin, with a pale face, faint lips, and often looked vacant and weak, as if a strong wind could blow him over. After the chief doctor examined her, he said that this was a serious illness that affected her core strength. She had lost a lot of vital energy and needed many months of careful nourishing. She also must avoid any further sickness or injury. One day, after checking her pulse again, Dr. Qin stroked his beard and thought for a long time. Finally, he said to Ishio and In-shi, who were waiting nearby, "Eighth Lord, the side consort and brother Honghu's pulse are still weak, but they are becoming steady. The harmful toxins inside are gone, leaving only weakness. Now that spring is here, with warm weather and blooming flowers, as long as she keeps warm and avoids the wind, taking some walks and seeing sunlight will actually help her health. Staying inside all the time is not a good long-term plan. This means she can go outside now. It also means she should." Ishio heard this and stood up, bowing deeply to the doctor and In-shi. His voice choked with emotion. Thanks to Eighth Lord's kindness and the doctor's care, Honghu has been saved. I will never forget this great kindness. He paused, showing just the right amount of difficulty and understanding. But he continued, since Honghu is stable now, my mother and I really shouldn't bother Eighth Lord's household anymore. It's time for us to go back. In-shi gently helped him, looking sincere and a little sad. Fourth sister-in-law, there's no need to worry. Honghu still needs rest, and everything we need is here. The doctor is also convenient. Are the servants not taking good care of her? Eighth Lord replied kindly, nonsense. Everyone in the household treats us mother and son with great kindness. Ishio quickly responded, tears in his eyes. It's not proper or appropriate, and staying too long could harm Lord Eighth's reputation. As for Lord Fourth, it also wouldn't look good for him. Since Honghu is already fine, I think it's better for me to return to the house and take care of things slowly. After all, he is Lord Fourth's child, she softly emphasized, not proper or appropriate, and Lord Fourth's child, making her point clear. She portrayed a concubine who, despite feeling wronged, still considers her husband's reputation and remains loyal and proper. Ainley's thoughts are unknown, but on her face, there was only admiration and regret. Fourth sister-in-law understands the big picture and always thinks of fourth brother. I truly admire her. Since that's the case, I won't insist on staying. Just make sure that Honghu's nephew gets better soon. When the weather is warm and sunny, I will personally send someone to escort you back home. A few days later, on a bright spring morning, Ishu held tightly to Honghu, who was wrapped up very warmly, with only her pale little face showing. Under the repeated instructions from the 8th consort and the imperial doctor, they boarded a spacious, warm sedan prepared by the 8th prince's residence. Jianxiu and several maids and servants who had been caring for her these days silently followed, carrying packed luggage and a mountain of various gifts. Ainli personally saw them off at the second gate, speaking kindly. Her gaze swept over Ishu's calm face behind the sedan curtain and Honghu's innocent eyes. A trace of complicated calculation and satisfaction flashed deep in her eyes. The warm sedan set off, leaving the residence where they had stayed for over a month. Inside the carriage, Ishu gently patted Honghui, who was drowsily sleepy. The gentle gratitude on her face gradually faded, leaving only a calm, icy expression. She knew that returning home was the first real step into the battlefield. The gate of the 4th prince's residence remained imposing, but now under the sunlight, it seemed to carry a heavy, oppressive feeling. The gatekeeper had already received the message, but showed little enthusiasm. Only Su Peisheng, along with a few eunuchs and maids, was waiting at the entrance. Seeing the sedan, he hurried forward and bowed to the side consort. Greetings to the consort, and greetings to the eldest prince. Lord is in the study, instructing the servants to wait for your return and to settle the eldest prince in the courtyard. He did not even look at Yan Zhen's face. Ishu inwardly sneered, but only nodded wearily. Thank you, Sir Su. She carried Honghui out of the sedan, her steps slightly unsteady, and Qianqiu hurriedly supported her. The group silently passed through the familiar courtyard corridors, heading toward her old residence, now looking even more deserted. Servants they encountered along the way quickly stepped aside and bowed, their eyes flickering with curiosity. They secretly observed this troublesome consort who had caused a big fuss and stayed at the 8th prince's residence for over a month, along with the eldest prince, who was said to be barely alive. The courtyard had been cleaned in advance, but since no one had lived there for a long time, it felt cold and damp. Ishu paid little attention to this, and first settled Honghui on a bed already covered with thick quilts. She carefully checked the charcoal basin and the hot water bag, then ordered Qianqiu to prepare the medicine that had been kept warm all along. Just as everything was settling into chaos. When Ishu was about to rest for a while, suddenly, outside the palace gate, there was a rapid but orderly sound of horse hooves and footsteps. The imperial decree has arrived. Olanara Ishu, come to receive the decree. The sharp voice of the announcement pierced through the tense air above the prince's residence. The entire residence was instantly alarmed. Injin hurriedly left his study and went to the front yard, his face showing surprise and suspicion. Huazhu, although she was demoted to a side consort, the ban on her leaving the residence seemed to have been relaxed a little because she was obedient and pregnant, as Injin secretly allowed, heard the news from the side courtyard. Her heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of unease suddenly arose. Li and Song, other concubines, also came out of their rooms, nervously gathering together. Ishu held Honghu, and with the help of Jianxiu, she slowly moved to the front yard. She lowered her eyes, her face calm, as if she was unaware of what was about to happen. The imperial decree was still read by the eunuch Liang Jiogong. He unfurled a bright yellow scroll, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling crowd. He paused briefly on Ishu, who looked exhausted but stood straight, and on Honghu, who was weak and sickly in her arms. Clearing his throat, he announced loudly, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, I have heard that the secondary consort of the 4th prince, Olanara Ishu, is gentle and kind, modest and cautious. Recently, the eldest grandson, Honghu, was seriously ill, and she was deeply concerned for her son. Despite disagreements, she sought help late at night to save the heir. Later, she served medicine and cared for him at the 8th prince's residence, a mother's heart, tirelessly caring day and night, saved the emperor's eldest grandson from danger and gradually helped him recover. Her actions are commendable, and her heart is compassionate. She was immediately promoted to be the primary wife of the fourth brother, Injin, to honor her virtue and comfort her efforts. This decree is highly approved. Once the order was given, the entire courtyard fell silent. Promoted. Primary wife. Injin, kneeling at the front, suddenly looked up. His face lost all color, and his eyes were filled with shock and humiliation that was hard to believe. The emperor actually bypassed him. He directly ordered Ishio to be restored? This was like a harsh slap in front of the whole city of Beijing. It completely denied his influence behind the scenes and also crushed Rose beneath his foot. He clenched his fist tightly inside his sleeve, nails digging into his palm. From the side courtyard, a faint, strangled cry was heard, like someone being choked. Then came the crisp sound of porcelain breaking. That was the direction where Rose was. She probably never expected that she would just lose her position as the primary wife. In an instant, the woman she looked down on, who almost caused her child's death, was personally promoted by the emperor and placed above her. What? Mother's heart? Or merit in protecting the heir? Why didn't that sickly person just die? Extreme jealousy, fear, and anger overwhelmed her. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Her face turned pale, and she staggered, holding onto the table. Under her skirt, she could feel warm moisture seeping out. Mrs. Li, Mrs. Song, and others were even more stunned. Looking at the figure kneeling behind Injin, holding a child and still bowing her head obediently, her mood was very complicated. There was surprise, jealousy, fear, and a strange sense of happiness, especially towards Ruse, who had once overshadowed them. Mixed feelings. Who would have thought that a disaster almost costing her child would become the stepping stone for Olenara Ishio to rise to the main position? And Ishio, at the center of the storm. When Liang Jiugong announced, promoted to the main consort, she trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Then, 2 clear tears slowly rolled down her cheeks. She hugged Honghu a little tighter, bowed deeply, touching her forehead to the ground, her voice choked but clear and firm. I, Olenara Ishio, humbly thank the Emperor for his grace. Long live the Emperor. Long live forever. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. The side consort, has turned red. She's going to give birth. A disheveled maid, full of panic, scrambled and ran from the side courtyard. Her voice was sharp and frantic, piercing through the tense scene. Everyone's eyes suddenly shifted from Ishio to her. Then they quickly turned to Injin, whose face had changed drastically. She's going to give birth? Ruse? She's only 7 months pregnant. Is she going into labor now? A sudden buzz echoed in Injin's mind, still overwhelmed by the shock and humiliation from the imperial decree he had just received. The unexpected bad news shattered his heart and mind. Almost instinctively, he leapt up from the ground. He ignored the formalities of receiving the decree, the new official wife, and even the tears still drying on Ishio's face, or the innocent Honghu. He hurriedly ran toward the side courtyard, shouting anxiously, "Quick! Send the imperial doctor! Send the midwife!" He ran so fast that his figure staggered. He left behind the kneeling people in the courtyard and the recently read imperial edict, as if nothing else mattered. It seemed that the official wife's appointment was less important than the safety of the woman in the side courtyard and her unborn child. Liang Jiugong still held the bright yellow imperial decree. His facial muscles twitched slightly, and a subtle glint appeared in his eyes. This was a seasoned eunuch, experienced in court affairs, calmly assessing the absurd yet meaningful scene before him. He slowly folded the decree, his gaze sweeping over Ishio, who still knelt on the ground, holding the child, maintaining her respectful posture of gratitude. She lowered her head, her expression hidden, only her slight trembling shoulders showing she was still crying out of gratitude. Liang Jiugong said nothing. He simply nodded very slightly in Ishio's direction. Then, with the accompanying eunuchs, he turned around solemnly, just as he had come. He must return to the palace immediately and report every detail of the lively scene at the fourth prince's residence to the emperor in the Hall of Supreme Harmony without missing a word. In the warm pavilion of the Qianqing Palace, Kangxi had just finished reviewing several memorials. He was holding a cup of tea, listening quietly as Liang Jiugong reported in a low voice. "Oh, the fourth prince's residence is quite lively." Kangxi listened calmly as Liang Jiugong described how Ishio expressed gratitude and thanks. But when he heard that, Ro was frightened and had an early labor, and the fourth prince hurriedly left before receiving the imperial decree, his hand holding the tea paused. Liang Jiugong lowered his eyes and continued to describe in the simplest words. When the servant announced the imperial decree, the fourth prince looked quite upset. As soon as the decree was announced, a maid from the side courtyard rushed out shouting, and the fourth prince immediately stood up and hurried away. He didn't have a chance to speak with Olanara Foreign. Olanara Foreign still knelt to thank the emperor and showed no sign of disturbance. Bang! Kangxi slammed the teacup heavily onto the table. The lid and the cup clanged sharply, splashing a few drops of tea onto the bright yellow cloth, quickly leaving dark stains. Jerk! Kangxi's voice was not loud but carried a thunderous anger and deep disappointment. "I just issued an order to praise and promote his consort to the main wife, to uphold the dignity of his household and spare him the shame of the inner chambers. But before the ink was dry on the decree, he went to that troublemaker maid. He disregarded my order, the newly promoted main wife, and even the recently recovered imperial grandson. Does he still see me as his father and ruler? Are there still moral principles and ethics?" Kangxi's chest rose and fell slightly, clearly very angry. He originally issued this order because he thought Ishio's actions, though intense, were understandable since he was protecting his son, and also to teach Injin a lesson, so he wouldn't be distracted by women and cause trouble. But he didn't expect his son to misunderstand completely. Instead, his son acted in a way that once again humiliated him. Running wildly in front of everyone over a pregnant concubine who was demoted. If this got out, Kangxi would become a complete joke. Even the emperor, who issued the order, looked ashamed. "Liang Jiugong," Kangxi said coldly, his eyes icy, "keep a close watch on the fourth prince's residence. If she has a safe delivery, fine. But if there's any trouble, I want to see if he's really willing to risk our family's legacy and the dignity of the princess for a woman." "Yes, your majesty." Liang Jiugong bowed and responded, secretly sighing for the fourth prince. After this, his standing in the emperor's eyes might drop even further. And that newly promoted Ulanara, main wife. Liang Jiugong's mind flashed with her tearful yet calm face, his gaze deepening. In the side courtyard of the fourth prince's residence, it had already become a battlefield. The maidservants carrying buckets of hot water went inside and came out with buckets of blood. The strong smell of blood filled the air, making it hard to breathe. Inside the delivery room, soft but painful screams and groans could be heard, sometimes rising higher or falling lower. Occasionally, the midwife's anxious urging and comforting words could be heard. Injin was kept outside the room, pacing back and forth, feeling restless, like a trapped animal. He listened to the increasingly desperate cries inside, his heart tightening with worry. His anger and frustration towards Ishio and the imperial decree grew deeper. If they hadn't caused that disturbance, Waner wouldn't have been frightened into an early labor. And the emperor wouldn't have issued such a harsh order, which made Waner so upset. Time slowly passed, from daytime into late night, and then into dawn. The midwife's shouts grew weaker, but they never heard the baby crying. The imperial doctors and midwife entered and left several times, their faces very serious. Finally, as the sky began to lighten, a very faint, cat-like cry of the baby sounded briefly, then stopped. The delivery room door opened, and the midwife carried a swaddled bundle. She came out pale-faced and hurriedly looked at Injin, whose eyes were bloodshot. She suddenly knelt down, trembling as she spoke. "Sir." The side consort has given birth. It's a little brother.
But.
Injin snatched the bundle and peeled back a corner. He looked at it for a moment, then suddenly stiffened as if struck by lightning. It was an extremely tiny baby boy, with skin that looked very dark purple, especially on his lips and fingertips, almost black. His eyes were tightly closed, and his chest moved very faintly, as if he might stop breathing at any moment. He did not cry loudly like a normal newborn. Only a tiny, almost inaudible whimper just now, and now even that sound was gone. What's happening? Injin's voice was hoarse and cracked, filled with shock and disbelief. Then the imperial doctor knelt down, touching his forehead to the ground. He tremblingly said, "Your Highness, the consort was frightened during pregnancy, which caused the baby to be born early. The little prince was already harmed inside the womb, born with some deficiencies.
And.
It seems there is some internal toxin in the fetus, which is why he is all purple and barely breathing. This situation is unlikely to be survivable. Even if he lives, he will be." The doctor dared not finish, but everyone understood the meaning. A premature baby, purple all over and with very weak breath, was seen as a bad omen or a sign of evil in those times. Injin held the lightweight yet heavy bundle of cloth. His hands trembled badly. His son, the child he and Wanner had waited so long for, was like this? Bad omen. Fetal toxin. Fetal toxin? Where did it come from? He suddenly shouted at the doctor, his eyes fierce. The doctor sweat profusely and said, "I dare not make any assumptions. Based on the pulse and symptoms, it seems that the side consort was exposed to some cold and harmful substances during pregnancy, which may have affected the fetus. For example, like musk accumulated over time, damaging the baby's health." Injin's pupils suddenly constricted. His residence, his inner chambers, someone dared to use such toxic substances to harm his child and his beloved Wanner? Search. Investigate thoroughly. Bring all those involved in preparing food, clothing, or incense for the side consort to me for questioning. Severe punishment. I want to find out who dares to act so boldly. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the side courtyard, with cries for mercy and the sound of torture devices clashing. Rower, exhausted from childbirth, fainted upon hearing about the baby's condition. No one could stop Injin's furious anger. The torture lasted most of the day. Finally, a maid responsible for preparing incense for Rower's clothes, who was nearly unconscious from the beating, revealed a shocking truth in her confused state. It's not others harming the girl. It's the girl herself. She has practiced dance since childhood, taking a secret medicine called Jishi pill to keep her figure soft and skin fragrant. That medicine, I heard, contains musk. She kept using it even during pregnancy, without stopping. I advised her, but she wouldn't listen. Jishi pill? Taken since childhood? Contains musk? Continued during pregnancy? It was like a bucket of icy water poured over Injin's head. His anger and pain froze most of his feelings instantly. Was it someone else who harmed her? Or was it herself? She took medicines containing musk, which were very bad for the fetus, for a long time to keep her figure and beauty, even continuing after she was pregnant? Injin staggered back a step. He looked at Rose, who was unconscious on the bed with a pale face, and his eyes were full of complex emotions. There was pain, compassion, but mostly there was deep doubt and suspicion after being deceived, fooled, and after hope was shattered. He remembered her gentle, delicate appearance when she danced gracefully. He remembered the faint, enchanting scent around her. So all of this was gained at the cost of harming her child's health? She knew musk was harmful to the fetus, but chose to hide it, perhaps even continued secretly taking it, just to keep her charm that attracted him? The small face of the weak, purple-tinged baby boy appeared again in his mind. That was not bad luck. It was a sin caused by his mother herself. Injin closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his gaze was cold and heavy. He waved his hand and spoke in a tired, hoarse voice. "Take everyone away and deal with it thoroughly." Anyone who leaks a word of today's matter will face the death of their entire family. He looked at the nearly lifeless baby in the swaddle. He whispered to Su Peixiong, "Take it out, find a proper place, and get rid of it. Don't let anyone know." "Yes," Su Peixiong replied softly. He carefully took the light swaddle and quickly left the room. Injin stood alone in the delivery room, filled with the smell of blood and bitter medicine. He looked at the unconscious Rose on the bed and remembered the bright yellow imperial decree from the front yard. He thought of Ishio crying and thanking him, and of Honghu's pale face. A cold, heavy feeling of exhaustion and an unexplainable distance quietly settled in his heart. Meanwhile, inside the main hall of Yonghe Palace, a fine blue and white porcelain teacup was slammed hard onto the shiny golden brick floor. With a sharp bang, the porcelain shattered, and hot tea splashed everywhere. A few drops even landed on the back of the kneeling palace, made Xiao Wen's hand. She dared not move, lowering her head even more.
Consort de UYS chestive de violent lit.
Her well-maintained face twisted slightly with anger. She had lost her usual gentle and warm demeanor. She had just finished listening to her trusted eunuch, who had carefully brought her news from outside the palace. The latest change in the fourth prince's residence. An imperial decree promoting Ishio to the official wife. Rose, frightened, went into early labor and gave birth to a boy with a purple-blue body who was immediately dealt with.
And
after Injin's thorough investigation, the scandal involving the Jishi pill was uncovered.
Fool.
A bunch of fools. Empress's voice was very low, but trembling with intense anger. Each word sounded like it was squeezed from her teeth, carrying a cold, poisonous tone. How could I have a daughter-in-law so foolish and reckless, unable to control herself? She hates Injun. She hates her son, who is not raised close to her and is not very obedient. Because of a minor mistake, she caused a big fuss in the city and lost face. Now, even the emperor's personal orders to help her recover and calm the household are not stable. Instead, she publicly humiliated the new official wife and the emperor. Does he still see her as his mother? Does he still care about the family's reputation? Does he feel the responsibility of being a prince of the Aizenjoro clan? And Ishio too. I considered her a niece from my family. Made her the fourth lady's side consort, hoping she could win the fourth son's heart. Help stabilize the household and give birth to a healthy, legitimate son. But she, pretending to be gentle and modest every day, yet she acts so ruthlessly, causing trouble at the residence, going to the eighth son's place, forcing the emperor to intervene. Now, she has stepped on Rose and that unfortunate child, climbing up to become the main consort. What a clever trick. Truly a clever trick. I never knew the Ulanara family had raised such a wolf cub. She hates Ishio and dislikes her niece's overbearing skills and scheming. She is even more upset about how her actions have put both Injin and herself in such a difficult position. As a result, she, as the mother, feels ashamed. And Rose, that useless girl, Empress takes a deep breath, her fingertips digging into her palm as she tries to calm her rising anger, but her gaze becomes even colder. I thought she was sensible and capable of keeping a man interested, so I allowed her some freedom. I never expected her to be just a pretty, but useless pillow. Fighting for favor is one thing, but her methods are so clumsy and mean. Using low-grade medicines to maintain her figure is one thing, but to get pregnant with the emperor's child and still dare to use musk perfume? She has almost turned a healthy young prince into a strange creature. I haven't been able to protect my child, and now someone has found a flaw in me. It's simply foolish. Empress Da is an experienced woman in the palace, having risen from a palace made to a consort. She has seen all kinds of schemes and tricks. She can easily guess Rose's secret plan to take advantage of medicine to secure her favor. But she never expected her to be so foolish as to ignore her own child's safety and to leave such obvious clues. Now, her child is gone, and she is branded as someone who brought trouble upon herself. Moreover, Injin probably now looks down on her, and her value has completely diminished. I have worked hard to build my reputation, but now everything is ruined by these useless people. Ruined. The concubine grew angrier the more she thought about it. She waved her hand and knocked a cloisonné rouge box onto the ground, making a loud, harsh clattering sound. Chiu Wen and the others fell silent, holding their breath. At that moment, the chief eunuch of Yonghe Palace hurried in, looking very pale. His voice changed. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Lord Liang Jiogong has arrived, bringing the Emperor's imperial decree. Concubine's heart suddenly jumped, and a bad feeling took hold of her. She quickly tidied her clothes and hair, trying to hide her anger on her face. She put on her usual gentle expression, but her frightened eyes were hard to hide. Please come in. Liang Jiogong entered expressionlessly and bowed to Concubine. Greetings, Empress. Please rise, Lord Liang. Has the Emperor given any orders? Concubine tried to keep her voice steady. Liang Jiogong straightened up, looking calm and steady as he looked at her. He read out the Emperor's decree carefully, his tone flat but sharp as a knife. The Emperor's order. Concubine Waya, you have failed in raising your son properly and neglected the inner court. The fourth prince, Yinzhen, has experienced many troubles at his residence, with scandals that damage the royal image. As his mother, you cannot avoid responsibility. Furthermore, Olenara, Ishio, and Rose are both related to your family. Their quarrel has escalated to this point. You also failed to mediate and resolve the issues, causing unrest in the household and shame to the prince. She is immediately banished from Wenhe Palace for reflection. She is not allowed to leave without an imperial order. Palace affairs are temporarily entrusted to the noble consort to assist. He hopes she will deeply reflect and remember the virtues of the concubines and her responsibilities as a mother. This is an imperial decree. Poor parenting. Failure to oversee the inner court. Nephew and aunt fighting. Causing unrest in the household and shame to the prince. Every word feels like a loud slap, hitting the face of the noble consort hard. Kangxi's anger comes so directly and sternly. Not only does he strip her of her power to help manage the palace affairs, he also confines her, which publicly declares her misconduct and lack of virtue in front of the 6 palaces. The noble consort's body sways, her face turning deathly pale. If it weren't for Chiowen's quick and firm support, she might have collapsed. She opens her mouth, wanting to explain, wanting to defend herself. She wants to say that all this is Yinzhen's confusion, Ishu's cruelty, and her own foolishness. But facing Liang Jiogong's calm, insightful eyes, all her words get stuck in her throat. The Emperor is blaming her for all the mistakes in the 4th household. He is warning her and punishing her. Dear servant accepts the decree and thanks the Emperor. The noble consort, almost instinctively hardened by years in the palace, struggles to kneel and struggles to speak these words. Each word carries a sense of blood and sacrifice. Liang Jiogong slightly bows. Your Majesty, take care. I will take my leave. With that, he turns away, without hesitation. The main gate of Yonghe Palace slowly closed in front of Defei. She had worked hard for many years to secure her position as one of the 4 consorts, managing palace affairs with great success. Now, however, because of a minor issue in the inner chambers involving her son and 2 ineffective nieces, she was publicly humiliated by the Emperor, stripped of power, confined, and turned into a joke among the 6 palaces. The trouble at the 4th prince's residence spread in circles. Eventually, it became a quiet but well-understood joke in every corner of the capital. Defei was criticized for poor child-rearing and lost her authority. The 4th prince's son caused chaos, making his mother suffer. Ruwa, feeling guilty, gave birth to an inauspicious son who soon died. One incident after another became the best topics for gossip. Meanwhile, Ishio, recently promoted to the primary wife and seemingly having weathered the storm, was also caught up in the wave of gossip. But compared to the jokes about Defei and her son and Ruwa's scandal, the attention on Ishio was more mixed with complicated feelings and silent judgment. The women of the Olenara family were both patient and fierce. The outside rumors had not yet reached the tightly closed doors of the fourth prince's residence. But inside, the atmosphere had completely shifted following the imperial decree and the changes in the side courtyard. Yi Xiu, along with Hong Hui, officially moved into the main courtyard, which symbolized her status as the primary wife. The courtyard was spacious and beautifully decorated, with every plant and piece of furniture more luxurious than the cramped side rooms of before. The air still seemed to carry the sweet, warm scent loved by the previous owner, but it was quickly replaced by the fresher aroma of sandalwood and medicinal herbs. Hong Hu was placed in the East Warm Pavilion, right next to the main hall of Yi Xiu, so she could be looked after at any time. The child's body was still weak, and her pale little face rarely showed any color. However, her spirit was slightly better than when she was at the 8th master's residence. Occasionally, she could open her dark eyes quietly and watch her mother and the unfamiliar yet familiar surroundings. On the 3rd day after moving into the main courtyard, according to the rules, it was the day to formally greet all the concubines and attend the morning and evening court sessions with the main wife. At dawn, the flower hall in the main courtyard was already tidied up. A brand-new embroidered velvet carpet covered the floor, with high tables on both sides of the main seat, holding seasonal fresh flowers and fruits. Yi Xiu was dressed in a deep blue ceremonial robe with a pattern of entwined lotus flowers, suitable for the main wife. Her hair accessories were simple, with only a gold hairpin decorated with emeralds and a phoenix tail, along with 2 velvet flowers. She had light makeup on her face. This concealed her fatigue from the past days, but was not meant to make her look radiant. She sat calmly in the carved rosewood armchair at the head of the hall, her expression peaceful, her gaze faint as she watched the guests entering one after another. Mrs. Li, Mrs. Song, and several young ladies and maids entered the hall in order of rank, bowing respectfully. They all said, "Your servant greets the main wife. Wishing you good health and happiness." Their voices were clear, gentle, or slightly nervous. Everyone's gaze carried a mix of curiosity, caution, and a hint of hidden complexity. This new official wife had managed to carve out her place from a near-death experience. She rose to her position by stepping over setbacks and following the emperor's orders. Who wouldn't feel some wariness? Yi Xiu gently raised her hand. "Everyone please stand up. Sit down." The others thanked her and took their seats. The room fell silent. Only the soft sound of tea being poured into cups could be heard. Jianxiu brought in snacks with her maids. Soon, the silence was broken. Mrs. Li was the most lively and skilled at reading the situation. She quickly spoke first, with just the right amount of praise and a subtle hint of provocation. "Madam, your complexion looks much better today. Truly blessed by the gods. Our eldest son has turned misfortune into luck. He will surely have great blessings in the future." But she paused, glancing around casually. "Why isn't Rose here? Oh, is the side consort here to pay respects? Is she still not fully recovered?" Mrs. Song took over, her voice soft but with a sharp edge. "Miss Li, did you forget? The emperor's words are absolute. The side consort is currently in reflection in the side chamber, not allowed to leave without orders. She probably feels too ashamed to come out and see people. After all, she caused such a big fuss, making the Lord suffer, and even her Grace de Fey." She sighed deliberately, but a slight smile played on her lips. The other few concubines also whispered in agreement, their words subtly criticizing Rose. After all, when Rose was favored, she often suppressed these older women. She acted boldly, rewarding and punishing based on her preferences, which had long caused resentment. Now that she had fallen from grace and was branded as causing the death of her child, despite the child's early death, they called it causing her child's death, and reaping what she sowed, she naturally became the best target for others to kick when she was down and to show loyalty to the new ruler. Yi Xiu listened quietly, picked up her blue porcelain teacup, and gently skimmed the foam with the lid, her face calm and unmoved. She was no longer the original Yi Xiu, who once cared deeply for Injin and was troubled by palace struggles. She was Chun Tian Tian from another world, with very different values and goals for survival. To her, the sneers and scheming of these women looked more like pitiful creatures trapped in a feudal cage. They fought and bit each other for limited affection and resources. She felt little joy, only a cold, distant calculation and attachment. What she wanted was not Injin's favor or to compete with these women. She sought the throne, the path to becoming emperor paved for Honghu. It was the ultimate way to gain maximum freedom and security in this ruthless feudal society. Honghu's health was weak due to the nourishing pulse pill, and Injin disliked him. These were all disadvantages. She needs to strengthen Honghu's position. Relying only on suppressing the concubines and preventing them from having children is a poor strategy. It is easy to be discovered and goes against her basic moral principles as a modern person, even if those are now blurred. After a while, suspicion will surely arise. Fortunately, she has the multiple birth female child pill reduced. This pill is very powerful. It greatly increases the chance of pregnancy and guarantees the baby will be a girl. Since she cannot stop others from getting pregnant, which would make her seem unkind and risky as the main wife, she allows them to conceive, encouraging many pregnancies, but all resulting in daughters. No matter how many daughters there are, it won't threaten Honghu's eldest son's status, even if he appears weak. On the contrary, having many daughters in the household highlights Honghu's, even if frail, preciousness and indispensability. As the main wife, she even permits and encourages the concubines to frequently become pregnant and give birth to healthy daughters, only daughters. If this news spreads, it would be seen as a sign of her, virtuous and generous, and wise in managing the household, reputation. Not only would this further secure her favor in the eyes of Kangxi and the royal family, but it would also shift Injin and the women in the inner court's focus from securing the throne through sons to protecting favor through daughters and their upbringing and marriage. This would subtly reduce the threat to Honghu. As her thoughts raced, the discussions in the hall gradually quieted. Everyone was watching Ishio's expression, waiting for her reaction. Ishio put down her teacup. The clear clink made the room quiet. She looked calmly at everyone and spoke slowly. Her voice was soft but firm. Past matters have been decided by the emperor, and the household has its own rules. Since Rose, the side consort, is under house arrest for reflection, there's no need to mention her. She has her own place. Then she changed the subject. I am not very healthy, and Honghui needs to rest more. From now on, there's no need to come every morning and evening to report. It only causes more trouble. We will set a new rule. On the 1st and 15th days of each month, everyone can come to pay respects and chat. On normal days, if there's nothing urgent, stay in your courtyards, behave properly, and take care of yourselves. Everyone reacted differently to her words. Not having to report every day was easier for them, but it also meant fewer chances to get close to the new main consort and learn news. This consort didn't seem eager to control the inner court as Rose did, showing her authority in every matter. Ishio seemed not to notice their expressions. She signaled to Jianxiu. Jianxiu understood and led the maids forward again. She replaced each concubine's tea with hot tea. The cups were uniform, pink and decorated with flowers and birds, clear and fragrant. This is Longjing tea from the palace, recently awarded. Everyone try some. Ishio said calmly, lifting her own cup first. The concubines hurried to pick up their cups and thanked her. No one noticed that while trimming Autumn and serving tea, her delicate fingers secretly brushed the edge of some teacups. The colorless, tasteless substance, already ground into fine powder, had dissolved into the warm tea. Li was the first to take a sip and smiled, saying, "This is indeed good tea." "Thank you, madam." The others also agreed and finished their cups. Ishio watched them drink the tea, feeling a calm as cold as ice inside. This was not poison. In fact, from a certain point of view, it was a fertility aid. However, the outcome of this aid was already decided. The concubines bowed and left, and the flower hall returned to quiet and emptiness. Jianxiu directed the young maids to clean up the tea set and whispered, "Madam, it's all used." Ishio nodded slightly, then stood up and walked to the window, looking outside. Starting today, the small kitchen in the main courtyard will cook separately. Honghu's meals, soups, and medicines must be handled only by you or someone I trust completely, no one else. Everything sent from the estate must be carefully checked. She spoke calmly, with a firm and unquestionable tone. Yes, I understand, Jianxiu replied respectfully. And Ishio turned around with a deep look in her eyes. Let someone quietly keep watch to see who will bring the first good news. Once it is confirmed that she is pregnant, all expenses should be covered generously. It is important that everyone knows how much the lady treats her pregnant sisters kindly. Jianxiu was a bit confused but nodded, saying, yes. Ishio did not say more. She returned to the inner room and looked at Honghu sleeping uneasily in bed, with a slight frown between his brows. She gently smoothed his forehead. Your mother is clearing obstacles for you using a clever plan. Let this household be filled with the beauty of daughters. The more, the better. Then, your only son, even if weak and sickly, will be seen as precious and irreplaceable. Early in the morning, before dawn, Ishio got up. She carefully washed her hands, used a warm cloth to gently wipe her eyes to dispel some tiredness. Then she quietly tiptoed to Honghu's bed. The child was not sleeping deeply. His long eyelashes cast faint shadows on his pale eyelids, and his breathing was light. Ishio watched him quietly for a while. Then she reached out softly to check his forehead and neck. His temperature was normal, with no signs of night sweats. This was the first thing she did every morning after waking up. It had become a habit, more like a silent prayer. Honghu moved slightly, groggily opening his eyes and seeing his mother. He instinctively wanted to smile, but his weakness made it difficult. Ishio's voice was very gentle as she sat on the edge of the bed, using the back of her hand to gently brush his cool cheek. Mother. Honghu's voice was soft and hoarse from just waking up. He tried hard to sit up, but Ishio gently pressed him back. Take your time, slowly. Ishio supported him, placing thick, soft pillows behind him to make him comfortable. Then she took the warm water from Jianxiu, tested the temperature herself, and slowly fed it to Honghu, saying, first, soothe your throat. She helped him with water, washing, and changing clothes. Every step, Ishio did herself, with smooth and gentle movements. She dressed Honghu in soft cotton inner clothes, covered with a light, warm jacket. It was not too heavy to make breathing difficult, but enough to keep him warm. All of the child's clothes and bedding had been dried in the sun many times, carrying a warm, dry scent. The breakfast was carefully prepared in a small kitchen. The rice porridge was soft and thick, with rich rice oil, served with very light minced meat, steamed eggs, or chicken soup with vegetable puree, free of oil. Ishio personally checked the temperature and saltiness before patiently feeding Honghu spoon by spoon. She never rushed, even if Honghu had little appetite and ate slowly. She only smiled softly, speaking quiet, unimportant stories to distract him, encouraging him to eat half a spoon more. Look, Honghu, that peach blossom outside the window. Has it bloomed a few more flowers since yesterday? She pointed outside the window, her voice gentle. Honghu looked in the direction she pointed and nodded carefully. He swallowed the bland but nourishing food in his mouth. His gaze occasionally drifted unconsciously toward the door, as if he was waiting for something or afraid of something. Whenever this happened, Ishio's heart would tighten slightly. She knew that, subconsciously, the child might still be waiting for that figure called Mama, who had never appeared at his bedside. After finishing breakfast and resting briefly, it was time for medication without fail. The medicine was based on a prescription left by Dr. Qin, mainly to strengthen and nourish the body, but it tasted very bitter. When Honghu took it for the first time, his little face scrunched up, almost ready to spit it out. Ishio didn't force him or try to mask the taste with candied fruit, as the doctor advised to avoid sweet and greasy foods before and after taking medicine. She simply took the bowl, took a small sip herself, and then calmly looked at Honghu. Mother knows it's very bitter. But do you want to get better quickly? To go out and see the flowers in the yard? To walk a little farther? Honghu looked at his mother, who was trying the medicine without complaint. He also remembered the broken, yet clear memories from the haze. The burning heat, suffocation, endless darkness and cold. Only his mother's choked call and warm embrace felt real. On the other side, there was the distant, ethereal music from the main courtyard and the father he had never waited for. His small fist clenched the corner of the blanket, then slowly loosened it. He nodded at Ishio and opened his mouth voluntarily. Ishio felt a twinge of sadness in her heart, but she calmly fed him medicine spoon by spoon. Then she used a clean, damp cloth to gently wipe away the medicine stains at the corner of his mouth and rewarded him with a gentle pat on his head. Huir is so brave. In the afternoon, if the weather is clear and breezy, Ishio would lay a thick mat on the corridor, hold tightly wrapped Honghu, and sit in the sunlight for a little while. She would read simple poems to Honghu and tell gentle, adapted fables. Her fingers lightly stroked his thin back, helping him stretch the stiff muscles from lying down too long. The warm sunlight bathed the mother and son, creating a peaceful scene that almost felt unreal. But beneath this calm, Ishio quietly guided him day after day. Huir, do you remember how bad you felt the last time you were sick? After giving him medicine, Honghu looked a bit better. Ishio held his small hand and asked casually. Honghu's body tensed slightly, almost imperceptibly. In his overly clever black eyes, inherited from Injin, a flicker of fear and hidden sadness passed. He nodded gently. Back then, Huir had a high fever, and it scared me so much. Ishio's voice was very calm, not emphasizing the severity of the situation, just stating the facts. The imperial doctor said that Huir's health was damaged. We need to protect him carefully, like a young sprout just beginning to grow. He can't withstand wind or rain, so he can grow strong slowly. So from now on, even if Huir feels a little better and has some strength, remember not to run, jump, or seek coolness. You should appear weak in front of others, understand? She deliberately blurred the line between being truly sick and pretending to be weak. Using a simple metaphor about protecting tender shoots, she subtly instilled the idea of showing weakness to protect oneself in him. Honghu looked up at Ishio seriously. He might not fully understand the deeper meaning behind it, but he remembers the pain of a high fever, his mother's desperate tears, and her warm embrace. He also remembers that coldness of being completely ignored. He nodded hard, his voice soft but clear. Huir remembers.
Huir listens to Mom.
Huir won't run or jump, and will pretend to be weak. Ishio's heart trembled slightly. She hugged him close, gently rubbing his soft hair with her chin. Good child. Mom knows Huir is actually very brave, braver than many children. But this bravery, we need to hide it, only show it to Mom, okay? In front of others, we are just a fragile, sickly Honghu who needs careful care. That way, those bad things won't come to find Huir again. Honghu snuggled in Ishio's arms, clutching her clothes tightly. His father's indifference was like a cold needle, already piercing into his young heart. My mother's careful care and these serious warnings became the only source of warmth and protection against the cold. I vaguely felt that my mother and I were in a situation where we had to be very careful, even to pretend or hide our true feelings. This situation was connected to that blurry, frightening, and disappointing figure called father. Late at night, Hui sometimes wakes up suddenly from light sleep, sweating coldly. Ishio always notices first and holds him in her arms, humming a gentle lullaby. Her warm palm rests on his back until he falls asleep again. Sometimes, in a half-dream, half-wake state, Hui mumbles softly, "Mother, don't be afraid. Hui will protect you." Hearing such words makes Ishio's heart feel soft and painful, like being soaked in warm, sour water. She knows that her child saw her helplessness and fear when he had a high fever, and he remembered it deep in his heart. The pain he experienced because of his father's neglect did not break him. Instead, it made him grow up early and develop a strong desire to protect, especially to protect his mother, who was the only one giving him warmth and comfort. One time, Hui was feeling a little better and watched Ishio sew a small shirt for him. He suddenly whispered, "Mother, when I grow up, I will practice martial arts well and become strong." Then I will buy the biggest yard for you and plant all the flowers you like. No one will make you cry again." Her hand paused while sewing, the needle almost pricking her finger. She looked up into Honghu's eyes, which were clear yet shining with firm determination. There was no childish innocence in those eyes, only a serious promise. She put down her sewing tools, walked to the bed, and held Honghu's cool little hand, pressing it to her cheek. Her eyes shimmered with tears, but her smile was gentle and warm. A very sincere smile. "All right, mother will wait. Wait until Huir grows up to be my greatest support." Honghu also smiled, and his pale face seemed to gain a little brightness. He tightly held her hand, as if clutching the most precious treasure in the world. At this moment, only a mother's unconditional care for her son and the son's growing trust and protectiveness towards his mother were visible. Days at the fourth prince's residence seemed calm on the surface, but quietly slipped by until the 15th. On the night of the full moon, according to unspoken rules of the royal family and common officials, unless there was a special reason, the male head of the household, Tanzhin, was supposed to rest in the main courtyard with his legitimate wife, Xiao. This was the most basic rule to maintain the dignity of the wife and show order in the inner court. Su Peixing lowered his eyes and silently entered the study. Tanzhin was staring at an unimportant memorial on the desk, lost in thought, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing a cool jade ring. "Father," Su Peixing's voice was low and steady, "today is the 15th. Should I go to the main courtyard?" Or, he didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. According to the rules, he should go to the main courtyard. But Su Peixing, having served Tanzhin for many years, knew very well how deep the wound in his master's heart was. The embarrassment on the day of the imperial decree elevating him. The tragic early birth of Ro, the boy fetus covered in purple bruises, silently disposed of. And the medical officer's testimony about the muscle-relaxing pill, all of these were like heavy clouds pressing down on Tanzhin's mind. The newly appointed legitimate consort, Xiao, and her son, Honghu, seemed to symbolize all these unhappy feelings. Tanzhin's gaze shifted away from the documents, resting in the empty space, and he did not answer immediately. In the study, only the steady drip of the water clock could be heard, making the atmosphere feel oppressive. The main courtyard. Now it was occupied by Ulanara Xiao, once a gentle, even somewhat dull, side consort. Now officially recognized and sanctioned as the main consort by the emperor himself. Every time he thought of this status, Tanzhin felt a heavy, foul feeling in his chest. He was not unaware that Xiao had contributed to this, nor did he fail to understand that the emperor's decree aimed to calm the turmoil and restore order. But he just couldn't get past that mental barrier. He felt oppressed, manipulated, and that his inner circle was being forcibly interfered with, his dignity tarnished. And Xiao, in his eyes, was the trigger and the biggest beneficiary of all these events. If she had not ignored everything and caused trouble to go out, would it have led to this? To see her? To eat at the same table with her? To sleep in the same bed? To pretend to be a loving, respectful married couple? Tanzhin felt a wave of nausea. He couldn't do it. At least now, he couldn't calmly step into the main courtyard that now belonged to her. He couldn't face her eyes, which seemed always calm and untroubled, yet appeared to see through everything. He also couldn't face her fragile-looking son, Honghu, who had survived against the odds and reminded him of his past mistakes. So, should he go to the side courtyard? To Siru's? But as soon as the thought arose, he pushed it away. Ruse. Thinking of her. A familiar pang of pain and pity still flickered in his heart. But the pure, unconditional love and trust had long been overshadowed by a heavy shadow. That bruised, purple baby-like figure, and the words, Jishi pill, like two cold needles, pricked him now and then. He still made sure she was well cared for, ensuring her expenses, though halved. He occasionally asked about her health, but personally visiting her? Tanzhin found himself somewhat resistant. He didn't know how to face her sorrowful eyes. He didn't know how to interpret her indifference toward her own beauty and her children. If he went, What should he say? Comfort her? Or question her? Either way, it would only make things more awkward for both of them. Moreover, the emperor's order that he must not leave without permission was still in effect. His frequent visits were also a form of defiance. Go to Lady Li's place. Injin finally spoke, his voice steady and emotionless. Su Peixing didn't even lift his eyelids and simply replied, yes, understanding the situation clearly. This was not the first time. Since Ishio moved into the main courtyard and officially became the primary wife, over half a month had passed, and the fourth prince had never set foot in the main courtyard. On the first day of the new month, he stayed alone in the study. On the second and third days, he visited Lady Li, Lady Song, and a few other concubines and maids, one after another. He stayed one night in each courtyard, never consecutively, and never showed special favor to any one of them. His actions were so regular they seemed almost mechanical, and so cold they were shocking. It was like a silent, stubborn rebellion. He was resisting the imperial decree imposed on him, resisting the role of the primary wife he didn't want to accept, and also resisting the inner frustration and helplessness he couldn't shake off. Through this wandering among flowers, yet remaining emotionally detached, he was perhaps telling everyone, and maybe himself, that, look, I am still the master of this house. My wishes won't change because of a decree. The main courtyard, with its primary wife title, was just a name. The news naturally spread without missing a detail to the main courtyard. Jian Xiu carefully fed Hong Hui some chilled pear syrup while watching Ishio's expression. Low voice report. Sir went to Song Gij's courtyard again tonight. For more than half a month, she had been either in the study or visiting the courtyards of several Gij sisters. She hadn't been to the main courtyard or the side courtyard. Ishio was checking this month's expense list under the lamp when she heard this.
She didn't stop writing.
She added a note under the name, Song Family, a new silk cloth for spring, as an extra reward for Sir staying overnight. Her expression was calm, and her eyelashes didn't even flutter, as if she was hearing something trivial like, the weather is very good today. Understood, she said softly. She handed the checked list to Jianxiu. Distribute according to this. Tell them to serve Sir well. If anyone feels unwell or has other needs, come back and tell me immediately. Her reaction was very calm, almost kind and generous. This made Jianxiu feel a bit unsure, so she simply nodded in response. Honghu swallowed the last bit of pear syrup and whispered, Mother, does father no longer like Honghu? His voice carried a slight, unnoticed fear and sadness. Although he mostly stayed in the warm pavilion, the whispers of the maids and the fact that his mother never mentioned his father made him very sensitive and aware that something was wrong. Ishio put down her brush, walked to the bed, took the empty bowl from Jianxiu's hand, and handed it to someone nearby. Then she sat beside Honghu and held his cool little hand. She did not lie or evade. She simply looked at him with a calm and firm gaze. Huir, has your mother ever told you that in this world, not everyone will like us, and not all those who like us are important? Hui looked at her as if he understood but wasn't quite sure. Your father has his own things to do, and his own thoughts. Ishio's voice was steady, without any blame, just stating a fact. He might not come to the main courtyard because he's busy or for other reasons. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that your mother likes and cares for you. Your mother will always be with you, watching you eat well, take your medicine, and grow strong slowly. As long as we are mother and son together, safe and sound, that's better than anything else, do you understand? She didn't try to speak badly of Injin or stir up hatred in the child. She simply mentioned his father's absence lightly, while deeply planting the belief that they rely on each other. For a child like Hui, who is mature and sensitive, too much hatred education can be dangerous. This sense of independence and resilience, like a small country of their own, serves as a better shield. Seeing her calm yet powerful eyes, Hui's unease and sadness gradually eased. He nodded firmly, leaning his small head into Ishio's embrace, and mumbled, Yes, Huir has mother. Huir only has mother. Ishio gently patted his back and looked out at the dark night outside the window. Injin's cold attitude was expected, even something she was pleased about. His not coming to the main courtyard saved her from the trouble of polite greetings. If he went to visit other concubines, that was good. The effect of multiple pregnancies must have already begun quietly developing inside those women who drank the tea. She only needed to wait patiently for the first good news to arrive, then play her role as a kind and generous main wife. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed, and it was time for the New Year's greetings. In the main hall's flower pavilion, the atmosphere seemed a bit more relaxed than last time. Ishio still wore simple, appropriate formal attire for the main wife, sitting upright at the head, with a calm expression. Lee and Song and a few other ladies sat in order. After this period, Injin's equal treatment had made everyone look healthier and more vibrant than before. Their expressions showed less initial nervousness and more subtle, hard-to-describe charm. There was a faint glow from being favored, mixed with quiet thoughts about whether her favor would last. After the greeting process, the maid brought in new tea. Today, Lee seemed especially lively, holding her teacup and whispering and laughing softly with Song beside her. As she was laughing, Lee Gij suddenly changed her expression, her eyebrows furrowing. She raised her hand and covered her mouth with a handkerchief, making a suppressed gag sound. Ugh, her voice was soft, but in the quiet flower hall, it was very clear. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Lee Gij. Song Gij's smile froze on her face as she looked at her in surprise. A few other ladies also exchanged surprised glances. Ishio paused slightly while serving tea, then looked up at Lee Gij. She showed a caring expression at the right moment. "Lee sister, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Did you use something unusual this morning?" Ishio frowned slightly, put down her teacup, and spoke gently but with firm certainty. "Health is not something to take lightly. Jianxiu, go and invite the family doctor right away to examine Lee's sister carefully. If you're feeling unwell here, we must find out what's wrong to feel at ease." "Yes," Jianxiu responded quickly and left. While waiting for the family doctor, a strange quietness filled the flower hall. Lee Gij looked restless, and the others' eyes flickered, some secretly watching Lee's belly, others lowering their gaze, lost in thought. Ishio picked up her teacup again, slowly skimming off the foam, as if the small incident earlier hadn't affected her mood. Soon the family doctor hurried in, carrying a medicine box. Ishio signaled to set up a consultation behind a screen on the side of the hall, showing proper manners and also avoiding the discomfort of Lee's movement back and forth. The court doctor carefully examined Lady Lee's pulse through a silk cloth. After a moment, he looked surprised. He withdrew his hand and bowed outside the screen. "Congratulations, madam. Congratulations, Lady Lee. This is a happy sign. The pregnancy is just beginning, about a month along." As soon as he said happy sign, the room fell silent. Then, faint gasps and quiet whispers started. Lady Lee was stunned at first, then her face lit up with joy, though she tried to hold back. She stepped out from behind the screen and was about to bow to Ishio. "Quick, help her up," Ishio said happily, gently supporting her. "This is wonderful news. Lady Lee, don't be too formal. Take care of yourself." She smiled sincerely, her smile bright and almost dazzling. Anyone seeing her would believe she was truly happy for her maid's pregnancy. But Ishio's happiness seemed just beginning. Her gaze swept over the other maids in the room, each with different expressions. She paused as if she suddenly remembered something. Turning to the straightforward court doctor, she said, "Since the doctor is here and all the maids are present today, would it trouble you to check the health of each of them? The weather has been changing lately and everyone needs to take good care of their health." Her words were kind and reasonable, full of care. Although the maids had their own thoughts, they couldn't refuse the genuine kindness of the main wife. So, the court doctor began checking the pulses of the remaining people one by one. The results stunned everyone. Even the experienced court doctor was surprised, stroking his beard and repeatedly marveling. "Miss Song, pregnant, over a month. Miss Chun, pregnant, over a month. Miss Wang, pregnant, over a month. Miss Qian, pregnant, over a month." Without exception, all of them were pregnant. And all within the past month or so. the flower hall fell into a strange silence. Even the calmest Miss Song opened her mouth in shock, looking down at her still flat belly. Miss Lee's happy expression faded, replaced by suspicion. Everyone is pregnant?
That's two.
Lucky, isn't it? The court doctor's forehead was covered in sweat. He had been practicing medicine for many years. He had seen many secret schemes in the back residence, but this situation, where all the concubines were pregnant at the same time, was unheard of. He secretly glanced at Ishio at the head of the table. Ishio's smile grew even deeper, genuine and bright with happiness. She clapped her hands and said, "Excellent. Wonderful. This is such great news. Our household will soon have so many children. It's truly a blessing from the ancestors and a sign of good fortune." Her eyes sparkled, as if she was truly overwhelmed by this unexpected joy. She immediately ordered, "Jian Qiu, hurry to the front study and report this wonderful news to the master. Everyone in the mansion is happy, so please, Your Majesty, be happy too." Jian Qiu couldn't hide her surprise, but seeing her master give such instructions, she quickly responded and almost ran out of the flower hall. In the front yard study, Injin was listening to his advisor's report on court affairs, his expression dark and unreadable. Over the past month, he had forced himself to stay in the back courtyard, but his feelings of frustration had not lessened. Late at night, when alone, he felt a constant irritability, being forced, schemed against, and ignored, like a shadow that followed him everywhere. His dislike for Isho, his complicated feelings for Ruse, the hidden pain over the child who died young, and his dissatisfaction with Emperor Amy's strong interference all formed an invisible net that made it hard for him to breathe. Su Peixiang quietly entered and whispered a few words into his ear. At first, Injin didn't hear clearly or didn't react, frowning. "What?" Su Peixiang repeated, his voice filled with disbelief. The main courtyard sent word that Li Gij, Song Gij, and several other ladies who paid respects today have all been diagnosed by the court doctor. They are all about a month pregnant. With a sudden sound, the jade paperweight Injin was playing with fell onto the rosewood desk, making a dull noise. He suddenly looked up at Su Peixiang, his eyes full of shock, disbelief, and a hint of confusion even he didn't realize he had. Everyone is pregnant? More than a month? How is this possible? He had indeed visited their courtyard in turn over the past half-month. But such perfect timing, and all pregnant at once? This is simply unbelievable. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Is it just a coincidence? Or has someone secretly interfered? Is it Ishio? No, she just became the main wife and should be hoping for stability in the inner court. Why would she do something so risky and harmful? Moreover, she had just eagerly sent someone to share good news. Could it really be due to his own deep blessings? The thought made him laugh at himself. A very complicated feeling rose in his heart. At first, he felt a slight joy at the idea of many children, but it was quickly replaced by doubt and unease caused by this strange situation. There was also a faint, indescribable awkwardness and a vague sense of caution. Having so many consorts pregnant at the same time would surely cause trouble in the inner court, making management more difficult. And if they gave birth to sons, the weak appearance of Honghu would become a problem. Suddenly, he remembered Honghu. The slight joy he felt because of the idea of heirs completely cooled down, replaced by irritation. "Master, the main wife is still waiting for your reply." Su Peixiang looked at his face carefully and asked cautiously. Injin took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent thoughts in his mind. His voice was a little hoarse. "Understood. Tell the main wife." I understand." He ultimately did not say the word happy, nor could he immediately face the main hall with that face possibly showing a virtuous smile. At this moment, in the flower hall of the main courtyard, after the initial shock, the atmosphere became a little tense. All the pregnant concubines looked happy. But behind this happiness, there were deeper plans and mutual scrutiny. So many women were pregnant who could give birth to a healthy son, who would gain more attention from the master. Ishio observed everyone's expressions carefully. She suppressed her earlier outward joy and returned to her usual calm, but a gentle smile still played on her lips. She cleared her throat and spoke clearly so everyone could hear. Today is truly a day of double happiness. No, multiple blessings. This is a great fortune for our household. Her gaze slowly swept over everyone. From today on, all pregnant sisters will receive monthly silver allowances according to the rank of the concubine. As for expenses, anything beneficial for the fetus, just come to me. The main hall will have no objections. She paused, watching the brightening eyes of everyone. Then she continued, her voice soft but with a strange soothing and tempting quality. Everyone must take good care of yourselves and deliver the children safely. Whether it's a son or a daughter, they are all the master's flesh and blood, and I like them all, however. She gently shifted her tone, her eyes filled with encouragement. Our household now has only one older brother, Honghu, who is quite weak. I believe the master also hopes for more healthy and lively brothers. Here, I want to make a clear promise to everyone. Any sister who is fortunate enough to give birth to a healthy older brother for the master, I will personally decide to promote her immediately to a secondary wife. If she gives birth to a daughter, she will also be rewarded generously, and her monthly allowance will continue as a secondary wife's until the next birth. This speech combines kindness and authority. It offers real benefits, increased monthly allowance, and birth rewards. It also presents a very attractive goal, giving birth to a brother to be promoted. More importantly, she presents the difference in treatment between giving birth to a son and a daughter in a way that seems fair but actually guides behavior strongly. With the idea that giving birth to a daughter also brings rewards, the temptation to give birth to a son to gain higher status is amplified. At the same time, it plants a thought in everyone's mind. Having a son is the real way to succeed. As soon as she said this, the faces of the concubines showed more genuine happiness, and their eyes became more eager. The worries and competition caused by many women being pregnant at the same time seemed to fade temporarily because of this clear reward system. Instead, an atmosphere of eager anticipation and quiet rivalry took hold. They must take good care of themselves and definitely give birth to a son. Seeing the hope and ambition rising in their eyes, Jishio felt a cold sense of calm in his heart. Having a son? That seems unlikely. The real drama has just begun. Let the household first become lively. Lively, hopeful, welcoming the inevitable arrival of the young ladies in the courtyard. News that all the concubines in the fourth prince's residence were pregnant spread like a sudden gust of wind. Almost at the same time as the household doctor finished checking the pulses, and Jianxiu ran to the front yard to report the good news. The news had already quietly spread through secret channels beyond the high walls of the estate. Within this residence, spies are everywhere. From Empress Da, the eighth prince, other rival princes, to some relatives and high officials who have their own motives, either responsible for buying and entering the estate, or sharp-eyed servants who are not favored but are observant, or stewards who seem loyal but serve other masters. The information spread quickly among them, pieced together, verified. Then it was condensed into brief messages or coded characters, swiftly sent to their respective masters. The first to receive confirmed news was naturally Kangxi, who always paid close attention to his son's household. When Liang Jiogong handed the secret report to the imperial court, Kangxi was just finishing a bowl of rock sugarbird's nest and leaning on the bed to rest his eyes. Oh, all the concubines greeting the fourth son's residence have detected pregnancy? And all are about a month along. Kangxi opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing across them, then quickly turning into a deep, playful smile. He took the secret report and read it carefully. It recorded the detailed diagnosis from the palace doctor, as well as Ishio's reactions and words at the time. This Olinara lady. Kangxi put down the report, lightly tapping his fingers on the bedside table. His face showed no emotion. But Liang Jiogong, who knew him well, could tell that the emperor's mood was not bad at the moment. Quite interesting. Kangxi suddenly chuckled softly. His laugh carried no warmth, more like a calm, calculating look at a game of chess. Just now she became the official wife, and the fourth son clearly isn't giving her face, ignoring her. Yet she doesn't cry or make a fuss. Instead, she quickly made the backyard prosperous. He emphasized the words manage and prosperous with a stronger tone. Kangxi, who came from the harem and had experienced many storms, would not truly believe in old stories about ancestral blessings or deep good fortune. Having women in the inner court pregnant was already very unusual. Either Injin deliberately did this, though unlikely, given his recent mood, or this new official wife was truly clever and deep in thought. But Kangxi had no intention of digging deeper. In his view, palace secrets only mattered if they caused trouble publicly, threatened the heir, or disturbed the stability of a court. As long as they didn't, they were minor matters. What mattered most was the outcome, the overall situation. The current situation is quite favorable for him. Earlier, the fourth son almost caused the death of his eldest son because of favoritism, which damaged his reputation. Now, the main wife is virtuous and actively helps her concubine become pregnant, leading to a thriving family. Isn't this the best way to improve his image? It proves that Injin's household is not just full of jealousy and schemes to harm children. There is also a harmonious scene of a wise main wife, obedient concubines, and prosperous descendants. This greatly offsets the previous negative effects. More importantly, this situation is thanks to Ishio. It was brought about by the main wife he personally appointed. This indirectly proves that his initial decision was wise. The fourth son needs a main wife who can keep order and manage the household well. Olenara has managed to restore some face for the fourth son, Kangxi slowly said, with a hint of praise in his tone. She understands the bigger picture and knows what a main wife should do. Unlike some people. He didn't finish his sentence, but Liang Jiugong knew who he meant. Kangxi orders Liang Jiugong, he commanded. From my private treasury, select a few suitable items, like that jade rui and the set of ruby ornaments, and give them to the fourth son's main wife, Olenara. Tell her it's a reward for her good management and a model for a main wife. Let her take good care of the pregnant concubine to ensure the safe birth of the royal grandson. Yes, your majesty. Liang Jiugong bowed and responded. The jade rui symbolizes good luck and happiness. The ruby headpiece was a valuable gift reserved for the legitimate wife. This gift was not the most extravagant, but it was very meaningful, representing the emperor's public recognition and praise. Once the news spread, Ishio's reputation within the fourth prince's residence and among the royal family would be completely different. Inside Yonghe Palace, although the doors and windows were tightly shut and there was a strict ban on leaving, Consort Da had her own channels for gathering information. The trusted eunuch Xiao nervously brought her 2 pieces of news. When she heard that the fourth prince's concubines were pregnant and that the emperor had rewarded the main wife, Xiao, with praise, she quietly reported this to her. Consort Da was sitting in front of a Buddhist scripture, trying to calm her mind. Suddenly, she slapped the precious palm leaf scripture onto the ground. She stood up abruptly, her chest heaving violently. Her previously calm mask shattered completely, revealing her fierce hatred and frustration. The days of confinement, the humiliation of losing power, her anger at Injin's failure, and her disgust for Ishio's scheming all burst out like lava. Good. What a capable family manager. Good. What a model wife. Her voice trembled sharply with rage, echoing through the spacious hall. What is Olenara Ishio? Stepping on my face and Injin's, and now she gets praised by the emperor. Those concubines are pregnant? Huh. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? It must be that despicable woman using some secret trick. And the emperor still rewards her. She hates Ishio and resents her niece for not becoming the pawn she wanted in controlling the inner court and supporting the Da Fei faction. Instead, Ishio has broken free from her control, even using the situation to rise step by step, and now the emperor favors her. This makes her, a disgraced and demoted aunt and biological mother, feel unbearable. What fuels her anger even more is Kangxi's attitude. His obvious praise for Ishio seems to mock her and Injin, as if acknowledging their past mistakes and proving Ishio was right. How can she accept this? That useless Injin too, she snaps, turning her anger toward her son. He's been manipulated by a woman to such an extent. So many women in the inner court are pregnant now. If they all have children, especially sons, it will only cause more chaos. If many concubines are pregnant and give birth to healthy sons, it goes against her true hopes. The one she loves most is her lively, strong youngest son, the 14th prince, Inji. Deep down, she secretly wishes Injin's side would stay low-key and unremarkable so as not to overshadow Inji. In extreme cases, this might even help Inji get ahead. But now, with the thriving scene in Injin's inner court, if several healthy sons are born, it was unlikely that Injin would lose ground in the matter of succession, which Consort Da absolutely did not want to see. Everyone is making me worry. Consort Da sank back into her chair, her fingers tightly gripping the cold armrest, her eyes fierce. The Emperor is determined to promote Olenara, suppressing me and the 4th prince. Fine, very good. Isn't she virtuous? Isn't she tolerant? All right, I will add a few more people to her side and see how long her so-called virtue can last. She cannot openly oppose Kangshi's ban on her going out, nor can she directly interfere with her son's household affairs. But as the mother consort, she can claim to care about her son's heirs and sympathize with the main wife's hard work. Granting 2 attendants is reasonable and proper. No one can find fault with it. Especially now, since many of the concubines in the inner courtyard are pregnant and unable to serve, new helpers are needed to share the burden. Consort Da carefully selected 2 people. One was Chi, a palace maid who had served her early on, but had fallen into silence for some reason. She was about 20 years old, with a plain but neat appearance, calm temperament, good at reading people, attentive, and obedient. The other was a young maid named Chuanxing, recently promoted to Yonghe Palace. She was only 16, with bright eyes and rosy cheeks, slender figure. Not very clever, but her fresh, innocent look was the kind that easily attracts men's attention. Consort Da called both of them over and gave them strict instructions, combining kindness with authority. It was simply about taking good care of the 4th prince, being obedient and well-behaved, nothing difficult, just follow the instructions. The deeper meaning was naturally understood by both of them. On an ordinary afternoon, 2 unremarkable small sedan chairs quietly arrived at the side gate of the 4th prince's residence. Only a senior maid from the Da consort's palace accompanied them, holding a royal order from the Da consort. It stated that, out of concern for the many pregnant women in the 4th prince's inner courtyard and the diligent main wife, they were specially sent to serve and help ease her worries. When the news reached the main courtyard, Ishio was busy copying red characters for Honghu. The child's wrist was weak, and his handwriting was crooked, but he was very focused. Jianxiu whispered a few words into his ear. Ishio kept writing without stopping, guiding Honghu to hold the brush steadily, and casually replied, "Since these people are sent by the Da consort, they should be treated well. Please ask them to wait in the front hall. I will go there now." Her voice was calm and steady, with no sign of surprise or displeasure. She put down her brush and kindly encouraged Honghu a few words. She told the nursemaid to take good care of him, then tidied her sleeves and led Jianxiu toward the front hall. In the front hall, Qi and Chuanxing stood with their heads bowed, beside a maid from the Da consort's palace. Seeing Ishio come in, they quickly bowed to greet her. Ishio sat in the main seat, her gaze calm as she looked over the 2 women. Qi lowered her eyes respectfully and behaved very politely. Chuanxing, feeling both nervous and curious as a newcomer, quietly looked up and stole a glance, meeting Ishio's gaze, then hurriedly looked down again. "Everyone get up," Ishio spoke in a gentle voice. Consort Da is very thoughtful. She understands the situation in our household and has kindly sent 2 younger sisters to help. I am truly grateful. She paused for a moment, then said to the old maid, "Please thank her ladyship on my behalf. Tell her not to worry, since the 2 sisters have joined our household. I will make proper arrangements for them and treat them well." Seeing Ishio's respectful and calm attitude, the old maid felt relieved. After exchanging a few polite words, she took her leave and returned to the palace to report. Only Ishio and the two newcomers remained in the hall. Ishio smiled warmly, as if she were truly pleased to have new helpers. You must be tired from your journey. Now that you're here, you are part of this household. May I know your names? Madam Qi and Chuanqing quickly introduced themselves. Madam Qi seems steady and calm, while Sister Chen looks lively and charming. Both are wonderful. Ishio nodded thoughtfully, as if carefully considering where they should stay. Many of the ladies in the household are expecting and need peace and quiet, so rooms are a bit limited. However, there are two small, quiet courtyards in the east front yard, next to each other. They're close to the master's study, with a pleasant view and a peaceful atmosphere, so they won't disturb the resting ladies. I think it would be best to let you two stay there for now. What do you think? It sounded like a thoughtful and considerate arrangement from the main wife herself. A brief look of surprise flashed across Madame Qi's eyes. She didn't expect the new main wife to be so generous, as she arranged for them to be close to the fourth master. She originally thought they would be placed in a remote corner for observation first. She quickly bowed and said, "Whatever the main wife arranges, I am very grateful." Spring Apricot didn't think much and was happy to be near the fourth master, so she also bowed and thanked her. Ishio smiled and asked Jianxiu to take them to their new place. She also instructed that, according to the rules for concubines, the maids and servants assigned to them, as well as daily necessities, should be prepared and sent immediately. Jianxiu led the two out of the main courtyard, feeling puzzled. On the way back, she couldn't help but whisper, "Main wife, Consort De is sending people in at this time, which is clearly not with good intentions. Why did you arrange for them to be so close to the fourth master? Isn't that what they want?" Ishio took over the conversation. "What Consort De wants to see is me showing jealousy, causing trouble, and finally gaining a reputation for being overly possessive. But I won't do that." She picked up her teacup, gently blew on the foam that wasn't really there on the surface of the water, and said, "Putting them right under his nose, closer to the fourth master, is actually better. Right now, the fourth master is feeling upset, and he might not go to see them immediately. But their living there is a kind of attitude. I, Elinara Ishio, as the legitimate consort, am generous and tolerant. I can properly arrange and provide convenience for those sent by my mother, even if they come prepared. But Jianxiu still feels a bit worried." "There's nothing to worry about." Ishio puts down her teacup calmly. "Don't forget, the first tea they drank today was in the main hall." Jianxiu is momentarily stunned, then suddenly understands. She looks out the window toward the east side of the front yard. It's better to let them stay closer. If the Lord visits, it will be their good fortune. It's just that these two extra pieces on this chessboard are destined to be women. It's lively and more people make it more interesting. In the small courtyard just cleaned on the east side of the front yard, Qi Shi is quietly organizing a few personal items that Consort De secretly gave her, along with a reminder to stay alert to the movements in the main hall. Chuanqing is curiously observing the new environment, her face full of hope for the future. News about Qi Shi and Chuanqing being granted by Consort De was delivered, and Ishio's arrangement to place the two directly in the east side of the front yard, near the study. Within half a day, this news reached Yinzheng through Su Peixing. At that time, Yinzheng was in the study. Hearing this, his hand holding the brush paused, and a drop of thick ink silently spread on the rice paper. A mixture of anger, embarrassment, and a sense of being offended suddenly flooded his heart. Is Mother still not giving up? Does she really want to interfere again in his rear residence? Just before, the Emperor had forbidden him from leaving due to a matter of kindness. Soon after, he couldn't wait to send someone in again. On the surface, it seemed caring, but secretly, what was his true intention? Yinjin knew very well. It was like adding salt to an already open wound. Yinjin's gaze darkened. She was indeed very virtuous. Not only did she accept everything without hesitation, but she also brought the person directly into his sight. Being so close to the study, what did it mean? Was it to show her generosity? Or was it a silent, more deliberate reminder and mockery? He felt a surge of anger inside, but had nowhere to vent it. His filial duty to Defei weighed heavily on him. With Yiru, she did everything perfectly, without a flaw. This feeling of being pushed along by invisible forces, unable to express his emotions smoothly, made him very restless. That night, after finishing his work, Inchin looked out at the dark night outside the window. His rebellious and curious thoughts finally overpowered his annoyance at Defei's actions and his displeasure with Yiru's arrangement. He wanted to see what kind of person the carefully chosen person from his mother really was. "Go to Chi's place," he ordered Su Peixing expressionlessly. He chose Chi, who seemed more steady. Perhaps subconsciously, he thought such a person might be safer and better suited to his current gloomy mood. Chi's small courtyard was tidy and simple. She herself was as gentle and quiet as her appearance suggested. She served tea and snacks carefully and politely, answering questions briefly, never speaking more than necessary, with a cautious and eager expression in her eyes. However, this excessive formality and dullness did not bring comfort to Inchin on an already restless night. Instead, it added to his sense of oppression. He sat down slightly and asked about the current situation of Consort Da in Yonghe Palace. Chi responded cautiously and officially. He found it dull and even felt a faint regret for coming here. In the end, he only stayed for a symbolic half of the night and left before dawn. He left Chi alone on the empty bed, her forced display of obedience finally breaking apart, revealing deep unease and disappointment. It seemed she had not fulfilled her hopes of gaining the favor of the noble consort from the start, and her beginning was not smooth. The next evening, Inchin, almost involuntarily, entered Chuanxing's courtyard again. Unlike the dull atmosphere with Chi, Chuanxing was lively and charming, just like her name, with the freshness and innocence of spring apricot blossoms. She didn't understand many rules. Although she was nervous when she saw Inchin, her bright eyes sparkled with curiosity and joy. She spoke clearly and sometimes, because of clumsiness, she would accidentally knock over a teacup, blushing and sticking out her tongue. This unrefined, even somewhat reckless vitality unexpectedly lifted Inchin's long-standing gloom. Watching her flustered but eager to serve, Inchin found himself amused. The tight string in his heart also loosened a little. That night, he stayed a bit longer. Chuanxing's lively and simple nature was like a not very clever but effective comfort, temporarily dulling his troubled thoughts. In the following days, Inchin seemed to find an outlet for his emotions, staying at Chuanxing's place for 5 consecutive nights. He may not have liked Chuanxing very much, but her straightforward, honest affection gave him a sense of control and ease. This feeling was different from how he felt around other women in the backyard, each with their own thoughts. Especially compared to the mysterious primary wife in the main courtyard and the gentle woman in the side courtyard, both of whom made him feel complicated emotions that were hard to understand. He enjoyed this feeling of being fully admired and not having to guess her thoughts. Meanwhile, Chi's side was completely neglected. 2 small courtyards were next to each other, one filled with nightly festivities, the other quiet and lonely, a stark contrast. Chi's heart was full of frustration and resentment. Compared to Chuanxing's good luck and the seemingly fair arrangement for Ishio, she began to deeply doubt and resent the true intentions behind it. Was the primary wife doing this on purpose? Intentionally placing them together to make the Lord compare and embarrass her? During the day, Inchin was not entirely lost in his feelings. He still remembered his duty as the head of the household. He would take time to visit each pregnant concubine's courtyard, ask about their health, give some gifts, and show concern. Li and Song and others are naturally happy. They carefully respond, hoping to gain more favor and secure a better future for their unborn children. Inchin looks at their increasingly noticeable baby bumps, feeling mixed emotions. Having many children is usually good, but the sudden and strange concentration of pregnancies makes him feel an inexplicable unease deep inside. However, his male pride and the vanity of having many wives and concubines pregnant somewhat offset this unease. Days pass quietly on the surface, But beneath, there are hidden currents. Another month and a half slips by. One day, the regular doctor visits to check the health of Ping'an, coming out of Qi and Chunxing's courtyards one after another. Their faces show the same surprised and congratulatory expressions as when the other concubines were diagnosed with pregnancy earlier. They hurried to report to the main hall and study. "Congratulations, sir. Both Miss Qi and Miss Chun have confirmed pregnancies, each about a month along." When the news arrives, Injin is practicing calligraphy in the study, and his brush suddenly pauses. The final stroke of the character for peace loses its strength, appearing abrupt and weak. More pregnancies? Or two at once? He puts down his brush and remains silent for a moment. First, all the old concubines. Now, even the new one who joined less than 2 months ago is pregnant? This is no longer something that can be explained by good fortune. It's almost as if Injin has become a lucky charm for producing heirs, with pregnancies happening wherever he goes. A very strange feeling enveloped him. Was it pride? It seemed like a little. But more than that, it was a sense of being carried away by an invisible force, with things completely out of expectation, and even logic, absurd. And there was a faint, unsettling feeling that even he didn't want to explore deeply. Almost at the same time, Ishio in the main hall received the same report. She was choosing fabric for Hanhu's summer clothes. Hearing this, her fingertips paused briefly on a piece of soft, sky-blue silk. Then she looked up calmly, offering the messenger, Jian Qiulu, a perfect, please smile. Good, this is double happiness. According to the usual rules, the monthly allowance should be given immediately to the noble consort, with all supplies carefully prepared. Sister Qi is steady, Sister Chun is lively. Make sure to take good care of them. Her reaction was quick and appropriate, as if this was just another expected happy event, handled with ease. In the Qianqing Palace, Kangxi listened to Liang Jiugong's report. He was first slightly stunned, then he chuckled softly, his laughter full of amusement and meaning. This fourth brother, haha, his noble consort is truly a miracle cure. Kangxi shook his head, his eyes shining brightly. Go, open my private treasury, pick out that set of East Sea pearl headpieces and a pair of jade bangles, and reward the fourth consort. Tell her I appreciate her managing the inner court and nurturing the heir. She has worked hard. Make sure she continues to take good care and ensure that all the heirs are born safely. This time's reward was more valuable than the last, with even greater praise. The pearls from the East Sea and the jade are symbols of fertility and family prosperity. Kangxi's actions are like raising the reputation of Ishio's loyal wife and her ability to bring good fortune and children to a new high. He is happy to see the household of Injin thriving, as it can help clear his previous bad reputation. As for whether there is any trick behind this prosperity, Kangxi thinks that as long as there are no big problems and it doesn't affect the court, it's just Ishio's skill. He even begins to admire his daughter-in-law's methods and luck. Inside Yonghe Palace, Defei smashed a set of teaware again. Her face was pale with anger, her chest rising and falling violently. Good for nothings. All good for nothings. She whispered fiercely, her nails almost digging into her palms. She's useless. Why did I send her? Wasn't it to bring happiness to Olinara? And Chunxing, that sly girl. How long has it been?
And already.
She had ordered those two to cause trouble for Ishio. She thought that Injin might change his view of Ishio because of the children's prosperity, or secretly gather evidence against her that would make Ishio look bad. But instead, the gifts sent to her not only failed to work, they seemed to add more praise to Ishio's good deeds. Even the emperor rewarded her again. This is simply using her concubine to set up a ladder for Olinara to climb higher. How could she not be furious? Outside the palace, at the homes of other princes and some noble gatherings, stories about the fourth prince's residence have long been popular topics. This time, news that Qi and Chunxing are pregnant made the gossip even more lively. Prince Intai, the 9th prince, fanned himself and winked at the 8th prince Insi. 8th brother, what kind of luck does the 4th brother's house have? Or, is it that the fourth brother himself? He's full of energy, way above ordinary men. All these things happening one after another, it's almost like rabbits giving birth. Prince Xiao, the 10th prince, chuckled loudly. I think the fourth sister-in-law is even more impressive. She manages the main wife's household so well, with plenty of good results. Even the emperor has rewarded her twice. One day, I must ask my wife to learn from her. Even the usually serious third prince, Inji, couldn't help but sigh during a casual chat. Fourth brother has truly turned misfortune into blessing this time. Having children is fundamental. Now that his household is doing so well, those old rumors naturally fade away. Olenara is indeed good at managing a household. These words, whether teasing, joking, or subtly jealous, more or less reached Injin's ears. At first, he felt embarrassed and angry, thinking he had become the subject of his brother's jokes. Gradually, amid the mixed feelings of envy and admiration, a strange, vain emotion began to quietly grow. Especially during a small family gathering, the crown prince Yanrong jokingly said to him, "Fourth brother is so lucky. It seems that soon you'll have children around you." Although the crown prince spoke casually and without much sincerity, the attention itself and the implied confidence in having many children made Injin feel a strange sense of pride. When he returned to his study alone, he sometimes looked at himself in the mirror, questioning, "Am I truly exceptional? Is that why I feel this way?" Though he still had doubts deep inside, the constant praise and envy from others, along with the fact that several women in the household were pregnant, slowly dulled his alertness like boiling a frog in warm water. He even started to think that perhaps this wasn't a bad thing. Having many children always gives one more confidence. As for Xiao, since she managed to bring about this situation and did so in a way that even the emperor was pleased with, maybe there was some merit in her actions. At least, in her role as the legitimate wife, she was doing her duty perfectly. Several months passed. All the pregnant concubines, including the newly pregnant Chi-Gij and Chun-Gij, stayed quietly in their own courtyards, carefully nourishing their pregnancies. Every day, nourishing soups and medicines were delivered, and the main courtyard never withheld them. Sometimes, extra support was given. Xiao was known for her kindness, generosity, and forgiving nature. Her reputation grew brighter with each generous gift and thoughtful care she showed. Since all the money came from the household, she used others' funds to build her good name. Everyone secretly hoped for a healthy baby boy and prayed for a chance to turn their fortunes around. One afternoon, the calm that had been carefully maintained was suddenly broken by an unexpected visitor. Su Peixing did not give any warning, and fourth Prince Injin simply walked straight into the main courtyard. This was the first time he had come here voluntarily since Xiao moved in and was promoted to the main wife. The afternoon sunlight shone through the window lattice, casting a long shadow on him. His steps were steady, but he carried a commanding presence that no one could ignore. Xiao was helping Honghu learn to read when she heard the noise and looked up. A quick flash of surprise crossed her eyes, but she quickly returned to her usual calm. She put down the 3-character classic, signaled her nursemaid to bring Honghu inside, and then stood up gracefully. She adjusted her sleeves calmly, approached politely, and bowed respectfully. "Sir, why are you here? Is there something you need?" Her tone was respectful but distant, as if she was not speaking to her husband but to a superior she needed to be cautious of. Injin's gaze lingered on her calm, untroubled face for a moment. She glanced again at the books spread on the table and the small stool where Honghu had just sat, her eyes complex and hard to read. She did not immediately tell him to stand up, nor did she sit down as she usually did in other courtyards. Instead, she stood with her hands behind her back. Without beating around the bush, her voice was calm but firm. "The emperor has decided to make Lady Nian Shirlan, the daughter of the Nian family, a side consort for the prince. An imperial decree will be issued soon. Since you are the main wife, it is your responsibility to handle the preparations for accepting the new consort. All ceremonies, courtyard arrangements, and reception matters must be done carefully. Do not lose face and do not neglect the Nian family. Nian Shirlan." The name entered her ears, and Ixio's eyelids fluttered slightly, barely noticeable. In the story of Empresses in the Palace, the character, bright as fire and proud, was a spoiled and arrogant consort who was trapped in the lies of Huan Yixiang. She mistakenly trusted the wrong person and ultimately died from a blood loss. Now, it seemed she was about to enter the palace too. A complex sigh crossed her mind, pity, caution, and a strange sense of absurdity, like a bystander watching a character from a story appear. But on her face, she remained calm and composed, slowly straightening her posture. Her voice was steady and even. I understand. The Nian family is prominent, and Miss Nian has been personally chosen by the emperor. I will do my best to ensure the acceptance ceremony is proper and respectful, so as not to shame the prince or the Nian family. Her reply was clear and decisive, without any unnecessary questions. She showed no sign of displeasure, as if this was just an ordinary household matter. Injin looked at her serious and formal manner. His slight hope that she might react differently when mentioning the new person was disappointed. Instead, he felt a strange, hard-to-explain frustration. She was always like this. No matter what he gave her, she handled it perfectly, without mistakes, but her true feelings were hidden. That's good to know, he finally said stiffly, then glanced toward the inner room. He didn't say more, turned around, and left quickly, walking faster than before. Ixio stayed where she was until his figure disappeared outside the courtyard gate, then slowly let out a breath. She returned to her desk, her fingers unconsciously brushing the book, 3-character classic. Yenshir Lan, what was coming has finally arrived. It's okay. It's time to stir this calm water a little more. A few days later, Emperor Kangxi's official decree to marry Yenshir Lan as the side consort of the 4th prince arrived on time. Along with the decree, there was an unexpected favor. Kangxi also granted 3 palace maids to serve the 4th prince's residence. When Liang Jiugong announced the decree, he calmly read out 3 names, Chao Qinma, Feng Ruzhao, and Fei Yunyan. Ixio knelt with everyone to receive the decree. Her mind stirred again. Chao Qinma, future Xiangpin, clever and good at using others. Feng Ruzhao, future Jingfei, steady and proper, eventually joined Zhen Huan's group. Fei Yunyan, the future consort Li, is beautiful but somewhat shallow and showy in her personality. This seems to be a setup for Yenshir Lan, who is about to enter the palace, with arrival and background prepared in advance. It also makes the management of her status as the legitimate concubine more difficult, adding more challenges. The emperor's thoughts are hard to understand. Is he balancing the power of the Nian family, planning ahead? Or is it just his usual habit of rewarding more people to show favor? In any case, the people are now in front of us. Ixio still maintains perfect manners, thanks heaven for its blessings, and carefully accepts the imperial decree and the 3 new women. Chao Qima lowers her head politely, Feng Ruozhao is gentle and calm, while Fei Yunyan can't hide her curiosity as she looks around the new environment. Ixio temporarily places them in a separate room in the back courtyard. They are treated according to the rules, neither overly close nor deliberately cold. Over the next 3 months, the entire 4th prince's residence revolves around Yenshir Lan's entry into the palace. Although she is only a side consort, the Nian family has a special status, and since Kangxi personally arranged the marriage, the ceremonies are much more elaborate than usual. Ixio shows impressive organizational skills, from buying wedding gifts and decorating the new room to planning the guest list and scheduling the events of the day. She personally oversees every detail, ensuring everything runs smoothly. Even the maids sent by the Imperial Household Department to assist secretly nod in approval, thinking that this 4th concubine is very organized and thoughtful. Amidst a carefully arranged atmosphere of celebration and busyness, Yenshir Lan finally entered the 4th prince's residence on an auspicious day at the end of autumn and the beginning of winter, carried in a grand sedan chair amidst lively festivities. At that time, Yenshir Lan was only about 15 or 16 years old. Her elegant attire, typical of a noble lady, could not hide her striking beauty. Her skin was as white as snow, Her eyes sparkled with lively expression, and her brows carried the pride of a brave daughter of a military family, mixed with the shyness of a new bride. Her beauty was vibrant and bold. Like a blazing fire, she instantly brightened the somewhat dull inner courtyard, which was filled with the presence of several pregnant concubines. The wedding ceremony was grand and magnificent. Although Injin's face remained mostly expressionless, his actions clearly showed how much he valued Nian's family. At the banquet, Nian Sherlan was confident and graceful. Though she carried a hint of pride, she was also polite, earning quiet admiration from many relatives and noblewomen. Since the night she entered the residence, Injin seemed completely captivated by her fiery presence. He stayed in the Qingliang Hall every night for 7 consecutive days. Nian Sherlan, newly arrived at the residence, felt a deep sincerity for her powerful and stern-looking husband, who seemed to be different from others. She poured her heart into her feelings, innocent and genuine. She was lively and playful, often teasing Injin with stories from the frontier. She would smile happily when praised by him, and she would become cautious when he was silent. Her feelings were passionate and straightforward, openly showing her admiration and dependence on him. Injin was probably tired of the dull, scheming, or overly obedient faces in the inner chambers. Nian Sherlan's lively, honest, and even slightly impulsive sincerity was like a bright light that pierced through the gloom in his heart. In her presence, he seemed able to temporarily forget about court politics and household worries and enjoy a pure feeling of being truly loved. Her family background, her beauty, and her genuine heart all gave him a sense of unprecedented satisfaction and control. He was willing to show some indulgence and special attention to her. 7 days of exclusive affection was the clearest way to show his feelings. The rewards from the Qingliang Palace arrived like flowing water. Most of Injin's free time was spent there. Nian Sherlan, already bright and charming, blossomed even more under such unrestrained pampering. She was no longer the shy young lady who first entered the residence. Her pride and confidence grew stronger with each passing day. As she moved, her jewelry jingled, and a gentle fragrance followed her. It seemed as if the springtime in the household loved her alone. Gradually, her pride became a little hard to contain, spreading even during formal greetings in the main courtyard. It was another first day of the lunar month. All the concubines gathered in the main courtyard's flower hall. A few who were pregnant due to their advanced months found it difficult to move, but except for Rose, who was confined, everyone else who could come was there. Nian Sherlan arrived neither early nor late. She was dressed in a brand-new, bright red embroidered flag costume with a hairpin made by the Imperial Household Department. It is said that the red gold hairpin with a sparkling gemstone was personally approved by Emperor Injin, with dangling tassels that shimmered and shone brightly. This made the simple attire of the women like Song and Li seem dull in comparison. She slightly raised her chin and bowed to Xiao, who was sitting at the head of the table. Her posture was straight, appearing respectful, but her eyes held a subtle hint of disdain that was hard to notice. After greeting everyone, Xiao asked about their recent lives and reminded pregnant women to take care of their health. She also inquired whether Nian Sherlan was used to life in the household and whether her meals and daily routines were comfortable. Nian Sherlan responded clearly, with a bright voice. She showed off a little, saying, "Fujin, I am well in every way. My lord is caring, and everything in Qingliang Palace is of the best quality." Xiao's expression remained calm, and she nodded slightly. "Your lord cares about you, which is a blessing." However, Nian Sherlan seemed not to notice Xiao's calm tone. She smiled and said, "Isn't that right? Yesterday, I casually mentioned wanting to eat lotus root cake from Jiangnan, and this morning, someone was sent on horseback from the estate to bring fresh ones. They also told the kitchen to prepare them carefully." She then asked, "Fujin, do you think my lord is too indulgent with me?" Her words sounded like gentle teasing, but they were actually meant to show everyone that Injin's affection for her was unique. The atmosphere in the hall slightly froze. Li Gij touched her swollen belly, with a dark look in her eyes. Song Gij lowered her head, twisting her handkerchief nervously. Kajej and Chunkage looked even paler. The three new arrivals, Chao Qinma, Feng Ruzhao, and Fei Yunyan, exchanged subtle glances. Ixio quietly watched Nian Sherlan until she finished speaking. Her calm, water-like eyes slowly lifted. Her voice was soft but carried the undeniable authority of a legitimate wife. Nian Sefu. She no longer called her younger sister, but used the formal title based on her rank. Nian Sherlan's smile froze on her face. Your lord's affection for you is your blessing and also reflects the dignity of the household. Ixio's tone was steady and calm, each word clear. However, once you have entered the household and become a side consort, you must always remember your status, speak carefully, and behave properly. That is the way to long-lasting harmony. Today's greeting is a tradition among the women in the inner court, a way for the wife and sisters to talk and for the main wife to teach. It is not for showing off favor or comparing oneself to others. Although your lord's love is evident, your words just now showed a lack of the respect and propriety that a side consort should have towards the main wife and sisters. Nian Sherlan's face instantly lost its color. She didn't expect Ixio to scold her so directly in front of everyone, especially when mentioning her status and manners, like a sharp needle piercing her pride that had been floating high these days. She instinctively wanted to argue, but when she looked into Ixio's calm but deep eyes, she suddenly felt short of breath. I am only... She tried to defend herself. Only what? Ixio interrupted her, speaking calmly, but with a hint of pressure. Have you become arrogant because of your favor and forgotten the rules? Qian Qiu. The servant responded, Yes, your highness. Since you, the side consort, have behaved improperly and offended the main wife, according to the household rules, you are to copy the women's precepts 10 times and submit it to the main hall within 3 days. Additionally, you are to be confined to the Qingliang Palace for 3 days to reflect on your actions. Ixio gave a calm order, as if dealing with an ordinary minor matter. Since this is your first offense, and you are the side consort personally appointed by His Majesty, this is a small warning. If you offend again, there will be no leniency. Nian Sherlan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Ixio. Copying the women's precepts was one thing, but confinement for 3 days? This was practically humiliating her publicly. Since she entered the household, she had never suffered such an insult. Her eyes welled with tears, feeling both shame and anger. Consort, I refuse to accept this. I only spoke a few honest words. Why is it like this? My lord. She instinctively wanted to mention Injin. His Majesty will be informed of your words by this consort. Ixio's tone grew colder. So, is the side consort trying to use His Majesty to pressure me? Or does she think that being personally appointed by the Emperor means she can ignore household rules and disrespect the main wife? This statement was very heavy, directly elevating Nian Sherlan's disobedience to a challenge to the hierarchy of the main and side consorts, and a disregard for palace rules and household discipline. Even the most arrogant Nian Sherlan knew she couldn't respond to this. For a moment, she was speechless, her face pale and white. She could only bite her lower lip tightly, her nails digging into her palm. The room was silent. Everyone held their breath, watching this first direct confrontation between the main wife and her side consort. No one expected that the usually gentle and calm main wife would act so decisively and mercilessly. Take the side consort back, Ixio said without looking at her, giving orders to the maid nearby. Nian Sherlan was invited out, her back stiff with a look of reluctance and anger. The greeting ceremony was quickly finished. Everyone dispersed, each with their own thoughts. Li Gij and others felt somewhat pleased, but mostly they admired the main wife's cleverness. The 3 newcomers secretly realized that this wife was not as peaceful and harmless as she seemed on the surface. News naturally reached Anjin first. Su Peisheng carefully reported everything that happened in the main courtyard, including how Nian Sherlan flaunted herself and how Ixio scolded and punished her. Injin was reading official documents when he paused his pen after hearing this, remaining silent for a moment. He imagined Nian Sherlan's aggrieved and unwilling expression, feeling a mix of pity and displeasure. But Ishio's words were reasonable, and the punishment was in accordance with the household rules. He couldn't find any fault. Understood. In the end, Anjin simply responded with a faint nod, then continued to read the official documents, saying no more. She did not stand up for Nien Shirlan, nor did she object to Ishio's punishment. Su Peixiong understood this clearly and bowed to leave. It seemed that in the Lord's mind, the authority of the legitimate consort and the rules of the household were more important than Nien Sephu's momentary grievance. Or perhaps, the Lord's favor for Nien Sephu had not yet reached the point where he would break the rules or openly oppose the main wife. Meanwhile, Nien Shirlan was almost supported by someone more precisely, half-forced and half-urged to be sent back to Qingliang Palace. All along the way, she kept her lips tightly pressed, her chin held high, refusing to let the tears in her eyes fall, holding on to her last fragile pride. But that straight back of hers finally collapsed the moment she stepped into Qingliang Palace and the heavy door closed behind her. Bang! She casually grabbed a white porcelain teacup from the table and smashed it hard on the ground. The crisp sound of breaking shattered the sudden silence of the hall, startling the maid waiting at the door. Songji. Olanala Ishio. Nien Shirlan squeezed out this name from her teeth, each word like ice.
What is she?
A lowly person who relies on pretending to be pitiful and scheming to climb up. She dares to punish me? She dares to restrict my freedom. Her chest heaved violently. Her bright red silk dress was now glaringly vivid, as if mocking her earlier embarrassment. Punishing her with copying the women's precepts? Grounded for 3 days? This is a huge insult. Since she was born, she has never suffered such humiliation. At home, she was the beloved eldest daughter, and in the palace, she was personally chosen by the emperor as a side consort. Her grandfather loved her very much and pampered her completely. What right does Ulanara have? Just because she holds the title of legitimate wife? A wife who is not favored by her grandfather and whose son is still sick? She is clearly jealous. Jealous that the Lord favors me, jealous that I am young and beautiful, jealous that I come from a better family. Nien Shirlan paced anxiously inside the hall, talking about improper behavior and offending the legitimate wife. I only told the truth. The Lord loves me and gives me the best. Is that wrong? She can't control the Lord's heart herself, so she uses rules to pressure me. Fake kindness, hypocritical and pretentious. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, feeling her chest tighten with anxiety. Waves of unfairness overwhelmed her, and her eyes finally turned red. Songji, she suddenly stopped, her voice trembling with sobs and urgency.
Go.
Go to the front yard study and find Su Peixiong. No, find a way to tell the Lord directly that I am sick, upset by the concubine. Let him come and see me. She still held onto a glimmer of hope. The Lord cares for her so much. Knowing she was punished like this, he would surely stand up for her. Maybe he would even scold Ulanara and immediately lift her grounding. Then, let's see how arrogant that woman can be. Songji quickly responded and carefully stepped out. The waiting time felt especially long. Nien Shirlan sat restlessly, occasionally looking at her slightly reddened eyes in the mirror. She thought about how she would cry and complain to her father later. Sometimes, she cursed Ishio bitterly. After a while, Songji finally returned, but her face was a bit pale, and her eyes looked away nervously. How did it go? What did the master say? Is he coming? Nien Shirlan eagerly went to meet her. Songji suddenly knelt down with a thud. Her voice trembled. Concubine, I didn't see the master. Old Master Su said he was busy with important work and couldn't be disturbed. I told Old Master Su about the matter, and after he reported it, he came out and only conveyed one message from the master. What did he say? Quickly tell me. Nien Shirlan's heart was pounding in her chest. His words were, Songji hesitated, bowing her head even lower. The master said, Understood. Follow what the concubine says. Understood? Follow what the concubine says, Nien Shirlan repeated, as if she didn't understand what those words meant. She stared blankly at Songji, her face losing all color little by little, until only a look of confused pallor remained. The master knew. He knew she was punished and forbidden from leaving. And then? No comfort, no questions, no standing up for her. Only a faint, dismissive, follow what the concubine says. Is this just approval? This act essentially handed over her punishment entirely to Olenara, almost as a silent approval. A huge wave of disappointment hit her like cold water, instantly extinguishing all her hopes and anger. All that remained was a biting cold and a fear of being abandoned. Does the grandfather not care about her anymore? Will he just let Olenara humiliate her like this? Get out. Everyone, leave now, she shouted hoarsely, not wanting anyone to see her vulnerable and helpless state. Songji and the other maids in the hall hurriedly backed away and gently closed the door. Inside the cool hall, only Nien Sherlan was left alone. The name Olenara Ishio, along with today's humiliation and the cold, understood, from her grandfather, was deeply etched into Nien Sherlan's heart. She was confined for 3 days. This was probably the hardest 3 days she had experienced since entering the residence. When this news spread to the side courtyard where she was confined, Ruaze was staring blankly out the window at the withered yellow leaves. Learning that Injin favored Nien Sherlan and even stayed overnight in the cool hall for 7 consecutive days, the little bit of calm she had managed to hold onto during her confinement was completely torn apart by furious jealousy.
Why?
Why Nien Sherlan? She was just a new girl in the residence, relying on her family background and a bit of charm, daring to take away the favor that originally belonged to her. Injin once told her she was his only wife, the one he loved most.
But now?
He had a new partner, so he completely abandoned her, along with their unfortunate child, locking them away in this cold courtyard. She felt deep anger. She hated how young and beautiful Yi Sherlan was. She hated Ishio for securing his rightful place as the heir. She even hated Injun for his cold and indifferent attitude. But the strict royal decree, which could not be ignored, was like a strong barrier trapping her tightly. She could only listen from this small space to faint whispers about how favored Qingliang Palace was and how prosperous the Yen family seemed. She had no way to send messages out, making everything even more difficult. This helpless despair was more painful than the confinement itself. Time passed quietly on the surface, but beneath, there was ongoing tension, and more than a month slipped by. Autumn was deepening. Several pregnant concubines' bellies were already large, nearing their due dates. The 3 new arrivals, Chao, Feng, and Fei, were relatively well-behaved under Injin's occasional visits and the equal treatment they received in the main hall. It was another day of paying respects. This time, Yen Sherlan arrived early. She was still dressed beautifully, but her expression was more restrained. She bowed carefully and greeted politely, showing that she had learned her lesson from before. However, the faint pride in her eyes and face was still hard to completely hide. Ishio, as usual, showed concern for everyone, especially asking carefully about the health and medical checkups of the pregnant women. Then she changed the subject. The gaze fell on Yen Sherlan and the 3 women, Chao Qinma, Feng Rua Zhao, and Fei Yunyan. A gentle smile appeared on her face. By the way, Sister Nien has been in the residence for some time now. Chao, you 3 have worked hard serving the master. Since the weather is getting cooler, it's easy to get sick. Why not take this opportunity, while the house doctor is here, to check your pulses and see if anyone needs some care? I want to be at ease. She spoke reasonably and with care. Although Nien Sherlan felt it was unnecessary, she dared not offend the main wife's face. Chao, Feng, and Fei all agreed, without hesitation. The house doctor stepped forward to check their pulses one by one. First, he examined Nien Sherlan. The doctor carefully observed her pulse, and after a moment, his face showed surprise. He withdrew his hand and bowed. Congratulations, Lady Nien. You are pregnant, about 2 months along. Nien Sherlan was stunned at first, then joy flooded her heart. Her face lit up with a bright smile, almost unable to hold back her happiness. She was pregnant. She was carrying the master's child. This was the best news ever. Soft congratulations sounded in the hall, but everyone's smiles were a bit complicated. Lady Nian was already highly favored, and now with this pregnancy, her position was even more secure. Isho also showed just the right amount of happiness. Congratulations, Sister Nian. Such wonderful news. Please take good care of yourself. Then she turned to the house doctor. Continue checking Chao and the others. The imperial doctor was ordered to examine Chao Qinma, Feng Ruzhao, and Fei Yunyan in turn. The results stunned everyone, including the doctor himself. Chao Qinma's pulse was strong, indicating over a month of pregnancy. Feng Ruzhao's pulse was also strong, over a month. Fei Yunyan's pulse was similarly strong, over a month. All three were pregnant at the same time. Moreover, since entering the palace, the favor they received was probably less than 1/10 of that given to Nian Shilan. In total, they had only served the emperor for a day or two each. And now all three were pregnant? The flower hall fell into an even stranger silence than when the other concubines had all been found pregnant before. This time, even the usual congratulations were much quieter. Everyone's expressions were quite varied: shock, disbelief, a hint of fear, and confusion about their own situation. Nian Shilan's face also lost some of its usual joy. Looking at Chao, Feng, and Fei, who were also pregnant and showing surprised happiness, she felt an inexplicable discomfort. Why did pregnancy seem so easy this time? Isho observed everyone's reactions with a cold, calm heart. Indeed, the effect of the multiple birth female elixir was so powerful. The amount of favor and the length of time it lasted seemed to make no difference in the face of the medicine's power. She maintained a graceful, composed smile, her voice clear and loud enough for everyone to hear. Excellent, excellent. Today truly is a day of 4 great blessings. My younger sisters, Chao, Feng, and Fei, all have good news. This is a great blessing for our family. Starting today, the monthly allowances for all 4 sisters will be increased, matching those of the pregnant sisters. Please take good care of them. She paused, her gaze slowly sweeping over everyone, especially lingering on Nian Shilan's slightly furrowed brow for a moment. She continued, anyone who can help the family grow and prosper is doing a great deed. From now on, everyone should get along well and work together for the family's future, to have healthy children. Her words remained kind and generous. But for some people, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Nian Shilan gently touched her still flat belly. After the initial joy, an inexplicable restlessness and faint unease quietly grew inside her. She looked at the 3 other women nearby, who were also pregnant, but not as favored as she was. She also thought of the women in the backyard, all pregnant with big bellies. For the first time, she clearly realized that the back courtyard of the 4th prince's residence didn't seem to be a place where she could enjoy exclusive favor and attention. It seemed like everyone here might be pregnant, and pregnancy no longer seemed so special. Isn't this what Qin Tiantian wanted? The more children there are, the less valuable they become. When all those children are born and they find out they are girls, even her weak and sickly Honghu will seem precious. The news first reached the front study. Su Peisheng almost held his breath as he reported each diagnosis result from the palace doctor. When he mentioned Nian Sifu's wife, pregnancy about 2 months, he clearly felt the figure behind the desk stiffen suddenly. Injin's red pen, which he was using to review documents, hung in midair. A drop of bright red ink slowly gathered. Finally, with a soft plop, it fell onto the white rice paper, spreading into a conspicuous red stain, resembling an ominous sign. He showed no happiness on his face. Instead, his eyebrows furrowed deeply, and a clear shadow of gloom and irritation flashed in his eyes. Nian Shilan was pregnant. This should have been a happy event, a sign of a thriving family and a proof of a man's ability. But at this moment, Anjin's heart was not filled with joy. The words, Nian family, weighed heavily on him. Nian Xiaoling was a high-ranking official with real power. Nian Gingyao was a rising young general, full of momentum. Kangxi had pointed out Nian Shilan to him, clearly showing intentions of alliance and control. Did he not understand this? He loved Nian Shilan, partly because she was lively and bright, but also because he considered the influence of the Nian family and wanted to keep it in check. But this love had to be kept within proper limits. Now, Nian Shilan was pregnant. If she gave birth to a girl, it would be fine. But what if she gave birth to a boy? A family with a long history and growing power brings endless trouble. It could cause unpredictable problems in the backyard and even in the court. Will the Yan family develop unwanted ambitions because of this? Will Yan Shilan become more arrogant and even develop greedy thoughts because of her children? Injin feels a headache coming on. He does have some new feelings for Yan Shilan and likes her, but this feeling is not strong enough to make him risk his position and future plans. He even regrets being too indulgent to her these days. What worries him even more is that, besides Yan Shilan, Chao, Feng, and Fei also happen to be pregnant. These three newcomers have only been in the household for a month, and they haven't been favored much. The chances of pregnancy in the backyard seem unusually high. From the earliest cases of the old concubines Li and Song all being pregnant, to Qi and Chunxing later, and now Yan Shilan and the three newcomers, almost every time he was with them, they became pregnant. And so far, none of them have had a miscarriage or any trouble. It's incredibly peaceful. This seems very unnatural. Injin is not stupid. He should have started to suspect. But before, he was secretly envious of the abundance of heirs among his brothers. And Kangxi's continuous praise and rewards, like a beautiful layer of candy coating, temporarily dulled his alertness. Now, when the political risks of Shilan's pregnancy were laid bare before him, that candy coating suddenly fell away, revealing the unsettling, strange truth of harmony underneath. How could his backyard be so peaceful? So efficient? Is Ishio truly blessed with such magical skills to benefit her family and manage the household? Or did she use some secret method to bring about all this? This thought made his back feel cold. If it was the latter, then Olenara Ishio's intentions and methods were truly frightening.
What does she want?
Just a good reputation? Or something else? He dared not think too deeply, nor did he want to. For now, everything seemed smooth on the surface. His Majesty was satisfied, the household was thriving, and no one could criticize Ishio. Perhaps he was overthinking? Maybe heaven or ancestors was especially watching over his family. But the possible son in Shilan's belly was like a thorn in his heart, making him unable to relax. Understood. In the end, Injin simply waved his hand at Su Peixing, his voice tired, even carrying a faint hint of annoyance. Follow the rules, take good care. The supplies must not be lacking. He paused, then added, tell the madam that she should pay more attention to the affairs in the backyard. He gently and carefully handed the hot potato back to Ishio. Since she could manage everything so well, he decided to let her continue. As for Nian Shilan and the child in her belly, Injin's gaze was deep, indicating that they needed extra attention and planning. In the Qianqing Palace, Kangxi was discussing military affairs in the northwest with his trusted ministers when he received a secret report from the sticky pole. He heard Liang Jiugong quietly report that 4 more people in the 4th prince's residence had been diagnosed with good fortune signs, including Nian Xiaoling's daughter, Nian Shilan. Kangxi's red-stamped note paused slightly. Then he smiled silently. But that smile had no warmth, only deep calculation and a nearly cold amusement. This 4th. Haha, his wife is truly a clever woman. Kangxi casually set the secret report aside, as if it was just a trivial matter. The Nian family's daughter is also pregnant. Good, very good. Having many children is always a lucky sign. He paused thoughtfully and said to Liang Jiugong, go, pick a few more valuable gifts to reward the 4th consort. Send the pearl from Siam that was recently presented, along with 2 bolts of imperial silk. Tell her it's for her contribution to the royal family's lineage and her care for the inner court. I am very pleased. Let her continue to look after the royal heirs well. The rewards were increased again, emphasizing her role in expanding the royal lineage. This almost elevated Ishio to the status of a meritorious official. Kanshi was pleased to see that Injin's household was thriving, which could offset any previous negative impressions. As for whether there are hidden reasons behind this prosperity, as long as it doesn't cause trouble or interfere with his plans, he doesn't mind. He even happily goes along with it, using Ishu as a model. A main wife who can manage the fourth brother's household and promote the growth of children is a useful piece for him. As for the potential issues that might arise from Yen Sherlan's pregnancy affecting her relatives, Kangshi's eyes flash with a cold light. He has other ways to balance and control the situation. For now, let's enjoy the happiness a little longer. Once again, rewards are sent to the residence of the fourth prince. This time, a whole jar of smooth, clear dong pearl, worth a fortune, and dazzling imperial silk. Ishu leads her people to thank heaven, bowing respectfully. After rising, she looks at the sparkling jewels and silk, and deep inside, the soul of Chin Tian truly feels a genuine, pure happiness. Gold, silver, and jewels, such fine things. They are real, valuable currency, symbols of wealth in any era. Having traveled here, she feels helpless and must tread carefully. These yellow and white treasures, shining gems, at least bring the most practical sense of security and joy. The old emperor is quite generous, clearly appreciating her as a virtuous wife. Good, keep up the effort, and perhaps reward her more often, so her private treasury can grow richer. Regarding the deeper political meaning and the emperor's subtle tactics behind this reward, she inwardly sneered but maintained a grateful and respectful expression on her face. In Yonghe Palace, Consort De received the news again. This time, she did not throw things or scold anyone. She simply sat quietly by the window, gazing at the bleak autumn scenery in the courtyard, her face showing a nearly numb indifference. There it was again. For more. Even the daughters of the Yongnian family were not spared. She felt a deep sense of exhaustion and absurdity towards the son, this daughter-in-law, and the strange, endless good news from the inner chambers. All her anger seemed to have been drained, leaving only a cold, detached indifference. Understood. She waved her hand at Choen, her voice calm and flat. Let them do as they will. Now, she was unable to protect herself. Confined within the palace, her power diminished. All her anger and schemes were futile. She had no strength or interest in stirring up the chaos in her fourth son's household. All her hopes and expectations now depended on her youngest son, the 14th prince, Inti. The more lively things became in the fourth household, perhaps the better it was for Inti. At least, it could divert the emperor's attention and reduce his suspicion. Thinking this, the numbness in Consort De's heart strangely transformed into a twisted sense of calm. Outside the palace, other princes, relatives, and officials continued their affairs. The news about the fourth prince's household having many children in a row has become almost a fixed pattern. At first, people were shocked, teased, and even envied. But now they have become used to it and feel numb, even jokingly making fun of the situation. When ninth Prince Intua mentions it now, he no longer bothers to invent new words. He just shrugs and says, well, the fourth prince's household probably doesn't leave the main courtyard anymore. This time even the girl from the Yen family is involved. The fourth sister-in-law must be writing her achievements so much that her hand is sore. 10th Prince In Chio laughs loudly. Haha, next spring, I bet the fourth prince's household will be full of babies everywhere. When they play the game of grabbing objects, they won't know which one to pick first. Even the usually quiet 13th Prince In Xiang can't help but feel a strange sense of unease about how perfectly the children are being born in the fourth prince's household. But he has always respected his older brother, so he keeps his doubts to himself. The fourth prince's household seems to be a special place outside normal rules, with incredible fertility. The main wife, Ulanara Ishio, who helped make this prosperity happen, has become a very unique and controversial figure among the noble women in Beijing. Some say she is virtuous and deeply blessed. Others whisper secretly that her good fortune seems too strange, and it might not be divine power but human scheming behind it all. The tense calm at the back of the fourth prince's residence finally broke with hurried footsteps and deliberately lowered exclamations of surprise. The first to act was Lady Li. Since she learned she was pregnant, she had been obedient and well-behaved. But she also felt upset because after being ignored by Tanzhin, she had not been summoned again. That day, her labor went smoothly. Just before dawn, her water broke, and the news was immediately sent to the main and front courtyards. Ishu heard the news and quickly put aside her work. She brought the midwife, the doctor, and the necessary supplies to Lady Chi's courtyard. She looked calm and commanding, as if she had practiced this many times. Tanzhin received the message. Although he didn't have much affection for Lady Li, she was his child, and this was the first birth after the family's collective pregnancy. He put aside his official duties and went to the study in the front yard to wait for news. Su Peixing kept updating him on the situation in the delivery room. The labor was not difficult, but it took most of the day. By evening, a clear cry of a baby broke the tense atmosphere in the courtyard. Soon after, there was another cry. "Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, lady. Lady Chi has given birth. 2 little girls. Mother and daughters are safe." The midwife carried 2 swaddled babies out to deliver the good news, her face tired but pleased. "Twins?" Tanzhin came out of the study and went to the outside of the delivery room. He looked at the 2 small, wrinkled but clearly healthy and rosy baby girls, and his brow furrowed slightly. They are not his sons. In fact, they are not even the auspicious twin girls often seen as a good omen. They are just 2 daughters. The small hope he had because of the first child's birth, like a balloon pierced with a needle, quickly deflated. There are still many others, like the Chi family, the Song family, and the Yen family. Surely someone will have a healthy son? Thinking this, he did not show much disappointment, only nodded. He calmly ordered, "Take good care of Li Gij and the 2 little Gij. Reward them." The word, reward, was a polite gesture to Li's family and also a sign of his manners as a father and host. But the value of that reward was probably not even half of what it would be if he had a son. News of this reached the palace. Kangxi was reviewing official reports and only responded with an, He nodded without even lifting his eyelids, as if he was just hearing about a sunny day. Having 2 healthy granddaughters was good for the royal family, but it was not enough to catch the emperor's special attention. What he cared more about might be what came later, especially the child in Yan's womb. However, Li Gij's delivery seemed to open a floodgate. In the following days, the back courtyard of the fourth prince's residence seemed to be pressed by some strange, rapid force, with baby cries ringing out one after another. Song Gij went into labor after a whole day and night of effort. She did not give birth to the expected boy, but instead delivered 3 loud, crying baby girls. The triplets were all daughters. Almost immediately, without giving anyone a break, Chen Gij and Wang Gij also gave birth. The process was possibly tense, but the results were surprisingly consistent. All 3 gave birth to healthy triplet girls. Finally, Chen Gij had a somewhat smoother delivery, giving birth to a pair of twin girls. In just a few days, the fourth prince's residence seemed to turn into a workshop for producing baby girls. 13 tiny, pink, crying little girls were born. The main courtyard was completely overwhelmed. Even Xiao, who was well-prepared and knew the effects of the multiple birth girl pill, did not expect such a sudden and efficient surge. The prepared nurses, maids, and baby supplies quickly became insufficient. With 13 newborns and 5 new mothers needing careful care, the shortage of help was huge. Jian Xiao, immediately bring me my signboard. Go to the household department and find a trusted steward. No matter the cost, quickly arrange for a batch of clean, reliable, and well-fed nurses. At least 20. Then also arrange 20 quick, experienced maids and 40 steady young maids to help care for the mothers. Xiao's voice remained calm, but his speech was faster and his instructions clear. All the unused courtyards in the mansion should be cleaned immediately, with charcoal fires, hot water, and clean cloth and cotton supplies provided twice, as much as usual. Half of the kitchen staff should be assigned to prepare food and medicine for the new mothers and nannies. The mansion doctor must be on duty day and night without fail. She personally took charge, dispatched staff, allocated supplies, and comforted the somewhat confused servants. Her calm and commanding presence helped the nervous servants settle down and do their jobs properly. Although she was very busy, everything gradually became organized again under her management. The 13 young ladies' bathing and grooming were simplified and combined because there were so many, and the process was continuous. But they still received the proper respect and rewards, paid for with the mansion's funds. The goal was to ensure these newly born daughters would at least have material comfort comparable to others. Meanwhile, in the study at the front yard, the atmosphere was very different. Injin's face went from calm when ELIXIRS gave birth to twin daughters, to a slight frown when Songshi had 3 daughters, then turned pale blue when Chun and Wangshi each had 3 daughters, and finally turned dark as ink when he heard that Qianshi had also given birth to 2 daughters. The total reached 13 daughters, no sons at all healthy and crying loudly. This was no longer disappointment. It was a strange, almost absurd and chilling feeling, as if something was terribly wrong. It was as if an invisible hand was mocking and teasing him. Was Injin's fate to be surrounded by only young girls? Anger, frustration, unwillingness, and a hint of fear he didn't even want to admit, all mixed together, burning his reason. Could it be that heaven was punishing him? Punishing him for neglecting Honghu, almost causing his eldest son to die. So now, he was given many daughters, but not a healthy son to carry on the family line? Honghu was alive, but with his weak appearance, could he be relied on? Once this thought arose, it wrapped around his heart like a poisonous vine. He remembered the night Honghu had a high fever and his own choices. He thought of the despairing screams in Ru's court. A cold shiver ran from his feet to his head. "Sir, the ladies' side has been arranged. 13 young ladies are settled, and the nurses and attendants are arriving one after another." Su Peixiang looked at his tense face and carefully reported. Injin suddenly turned his head sharply, his eyes as sharp as a blade, staring at Su Peixiang. His voice came out through clenched teeth, full of suppressed rage. "Everything is arranged?"
Ha!
"She's quite capable. 13 girls, 13. Why doesn't she have a few more?" This was an act of venting anger, completely unreasonable. Su Peixiang was so frightened he knelt down with a thud, not daring to speak. Injin's chest heaved sharply a few times before he finally sank back into his chair, exhausted, and closed his eyes. What could he do? Abandon those newborn daughters? Or blame the concubines who just gave birth to his children? They gave birth to daughters, but it wasn't their fault. Could it be that Ishu's management was poor? But she clearly handled everything very well, even in such an emergency, responding appropriately without any mistakes. The news spread like it had wings, carrying details about the 13 young princesses, all girls, and the fact that the 4th prince's face turned pale. Among other shocking details, it spread rapidly throughout the Forbidden City and the entire circle of the city's noble families. In the Qianqing Palace, Kangxi listened to Liang Jiugong's detailed report. As he paused to sip his tea, a very complex expression appeared on his face. There was surprise, of course, since all 13 newborns were girls, an incredibly unlikely event. But more than that, there was a deep, thoughtful consideration, weighing the implications of imperial power. Having many children is usually good, but if all are daughters for the princes aiming for the throne, does this lush growth also suggest some instability at its roots? Especially since the only healthy son, nominally Honghu, is still so weak. He remained silent for a long time, then finally waved his hand and said calmly, "Understood. Have the Imperial Household Department double the rewards for the new princesses in the 4th prince's household, as usual. For consorts work hard, please give them a little more reward. This time, the reward is not for merit but more like a routine or even a comforting gesture." The Empress Dowager and the Grand Empress Dowager both sighed upon hearing the news. The Grand Empress Dowager, holding her prayer beads, said with a sigh, "Young 4th, his children have had some setbacks. Luckily, his daughter is also a good bloodline, just raise her well. But it's hard on his wife, adding so many mouths to feed all at once. She must be quite busy. Her words showed some sympathy for Ixio. As for the other brothers, their reactions were much more interesting. Some felt sorry, but most couldn't hide their amusement and schadenfreude. After court, the ninth prince, Intua, deliberately lagged behind a few steps and walked side by side with Injin. He covered his mouth with a fan but spoke loudly enough for nearby people to hear. "Fourth brother, I really admire you. Your talent for spreading the family is unmatched in the whole city. 13 little nieces. Wow, when they grow up and get married, their dowries will be huge. Luckily, you still have Hong Hui's nephew," he emphasized. Luckily, still have Hong Hui, in a tone that sounded like comfort, but the teasing in his eyes was almost obvious. The 10th prince, In Xiao, was even more direct, laughing loudly and patting Injin's shoulder. "Fourth brother, did you open a fairy's nest in your house? Why do all the maids keep falling in?" "But that's good. Daughters are so thoughtful. When my younger brother's son is born next year, it will be a good match for fourth brother to marry into our family. The more, the better." Even third brother, who usually isn't at odds with Injin, privately sighed about the concubine. Fourth brother's situation is truly strange. 13 daughters, not a single son. Could this really be fate? That child Honghu, sigh. His words were unfinished, but the meaning was clear. These words, whether straightforward or subtle, were like countless needles stabbing at Injin's already wounded heart. He could only stiffly respond, "Thank you for your concern, brother," then hurriedly leave. His back looked awkward and gloomy. The phrase, "It's good to have Honghu," kept echoing in his mind, like a curse. It reminded him of his weak eldest son and the awkward situation of having many children but no healthy male heir. Meanwhile, in Yonghe Palace, De Fei, who received detailed news, initially looked shocked. But then, her face slowly broke into a genuine, happy smile, as if her worries had vanished. "Great. That's wonderful." She clapped her hands and chuckled softly, her eyes shining with clear joy and scheming. 13 girls. Not a single boy with a beard. Haha, heaven truly opened its eyes. In her heart, her last bit of maternal affection for Injin seemed to fade with this good news, leaving only a cold assessment of the situation. The fourth son is so deformed, all daughters, and the only son is still weak and sickly. This is a big disadvantage in the race for inheritance, even a fatal flaw. No matter what, the emperor probably wouldn't consider a prince who can't even have a healthy heir, right? Now, His Majesty's child. Consort De looked out the window, her eyes burning with hope. His chances are greater now. Her dissatisfaction and resentment towards Injin and Ishu suddenly turned into endless hope for the future of the 14th prince, Indi. The chaos in the 4th prince's residence was getting worse and more absurd. It was best if everyone knew that Injin, the emperor's son, had no heirs and no successors. In the 4th prince's estate, amid the crying and busy activity of new life, a strange, heavy atmosphere lingered. 13 newborn babies should bring joy and hope, but now they seemed like a loud, silent mockery hanging over the house. Injin's worries and shadows grew deeper each day. After carefully settling everything, Ishu returned to the main courtyard, looking at the still pale but peaceful Honghu sleeping. He let out a gentle sigh. The first step's success exceeded expectations, but the outcome was satisfying. Next, he needed to prepare for the second batch, especially for the birth of Nian Sherlan. A slight smile appeared on his face, but his eyes held no joy. The real show was still to come. During another morning court session, Injin did not want to walk with anyone and just wanted to leave this suffocating place quickly. "Fourth brother," a gentle yet commanding voice sounded from his side. The voice was not loud but carried a natural weight that could not be ignored. Injin paused, feeling a sudden tightness in his chest. He didn't need to turn around to know who was speaking. Slowly, he turned his head, suppressing the emotions surging in his eyes, lowered his gaze, and bowed respectfully. "Your humble brother greets His Highness the Crown Prince." Today, Crown Prince Injin wore a light yellow traditional outfit. He stood tall, handsome, with a gentle smile that seemed carefully measured. He lightly supported Injin's shoulder. "Fourth brother, there's no need for such formalities. We are brothers. There's no need to be so distant." His gaze fell on Injin's face, which showed signs of exhaustion and gloom. A faint, elusive glow flickered deep in his eyes. As the heir, he naturally knew the movements of his brothers very well, especially this fourth brother, known for his cold demeanor and practicality. With all the lively activity in the household recently, it would be strange if he didn't notice. "Fourth brother seems tired, but is it because the household affairs have been too busy lately?" The crown prince walked alongside Injin, speaking with concern, like a caring older brother. Injin's heart tightened, knowing the main topic was about to be addressed. He suppressed his irritation and humiliation, speaking in a steady voice, but with a deliberately restrained dullness. "Your Highness the Crown Prince is concerned. It's just ordinary family matters, nothing worth mentioning." "Ordinary family matters?" The Crown Prince slightly raised an eyebrow, his tone still gentle but with a subtle hint of guidance. "I've heard that your younger brother's household recently welcomed a new addition, and things are quite lively. Several young nieces have arrived all at once. Such a great joy. Your younger sister-in-law must be very busy, and your brother should be more considerate." "Your Highness the Crown Prince is right." Injin almost squeezed out these words from between his teeth, his throat feeling dry. "It truly is a happy event. The lady of the household has worked hard. Daughters are good, caring like a close little quilt for parents." The Crown Prince seemed unaware of Injin's stiffness and continued on his own. "Royal children, whether boys or girls, are all about continuing the bloodline and bringing blessings. Your younger brother has gained so many young ladies at once, which shows he is truly blessed. His Majesty must be pleased too." Injin's fist quietly clenched inside his sleeve. He could only follow the Crown Prince's words and reply dryly, "Your Highness the Crown Prince's teachings are appreciated. I am grateful for heaven's grace." "It's good that you think so. Well, with the cold weather, go back to your residence early. Please give my regards to your younger sister-in-law. Tell her to take care of her health. If there are any difficulties at home, she can send someone to Yuking Palace." "Thank you, Your Highness. I will take my leave." Injin bowed again. Only after the Crown Prince nodded and left gracefully with his attendants did he slowly straighten up. The Crown Prince's words of comfort were more straightforward and mocking than the old knight's blunt teasing, making him feel humiliated and suffocated. It was a kind of condescending, politically calculated concern. It completely shattered his last silly hope about brotherly love. In this strange, silent, mutual understanding of calmness, the births of Gij Chi and Gij Chun followed one after another. Chi Gij's belly was astonishingly large. Her labor nearly exhausted all the midwives' and doctors' strength and skills. When the fourth baby girl, completely red and crying loudly, was carefully carried out of the delivery room, even the experienced imperial doctor couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He whispered, "For babies, and both mother and daughters are safe. That's quite rare." His tone didn't sound very congratulatory, more like witnessing an incredible miracle. Soon after, Chun Gij also went into labor. She was younger, healthier, and her delivery was relatively smooth, but she also gave birth to a pair of twin daughters without surprise. The two little girls cried loudly, healthy and rosy. When the news reached the front courtyard study, Injin was copying a landscape painting from the former dynasty. His brush hovered over the mountain outlines, not falling for a long time. Su Peishing's voice was very soft, but every word was clear. Princess Zijie gave birth to 4 little princesses, and Princess Chun gave birth to 2 little princesses. The imperial doctor said that although it was a bit risky, with proper care there should be no serious problems. Snap! That fine brush suddenly fell onto the rice paper, spreading darking quickly and ruining half of the nearly finished copy. Injin seemed not to notice. He slowly, very slowly, raised his hand and pressed his forehead. There, the veins under his skin were throbbing visibly. He had 6 more daughters. He didn't need to count carefully. He knew that was a huge, overwhelming number. As more and more girls were born in the palace, Ancient's visits to the cold palace became shorter. Most of the time, he asked the imperial doctor, Nien Shirlan, about the pregnancy and advised her to rest quietly. Nien Shirlan sensed this change keenly. The hope and pride she felt from her pregnancy began to turn into unease. She gently touched her increasingly heavy belly. She looked at her reflection in the mirror, her face slightly fuller from pregnancy but still stunning. For the first time, she seriously wondered, what if she also gave birth to a girl? Would the emperor still treat her the same as before? The same worry also troubled the other 3 princesses who had not yet given birth. Seeing others give birth to a string of daughters, their firm belief that they would bear a son also started to waver. While silently praying, she couldn't help feeling a mix of fear, sympathy, and jealousy. If everyone had daughters, it would be fair, but what if someone was lucky enough to have a son? Amidst this growing tension and anticipation, Yen Shirlan's due date finally arrived. It happened on a gloomy afternoon. The labor pains came suddenly and strongly. Even Yen Shirlan, a brave woman from a noble family, was overwhelmed by the intense pain of her first childbirth, her face turning pale and sweating profusely. The Qingliang palace quickly became chaotic. The news was immediately reported to the main hall and the front hall. Ixio immediately put down her work and led her team to Qingliang Palace. She still looked calm and composed, giving orders to the midwives and doctors, arranging hot water and herbal teas, everything organized smoothly. Injin also arrived soon after. He didn't enter the delivery room, but sat in the nearby room. His face was more serious than usual, lips pressed tightly, fingers unconsciously turning the jade ring on his thumb. Su Peixing stood quietly beside him, not daring to make a sound. Inside Qingliang Palace, Yen Shirlan couldn't hold back her pain and let out loud cries, mixed with the anxious urging of the midwives. Time seemed to pass slowly in this tense waiting. From the afternoon until the evening lamp was lit, Yen Shirlan's strength appeared to be almost gone, and her voice became hoarse and weak. The imperial doctor examined the pulse behind the screen, frowning deeply. He then quietly reported to Injin and Ixio, the side consort's baby is in an unusual position, and the baby is quite large. It may be difficult. Injin's eyes sharpened. No matter what, the main lady must be kept safe. His words were firm and decisive, even carrying a hint of urgency he didn't realize himself. Nien Shirlan cannot have any problems, at least not now. The Nien family still needs stability. Ixio stood nearby, bowing slightly. Doctor, please do your best. If you need any herbs, just say so. Almost an hour later, just when everyone thought the situation was grim, a loud, piercing cry of a baby suddenly came from the delivery room. Immediately after, the midwife shouted with joy and a touch of confusion, "It's a girl. It's a girl. Oh wait, there's still one inside. Twins?" Before anyone could react, a second cry followed, slightly weaker but still clear. "It's another girl. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations to the consort. Lady Nien has given birth to a pair of twin girls. Mother and daughters are safe." The midwife's voice was full of relief and a bit of fear. Twin girls. Another daughter. Injin stood there, his face losing all color, then slowly turning a bluish-purple with worry. He stared fixedly at the curtains separating inside and outside, as if trying to burn a hole through it with his gaze. Expectations, nervousness, weighing options, and a hint of secret fear all eventually turned into cold, heavy disappointment. And a deeper, more absurd feeling that even anger couldn't overcome. Year after year, the Yi family's bloodline, could it really be doomed to only have daughters? Is it truly fate? Does heaven intend for Injin to have such a thin chance of passing on his line? Ixio stepped forward at the right moment, speaking calmly. "Quickly bring out the 2 young princesses to see. Wrap them carefully and protect them from the wind. For Lady Nien, use the best medicine and make sure she recovers well." She wore just the right expression, part relief, part concern, as if she was truly happy about the safe arrival of the newborns. When the 2 swaddled baby girls were brought out, Injin only glanced briefly. Both children looked fragile, especially the one born later. Her cry was weak, but they were alive. He swallowed hard, then waved his hand and said hoarsely, "Take good care of them. Reward them." No other words. He didn't even go inside to see the exhausted Yi Shirlan, who had just gone through a near-death experience. Instead, he turned around and strode out of the Qingliang Palace. The news spread quickly as usual. When Kangxi heard in the Qianqing Palace that Lady Nian gave birth to twin daughters, mother and daughters are safe, he was having dinner. He paused briefly while picking up food, then continued eating as if nothing had happened, simply giving Liang Jiogong a calm instruction. According to the tradition of the side consort who bears the heir, double the reward for the Yen family and the 2 children. The 4th consort, who has taken good care, will also be rewarded. His tone was flat and emotionless, showing no signs of happiness or anger. The Yen family's daughter's safe delivery was a good thing, avoiding potential trouble. Since she gave birth to a girl, it was even better, saving future worries. The emperor calculated this carefully. When De Fei heard about it in Yonghe Palace, she sneered, feeling even more pleased. The Yen family's efforts hadn't produced a son for the 4th prince, so his reputation of being childless was confirmed. She increasingly believed her own son's future was bright. Other princes and relatives had become numb to this, even too lazy to comment. The 4th prince's daughter army added another member, just making the city's strange stories more solid. In private talks, people just sighed that the Yen girl couldn't escape tradition, or joked that the 4th prince's temple of sending children probably only sent girls. Injun later went to see Yen Shirlan. He faced her pale, weak after childbirth, yet she forced a smile. Her eyes showed deep disappointment and hope she couldn't hide. Injun felt his chest tighten painfully. He wanted to say something, comfort, encourage, but he found his throat dry, and he couldn't say a word. Finally, he just sat briefly, asked about the doctor's prescribed remedies, advised her to rest well, and then almost hurriedly left. He was afraid of seeing the shameful, humble look in her eyes because she had given birth to a daughter. He was even more afraid of revealing his annoyance about the situation. For other concubines who had just given birth or were about to, Injun avoided them completely. He didn't even bother to visit them symbolically during the day, only sending gifts and greetings through Su Peisheng as usual. It seemed as if all the women in the backyard had suddenly fallen out of favor overnight. This wasn't something Injun did on purpose. It was a natural, instinctive rejection born from fear, annoyance, helplessness, and absurdity. He was afraid to step into those courtyards, afraid to hear the crying of babies. He feared seeing the women's faces, disappointed, forcing smiles, or carrying hidden resentment. He was even more afraid of hearing people say, "Congratulations, sir, you have more little princesses." He felt like a prisoner trapped inside his own home, with the study and the front yard as his only refuges. Even when handling official matters, he often felt restless. He constantly sensed faint sounds of children crying from the distant backyard, carried by the wind, disturbing his peace. The remaining 3 pregnant women, Chao Qinma, Feng Ruzhao, and Fei Yunyan, were in this atmosphere of complete concealment by Injun. In the anxious yet numb waiting mood of the backyard, their delivery dates arrived. The result was unsurprising, yet once again, it challenged everyone's understanding with its astonishing consistency. Gao Gij safely gave birth to 3 little Gij sisters. Feng Gij safely gave birth to 3 little Gij sisters. Fei Gij safely gave birth to 3 little Gij sisters. By this point, since the noble residence of the 4th prince was upgraded to the main consort and the inner court prospered, all pregnant concubines had finished giving birth. The final result was 30 healthy, lively little Gij sisters, all crying loudly. Not a single son was born. When the news that Fei Gij had finally given birth to 3 daughters was confirmed, Su Peisheng almost held his breath, shrinking his neck as he reported the news to Injun. The study fell into complete silence. After a long while, Injun let out a very low, cold sneer through his teeth. That laugh had no warmth at all, only endless loneliness and self-mockery. He waved his hand, telling Su Peisheng to leave, and sat alone in the growing darkness, without lighting a lamp. Could he really not produce a healthy son? That weak child, Honghu, who was so fragile he could fall at the slightest breeze, had become his only male heir? This was the most absurd and cruel joke in the world. The news spread through the palace and court with explosive speed again. Kangxi listened to Liang Jiugong's detailed report in Qianqing Palace, and the silence that followed was longer than any before. Finally, he let out a very complex sigh, rubbed his forehead, and said to Liang Jiugong, "According to the rules, all newly born princesses should be generously rewarded to their mothers. The fourth consort manages the large inner court, bears many royal children, and has worked hard. She should be given double rewards and awarded a plaque that reads, 'Virtuous and Wise,' which will be hung in the main hall." This reward was very grand, especially the plaque written by the emperor himself, almost publicly placing Ixio as a model for the prince's consorts. But behind this reward, was it a helpless acceptance of the difficulties in the son's succession, or an excessive compensation for the daughter-in-law's management skills? Perhaps it was both. Kangxi's opinion of Injin was inevitably clouded again. The Empress Dowager and the Grand Empress Dowager listened to the final result and remained mostly silent, only sighing. The Grand Empress Dowager played with her prayer beads and murmured, "Is the fourth really destined to face this calamity? Luckily, her daughter is also of royal blood. If she raises her well, maybe in the future." Sigh. Her words carried regret and a subtle sense of distance, which was quite obvious. Da Fei learned of the final outcome at Yonghe Palace. First, she was stunned, then burst into a long, relieved, and joyful laugh. Good. 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 Everything is settled. Not a single one with a beard. Ha ha ha. Injin, you finally have your day. It shows that heaven has eyes. Her last faint feelings of motherly love for Injin had now completely turned into glee at his misfortune and hope for the future of the 14th prince. She even thought that Ixio's creation of such a large debt for his daughter, though hateful, objectively helped heirs big trouble a lot. The other princes and relatives no longer had the energy to tease or joke. All that remained was a kind of numbness mixed with awe and a distant, avoidant attitude. In private, people just shook their heads and said, "Fourth brother's house. It's strange, too strange. From now on, I won't dare to talk about children lightly. Look at fourth lord." Even the crown prince Inrung only lightly commented on his close aide. Fourth brother has few children, which is just how it is. Luckily, he still has a legitimate son. His tone was calm, but it quietly moved Injin further down the list of potential rivals. The women in the backyard, who felt this complete neglect and abandonment most directly, were the first to notice. Their favor had become an illusion, and hoping for the father's pity was a luxury. They quickly woke up from their initial disappointment and resentment, realizing a harsher truth. In this deep residence, without a man's favor, they might still survive. But without the support of the person in charge of the backyard, they and all the daughters would struggle to get by. Are their positions enough? Are the servants loyal? Their daughter's future education and marriage? None of these could happen without the approval and support of the main wife. Injin, the father, was clearly unreliable. He didn't even show his face, and his rewards were just routine. Thus, a silent and purposeful shift began. Lady Li, still recovering from childbirth, dragged herself forward. She carefully prepared nourishing soup and personally delivered it to the main hall, speaking sincerely, hoping the lady of the house would show mercy and take better care of her 3 daughters. Mrs. Song dressed her daughters neatly, brought them to pay respects in the main hall, and let the children happily call her mother. Meanwhile, she wept quietly beside them, sharing her worries about raising the girls and her fears for the future. Mrs. Qi directly presented a precious piece of silk gifted by Injin to Ixio, asking only that her daughters be given more fresh milk daily. Spring Apricot also learned to behave better, no longer overly lively, but carefully trying to please Qianqiu and other respected maids in the main hall. Even the proud and aloof Nian Shirlan, after initial breakdown and anger, looked at her 2 weak daughters in her arms, and remembered Injin's cold departure that day. She had to accept reality. She sent Seongji with a respectful gift to the main hall, still carrying a bit of the lady's pride, but her words showed clear signs of seeking help and reliance. "Please, lady of the house, kindly take care of our lady and the 2 young misses. We are deeply grateful for your kindness." As for the newly born Chow, Foam, and Fei, their family background was weak, and they saw the main hall as their only hope. They paid respects daily, showing utmost politeness. Suddenly, the main hall was bustling with visitors. No longer are the concubines competing to show off or scheme against each other. Instead, all are mothers, united by their love for their daughters, their desire to survive, and their humble, pleading smiles. Ishio sat upright and composed. She looked at the women below. Some had once competed with her openly or secretly, some favored, some out of favor. Now, they all depended on her for their lives and their daughters' futures. Her calm, insightful mind from her past life, Tian, blended perfectly with her strategic planning as Olanara Ishio. She enjoyed this feeling. It wasn't just about power, although power was important. It was more about the control, seeing all the schemes, plots, and characters fall into her planned path. She enjoyed watching these women, struggling under strict feudal rules, finally bowing to her as the virtuous main wife. They handed her their softest weakness, their children. She took pleasure in seeing Injin, who seemed aloof but was actually defeated by the issue of heirs, retreating in the inner courtyard, unable to face the situation. She didn't deliberately make things difficult for anyone. Instead, she became more tolerant and fair. She gave what was deserved and carefully selected the best imperial doctors and maids. She accepted the women's efforts to flatter and offer gifts, giving appropriate attention and promises in return. Like a fair judge and generous giver, she tightly controlled the resources and loyalty within the inner court. Under her careful care and the continuous effect of the "run my pill," Honghu's health remained stable, weak but not serious. In contrast to the lively courtyards filled with singing and dancing, yet lacking any healthy young men, his position as the only legitimate eldest son, even with a pale face, is quietly elevated to a very special status. Even Injin, after feeling very frustrated and trying to avoid it, has to pay more attention to this son. His gaze, complex and somewhat reluctant, falls on the boy. In the backyard of the 4th prince's residence, an unprecedented, abnormal period of peace has settled. The men are absent, women gather around the main mother, and all the children are daughters. On the surface, everything seems orderly, but inside, everyone has their own thoughts. Ishu knows this is far from the end. The many daughters in the yard are burdens, bargaining chips, and potential resources for future marriage alliances or alliances. She plans to raise these girls well. The atmosphere at the court is growing tense as Kangxi ages and the throne of the crown prince becomes unstable. Like the low pressure before a summer storm, it feels oppressive and hard to breathe. The rivalry among the older princes has become almost intense. Every court meeting, every task, and even every palace banquet could turn into a battleground. Since Injin's daughters were born, he has become more silent and reserved, dedicating all his energy to government affairs. He became more diligent and strict in his work, acting quickly and decisively. He tried to use real achievements and flawless skills to make up for or hide a shameful mistake in his private life that had damaged his reputation and made him a laughingstock. He was like a wounded lone wolf, licking his wounds but also glaring more fiercely at his goal, the highest position, thinking it was his only way out of his current troubles and a way to prove his worth. However, nature does not always follow our wishes. The more he showed his abilities, the more he attracted suspicion, especially from the group loyal to the 8th prince. One day, during a minor festival, Kangxi was in a good mood. That evening, he held a family dinner in the garden. It was not very grand, but there was good food and music, creating a lively atmosphere. The princes and their wives or concubines attended the dinner. Since it was a family gathering, the mood was more relaxed than in the palace. Iju sat beside Injin. She was dressed very modestly and properly today, spoke little, but responded politely. She occasionally talked with nearby princesses and subtly observed the expressions of everyone at the table. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew more lively. 8th Prince Inji and 9th Prince Intao came over with their cups, smiling as they approached Injin's seat. 4th brother, it's rare for us to gather like this. We toast you, brother. Inji's smile was gentle and his tone sincere. 4th brother has been busy with court affairs lately. Thank you for your hard work. We all see it and admire you. Intao cheerfully supported, smiling and saying, Exactly. 4th brother is a capable official among U.S. brothers, and His Majesty has praised him many times. Please, 4th brother, accept this drink. Injin looked at the 2 smiling faces in front of him, feeling a warning bell ring in his mind. He had always had a good face but a cold heart with Laoba, and Laoji was even more loyal to Laoba. Now they were so enthusiastic. He picked up his cup, his expression calm. 8th brother and 9th brother, you flatter me. It's just a duty. As he spoke, he was about to drink the wine. Hey, 4th brother, is this enough? Intao reached out to stop him, took another empty cup, personally poured wine from the jar, and filled it again. This cup is a special toast from me to 4th brother. Wishing you, more and more family members at home. He deliberately stretched the word, prosperity, and a sneaky glint flashed in his eyes. A few tables nearby faintly chuckled in secret. Injin's face darkened, and he tightened his grip on the cup. Ishio lowered his eyes slightly, as if he hadn't heard. Inshir smoothly changed the subject but still held his cup tightly. 9th brother is playful. Please don't mind, 4th brother. But I also want to toast the 2nd cup. Recently, I received guidance from 4th brother on some work matters, which benefited me greatly. I haven't had a chance to thank him face to face. So, I want to use this toast to show my gratitude. He spoke smoothly, lowering himself, making it hard for others to refuse. The 2 brothers took turns encouraging each other, pouring drinks one after another. He raised Injin higher and used the idea of a lively family to subtly provoke him. But he also claimed it was out of brotherly love and gratitude, making it hard for others to react. Some of the other princes pretended not to see, while others joined in with a few teasing words. Injin felt annoyed but knew he shouldn't lose his temper in front of the emperor. He also didn't want to be seen as someone who disregards his brothers or as proud and difficult. So he patiently drank cup after cup. The wine was the finest imperial wine, rich in flavor but strong aftertaste. After several rounds, Injin's drinking capacity was decent, but he started to feel warm and a bit dizzy. Ishio sat among the women, watching Injin drink repeatedly with a cold look in her eyes. She clearly remembered that the original story took a turn after this night banquet, when Injin got drunk. He was tricked by the 8th prince and others into a close encounter with a plain-looking palace maid, Li Jingua, which led to the birth of the future Emperor Qianlong, Hongli. Hongli was the one who eventually became emperor in the original history. She absolutely would not allow him to be born, especially not as Injin's son. Her gaze casually swept over a palace maid standing in the corner of the banquet. The woman was stocky, with dark skin and a few noticeable freckles. She looked dull and clumsy, with her head bowed. This was Li Jingua. According to the original story, she would soon be assigned to serve the drunken Injin. Ishio raised her wine cup, subtly signaling to Jinxiu behind her with a slight glance. The gesture of the autumn meeting was understood. He nodded slightly and quietly stepped back without making a sound. The banquet was nearing its end. Injin was slightly drunk, his steps unsteady. The 9th prince saw this and stepped forward to support him personally, with a caring expression. 4th brother is drunk. Why not rest in the side pavilion for a while? Wake up and sober up before heading back, so the journey isn't uncomfortable. His tone was sincere and flawless. Although Injin was drunk, he still had a hint of caution. He wanted to refuse, but because of dizziness and vertigo, he was involuntarily supported by the 9th and 8th princes, walking toward a quiet, warm pavilion beside the banquet hall. Su Peixing wanted to follow, but was deliberately blocked by the eighth prince and others, who spoke quietly. The warm pavilion was already prepared, filled with a gentle sleep-inducing scent, and the bed was soft. The ninth prince helped him sit on the bed and said softly, "Fourth brother, sit for a moment. I will have someone bring some sobering tea." After speaking, he exchanged a glance with the others and left, only leaving two young eunuchs to serve. Almost at the moment they left the warm pavilion, a figure dressed in plain palace-made clothes, trembling and bowing her head, was quickly pushed inside through a side door by a familiar old woman. The old woman quietly closed the door and whispered a few words to the guard eunuch, passing him a small, delicate pouch. The eunuch pinched the pouch to feel its weight, a knowing smile appearing on his face, and nodded. The palace maid seemed extremely frightened, standing in the shadows not far from the door, trembling and burying her head even lower, almost curling up inside her ill-fitting old palace clothes. Injin, with blurry drunken eyes, only caught a vague, shrinking figure. He thought it was an ordinary palace servant sent by eighth or ninth brother to serve tea or watch over him as he sobered up, so he paid no attention and had no strength to investigate further. Right now, he just wanted to close his eyes and ease the overwhelming dizziness and nausea. The two young eunuchs standing openly nearby, after receiving instructions and a reward from the nanny, exchanged glances. One of them quietly stepped forward, picked up a prepared, warm hangover remedy from the table, and approached the bed, respectfully saying, "Third young master, please have some hangover soup. It will make you feel better." Injin reluctantly opened his eyes and looked at the bowl. His remaining caution made him want to refuse, but the burning thirst in his throat and discomfort in his stomach eventually won out. He thought that His Majesty the Emperor was nearby, and even if eighth or ninth brother had bad intentions, they wouldn't dare to poison openly under the Emperor's watch. Plus, the soup was brought openly by the young eunuch from the table. After a brief hesitation, he took it and drank it down with a frown. The soup was warm, with a slight herbal scent, and seemed to soothe his dryness somewhat after entering his throat. He handed the empty bowl back. The young eunuch bowed and took it, stepping aside. It was gone from his stomach in just a moment. Injin was not only unconscious, but also felt a stronger, harder-to-resist wave of sleep washing over him, causing the scene before him to spin and blur. He struggled to sit upright, but his body was too weak to obey, and finally, a faint clarity flashed through his mind. That soup. No, wait. However, his consciousness quickly sank into darkness. He tilted his head and fell into a deep sleep, even letting out a soft snore. Two young eunuchs saw this and exchanged a satisfied look. One of them quickly walked to the side door and harshly whispered to the trembling palace maid hiding in the shadows, "Why are you still standing there? Didn't you see the fourth princess fainted? Hurry and serve him. Be careful." The maid shivered as if greatly frightened, but dared not disobey. She nervously moved to the edge of the bed to tend to him. The young eunuch pointed at the side of the bed, signaling her to sit and take care of him. Then, surprisingly, both eunuchs retreated to the outer door of the warm pavilion's partition, turning their backs to the inner room, pretending to stand guard. In fact, they kept their ears alert, listening carefully to any movement inside, ready to respond to any good opportunities and keep watch. Inside the warm pavilion, only Injin, completely asleep, and the trembling palace maid, who fluttered like a leaf in the wind, remained. Time slowly passed. Outside the partition, faint sounds of the banquet ending could still be heard, voices and footsteps gradually fading away. Inside the warm pavilion, it was eerily quiet, only the steady breathing of Injin and the maid's suppressed, tiny sobs. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the side door was gently pushed open again with a slight crack. This time it was not the previous maid. Instead, a woman dressed more properly, resembling a trusted palace maid of a certain concubine, entered. She carried a food box and looked calm and natural. The two young eunuchs guarding outside the room heard the movement and turned around. Seeing her, they paused briefly. One of them hesitated and asked, "Who are you?" The palace maid smiled slightly and lowered her voice, saying, 8th Lord ordered me to bring some light snacks inside, so that 4th Lord won't feel empty after the wine wears off. As she spoke, she naturally placed the food box on a small table nearby. She then took out 2 slightly larger, heavy cloth pouches from her sleeve and handed them to the 2 young eunuchs. "Thank you, gentlemen. Please enjoy some hot tea with this small token of appreciation." The young eunuchs, holding the hefty pouches, heard her mention 8th Lord and saw her calm demeanor, which seemed genuine. Their doubts eased. They smiled and nodded. "Thank you, sister." Having received double the usual reward, they felt relaxed and, seeing that the palace maid was just delivering snacks and not causing trouble, they turned away to continue their watch. The palace maid carried the food box and walked lightly into the inner room. Seeing the sleeping Injin and the trembling palace maid sitting nearby, a cold glint flashed in her eyes, but she did not disturb anyone. She first set down the food box, then took out a very small, inconspicuous blue porcelain incense box from the bottom. Quickly opening it, she gently sprinkled a nearly tasteless, light gray powder into the nearly burnt-out sleep-inducing incense ash in the bedside incense burner. When the powder met the heat, it quickly dissolved without smoke, emitting only a faint, almost hallucinogenic, slightly spicy scent that blended quickly into the existing sweet aroma, making it hard to notice. After finishing this, she walked over to the trembling palace maid. In a very low but clear voice, with an unmistakable commanding tone, she said, "You, go outside. Wait behind the 3rd pillar in the side corridor. Someone will take you away. You don't need to serve here anymore." The palace maid was overjoyed, not daring to lift her head. She hurriedly got up and, almost stumbling, slipped out through the side door as directed, her figure quickly disappearing into the darkness of the corridor. At this moment, only the palace maid and the sleeping Injin remained in the inner room. The palace maid listened carefully. There was no movement from the 2 young eunuchs outside. She also listened closely to confirm that Injin's breathing was deep and steady, indicating he was truly asleep. She quickly took out a damp cloth soaked in a special medicinal solution from the food box's inner compartment. It smelled pungent. She gently waved it under Injin's nose. Injin, still asleep, furrowed his brows and unconsciously tilted his head, but did not wake up. Instead, he slept more deeply, as if in a deeper coma. The palace maid withdrew the cloth and handled it carefully. Then she walked to the window, pushed it open a little more where a gap had already been left earlier. Facing the dark night outside, she mimicked a perfect owl's hoot. After a short moment, another shadow, almost blending with the night, quietly slipped down from behind a dense ancient cypress outside the window. It smoothly jumped through the window and landed silently. The figure appeared to be a eunuch, but with quick and precise movements, clearly not an ordinary palace servant. The 2 did not speak, only exchanged a quick glance. The later eunuch's gaze fell on the sleeping Injin and nodded. The palace maid pointed at the incense burner, then at Injin, making a gesture to move him. The eunuch understood, stepped forward carefully, and gently lifted Injin along with the thin blanket covering him. He was quite strong and moved steadily, making hardly any noise. The palace maid quickly tidied the bed, as if no one had been there. Then she led the eunuch, and together they worked silently and smoothly, passing the sleeping Injin out through the window. There was clearly someone waiting outside, and Injin's figure soon disappeared into the night. After completing everything, neither the palace maid nor the eunuch left immediately. The eunuch slipped back out through the window and hid again. The palace maid calmly walked to the table, took some delicate snacks from the food box, arranged them neatly, and poured a cup of warm tea. Then she went to the incense burner, carefully cleaned the remaining ashes, and replaced them with a new, mild-scented calming incense cake. Finally, she took a small paper package from her sleeve. She poured some light yellow powder into the warm tea. The powder dissolved quickly, and the tea's color remained mostly unchanged. She placed the cup on the small table beside the bed, within easy reach. Everything was arranged properly. She listened carefully. It seemed the banquet outside had completely ended. In the distance, Faint bell sounds from the palace gates could be heard. She made a soft, insect-like sound again toward the window. Soon, the side door was gently pushed open. This time, a man entered who looked about 6 or 7 parts like Prince Injin, dressed in the usual prince's clothes, with a hairstyle that was deliberately copied. However, his face was flushed, his eyes unfocused and dazed, and he was breathing quickly. It was clear he had been given a very strong, mind-altering drug. His mind was almost clouded, and he staggered forward instinctively. Looking closely at his features, it was clearly the 8th Prince, In-chi. The palace maid's eyes were cold. She quickly stepped forward, supporting In-chi, who was nearly unable to stand, and half-dragged, half-led him to the bed to lie down. In-chi mumbled incoherent words, flailing his limbs unconsciously, seeming very uncomfortable. The palace maid pressed him firmly and forcibly fed him a few sips of the spiked warm tea. As the tea went down his throat, In-chi's struggling weakened, and his eyes became more unfocused. But his body grew increasingly hot, and he began to tear at his clothes unconsciously. The palace maid no longer paid attention to him. Walking quickly to the side door, I saw the young woman who was the mother of Emperor Hongli in history, dressed in an unremarkable maid's outfit, waiting there. She looked confused, and her cheeks were flushed from the drugs. I whispered harshly, "Go inside. Serve Lord Ba. If you make a sound or make a mistake, you know the consequences." The woman was already dazed, only faintly hearing words like "serve" and "Lord Ba." She was pushed inside suddenly, stumbling a few steps, and saw the man on the bed, restless and uncomfortable. Under the influence of the drugs and her blurry vision, her figure overlapped with that of the 4th prince she expected. She instinctively and blindly moved toward him, following the commands she had been given. The palace maid watched coldly as the absurd and mistaken scene unfolded on the bed inside the room. She no longer hesitated and quickly left through the side door, disappearing as if she had never been there, blending quietly into the shadows of the quiet palace path outside. 2 young eunuchs, who had received generous rewards and believed everything was under Lord Ba's control, remained dutifully outside the room, unaware of the secret switch and deception happening inside. Not far from the warm pavilion, in a more hidden and well-prepared side room, the real Injin, who had been drugged with calming medicine, was lying on a clean, comfortable bed, deep in a peaceful sleep without dreams. Su Peixiong finally freed himself from the entanglement of Lord Ba's followers and hurriedly came to find him. What I see is my master peacefully sleeping alone, with no woman nearby. Although I find it strange that my master is very drunk, everything seems normal, so I suppress my doubts and stay outside the door. The night quietly passes. The next morning, Injin wakes up feeling a familiar headache and hangover discomfort. He finds himself in a strange but elegant side room, with Su Peixiong standing outside the door. He vaguely remembers the banquet yesterday, being helped by his 8th and 9th brothers, and waking up in a warm chamber. After that, his memory becomes blurry. It seems he completely lost track after drinking the hangover soup. Su Peixiong, how did I end up here last night? Injin asks, rubbing his forehead in a deep voice. Su Peixiong quickly comes in and reports, "Sir, last night I was pulled aside by 8th and 9th brothers and talked for a while. Later, I found you sleeping soundly in the warm chamber, and didn't dare to disturb you. The steward eunuch next to 8th brother said that the warm chamber was too hot, and he was worried you wouldn't sleep well, so he moved you to this cooler side room. I checked and found everything proper, so I stayed with you until dawn." Hearing this, Injin's brow furrows slightly. Did 8th brother move him somewhere? He carefully recalls, but after the warm chamber, his memory is blank. His body feels fine, his clothes are neat, and the room only has him. Maybe 8th brother was just being kind? Although it feels a bit strange, there's no evidence at the moment. Since he's still uncomfortable from the hangover, he doesn't want to investigate further. He just thinks he drank too much. Yes, he should go back to the palace. He stood up, ready to leave. Almost at the same time, a loud scream and chaos erupted from the warm pavilion nearby. From the sound, It was the cry of a woman and a eunuch. Injin paused, exchanging a quick look with Su Peixing. Su Peixing was alert and immediately said, "Sir, something must have happened." "I'll go check." Injin nodded. Su Peixing quickly went out to find out what was going on. Soon, Su Peixing returned with a strange expression, speaking in a low voice and sounding surprised. "Sir, something big has happened at the Warm Pavilion. I heard that eighth brother last night, for some reason, was with a low-ranking palace maid in the Warm Pavilion. They were caught by palace staff, who came early to tidy up. Now the Imperial Household Department and the guards are involved, and it's chaos there." "What?" Injin was stunned, as if his hangover headache had suddenly disappeared. "Eighth brother? In the Warm Pavilion? With a palace maid? Wasn't the Warm Pavilion arranged for him to sober up last night?" In a flash, fragmented memories of last night and a vague sense of something being wrong connected in his mind. Eighth and ninth brothers' excessive enthusiasm, their deep sleep after the sobering tea, and the strange swapping of rooms. A terrifying and absurd suspicion arose. Could it be that the person they planned to target last night was actually himself? That Warm Pavilion, that palace maid, everything was a setup meant for Injin. I don't know which part of the process went terribly wrong, but eighth brother ended up stepping into the trap himself and suffering the consequences. Realizing this, Injin broke out in a cold sweat, then felt a mix of relief that he had survived and cold anger. What a pair of brothers. How dare they use such sneaky tricks to scheme against each other? "Let's go." His eyes turned icy, no longer showing any sign of drunkenness. Go check the Warm Pavilion. He wanted to see for himself this foolish game of setting a trap that backfired. When Injin arrived, the Warm Pavilion was already sealed off. Inside, the eighth prince, Inji, was disheveled, with a pale face, supported by a eunuch as he was led out in a sorry state. Also seen was the woman from the Zinzheka household, dragged out and crying so hard she nearly fainted. All of this was noticed by passing relatives and officials. This matter was bound to end badly. The news spread quickly like it had wings. Kangxi was furious when he received the report and immediately summoned the eighth prince, Inji, to Qianqing Palace. He scolded him harshly, ordered his salary to be cut, restricted his movements, and removed some of his titles. He also ordered a thorough investigation. Although he didn't say it directly, the comments about Inji's misconduct and losing decorum in front of the emperor made his already damaged reputation worse, especially after the eagle incident. As for the palace maid and any possible instigators behind her, under Kangxi's intention to control the situation and avoid over-involvement, the incident was ultimately handled by punishing the palace maid for causing trouble and neglecting supervision, without deeply investigating Injin. However, this event greatly damaged the reputation of the eighth prince's supporters, and Insi himself was left humiliated, making it difficult for him to act again in the short term. In the main hall of the fourth prince's residence, Ishu listened carefully as Jinqiu reported in detail about the palace scandal involving the eighth prince. This included Kangxi's anger, the punishment of the eighth prince, and the final fate of the palace maid, who was the mother of Hongli. She was secretly dealt with and left no heirs. Ian Silver, who was trimming an orchid with scissors, paused slightly. She put down the scissors, picked up a warm cloth, and carefully wiped her fingertips, which seemed free of dust. Her face showed no joy or sorrow, only a deep, calm sea of tranquility. "I understand," she spoke softly. "This is the eighth prince's own doing." Her tone was flat, as if commenting on a trivial matter unrelated to her. Jianqiu knew well that behind this incident, there was definitely the invisible hand of the consort. From secretly buying informants in the eighth prince's household to learn of the plan, to swapping the crown prince and removing the sleeping fourth prince, and then precisely drugging the eighth prince to trap him, finally arranging for someone to accidentally discover the truth. Each step was sharp and ruthless, exploiting the eighth prince's own schemes to leave him in irreversible trouble. More importantly, it completely cut off any chance for the woman who should have been Hongli's mother to have any contact with Injin. Did that palace maid really leave nothing behind? Jianqiu quietly confirmed. "Yes," Ishiu replied, her gaze drifting to the bright spring scenery outside the window. People who shouldn't exist in the first place naturally leave no traces. Huangli would no longer be born. From this point, history would be different. Her husband, Injin, after experiencing this dangerous event and witnessing the disgrace of his political enemies, would likely become more cautious and guarded about the inner court, his children, and his brothers. This might be a form of torment for him, but for Honghu and the path she sought, it might actually be a good thing. Have all the milk sent to the young ladies in the residence today? Ishio changed the subject, her tone returning to calm and composed. Yes, madam. Everyone received their share, as usual. The young ladies are very grateful, Jianxiu quickly answered. Ishio nodded slightly, picked up the silver scissors again, and continued trimming the orchid plant. The sharp blades precisely cut away a slightly excessive leaf. Next, she needed to focus on managing this hard-won, fully controlled backyard piece, and wait for the right moment to push Honghu into that position. The court's power structure would change. Crown Prince Injin seemed to have gained even more stability because of this matter. But he also felt increased pressure as Kangxi's demands for the virtues of his princes grew stricter, making him more cautious in his actions. Other princes, seeing this, could not help but reflect carefully. For a moment, the court was strangely quiet. But beneath this calm, dangerous undercurrents grew stronger. Everyone was rethinking their enemies and changing their plans. The fourth prince's residence seemed unaffected by the turmoil, but its influence was deep. After initial shock and relief, Injin's trust in his brothers and everyone around him dropped to freezing point. He became more diligent with government affairs, dedicating almost all his energy to the Ministry of Revenue and secret tasks assigned by Kangxi from time to time. In the main hall of the fourth prince's residence, the East Warm Pavilion, it was still a peaceful place filled with the scent of medicine and ink. It felt like a world apart from the noisy backyard outside, where baby girls cried and concubines carefully plotted. Honghu leaned on a soft, thick-quilted bed. Her small face, seen through the gentle light of the gauze window, still looked pale. But her black eyes, inherited from Injin, shone brighter and more focused than ever. She closely watched an old man, thin and clear-minded, slowly flipping through annotations of the spring and autumn annals. His name was Su Wenyuan, with the courtesy name Huiyan. He was once a famous scholar in Jiangnan. Due to being involved in an early literary case, his career was cut short. Disheartened, he stayed at home writing books. Ishio carefully made efforts to find him through a secret connection from the Ula Nara family from many years ago. He also paid a large sum of money and promised that he would only teach the young sickly child and would not get involved in politics, which finally convinced him to come out of retirement. Using a pseudonym, Mr. Su stayed in the residence, claiming to help improve Honghu's character and teach him calmness and self-cultivation through reading and writing. At first, Su Wenyuan stayed out of politeness and livelihood concerns. But soon, he was drawn in by Honghu's quick intelligence and the stubborn determination behind his calm exterior. Brother, do you know why this commentary describes Duke Xin's defeat at Yan in detail, but only briefly mentions the Battle of Zhuanggong and Duke Xin's victory? Su Wenyuan's voice was gentle but carried a quiet strength. Honghu frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and replied clearly, I believe the author aims to warn us that troubles often come from within, from improper relationships and lack of discipline. The outcome of the Battle of Zhun was just the result. Its cause was planted long before. Governing a country or managing a family requires careful prevention of problems. He didn't simply repeat what his teacher had said yesterday, but added his own understanding. Though young, he was beginning to grasp the edges of strategy and human nature. Su Wenyuan's eyes showed surprise and admiration. He stroked his beard and nodded. Your insight goes beyond just the words. Seeing the cause is especially valuable. He didn't praise excessively, but his next explanation was clearly deeper. He began to discuss examples of conflicts among brothers throughout history, cleverly linking self-cultivation, family management, and mental focus. This served both as a straightforward lesson for the ailing young master and subtly nurtured Honghu's initial understanding of political strategy. This was only one side of the lesson. Ishio understands well that in this dangerous world surrounded by wolves and tigers, having literary talent and strategy alone is not enough to protect oneself. It is also insufficient to carry future ambitions. Honghu's weak health is the best disguise, but he must also have a card to break free from this mask at critical moments. Therefore, in a more secret and quiet part of the West Wing, twice every 10 days, a plain-looking man with steady steps would quietly arrive. He claims to be a wandering healer hired by the household to teach health exercises. His surname is Yu, and his name is Jinchuan. In fact, he is a descendant of a fallen northern military family, skilled in martial arts and familiar with basic military formations. Due to family decline and offending local powerful figures, he was forced to hide in the marketplace. Ishio connected with him through a very secret underground network linked to Jiochio's family. He promised to protect her family and never ask about his past, which is how he was brought into the household. Yu Xinchuan teaches exercises like the 5 animal frolics and 8 pieces of brocade, which are gentle movements aimed at strengthening muscles and balancing energy and blood. Honghu learns very slowly, each movement awkward and difficult, progressing only a little, fitting the image of a sickly child. Even Ingjin or Su Peisheng, who occasionally peeked out of curiosity, would only think that the concubine truly went to great lengths for her son, even trying such superficial exercises. They might even feel a bit of pity. But only Yu Xinchuan and Honghu know the truth. In true core training, the content is completely different. It is a carefully adapted method by Yu Xinchuan, transforming fierce strength into subtle inner discipline. It teaches how to move quietly and smoothly, how to unleash quick strikes within a small space, how to observe the environment to find the best spots for defense and escape. It even includes simple skills using everyday objects for self-defense. Honghui studies very seriously. His clear eyes become sharp like an eagle during training. Although he lacks strength, he is very quick to understand. His control over his body and understanding of techniques far exceed Yu Xinchuan's expectations. But he always remembers his mother's advice. Huir, these skills are your last line of defense and life protection. Never show them unless it's absolutely necessary. Usually, you are still the Honghui who needs help walking a few steps and gets tired easily. Honghui nods heavily. He knows well how important his fragile appearance is and secretly understands his mother's deep plans. Every time he exhausts himself, but pretends to be just tired, every time he learns a new skill but suppresses his excitement to act confused, it is a test of his character. Besides Su Wenyuan and Yu Xinchuan, Ishio also invites several skilled teachers through different channels, claiming to broaden Honghui's knowledge and cultivate his character. One is a female lay practitioner skilled in music and chess, who understands melodies and can help calm the mind. An old accountant skilled in arithmetic, bookkeeping, and simple mechanical and natural sciences was wrongly accused over financial issues and should be rehabilitated. He was even given a chance through an accidental gift from Princess Da. He was assigned to a senior eunuch who had once worked in the imperial pharmacy, knew about medicines and their properties, and was very discreet. Officially, he was there to help care for Honghu's medicinal needs, but secretly, he was teaching Honghu to recognize herbs and understand their interactions and effects. This knowledge was vital for survival and might also serve as a special skill in the future. These teachings were scattered and secret, and none of them knew the full picture. They all believed they were the only or among the few chosen to help the fragile prince recover and manage his health. They were well paid, treated kindly and politely by Ishio, and offered protection, so they all worked diligently. Honghu absorbed everything eagerly and carefully, like a sponge. He showed remarkable talent in literature and understanding of politics and history in front of Su Wenyuan. This scholar privately praised Ishio, saying, "If the prince remains healthy, with time, he will become a master of strategy and diplomacy." Under Yu Xinchuan's secret guidance, Honghu's physical condition slowly improved, his weak arms gaining some strength. He learned to control his emotions through the music of a female lay practitioner. He glimpsed logic and cleverness through the old accountant's numbers and diagrams. And in the scent of medicine from the senior eunuch, he saw the harsh reality of life and death struggles. Ishio often sat nearby, carefully listening to the lecture and learning along. After all, what he learned was his own. However, her gaze always lingered on her son. She watched his eyes light up when he understood a deep meaning, yet he forced himself to stay calm. She saw him tremble slightly at his fingertips when he finally mastered a hidden technique. She observed his calmness and sharpness when dealing with different teachers, far beyond his age. Her heart was filled with cold calculation and passionate hope. She knew this path was full of thorns, and a single mistake could lead to disaster. But seeing the increasingly determined light in Honghu's eyes and feeling the strength gathering beneath his weak body, she thought all the plans and risks were worth it. Occasionally, Injin would come over. He would see Honghu not listening quietly to the old master stories, but either practicing health exercises weekly or playing with chess pieces and counting sticks. When asked about his studies, Honghu's answers were always clear and organized, showing remarkable memory and understanding. Especially in literature and history, he often shared insights that surprised Injin. Injin's worries about not having a healthy son were sometimes eased by Honghu's early wisdom. But mostly, he felt concern for Honghu's health and looked at him with mixed feelings. This child was so clever, but his body was a pity. He also casually tested Honghu's health exercises. Honghu performed awkwardly and with difficulty, just as expected. Injin didn't look further and only instructed Ishio to take good care of him, so he wouldn't tire himself out. News about this spread through different channels and occasionally reached Kangxi's ears. The fourth prince's eldest grandson, who was weak and sickly, seemed quite clever and eager to learn. Although his health prevented him from entering the study, he hired teachers at home and read well, especially understanding things clearly. Kangxi mostly responded with a simple, or a faint comment like, "The fourth's wife does teach the children well," then said no more. In the eyes of an emperor, a grandson who cannot grow up healthily, no matter how smart, is not a key candidate for succession. This was exactly what Ishio intended. He wanted Honghu's talents to be subtly recognized by the higher-ups, leaving the impression that if he were healthy, he would become a great person, but without attracting too much attention or suspicion. Consorta also occasionally heard about this, mostly sneering. What's the use of a sickly child learning more? It's just Olinara's stubbornness, messing around for no reason. This contempt was also part of Ishio's cover. Thus, behind the carefully constructed, seemingly peaceful but secretly complex barrier of illness at the fourth prince's residence, Honghu was growing rapidly. He was talented in literature and strategy, hiding a sharp mind. His martial skills and physical strength lay dormant, waiting for the right moment. His world had long since gone beyond this warm pavilion. Through the stories told by the teachers and the occasional meaningful hints from her mother, she was drawn into a broader and more dangerous court and world. Ishio, like the most patient web spinner. She maintained a fragile balance in the backyard with a mask of virtue and kindness as a caring mother. At the same time, she used money, relationships, and tactics to weave a hidden, tough net for Honghu, made up of famous teachers, potential contacts, and secret skills. She was waiting for Honghu to grow stronger and for the right moment. She hoped that this seemingly unbreakable disguise of weakness and illness could, at a critical moment, turn into a surprising weapon or a strong shield. On a warm, sunny afternoon, Ishio arranged simple tea and fruit in the garden pavilion and invited all the young princesses who could walk and their mothers. Ligij, Songgij, Chigij, Chungij, and others brought their daughters, some just learning to walk, some babbling and some quiet, seated in order at the lower end. But everyone's eyes kept drifting toward Ishio sitting at the top. Today is a beautiful spring day. Let's let the sisters and children come out and relax. Ishio spoke first, her voice soft but clear enough for everyone to hear. The children are growing up every day. It's not good to keep them all cooped up inside. Our princesses, though girls, are still of royal blood, the precious daughters of the family. Regardless of which family she is betrothed to in the future, she must be well-educated, reasonable, and understanding. This way, she won't embarrass our family or your noble house. She paused, noticing everyone was listening carefully, then continued. Now that there are more young ladies in the house and they are growing older, they are mostly taught by their mothers or maids in a scattered way, which can lead to gaps and lack of structure. Why not set up a small study room in the house, with 2 suitable maids and a learned lady teacher who understands literature and etiquette? Every day, at a fixed time, they can teach the young ladies reading, writing, embroidery, and some common sense. First, the sisters can relax a bit. Second, the children will have company and learn more diligently. What do you all think? Hearing this, everyone below the main seat showed different expressions. Miss Song's eyes sparkled, and she immediately smiled. Your Grace has thought everything through. This is such a wonderful idea. I was worried about my own limited knowledge and how I could teach the children well. With your arrangement, it's perfect. She held her 3-year-old daughter's hand and said, Quick, thank your proper mother. The others quickly agreed. They all understood clearly. Having the chance to appear in front of the main mother and receive proper education is a great opportunity. If the daughters learn well, they might have better marriage prospects in the future, and it will also bring honor to themselves. Moreover, your Grace's words are reasonable. They themselves might not be able to teach well. Your Grace's kindness is deeply appreciated. I am truly grateful. Everyone stood up together to bow. Ishio gently helped. They are all family children, so there's no need to show special gratitude. Since a study room has been set up, rules must be established. Daily lessons and tests are decided by the teacher and the maidservants. I also often check in. Those who study diligently and behave properly will be rewarded. Those who slack off or act stubbornly will be punished. I hope all the sisters will remind their children at home. Yes, we will follow the madam's instructions. Everyone responded, their minds becoming lively as they thought about how to teach their daughters to behave well in the study room and gain the favor of their mother. The matter of girls' education was quietly settled during this ordinary family gathering. Soon, a quiet and spacious courtyard in the estate was prepared, with a sign hanging that read Jingji Study. 2 experienced and respectful maidservants chosen by Ishio and a knowledgeable lady scholar who understands music, chess, calligraphy, and painting moved in. Every morning, the young ladies in the estate were sent by their nannies or maids to Jingji Study to begin their royal education. Ishio personally approved the schedule, which included lessons on girls' conduct, inner training, copying characters, embroidery, and basic music and chess. During lessons, Mr. May often included stories of virtuous empresses and talented women from history, using them to teach about managing a household, handling finances, and some non-sensitive political stories from previous dynasties, broadening their horizons subtly. The mothers worked hard to ensure their daughters performed well in Jingji Study and left a good impression on their biological mothers. In this example, the good brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones are first given to the daughter. After returning from school, they carefully ask her what she learned today and what comments her teacher gave. During festivals or when the daughter receives some praise in her study, they prepare carefully chosen but appropriate gifts to send to the main courtyard, sincerely thanking the madam for her nurturing of the girl. Ishio should accept everything politely, give suitable encouragement, and return gifts, using both kindness and discipline to win people's hearts and gather resources further. Inside the Qingliang Palace, Nian Shirlan leans sideways on the noble consort's bed by the window, covered with a thick brocade blanket. Her face is pale, like she hasn't seen sunlight in a long time, with faint blue shadows under her eyes. Song Ji carefully feeds her a bowl of warm bird's nest porridge. Side consort, please have some more. The imperial doctor said your body needs careful nourishing. Song Ji's voice is gentle and worried. Nian Shirlan mechanically opens her mouth and swallows. Sometimes, when she looks at the 2 weak children, her feelings are not just pure maternal love, but mixed with resentment that they are not her sons and fear about her worsening health. How long has it been since Injin last visited? She can't remember. Occasionally, someone delivers herbs and supplements with a few cold greetings, but no one shows up in person. She knows she has lost favor because she did not give birth to a son. Song Ji, she suddenly speaks, her voice hoarse. Do you think the Lord dislikes me? Songji's hand trembled, nearly knocking over the porridge bowl. She quickly knelt down and said, "Consort, please don't think that way. Your husband is busy with affairs from the previous dynasty, and he surely cares about you. You have given birth to 2 princesses for him, which is a great achievement. Rest well, and he will come to see you." Nian Sherlon forced a smile that was even more painful than crying. Great achievement? What does she count as a great achievement? Does the entire mansion lack daughters like her? She thought of the calm and composed Ulanara Ishio in the main courtyard. She thought of her current authority in the house, and of the concubines bowing and scraping for their daughters. A fire of jealousy, resentment, and deep helplessness burned inside her. She couldn't fall apart. As a daughter of the Nian family, she couldn't just give up. But what could she do? Her body was struck by a familiar weakness and heartbeat, and she closed her eyes in exhaustion. Meanwhile, the side courtyard was silent and dead. Even the view outside the window had long since lost its charm. The news had been deliberately kept secret for most of the time, but she could still catch bits of gossip from the maid bringing food or faint cries of babies late at night. She pieced together the lively outside world and how her husband had completely ignored the back residence. The consort held immense power, and the mansion was filled with healthy, lively girls. Every piece of news was like poison, corroding her already battered heart. She looked into the copper mirror. The reflection was gaunt and broken, having lost its former color. Injin probably already forgot that there was still a woman here whom he had repeatedly claimed as his wife. In the east warm pavilion of the main hall, in the study, Hong Hui was sitting opposite Su Wenyuan, playing chess. The chessboard was filled with black and white pieces. Hong Hui played white, making slow moves, but each move was unexpected. Instead of aggressive attacks, he focused on subtle strategies, aiming to slow down the opponent. This move by the prince seemed simple but effectively suppressed the black piece's potential, making it hard for the opponent to advance or retreat. Su Wenyuan held a black piece, pondering for a long time. Finally, he sighed and conceded defeat. "Your playing style has become more steady, but..." He looked up at Hong Hui's pale but clear-eyed face. "Sometimes, being too cautious makes you lose some of your sharpness. Remember, in chess as in life, when it's time to fight, you must strike like thunder." Hong Hui put down his chess piece humbly and said, "Thank you for your advice, sir. I am weak and often feel I lack strength, so I always try to stay safe first before considering other moves." His words were partly true and partly false, both hiding his real feelings and revealing his situation. His long-term illness and constant vigilance made him habitually hide his true strength. Su Wenyuan looked at him deeply, said nothing more, and then began explaining the strategies of diplomacy from the strategies of the warring states. Hong Hui listened very carefully, with sparks of understanding flashing in his eyes. His mind was being enlightened. The health class in the West Wing continued as usual. Today, Yushin Chuan did not teach new moves. Instead, he walked slowly with Hong Hui in a side room, quietly explaining how to handle sudden pushes or attacks on different terrains. He showed how to use the environment and natural instincts to resolve crises with minimal effort and quickly move to a safer or advantageous position. Remember, brother, true self-defense is not about fighting hard, but about always staying in a position where others find it hard to attack or expect nothing. Yushin Chuan spoke softly. Hong Hui silently took notes and imagined various scenarios in his mind. He knew these seemingly small skills could be life-saving in critical moments. News always spreads in some way. Soon after, at a poetry gathering of the royal family, a Hanlon scholar who knew Su Wenyuan mentioned with some regret, "The eldest son of the fourth prince's residence is truly unfortunate. I hear he is bedridden, but his talent is high, and he often speaks surprisingly about classics and history. If he were healthy, given time, he might not be just an ordinary person." These words spread quietly, causing little disturbance. But the impression that the fourth prince's weak eldest son was actually clever began to quietly take root among some scholars. Even Injin, who occasionally paid attention to his son's studies, more as a symbolic gesture, heard similar rumors from his aides and felt complicated and hard to describe. Ishu's actions spread like flowing mercury, everywhere, silent but unstoppable. Jingjijai is not only a place for teaching etiquette to young ladies, but also became another channel for her to gather information. The female lay practitioner and two maids, during their lessons, would unintentionally reveal or guide her to some information. Which young lady's uncle holds a position somewhere, what recent events or troubles a certain residence has, and even some interesting rumors from the marketplace. These fragments, after being organized by Jianxiu, could be pieced together into useful background information. Through Su Wenyuan, Ishio provided financial support to poor students to publish their writings. In the name of collecting rare medical texts for Prince Honghu, she indirectly contacted some hardworking but talented scholars or descendants of struggling doctors. She did not directly recruit them but offered appropriate financial aid or facilitated access to research materials, planting good causes. Yu Zhenchuan's connections in the underworld were more secretive. He learned from old acquaintances about skilled but impoverished craftsmen near the capital. Some specialized in making precise devices, others in training carrier pigeons. There were also lower-level officials or city gate guards with particularly sharp information networks. Ishio instructed that, under the pretext of needing special items or rare medicinal herbs, they could pay these people well for private jobs through Yu Zhenchuan or intermediaries, solving practical problems while establishing distant, yet connected relationships. These individuals operate on the fringes of power, often unnoticed, but they might see or hear many things that are not visible on the surface. The biggest move was Ishio secretly controlling the income from several shops and farms under the name of trustworthy servants. During a local spring flood, disguised as an anonymous merchant, he used very complicated channels to supply affordable, high-quality grain and medicinal herbs. He directed these supplies to a capable official under Inzhen, who was responsible for relief efforts in that area. This helped the official solve an urgent problem, allowing the relief work to proceed smoothly. Naturally, the credit was given to Inzhen's group. When Kangxi learned of this, he praised Inzhen for his effective work and compassion for the people. Inzhen felt this might be a coincidence but couldn't find a reason, thinking it was either his subordinates' careful work or luck. The official, grateful for the mysterious help behind the scenes, also knew that the support was related to the fourth prince or his household. His loyalty quietly increased. Meanwhile, Defei was increasingly unhappy with the coldness of Yonghe Palace and the strict control over Inzhen's household. Especially after hearing that Hong Hui was gaining a reputation for intelligence, though she paid little attention. No matter how clever a sickly person was, it was useless. But she also felt that Ishio, her niece, had been out of her control for too long and was gaining too much attention. One day, Kangxi came to Yonghe Palace for a meal. Defei served him closely. Seeing that Kangxi was in a good mood, she casually mentioned, "By the way, the fourth prince's household is quite lively now with many grandchildren and grandchildren. But I always worry about the fourth prince's children. Seeing other princes in their households lively and full of energy, the fourth prince's side was quite different. Although Olenara cared for the children very well, it was still not enough." She sighed and hesitated to speak. Kangxi paused while serving food, showing little expression, and said calmly, "Children's fate is decided by heaven. We cannot force it. The fourth prince's consort managing the household well is already a great achievement." Defei was caught off guard and dared not speak further, but her fear of Ishio grew stronger. She began to plan that in the next selection, she must ensure 2 of her own people get in, to share Ishio's power. In the autumn of Kangxi's 47th year, the season seemed to arrive earlier and was more solemn than before. Above the Forbidden City, not only were migrating geese flying south, but there was also a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, like a storm about to break. The hidden struggle over the throne finally erupted during a seemingly ordinary autumn hunt, shocking the entire court. In the Mulan forest at night, the fire and screams shattered the peaceful royal hunting ground. 18 Prince Inha suddenly fell seriously ill, his condition worsening rapidly. Kangxi was deeply worried and stayed up all night. At this tense and anxious moment, The well-respected Crown Prince Inrong was secretly spying and eavesdropping near the imperial tent, acting suspiciously, and was caught by Kangxi. Next, several accompanying princes and high officials secretly reported, revealing the prince's recent acts of unkindness, disloyalty, forming factions, and secretly plotting against the emperor. Each piece of news was shocking, like a dam about to burst after years of buildup. Kangxi was furious. His long-held disappointment, suspicion, and fear of losing power suddenly exploded. In a simple tent used as his command post, in front of all the princes, nobles, and high officials, Kangxi expressed his deep sorrow and anger. He listed the prince's crimes with strong words, tears streaming down his face. Finally, with a trembling but firm voice, he issued an edict to remove the prince from his position and imprison him. The news spread like a thunderclap across the land, traveling at an urgent speed back to the capital. It then spread even faster among the royal family, officials, and common people, causing widespread shock and chaos. The prince's throne, which had lasted over 30 years, suddenly collapsed. The political situation changed dramatically overnight. Hidden forces beneath the surface, like sharks sensing blood, became frantic and restless. When the shocking details of the prince's downfall reached the fourth prince's residence, Injin was in the front yard study, discussing minor matters about the autumn grain storage with a few trusted aides. Suddenly, Su Peisheng rushed in, pale as a sheet, and whispered urgently in Injin's ear, delivering the shocking news. The study fell silent instantly. The aides looked at each other in shock and confusion. Injin sat quietly in a rosewood chair. Suddenly, his teacup fell onto the thick carpet with a loud clatter, and the hot tea quickly spread into a dark stain. His face lost its color, lips pressed tightly together, and his heart was filled with turbulent emotions. Shock, fear, and a strange feeling of opportunity? No, it was more like a deep chill. The crown prince was just gone? His father, the emperor, was so decisive. What would happen next? He suddenly stood up, his movements stiff from tension. Today's meeting is postponed. Everyone, go back now. If there is nothing urgent, do not come to the residence. His voice was hoarse, but firm and cold. Injin stood alone in the study, facing away from the door, staring at the large painting on the wall called The Map of the Great Rivers and Mountains, remaining still for a long time. Su Peisheng held his breath, not daring to make a sound. Close the doors. Thank you, everyone. After a long pause, Injin finally spoke 4 words, his voice dry. No one is allowed to enter unless it is an imperial order. Strengthen security everywhere in the house, especially at the front and back entrances. Without my command or the Empress's sign, no one may walk around freely. Anyone caught secretly passing messages or discussing court affairs, he paused, his tone cold. Execute them on the spot. Yes, sir. Su Peisheng responded sternly and hurried away to make arrangements. The front yard instantly entered a state of tight security, both loose on the outside and strict on the inside. The surface remained calm, but the footsteps of the servants were much quieter, and their eyes showed fear and caution. The news also reached the main hall. Ishio was looking at a small calligraphy copy that Honghu had been copying. Jianxiu quickly entered and whispered a few words in her ear. Ishio's hand holding the brush paused steadily in midair, ink flowing from the tip and spreading quickly. She slowly lowered the brush, wiped her fingertips with a handkerchief, and showed no sign of panic. Instead, her face reflected a deep, expected seriousness. Understood. Her voice was calm. Give the order. Everything in the house remains as usual. The girls' Jingji study will be closed for 3 days. The heads of each courtyard should not walk around casually, and they must not discuss court affairs privately. Anyone who violates this will be severely punished. Yes, Jianxiu responded, then added, Old Master Su from the front yard sent a message, instructing us to keep the gates closed and increase security. Ishio nodded slightly. Follow the master's instructions. Also, tell our people to stay alert, keep their eyes open and ears tuned. Any news coming from outside, no matter how small, must be reported to me immediately. Pay special attention to the movements in Qingliang Hall and the side courtyards. Understood. Jian Xiu understood immediately and went to make arrangements. Ixio walked to the window, looking at the suddenly darkening sky outside. The matter of the former crown prince was finally happening. It seemed a bit earlier than her memory, but the overall trend remained the same. This storm is both a danger and an opportunity for Yinzhen. It is also the biggest test for her and Hong Hui's plans. She looks back toward the inner room. Hong Hui has put down his brush and is quietly watching her. His clear eyes show understanding beyond his age and a hint of worry. "Mother," he softly calls. Isho walks over, holding his cool hand. Her voice is gentle but firm. "Huir, there is a strong wind outside. But our home must stay steady like a rock. Remember, no matter what happens, read books, take care of yourself, and stay calm. Mother is here. Nothing will fall apart." Hong Hui nods seriously and tightly holds Isho's hand. He asks her, "Mother, why did the crown prince fall from power?" Isho doesn't answer directly. Instead, she asks him, "Huir, when you read history, do you know what power and timing mean?" The crown prince lost his power because he angered his father and lost the emperor's trust. At that time, luck was not on his side. The emperor was old, suspicious, and many princes had big ambitions. When power shifts, everything can fall apart suddenly. She adds, "This moment, for your father, the most important thing is not to fight for power, but to stay calm and wait for the right time. Do you understand?" Huir seems to think deeply and slowly nods. He begins to pay more attention to the atmosphere in the house. He notices the silence of his father, his mother's calmness, and the fear and caution of the servants. He faintly sensed that his weak and sickly appearance, in such chaotic times, actually served as a kind of special protection. No one would see him as a threat, and no one would pay much attention to him. This allowed him to quietly observe and think from the shadows. The shockwave from the dethroned crown prince quickly spread through Ixio's carefully woven web of connections. Su Wenyuan was busy writing in his study, but his former students and friends were scattered across the court, holding positions in the central government or various departments. Through secret messages and visits with them, more detailed and insider information began to gather at Ixio's place. The specific words of Emperor Kangxi's anger and sorrow when the crown prince was deposed. Which officials took the lead in opposing him? How did the princes react? Special attention was given to the active role of the eldest prince, Yin Ti, and the secret actions of the eighth prince, Yin Shi. The initial scope of the purge of the prince's supporters. This information was faster and more detailed than official reports, helping Ixio piece together a clearer picture of the truth. Yu Xinchuan's underground network provided another perspective. Sudden increased inspections at the 9 gates of the capital and unfamiliar faces. The chaos caused by the seizure of businesses and moneylenders connected to the crown prince. Various exaggerated and strange rumors circulating among the common people. These details helped Ixio assess the level of unrest and its impact on ordinary folk. Through her good relationship with Jing Zhizhai and the women in various courtyards, Ixio could keenly sense the shifting feelings within the household. Mrs. Li's father works in the Ministry of War, and recently, her family has been sending frequent, vague letters. A cousin of Mrs. Song held a minor position in the Crown Prince's office, and now the whole family is anxious. Even the most obedient Chun Xing secretly sheds tears because a distant relative is working for the Crown Prince's wet nurse family. These small connections make the women in the back courtyard rely more on the stability and protection of the main courtyard, unknowingly strengthening Ixio's authority. What Ixio cares most about is how Nian Shirlan reacts. The Nian family holds real power, and during such turbulent times, their attitude is very important. According to reports from the Qingliang Palace spies, when Nian Shirlan first heard the news, she was stunned. Then a hint of almost pleased coldness crossed her face, but it was quickly replaced by deeper worry. She seems to have a secret communication channel with her family, and in recent days, her expressions have been sometimes anxious, sometimes thoughtful. Ixio judges that Nian Bingyao is probably watching from the sidelines now, possibly secretly contacting other potential princes. The scandal involving the deposed crown prince is gradually settling down under Kangxi's strong suppression. It has shifted from initial intense shock to lingering aftershocks. The crown prince is detained, his supporters are being cleaned out, and the court's power structure is beginning to reshape. The eldest prince, In Ti, was the most prominent, but he also became a target and was soon confined for crimes like conspiracy. The eighth prince, In, and his supporters, the 8 virtuous kings, gained fame but also drew deeper suspicion from Kangxi. During this storm, Injin remained modest, diligent, and loyal, neither gaining great merit nor making serious mistakes. Kangxi did not seem to give him special praise, but he also did not criticize him. When asked about government affairs occasionally, he answered clearly and calmly. His performance of having no notable achievements or faults was rare, especially when Kangxi was generally disappointed and cautious about his sons. Once, after leaving court, Kangxi stayed alone with Injin. Fourth son. Kangxi's voice was emotionless, but his gaze was sharp as a knife. Recently, there have been secret discussions in the court about the succession. You are usually calm. In your opinion, how can we reassure the people and stabilize the country? Injin was deeply shocked, and cold sweat broke out on his back. This was a deadly trap. No matter whom he recommended or what stance he expressed, it could be seen as forming factions or having ambitions. He immediately lifted his robe and knelt, touching his forehead to the ground. With a voice full of just the right mix of fear and firmness, His Majesty's divine light shines alone, and the will of heaven moves silently. This is beyond my dull understanding. All I know is to do my duty well, to handle what His Majesty entrusts to me, to ease the burden of the Emperor, and to help the people. The succession is the foundation of the nation. The universe is decided by the Emperor alone. I dare not and cannot interfere. I only wish His Majesty long life and good health for the happiness of all the people and my brothers. Every word emphasized loyalty to the Emperor, practicality, and non-competition, turning the question back to Kangxi while showing absolute obedience and filial piety. Kangxi stared at his submissive back for a long time before slowly speaking. Get up. Remember what you said today. Work diligently, and that is the greatest loyalty. Your Majesty's teachings are deeply remembered by your son. Injin kowtowed again. When he stood up, his back was soaked with sweat. He knew he had just taken a risk near the edge of a cliff. The Emperor's suspicion had grown so deep. This time, the questioning was accidentally leaked by an insignificant little eunuch to Jianxiu, who regularly brought snacks. The news reached Ixio overnight. Ixio thought, Kangxi's test of Injin has become more intense. This is dangerous, but it also shows that Kangxi no longer sees Injin as just a son he can ignore. Injin's response was a perfect example of a loyal minister, but was that enough? He began to call in trusted advisors like Wu Dao more often to discuss secretly, no longer just about official matters. He repeatedly analyzed court politics, studying the weaknesses of different factions. Especially the 8th Prince's supporters, he instructed officials to gather evidence of their illegal activities and secret alliances. He didn't rush to reveal this, but waited for the right moment. By chance, he also used a very reliable middleman to send support and encouragement to some honest scholars in the south who were dissatisfied with the 8th Prince's reputation. He remained cautious and even more discreet, but his core had changed. He was no longer content just to do his duties as a prince. He began to consciously aim for that vague, yet strong goal: to gather chips at the highest position and clear obstacles. His reliance on Ixio and his cautiousness grew at the same time, creating a subtle and dangerous balance between them. He needed her to stabilize the rear, educate Honghu, and even provide some unexpected help. But he also had to firmly control the dominant power outside the palace and prevent her from completely sidelining him. Ixio keenly sensed the change in Injin's attitude. She didn't expose it but adjusted her strategy accordingly. When the storm subsided slightly, she started reviewing and planning for the next phase. Although the crown prince was deposed, the foundation of the country was not yet settled, and bigger waves were still coming. Ixio looked at Honghu, who was quietly reading under the lamp. The child's profile looked especially calm in the light. This storm over the deposed crown prince was, for Honghu, a vivid lesson in royal tactics and court treachery. His mind grew stronger amid this silent, turbulent wave. Honghu, Ishio softly spoke. The storm has only temporarily passed. The real challenge might just be beginning. Remember, no matter how chaotic outside, we two mother and son must be like this lamp in the room, seemingly faint but always shining, illuminating the path beneath our feet and waiting for the right moment to shine further ahead. The mother and child's eyes met under the lamp, silently sharing their determination and trust. The seemingly peaceful courtyard of the fourth prince's residence had undergone deep and irreversible changes after the political storm. Ishio's network grew tighter. Honghu's roots dug deeper. They were quietly waiting for their era to arrive. In the winter of the 48th year of Kangxi, the season arrived early and was especially cold. On the white marble steps in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Forbidden City, a layer of frost had already formed. But what was colder than the weather was the almost frozen atmosphere in the court, and countless eyes secretly watching, filled with ambition and anxiety. The position of crown prince was uncertain, the state's foundation unstable, and people's hearts restless. After experiencing the setback of deposing the crown prince and over a year of repeated scrutiny of his sons, Emperor Kangxi seemed to have finally made a firm decision. At the court meeting, he no longer avoided the topic but looked over the ministers with a tired yet sharp gaze. He spoke slowly, mentioning that the heir to the throne is the foundation of the country and cannot remain vacant for long, revealing his intention to make a decision within the year. As soon as he said this, the court's hidden currents suddenly surged to the surface. Leading the opposition were important officials like Tong Guowei, Ma Qi, and Ling'e, who united with many relatives, banners, and mid- and lower-level officials from the 6 ministries. The most widely supported and respected candidate, the 8th Prince Yingji, was unanimously recommended as the crown prince. The memorials flew rapidly onto the imperial desk. They were sincere and heartfelt, listing the 8th prince's kindness, filial piety, talent, virtue, and the public's high hopes, almost creating a sense of forcing the emperor's hand. Supporters of the 8th prince secretly rejoiced, thinking the decision was almost certain. In the warm pavilion of the Qianqing Palace, Kangxi faced a mountain of memorials supporting the 8th prince. His face showed no emotion, only a cold, almost sarcastic anger flickering in his eyes. What a popular choice. This overwhelming support was not just a recommendation, it was coercion of the emperor and his father. Had the 8th prince's influence grown so much? This made Kangxi feel even more disgusted and fearful of political factions and the shifting of power. Amid this almost one-sided wave of support, a voice that seemed particularly lonely and even somewhat out of touch with the times spoke up. The 4th Prince Yinjin stepped forward. He did not give a passionate speech or list who was suitable for the role. Under the gaze of many who either hoped, despised, or were surprised, he spoke calmly but clearly. Your Majesty, although the former Crown Prince Yinjin made mistakes and has been confined for over a year, I dare to suggest that, upon reflection, while he has faults, he was educated by Your Majesty in his early years, studied diligently, and assisted in governance. He is not entirely without merit. As for his errors, they may have been influenced by malicious advisors or due to momentary confusion. Now he is filled with regret and fear, his body wasting away. Emperor Amma has always ruled with kindness and filial piety. As a father and son by nature, how could he completely abandon his feelings? My humble opinion is that the matter of succession concerns the country's future and must be handled with great care. Thinking of family bonds, he slightly relaxes his restrictions on the 2nd prince to observe the outcome, which also shows the emperor's generous and forgiving nature. This is not just for the 2nd prince, but also to demonstrate the emperor's kindness and tolerance. His words are full of filial piety, kindness, and family love. It seems like he's pleading for the dethroned crown prince, but actually, he's shifting the focus from who should be king to how the emperor should treat his son with love and ethics. He does not directly oppose making the eighth prince the successor, but he gives a strong, invisible slap to those who only care about political correctness and ignore family bonds, the supporters of the eighth prince. More importantly, he mentions the dethroned crown prince at this sensitive moment. This is a clear reminder to Kangxi: you still have another son. Even if he makes mistakes, he is still your biological son. And those eager to crown a new emperor right now, their hearts are truly evil. The court falls into complete silence. The supporters of the eighth prince look unhappy but cannot directly argue with Injin's words. Other princes have different expressions. Kangxi looks deeply at Injin kneeling on the steps of the palace, his gaze complex and hard to read. This son always appears at the wrong time, yet he can unexpectedly say things that touch his heart. Is he genuinely concerned about brotherly love, or just pretending to gain favor under the guise of filial piety? However, amidst the praise for the eighth prince, there was a very simple and honest voice that seemed especially straightforward or even naive. Instead of causing anger, this voice made Kangxi, who was furious from being forced to abdicate, feel a strange sense of comfort. At least, this son did not join the group of people he disliked. He was still trying to maintain his last authority as a father and his right to make family decisions. After a long time, Kangxi finally spoke slowly, his voice calm and without emotion. "Injin, you are quite sentimental." With just this one sentence, he said no more and then announced the end of the court session. A few days later, an imperial decree shocked everyone. The second son, Yinzern, was reinstated as crown prince, released from Xianan Palace, and moved to Yuqing Palace to reflect deeply and reform himself. The fourth son, Injin, was promoted to the title of Prince of the Third Rank, He Shoa Yongqin Wang. Regarding the officials Tong Gui and Ma Qi, who strongly recommended the eighth prince, Kangxi sternly reprimanded them, accusing them of forming factions and trying to influence his decisions. Tong Gui was ordered to retire. Ma Qi was dismissed from his position. Although no explicit punishment was given to the eighth prince, Injin, he had lost the emperor's favor and was neglected. The reputation of the eighth prince, prince of the fourth rank, was suddenly overshadowed. This decree was like a huge stone thrown into a calm pond, causing ripples. In the front courtyard study of the Yongqin prince's residence, Injin was holding the newly awarded prince's gold seal, his face dark and serious. Wu Sideo whispered beside him, "Your Highness's promotion is a double-edged sword. The Emperor is putting you in a dangerous position. The Crown Prince's side and the Eighth Prince's side probably both see the Prince as a thorn in their side." Injin snorted coldly. "I know this well. But the situation is urgent, and I have no choice but to act. Now that things have come to this point, I must be more careful and proceed step by step." He looked out the window toward the main courtyard. "Su Peisheng," he called in a deep voice. "Servant here, send a message to the consort. Everything in the residence remains the same, no need for grand celebrations. Restrict the servants and prevent them from using the prince's name to cause trouble outside." He paused. "Since the crown prince has been reinstated, according to tradition, the household should prepare congratulatory gifts. Let the consort consider carefully and ensure everything is appropriate." Yes. Inside the main hall, Ishu received Injin's orders and the official news of his promotion to prince, but her face showed little surprise. The wheels of history, though disturbed by her butterfly-like interference, still stubbornly follow the established path at key moments. Reinstating the crown prince and promoting the young prince are among those steps. But her thoughts were no longer on the title of young prince. Her gaze crossed Injin and focused on the newly appointed Crown Prince Inrong, who had just come out of Xianan Palace and was in a precarious position. This was a rare opportunity. After the Crown Prince's fall from power, his authority was shattered, and people's hearts were scattered. He would surely feel extremely insecure. Ishu saw a deeper plan behind this. Ishio said to Jian Xiao nearby, "Prepare a gift that is grand but not showy, to celebrate the Crown Prince's restoration. Use trustworthy people to deliver it directly to the Crown Princess Guergia." Say that it comes from the Olanara family of the fourth prince's residence, respectfully greeting the crown prince and crown princess Jinan. The former crown prince has always taken care of the fourth prince, and I have kept this in my heart. Now that we have good news, I have prepared a modest gift to sincerely congratulate His Highness. Jian Xiao understood immediately. This was a subtle plan. The gift would go through official channels, recorded properly, following all etiquette, so no one could find fault. The real secret operation was happening through another route. Xiao had long ago connected with an old friend who once worked at Yuking Palace during Su Wenyuan's early years. Later, after the crown prince was dismissed, this friend was reassigned to manage the palace's library. He still held old kindness toward the crown prince and kept a strict silence. Additionally, Xiao had a contact among the crown prince's followers, an unfulfilled but well-connected servant from the core circle who had a secret link to the underground network. She did not contact the crown prince directly, but used the servant as a middleman. She sent a subtle message to a favored consort who had been neglected and was anxious about her current situation, offering an olive branch. The message was carefully crafted. Using the tone of the fourth consort Olanara, it expressed sympathy and a sense of injustice regarding the crown prince's situation. It also conveyed sincere happiness about his possible restoration. She subtly hinted that Injin actually maintained a brotherly friendship with the crown prince, but due to the political situation and their father's strict authority, he dared not show any closeness. As a woman from a noble household, she appreciated the crown prince's past care for the fourth master and wished to do her small part. If the crown prince had any minor worries or difficulties with palace expenses, she could help a little, as a way to show her support for the fourth master. This message cleverly made Ishu appear as a loyal sister-in-law who remembered old kindness and was unafraid to show her loyalty. For the recently restored crown prince, who was feeling isolated and anxious, this was a kind gesture from the fourth master's household, which was known for its strict discipline and was praised by their father. It was like a gentle, comforting medicine that eased his heart. At first, the crown prince was suspicious and ordered people to investigate secretly. The result was that the fourth master had no public contact with any brothers. The fourth consort was highly respected in the household, managing the concubines and princes as well. Even the Defei found it hard to interfere. She was from the Ulanara clan, which had no past conflicts with the Heshili clan of the crown prince's maternal family, and there was even some ancestral connection. After several cautious attempts at communication, a very secret, one-way channel was quietly established between the crown prince's side consort and a loyal maidservant named Jian Xiao, who was trusted by both sides. Ishu never involved herself in court politics. She only cared about the crown prince's daily life and whether the crown princess was healthy. Occasionally, I hear that the crown prince worries too much, so I send him calming herbs or delicate snacks. I also include a heartfelt message urging him to take good care of his health, as it is the blessing of the nation. This kind of sincere concern, free of any hidden motives, is especially precious in the scheming palace, and it gradually eases some of the crown prince's suspicions. On the Dragon Boat Festival of the 49th year of Kangxi's reign, the palace held a feast as usual. The crown prince, now reinstated, hosted the celebration for the first time as the heir. Although he tried to appear calm and steady, a hint of tension and sensitivity was still visible in his expression. During the banquet, princes and grandsons took turns to toast Kangxi and the crown prince. When it was Honghu's turn, he was carefully supported by a young eunuch, walking slowly, his face looking paler under the palace lanterns. He first offered a respectful toast to Kangxi, speaking politely. When it was his turn to toast the crown prince, he held his cup with both hands, looking at the crown prince with clear and sincere eyes, and spoke in a gentle but distinct voice. Nephew Honghu wishes His Highness the Crown Prince a peaceful dragon boat festival and long-lasting happiness and health. Uncle, who cares for the country, please take good care of yourself. His words were simple, but his genuine concern was obvious. The way he addressed the crown prince as uncle, a slightly familiar yet respectful term, made the crown prince pause slightly. The crown prince hardly remembered much about this younger brother. the eldest son of their weak and sickly second brother, only vaguely knowing he was decent at studying. Seeing him now, so frail yet polite, with a pure gaze, the crown prince felt a rare softness and emotion stirring in his heart. He took the wine cup and kindly said, "Good child, you have a kind heart. You should also take good care of your health." This was a very common scene at the banquet. However, not long after the feast, Ishio sent a small gift through a secret channel, along with a very brief note. It was the original words of the fourth consort, conveyed by the side consort's handwriting. "Today at the palace banquet, I saw young Lord Honghu toast His Highness with sincerity. I looked from afar and felt grateful. That child has been sick since he was young, with a simple mind. He admires His Highness, the kind and virtuous crown prince." After returning home, he kept saying that the second uncle of the crown prince is generous and kind, speaking to him gently. He feels happy but also nervous. He only regrets that his health is weak and he cannot serve His Highness often to listen to his teachings. This letter added a warm, unintentional touch to that brief moment at the banquet. It highlighted Honghu's frailty, innocence, and admiration. It completely removed any sense of threat the crown prince might feel. Instead, it stirred a bit of pity from the crown prince as an elder and a subtle sense of respect and being needed. Especially the part about feeling sorry that his health is weak and he cannot serve His Highness often truly touched the crown prince's heart. What the crown prince needs most now is this kind of loyalty and closeness based purely on respect, without any personal gain. The crown prince pondered for a long time and then said to the side consort, "Old Fourth is a polite and kind boy. It's a pity about his health." The tone was sincere and caring. The side consort took the opportunity to speak. "Every time the second consort mentions it, she worries about this a lot. She also said that if Your Highness has free time, hearing a few words of encouragement from you might be better than any medicine." The crown prince did not reply, but his attitude softened. Soon an opportunity arose. One early summer day, the crown prince, following Kangshi's orders, went to the south study to look up the records of previous dynasties. After finishing, he was walking in a quiet, winding path in the imperial garden. By chance, he met Honghu. Honghu clearly did not expect to meet the crown prince. He hurriedly bowed, but his movements were a bit clumsy. The crown prince raised his hand gently to stop him. "No need for formalities. There's no one else here." He looked at Honghu, noticing he appeared thinner than during the palace banquet, but his eyes were still clear. "Are you feeling better today?" Honghu lowered his head respectfully. "Thank you, second uncle, for your concern. The imperial doctor changed the medicine, and I am slightly better. My mother said I shouldn't stay out in the wind and do too long, so I was about to go back." The crown prince nodded and casually asked what books he had been reading recently. Honghu answered and mentioned he was reading Xinguan Political Essentials, and he was a bit confused about the idea of the ruler and ministers being one. The crown prince was in a good mood and paused to give a simple explanation. Honghu listened very carefully, occasionally asking one or two insightful yet humble questions. This surprised the crown prince and made him more interested in the conversation. At parting, the crown prince looked at Honghui's thin back and suddenly said, "You enjoy reading history, so tomorrow I will have someone send you a set of Zhu Shi's comprehensive mirror of history. The edition is finely printed, with detailed annotations. You can read it while resting, and you might find it helpful." Honghui turned around, showing genuine surprise and happiness, and bowed deeply. "Thank you, second uncle, for your generous gift. I will study it carefully and not let you down." It was just a set of books, nothing special to the crown prince. But this chance encounter and the gift passed through the side consort's channels to Ishio, who then cleverly shared it back. This became a lovely story of the crown prince favoring Honghui and personally teaching and giving him books. Hearing this, the crown prince felt a little more satisfied and liked Honghui even more. He even thought that in the cold, distant residence of the fourth brother, it was rare to find a child like Honghui, polite, sensible, and kind-hearted. As for whether the fourth brother knew or was pleased, the crown prince didn't look into it. A weak, harmless nephew showing kindness was not a bad thing. All of this was happening quietly outside Injin's view. He focused on pretending to be a lonely official in front of Kangxi, dealing with the increasingly heavy government affairs and watching for the rise of the 14th brother. Regarding the inner courtyard, he only knew that Ixio managed it well. Honghu studies diligently. Occasionally, he hears praise from Kangxi or others about his intelligence and manners, but he considers it normal. He never imagined that his seemingly obedient wife, who only knows how to support her husband and teach children, would reach out to the sensitive and awkward crown prince and successfully make him develop genuine affection and sympathy for Honghu. Ixio knows that such actions are risky and strategic. The crown prince's position is unstable and will likely face problems again. But before that happens, having Honghu hold a special, respectful place in the crown prince's heart is very beneficial. If the crown prince can stay steady, even if the chance is small, Honghu, as the crown prince's admired nephew, could become a protective charm when the crown prince ascends the throne. Most importantly, Honghu's name would enter Kangxi's view of his grandchildren in a safe, positive, and warm way. A grandson praised for kindness even by the deposed crown prince, who still shows respect to the heir during brotherly conflicts. After Kangxi becomes deeply disappointed in his sons, he might look at Honghu with a little more favor. Of course, all this depends on absolute secrecy. Ixio minimizes risks by using multiple barriers, direct but discreet communication, and only conveying care and goodwill without involving politics. Even if something happens in the future, she can claim it was just maternal kindness, grateful for the crown prince's past kindness to Injin. Privately, she does her best and encourages her son to remain respectful to the crown prince, but this is not about forming factions. Even if Injin was angry, it was hard to accuse him of a serious crime. In the main hall, Ishu listened carefully to Jianxio's report about the prince's letter and the subsequent reactions, then nodded slightly. She went to Honghu's study, where the child was respectfully reading a set of historical books called General Outline of History, under the lamp, looking very focused. "Honghu," Ishu softly said. "The book given by the prince's second uncle should be read carefully and thought about well. He is in a difficult situation today. If you can gain a little favor from him, it is luck and your blessing. Keep this kindness in your heart. But remember, outside, especially in front of your father, there's no need to mention it. Just continue reading, resting, and being a quiet, sensible child." Honghu looked up, understanding in his eyes. "Mother, I understand. The prince's second uncle is the ruler, the elder. I respect him and care for him, which is my duty as a servant and nephew. It has nothing to do with my father's affairs or the court disputes." Ishu smiled happily. This child's growth was truly remarkable. He can touch the sensitive and suspicious prince with a pure heart, yet clearly distinguish between internal and external relationships, knowing how to hide and protect himself. During the years 50 to 51 of Kangxi's reign, the restored Crown Prince Injin seemed like standing on the edge of a deep cliff. His yellow robe not only failed to bring safety, but also seemed like a curse that could bring death. Every move of the prince was watched by countless eyes. Kangxi's spies, secret agents of his political enemies, and even the eyes of his brothers. The more he tried to prove his remorse and wisdom, the more stiff and awkward he appeared. Every decision he made was cautious, leading to mistakes and oversights. In Kangxi's eyes, his once faint hope was gradually replaced by deeper disappointment and coldness. The officials observed his behavior and became more distant and ambiguous toward this second crown prince. Even his former students avoided him. The atmosphere in the Eastern Palace was suffocatingly tense. The crown princess, Gualjasi, often fell ill from worry and stayed near her medicine stove. The prince himself often woke up in the middle of the night, his eyes filled with fear, frustration, and growing despair. He knew his position as crown prince was shaky. His father's patience was running out, and his brothers, especially the 8th and the 14th, looked at him with envy, like wolves in the dark. In this extreme loneliness and fear, the secret, One-way flow of concern and respect from the fourth prince's residence was especially precious. Ishio always behaved properly, asking only about the prince's daily life, weather, and health. Her gifts were simple, soothing spices, seasonal supplements, and new teas from the south. In her letters, her words always carried a sincere, almost stubborn, gratitude for past kindness and wishes for the prince's health. Especially when she casually mentioned how Honghu valued and studied the letter from his second uncle, and how the boy felt regret for not being able to serve the emperor often due to his weak health. The cold, guarded heart of the crown prince surprisingly began to feel a faint warmth. This child from the fourth brother's family seemed to be the only pure, unselfish bright spot in his dark, oppressive world, free from any schemes or interests. Honghu, through occasional notes from the side consort, questions about reading or brief greetings, wrote with simple words but showed admiration for Uncle Second's knowledge. He cared about Uncle Second's hard work. Once, after hearing that the crown prince had caught a cold, he even wrote out a full essay from the Filial Piety classic to pray for him. The trusted eunuch of the crown prince once wondered, what is going on with the fourth prince's household? But the crown prince, tired, waved him off. Just a sick child. What can he be thinking? Fourth brother keeps himself far away, and his wife is quite sentimental. Honghu's eyes are so clear, he needed that clarity, even if it was just self-deception. Any small whisper from the crown prince's residence would quickly reach Ishio through a secret channel. Ishio grew more anxious as the emperor's scoldings increased. The 8th prince's faction grew more active in accusations, and the 14th prince was showing off in the Ministry of War. All signs made Ishio certain. A storm was coming. The crown prince might be deposed again very soon. She began to plan. Her main focus was naturally on Honghu. After a lesson one day, Ishio dismissed others and spoke seriously to Honghu. If one day there is a big change in the palace, say, the crown prince's second uncle angering the emperor again, what would you do? Honghu paused thoughtfully, then lifted his clear eyes and said, if Uncle Second is trouble, I may be too weak to help, but my sadness and filial piety towards the emperor are not in conflict. Ishio showed approval in her eyes. Very good. But remember, keep your sadness in your heart and show your filial piety openly, without seeming forced. Especially if the emperor asks, what will you say? Honghui thought for a moment and replied, I will say that I have been ill for a long time and stay mostly at home, knowing little about major events outside. I only remember that Prince Second once gave me a letter with advice, and I am grateful for that. If the emperor makes a decision, it must be because Uncle Second has failed to serve the Holy Grace. I only wish the emperor to take care of himself. He paused and added, these words, unless the emperor asks directly, I will not speak. Usually I should be more silent and careful, just like a sick person should be. I understand. Ishio gently patted his head, feeling both happy and sad. This child had been taught early to understand the harsh rules of the palace. She wanted him to be able to subtly enter Kangshi's view at the moment when the crown prince falls. In October of the 51st year of Kangshi's reign, there was an autumn hunt outside the city. It was supposed to be a display of the royal riding and archery skills, and a time for father and son to enjoy harmony. It ultimately turned into a graveyard that completely buried the prince's political life. Someone accused the prince of forming a secret group with military leaders like Tu Huchi to plot treason. Others mentioned that the prince was spying on the imperial tent and showing signs of resentment and dissatisfaction. Old issues and new crimes all surfaced at once. Kangshi's anger was even fiercer and more decisive than before. On the way back from a hunting trip at the palace, Kangxi gathered all the princes, dukes, and officials present and publicly announced that Crown Prince Injin had disobeyed his orders, behaved cruelly and immorally, and was difficult to describe. He accused him of forming alliances with traitors and spies to secretly watch the emperor's movements. Heartbroken and furious, there was no room for compromise. Kangxi immediately ordered the removal of the crown prince, to be taken back to Beijing, imprisoned in Xianan Palace, and closely guarded. Removing the crown prince twice was like a huge boulder crashing into an already turbulent deep pool. This time, there was no longer any hope of restoring him. The throne was now completely vacant, and all ambitions that had been suppressed finally burst out openly. When the news reached Beijing, Injin was reviewing grain accounts in the Ministry of Revenue. He snapped his red pen in half, and the pieces scattered onto the open ledgers. He waved his hand to dismiss everyone and sat alone in the office for a whole afternoon. The era of the crown prince was truly over. That position was now open to all capable princes. The 8th prince had many supporters and a strong influence. The 14th prince, supported by his virtuous consort and military achievements, was showing his strength. The 3rd son closed his door to study, but still had a good reputation. And what about Injin? He was known as a cold-faced prince, had a diligent and practical work record, managed his household well but had some unusual children, and had a weak but clever son. He needed to be more careful. The emperor was currently very angry and suspicious. Any sign of rushing or greed could lead to disaster. He once again ordered everyone in his court, absolutely no private contact with any prince's residence, and no discussing the matter of removing or appointing heirs. However, deep inside, the fire of ambition in his heart was starting to burn out of control. He began to call in trusted aides like Wu Sideo more often, secretly analyzing the current situation, studying each rival's weaknesses, and assessing his own strength and chances. On the day the official decree removing the crown prince was announced, the 4th prince's residence was filled with a tense, heavy atmosphere. Injin ordered everyone to wear plain clothes for 3 days and not hold any celebrations. The study in the front yard was lit all night. In the main hall, Ishio was dressed in simple blue clothes, replacing her usual attire. She looked at her son's pale but calm face and gave her final advice. Remember what your mother says. Grief in your heart, manners on your face. If the emperor calls you or someone asks about it, follow what we agreed. Honghu nodded. Mother, don't worry. The opportunity came sooner than expected. Perhaps it was after Kangxi finished dealing with the crown prince and was exhausted. Suddenly, he remembered his weak grandson, who had left a calm and respectful impression at the family banquet after the first removal of the crown prince. Or maybe it was fate itself. Soon after the second removal of the crown prince, during a small family gathering, Kangxi's gaze swept over his trembling children and grandchildren and suddenly stopped on Honghu in the corner. Honghu. Kangxi's voice was tired and hoarse. Honghu seemed startled, quickly stood up with the help of his nurse, and was about to bow. Never mind, you're weak. Sit and reply. Kangxi waved his hand. Have you been feeling better lately? Honghu respectfully sat half on an embroidered cushion, lowered his head and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. I have used a new medicine, and I feel somewhat steadier. The doctor said I still need to rest. Kangxi responded with an then was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he asked, Have you heard about your second uncle? As soon as he said this, the hall fell silent, and all eyes focused on Honghu. Injin, sitting at the table, tensed up instantly, his sharp gaze fixed on his son. Honghu seemed a bit flustered by the direct question, his pale face flushing with nervousness. He lowered his head, unconsciously twisting his clothes, and spoke softly but clearly. Replying to Your Majesty, I have heard about it. Oh, Kangxi's tone was unpredictable. What do you think? Honghu looked up, his eyes slightly red, but not from crying. It seemed more like he was holding back complex feelings. He looked at Kangxi with clear eyes filled with admiration and a hint of sadness. My grandson is simple and unaware of the important affairs of the court. I only know that my second uncle once gave me books and encouraged me to study. I have always remembered his kindness and teachings. He paused, his voice softer but clearer. But I also know that His Majesty's actions are for the sake of the country and future generations. I only hope His Majesty takes good care of his health and doesn't worry too much. Kangxi looked at him for a long time, so long that Injin felt his palms sweat. Finally, Kangxi let out a quiet sigh and waved his hand. You're a sensible child. That's enough. You're weak. Go back and rest well. Thank you, Your Majesty. Honghu bowed respectfully and turned to leave, his figure thin but steady. This brief conversation was like a small stone thrown into a deep pond, creating ripples far beyond expectations. Later, Kangxi sighed to his trusted eunuch. Among all his children, it was a grandson who was often sick but understood the most about respecting his father and emperor. Though he didn't mention Honghu by name, the meaning was clear. The other princes and relatives present also saw how Honghu cherished old kindness, but valued his father and emperor even more. 8th Prince Injin sneered inwardly, thinking this child was just kind-hearted like a woman and wouldn't amount to much. The 14th Prince, In Ti, paid little attention. Only In Jun, after returning to the residence, sat alone in the study, feeling restless inside. When did his son start having interactions with the crown prince through book lessons? Ixio had never mentioned it. Today, Honghu's behavior was too perfect, almost like a wise child beyond his 13 years. Was someone guiding him, or... He looked toward the main courtyard, his eyes deep and hard to read. The crown prince had been completely dismissed and confined. Ixio sent a small gift through the side consort, some practical gold, silver, and medicinal herbs. Postscript: the world has changed greatly, and I, a humble woman, am powerless to change it. I only hope your highness takes care of himself and waits for the right time. Honghu always remembers Uncle Second's kindness. I hope your highness treats him well. In the cold Xianan palace, the crown prince might think of his weak, innocent nephew. He might also recall his nostalgic younger sister-in-law. This memory, unrelated to major affairs, could subtly influence future events. The subtle tension between Injun and Ixio in the residence continued. Injun was both surprised and cautious about Honghu's behavior. He grew more suspicious of Ixio's absolute control over the backyard and any secret actions he might be taking. He was spending less and less time at the residence. When he occasionally returned, his gaze toward the main courtyard was less complex and dependent than before, more like a cold assessment. He was investigating Honghu's studies in detail. I inquired about the household expenses. I even showed interest in the teachings at Jingzhizhai. Once, Injin had a rare meal in the main hall. During the meal, he asked Honghu about his recent thoughts on history. Honghu answered as usual, mentioning that Emperor Taizong of Tang was good at accepting advice, but also used tactics to balance power. Injin put down his chopsticks and said calmly, "You see through things clearly, but you're still young. These strategies of emperors are good to know, but there's no need to study them deeply. And don't imitate those empty talks or interfere with court affairs." His tone was calm, but carried a subtle warning. He then looked at Ixio. The princess has raised Huir very well. His knowledge and insight are no longer like ordinary children, but being outstanding can attract trouble. His health is better now, but he still needs to rest quietly. Showing too much talent might not be good for him. Ixio felt a chill in her heart. Injin was clearly warning her. He was worried that Honghu was too clever, worried that she had taught him too much. He was even more afraid that they might escape his control or, in the future, become obstacles to him. He hasn't yet reached the top, but he already suspects everyone. If he ever rules the world, with his suspicious and cold nature, what would happen to Honghu, his only son who might be too talented or even threaten his power? And what about her, the empress holding power in the inner court, with her deep thoughts? How many more will meet a good ending? Late at night, Ixio sat alone by the lamp, lost in thought. Having traveled through time, she carefully planned every step, initially just to protect herself and ensure Honghu's survival. Later, her ambition grew. She wanted to help Injin ascend the throne and secure her own position. Since Honghu was the only adult prince, it seemed natural for him to inherit the throne. But now she sees many dangers on this path. Injin's suspicion is one problem, but more importantly, her actions have already changed history too much. Whether Injin can successfully become emperor is uncertain. Even if he does, with his personality, will he really die early like in history, leaving time for Honghu to grow? Ixio shivered. Her gaze turned to the dark night outside the window. A bolder, crazier idea lit up in her mind. Since Injin cannot be trusted, and since Kangxi might live a long time, she remembered Kangxi's lifespan in history. Since Honghu is so talented and has already gained Kangxi's favor, why not skip Injin and directly make Honghu the heir? Considering Kangxi's disappointment with his children and his possible hope for his grandson Rinxiao, with Honghu's status as the eldest legitimate grandson, his improving health, and his outstanding talent and virtue, it's not impossible. This is a risky move, but the potential reward is huge. If it succeeds, Honghu would be Kangxi's preferred successor, and Injin would be just a transitional figure. She wouldn't have to be bound by Injin's suspicion anymore. Her decision was firm. Ishu's eyes became sharp and calm again. The strategy needs to be adjusted, from fully supporting and flattering Injin to maintaining a surface appearance of obedience while secretly working to build support for Honghu. Efforts are being made to help Honghu recover health in a reasonable and steady way. This requires time and careful planning. Yuxiu no longer deliberately suppresses Honghu's physical recovery, but instead asks Yu Jinchuan to increase the intensity of scientific training, still under the guise of strengthening his body. At the same time, the imperial doctors are pleased to find that the symptoms of the eldest prince have shown significant improvement after years of careful nourishing and treatment. Although he remains somewhat thin, he is no longer in danger and can read, study martial arts, and handle responsibilities like ordinary people. This process has lasted over 2 years, progressing from slight improvement to good health. Every step is documented in medical records, and Injin occasionally inquires about it, making it all reasonable. Meanwhile, Honghu's talents begin to show more prominently and in a controlled manner. Under Su Wenyuan's careful guidance, he not only masters classical texts but also develops sharp and practical insights into current politics. Once, during an inspection of the royal grandchildren's knowledge, Injin did not show off but instead focused on a problem troubling him: taxes on grain in Jiangnan. Using references and combining local customs, Honghu proposed a specific suggestion. It was not perfect but clear in thought, hitting the key points and, most importantly, showing genuine concern for the people's well-being. Injin looked at him for a long time and then said to the ministers nearby, "This child has kindness in his heart and real learning." Honghu's archery also quickly improved after his supposed recovery. He did not aim for flashy skills like hitting a target at 100 paces, but focused on steady strength. During a royal hunt, he shot accurately, hitting vital spots, though he didn't take many shots. When the 14th prince was a bit reckless chasing a wild beast, Honghu calmly supported and protected him from the side, showing a calmness and carefulness beyond his age. Kangxi watched clearly from the high platform and said to Injin, "Young Honghu is steady and balanced, skilled in both civil and military matters, just like I was at his age." This comment deeply touched Injin and was heard by the nobles and princes nearby. In the 58th year of Kangxi, Honghu was 16. His talents and recovery had already reached Kangxi's ears. Plus, his kind and filial impression from earlier made him hold a special place in Kangxi's heart. That year, Kangxi personally arranged a marriage for Honghu. His main wife was Lady Donga Ulan from the prominent Manchu Donga clan. Her father was a first-rank duke and a high-ranking guard officer, with a strong family background in the military and court, and a reputation for integrity, with little involvement in prince factions. His secondary wife was Lady Rangan of the Fucha clan, from a large and noble family. Her uncle was the Minister of Revenue, and her family was known for poetry, scholarship, and capable officials. These 2 marriages were very important with clear political meaning. Kangxi was laying out future connections and support for his beloved grandson, even more carefully than many princes' marriages at that time. The wedding ceremony was very grand. Kangxi personally awarded jewelry, crowns, and robes, making the ceremony more elaborate than usual. Injin, as the father, looked proud on the outside but felt mixed emotions inside. He wondered, when he got married, did he ever receive such special attention from the emperor? Honghu, just a grandson, was already so distinguished. Seeing his son dressed in festive clothes, confident yet respectful and calm, Injin felt an unprecedented sense of threat. It seemed that his son was quickly moving beyond his control, reaching heights even he had never imagined. What made Injin feel even more uneasy was still to come. The year after Honghu's wedding, his main wife, Dongyi, and his side wife, Fucha, both gave birth to healthy, lively boys. Soon after, two noble girls, who had also been granted by Kangxi and came from good families, showed signs of pregnancy. Suddenly, the family of Prince Yong was thriving, with good news coming one after another. This starkly contrasted with Injin's own quiet household, where only Honghu was his heir. Kangxi was overjoyed and rewarded them many times, even personally giving names to the two great-grandsons. At a family gathering, Kangxi held Honghu's eldest son and said to the other princes, "Among my many sons, they are busy with government affairs, which is natural. But expanding the family and ensuring heirs is also very important. Look at Honghu, young but already understanding the importance of family." His gaze briefly and subtly swept over Injin. Injin could only bow his head and accept it, but inside he felt like boiling oil was burning his heart. The most shocking and unsettling thing for both court and country was an imperial order at the beginning of Kangxi's 60th year. He commanded the Crown Prince Honghu to walk in front of him and learn by his side. This meant Honghu could go in and out of the Qianqing Palace every day, participate in some government discussions, follow Kangxi in handling memorials, and receive direct political guidance from the emperor himself. This was a rare honor that even many adult princes had not received. Kangxi's favoritism and care for Honghu were now obvious to all. Honghu was becoming more calm and proper in front of the emperor. He had an excellent memory, never missing any instructions from Kangxi. He was thoughtful and quick to grasp important points amid complex information. He spoke carefully, never careless, but every word he said was meaningful. Even more impressive was his humble attitude toward the eunuchs, guards, and low-level officials around Kangxi, never showing arrogance, which earned him widespread goodwill. Kangxi often felt his thoughts clearer when discussing history or government matters with Honghu, and his reliance and satisfaction with his grandson grew day by day. Sometimes, when tired from official duties, seeing Honghu bring tea or hearing his gentle words of comfort would soften Kangxi's usually cold heart. He even began to let Honghu try to review some minor petitions or draft opinions on certain policies. Injin saw all this and felt anxious inside. He was still the diligent fourth prince, but it seemed that the emperor's summons to him had become less frequent than before. The memorials he submitted received increasingly brief responses from the emperor. Even on some important matters, the emperor would first ask, "What does Honghu think?" He felt himself being pushed to the sidelines, while his son was being brought to the center stage. A strange, frightening fear of being replaced gripped him deeply. He used to think his biggest rivals were 8th brother and 14th brother. Now he was shocked to realize that the threat might come from within his own household, from his son whom he had not paid much attention to. His relationship with Ixio had almost frozen. He suspected that Ixio was behind everything but couldn't find solid proof. He could only demand more strictly that Honghu be humble and not become arrogant because of favoritism. He secretly limited certain contacts between the main courtyard and the palace, and he accelerated his plans in the court. He even began to consider taking extreme measures to stop Honghu's rising influence, even if it meant going against his own son. Meanwhile, in the main courtyard, Ixio listened as Honghu recounted what he saw and learned at the court every day. Seeing the growing confidence and wisdom in his eyes, she felt a cold sense of achievement and a slight satisfaction. Injin's fears and struggles proved that her plan was working. "Honghu," she whispered, dismissing the others, and spoke softly to him. "Your Majesty is advanced in age and has high expectations for you. However, the more careful you must be with your words and actions, avoiding any arrogance. Always show respect and filial piety to your father, no matter how he treats you. Your foundation lies in the Qianqing Palace and in your Majesty's heart. Keep that steady, and everything else will be manageable." Honghu nodded, with clear and firm eyes. "Mother, rest assured, I understand. I will remember your Majesty's teachings. I can also sense my father's concerns. I will be a good grandson to your majesty and a good son to my father. His words were gentle but carried a strong, unwavering confidence and strength. Inside the palace. Although consort disfavor is not as strong as before, she has managed the harem for many years and has many contacts. Kangxi's extraordinary support and closeness to Honghu felt like sharp thorns stabbing her heart day and night. She seemed to see that the smooth path she carefully prepared for her younger son was being blocked by that grandson, who was born weak but somehow becoming more troublesome. Olinara Ishio. It's all that vile woman. She must have used some wicked tricks to influence Honghu and get him to deceive the emperor. In Yonghe Palace, consort smashed her teacup again, her chest rising and falling with anger. She could no longer sit back and do nothing. That day, she summoned Ishio to the palace, claiming it was to inquire about the education of the young ladies in the rear courtyard of the fourth prince's residence. Her reasons sounded noble, and Ishio could not refuse. That day, the noble consort sat upright without offering a seat, her gaze sharp and cold as she looked over Ishio with respect. Second consort, you are quite proud now. Her voice was soft but carried a biting chill. Honghu, that child, is so favored by the emperor, walking freely in the palace, involved in important affairs, and even his children are thriving. As his mother, you have done a great job. Ishio lowered her eyes. It is all thanks to the emperor's kindness. Honghu is diligent himself. I dare not take credit. Dare not take credit, the noble consort sneered. I see you are very proud. You've raised such an outstanding child that even his own father has to step back. Now I ask you, every day you teach Honghu, have you ever taught him what filial piety is? What proper conduct is? Have you taught him not to forget his family name, not to have improper thoughts, or to overstep his father? These words were harsh, directly accusing Honghu of overstepping and criticizing Ishio for being an unfilial mother. Ishio remained calm. Honghu always remembers the grace of his majesty and the kindness of his father in raising him. Every day in front of the emperor, he behaves properly as a loyal subject. When he returns home, he also respects his father and follows proper routines, never neglecting his duties. Sweet words and false appearances. Seeing her unshaken, the noble consort's anger grew. I think you have forgotten your duties as a daughter-in-law and wife. If so, today you better wake up and realize your place here. The sun was shining brightly over Jingyang Palace. You stood in the courtyard, carefully thinking about what respect and rules really mean. Without my permission, no one is allowed to move. This directly caused the primary consort to be punished for standing in the palace yard, which was like a punishment for the palace maid. It was a great shame. The eunuch maid from Yonghe Palace immediately stepped forward to ask Ishio to leave. Ishio sneered inwardly, but on her face, she showed surprise, sadness, and just the right amount of panic. She slightly swayed her body, as if unable to bear the sudden scolding and the hot afternoon. Just as the eunuch's hand was about to touch her sleeve, she closed her eyes and softly fell backward. Consort, Jianxiu, who had been nervously guarding outside the hall since entering the palace, shouted suddenly. She rushed in and just managed to catch Ishio as she fell. Ishio's eyes were tightly closed, her face turned pale instantly, her breathing was weak, and she looked as if she was overwhelmed with anger and exhaustion, fainting from the shock. Empress Da was also stunned. Her original intention was to give a warning, but she didn't expect to actually hurt her, nor did she think Ishio would be so fragile that she would faint immediately. If this got out, why are you just standing there? Quickly call the imperial doctor. Empress Da hurriedly shouted, feeling a bit anxious inside. The commotion here couldn't be hidden from Kangxi's ears. Before the imperial doctor arrived, the chief eunuch Liang Jiogong and two young eunuchs hurried over. Greetings to Empress Da. Liang Jiogong's gaze swept over Ishio, who was supported by Qian Xiao and still not awake, leaning against a chair. His tone was calm, but carried a sense of pressure. The emperor has heard that the fourth consort is unwell in the empress's palace. I have been sent to check on her and request the imperial doctor to come quickly for treatment, the emperor's order. The fourth consort has contributed to raising the imperial grandson. Recently, she has been busy with Honghu Gij's marriage and children, working very hard. If she misses her greeting due to entering the palace, I will not be at ease. Order de Fei Wuya. From today, she is to stay in the palace in reflection. Without my permission, she must not leave Yonghe Palace even a step. Her title is temporarily downgraded to a concubine to observe her conduct. Downgrade. Palace confinement. De Fei's face turned pale as if struck by lightning. She staggered back a step, nearly losing her balance. She only wanted to teach Yixiu a lesson. How did she provoke such anger from the emperor and face such severe punishment? Her title was even stripped away. Liang Jiugong no longer spoke, instructing the attending eunuchs to assist Qianqiu. Carefully, they carried the unconscious Yixiu in a soft sedan to the nearest palace room for rest, waiting for the imperial doctor. Throughout, Yixiu remained perfectly still, not waking up. The news spread like wildfire. De Fei, unjustly blamed for causing the fourth consort to faint, was demoted and confined by Kangxi, shocking the entire harem and the court. Everyone could see that this was not just a punishment for De Fei's unkindness to Yixiu. It also showed Kangxi's deep dissatisfaction with De Fei's repeated interference in the prince's affairs, especially her attempts to hinder his efforts to nurture Honghu. This is a warning to others, a clear message from Kangxi. His importance to Honghu cannot be questioned or undermined. On the very day the Empress Dowager was demoted, another decree was issued from the Qianqing Palace. It ordered the 14th prince, Yingji, to be made Grand General of the Protectorate, to prepare the army immediately, and to march northwest to suppress the rising rebellion of the Zhonghar tribe. Everyone could see that this was essentially a formal exile. At a critical moment in the struggle for the throne, sending one of the most capable and popular princes far away to the distant northwest clearly aimed to remove him from politics. Kangxi was clearing the biggest obstacle to Honghu's growth, while also delivering a heavy blow to the Empress Dowager's faction. Yixiu, lying comfortably in a soft sedan, slowly opened her eyes when she was sure no one was watching. Her eyes were clear and calm, with no sign of faintness. Jianxiu held her hand tightly, feeling both fear and admiration. Kangxi's swift and harsh actions completely changed the situation. The Empress Dowager lost power. The 14th prince was far away. The 8th prince's faction was shaken, and others watching from the sidelines had different thoughts. Meanwhile, Honghu, after this turmoil caused by his grandmother, not only remained unscathed but also became more secure thanks to Kangxi's firm support. Inside the Qianqing Palace, the figures of the grandfather and grandson seemed closer after this small storm. Because of this event, Honghu quickly shed his last bit of innocence, revealing a calm and strong inner light. He clearly saw beneath his grandfather's aging body a mind still sharp and suspicious, but also showing signs of loneliness and deep worry about what lies ahead. He also keenly sensed the increasingly complex gaze of Ama Yinjin. Honghu shared these feelings quietly with Yixiu in the late night, only between mother and son. Yixiu gently touched his son's slightly broader, but still thin shoulders. His voice was very soft but clear. Here, in the royal family, there are no father and son bonds. It has always been so. Now, your wings are not yet full, and although your foundation is in the court, you are like a floating duckweed, ultimately needing to plant your own roots. What the emperor grants you is a title, a sacred heart, and a future possibility. But to turn this possibility into reality, you need real people, those who can speak for you and act for you at critical moments. Honghu thought deeply. Mother means making friends with officials? But the emperor's law strictly forbids forming factions, and the father keeps a close watch. Plus, I am young. Suddenly making friends with high officials might cause trouble. Openly making friends is not good. A faint light flashed in Yixiu's eyes. But some people work in the shadows, forgotten by others, yet they may still have power. Honghu's mind raced quickly, and a name came to mind. His pupils shrank. Mother means second uncle? Exactly, Yixiu replied. The person at Xianan Palace, your second uncle, was demoted and confined for many years. However, he served as crown prince for over 30 years, and his former students and friends are spread throughout the court. Even now, some still hold old feelings for him. Some are resentful because they were pushed aside because of him. Others once depended on him, but now serve other princes, though not truly loyal. These people form a scattered underground network that no one controls. Your second uncle has long given up hope for the throne, but he may still harbor resentment toward the brothers who took his place, and he cares about his descendants' future. More importantly, she paused, speaking softly. He once showed you kindness, and you have always respected him. This bond is the most precious bridge between you. Honghu immediately understood her mother's deep meaning. Forming an alliance with the deposed crown prince is very risky. If exposed, it would be a serious crime of treason and conspiracy. But the benefits are also great. If they can secretly gain support or loyalty from the remnants of the deposed crown prince's followers, it would give them hidden, powerful force that could be used unexpectedly at critical moments. Moreover, having the deposed crown prince contact those old allies is safer and more discreet than him doing it himself. But how can we pass messages to my second uncle? The guards at Xianan Palace are very strict, Honghu frowned. Strict, but not impenetrable, her mother replied with a plan in mind. Do you remember the relationship your mother maintained with your second uncle through the concubine at Yuqing Palace in earlier years? The side consort's family had long fallen into decline. Her younger brother now worked as a low-level cleaning servant at Xianan Palace. Because of his sister, he still felt some pity for the former crown prince. This person is timid but greedy for benefits, and he can be used. More importantly, you are now allowed to walk in front of the emperor, occasionally sent to the Ministry of Internal Affairs or the Ministry of Rights to check some minor documents related to old cases. This is reasonable. Xianan Palace's expenses are also managed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The plan is to proceed very carefully. Honghu took the opportunity to check old expenses at the Ministry of Internal Affairs. By chance, he chatted a few words with the clerk responsible for some of Xianan Palace's purchase records. The conversation accidentally touched on the old affairs of the former crown prince. Honghu showed the right amount of sympathy and emotion, fitting his kind-hearted image. Great-uncle was also a very wise person back then, but unfortunately. Sigh. Then he seemed to casually mention his childhood memories of receiving books and teachings from his second uncle, speaking sincerely. These words, after being bought by the cleaning servant who was secretly promised a generous reward to take care of his sister in the cold palace and pass through his sister, the side consort, finally reached the ears of the former crown prince, Inrung. Initially, Inrung only sneered. He had been trapped in worries for many years, his heart already hardened like iron, full of suspicion towards any information from outside. But Honghu's sigh and his memories of his past wisdom still felt like a small thorn, stirring his hidden pride. More importantly, Honghu mentioned receiving books and guidance and expressed gratitude. This made him think of that innocent-looking, weak but respectful and polite child, and of the faint care from the fourth prince's household that had no selfish motives. Honghu, that child, now so highly valued by the emperor, Inrung muttered to himself. Through his limited but secret channels of information, he had heard bits of news about Honghu. He walks confidently before the court, is talented and virtuous, marries a noble lady, and even has a child, favored and blessed by the emperor. All of this is so different from his brothers, who are either mediocre or fighting fiercely for power, losing their true selves. A thought, like poisonous weeds, grew in his desperate heart. The fourth is cold and unkind. The eighth is hypocritical and sneaky. The 14th is arrogant and domineering. Who among them would treat the fallen crown prince kindly if they took power? Would they care for his sons, who are also confined? Probably only to become more cautious or even eliminate him. But Honghu is different. This child is kind and nostalgic, and in some ways, he has watched him grow up. More importantly, Honghu is a grandson from a generation removed, with no direct conflict over the throne. If he ascends, perhaps he can still preserve a little family bond with his uncle, who has long lost his threat. Could this even improve your and your descendants' terrible situation? Perhaps for Inrung, who is trapped in despair, this idea is very tempting. The first cautious response came through a very secret and complicated channel, reaching Honghu. It wasn't a letter, just a simple message. Nephew Hui has good intentions. Please take care. Following this, Honghu used proper channels within the Imperial Household Department to send a clearer message. He expressed sympathy for the second uncle's difficult situation, explained that he was cautious at court and needed guidance from elders, and subtly criticized some behaviors of other uncles. He also sincerely promised that if he made any progress in the future, he would not forget his second uncle's teachings and would do his best to protect his family line. This message moved Inrung. He saw Honghu's ambitions and struggles, and also recognized his own potential value. Though he was dismissed, Inrung had built up connections over his more than 30 years as crown prince, understood the complex political factions, and even held some secret leverage, all of which Honghu, the young grandson, desperately needed. This was a mutually beneficial deal. The exchange moved slowly, in complete darkness. Inrung began to use very subtle methods to gradually reveal the names and contact information of some lower and mid-level officials, fringe members of the royal family, and even some frustrated court officials who still had old ties or secrets with him, to Honghu. These people may not hold high official positions, but they often work in important practical roles within key government offices. Some are informants in powerful families, providing valuable news and intelligence. At certain times, they can also play unexpected roles. At the same time, Inrung begins to use his last influence to quietly sway some of these people. They subtly affect political discussions and public opinion that benefit or harm Honghu. They might make things easier during document exchanges, speak fair words about Honghu among colleagues, or accidentally leak clues that could hurt the factions opposing the 8th prince or the 14th prince. Honghu strictly follows the principle of indirect contact. He never directly interacts with anyone on the list. Instead, he relies on a secret network set up by Ishio in his early years, which overlaps with Yu Jinchuan's underground connections. He also uses old friends of Su Wenyuan who are unaware of the full situation to carefully verify and initially contact these hidden agents. He assesses their reliability and value, offering only limited support or promises that do not directly involve himself. The whole process is very risky. Any mistake could lead to disaster. But the benefits are significant. Honghu gains a deeper understanding of court affairs, including secret faction struggles and power transfers. When Kangxi occasionally asks about officials' reputations or details of certain matters, Honghu can provide insights far beyond his age and experience. Kangxi increasingly believes that this grandson is talented and capable of great responsibility. Some court officials who were originally neutral or cautious began to sense that behind this young imperial grandson, there seemed to be a powerful and unspoken undercurrent surging. Over the past few years, the marriages of dozens of princesses who had grown up became another valuable set of chess pieces in Ishio's hands. Ishio did not act arbitrarily. On the contrary, whenever a princess reached marriageable age, she would first invite her biological mother to the main hall, dismiss others, and speak kindly and privately. She gave her biological mother respect and a sense of participation. The book she held seemed to offer choices to the mother, but in fact, it had already been carefully weighed by her and her advisors, using information provided by Su Wenyuan, Yu Jinchuan, and even the deposed crown prince. The candidates generally fell into a few categories. 1. Manchu noble children from prominent but delicate families, choosing families with deep roots, but who were temporarily not favored in the current power struggle for the throne, either because of neutral stances, past exclusion by the 8th Prince faction, or internal family disagreements. Marriage into such families could bring potential strong allies, without immediately involving Honghu in the fiercest faction battles. These families often hoped to strengthen ties with the favored eldest grandson of the emperor for future benefits. 2. Middle-ranking officials whose fathers or brothers held key positions. These officials held moderate but important roles, being the actual executors of government affairs, well-informed, and able to facilitate specific matters. Their families often desired to improve their social standing and eagerly sought marriage alliances with the emperor's grandson. 3. Pure-hearted scholars or families from literary backgrounds. Choose families with honest traditions and high reputation. This can improve the image of Honghu's lineage among scholars, align with Kangshi's late preferences, and gain potential public support. 4. Families with complex but manageable connections to the prince's residences. Carefully select families that have marriage ties or old relationships with other princes, but whose internal members may not fully support their current alliances. Through marriage, it might loosen their bonds with their original families, at least allowing them to stay neutral or secretly favor Honghu. The opinions of the biological mothers should be carefully considered. Reasonable suggestions should be accepted. Unreasonable ones should be gently guided. In the end, a mutually satisfying solution can always be reached. This strategy aligns with Ishio's plans and makes the biological mothers feel they have secured a good future for their daughters, strengthening their loyalty. Ishio handles these weddings without hesitation. The dowries are generous and practical, including royal honors, large estates, shops, and other real assets, ensuring these daughters are well-equipped in their new homes. They have been influenced by Ishio and Mr. May, learning how to manage a household, get along with their husbands, and establish themselves in their new families. They also subtly understand the importance of these marriages for their older brother Honghu. They become the most direct and natural link between Honghu and the families involved in the marriages. These new brothers-in-law became natural allies for Honghu both inside and outside the court. This support was not openly forming a faction but was subtly woven into all aspects. At first, Injin didn't pay much attention to these marriage arrangements, thinking they were just Ishio fulfilling her duties as the main wife. But as he saw his daughters marry into increasingly suitable families and the marriage network quietly expanding, he noticed these new relatives subtly surrounding Honghu, who was beginning to show promise. His guard was once again raised. He observed coldly and found that most of the families Ishio chose were not from his direct line, and some had little connection with him. This woman was using the daughter of Prince Yong to weave a web for her son, Honghu. He had tested Ishio. You put a lot of effort into these marriages. But some of these families seem to have ties with the 8th and 14th brothers. Ishio looked calm, with just the right hint of helplessness. My lord, the current situation is complicated. Many noble families are deeply intertwined. I prioritize family reputation and the character of the children when choosing, and other factors are hard to avoid completely. Moreover, once married, they are family. It's better than letting them fully turn elsewhere. Honghu is still your son, and his brothers-in-law are capable. In the future, they will also be your support. She wrapped her words around, acknowledging the complexity of the marriage choices, but emphasizing that the ultimate goal was for the benefit of Prince Yong's household, making it hard for Injin to argue at once. Injin felt frustrated inside, but could not openly oppose these marriages arranged by his stepmother and based on family status. He could only secretly sneer. What a clever Olinara Ishio, always planning carefully. For now, he decided to hold back and show his best side in front of Kangxi. He comforted himself. Honghu, no matter how capable, is still his son. These marriage alliances might someday be useful to him. At the Qianqing Palace, Kangxi learned that each daughter from the Yongkenwang's family was happily married. All married into good families with proper households. He couldn't help but praise his close attendance. The 4th princess's wife is truly good at managing the household. She not only raised Honghu well but also arranged the other daughters-in-law carefully, keeping the family's reputation intact and reassuring the concubines. Managing the family well is the key to harmony. Harmony in the family might give a glimpse of how to govern the country. This praise not only complimented Ishio but also subtly linked family management skills to the potential for ruling the country, again raising Honghu's importance in Kangxi's eyes. With a mother like that, her son must be promising. Once the youngest princesses also settled their marriages, Ishio's network of dozens of arranged marriages had begun to take shape. It was not as grand as the 8th prince's faction nor as sharp as the 14th prince's, but it was more dispersed, more subtle, and infiltrated daily government affairs and social interactions. A close-knit, low-profile alliance centered around Honghu had already formed. Under the support of this network, Honghu became more calm and confident. He handled government affairs more smoothly because he could always get important information or practical help when needed. In front of Kangxi, his reports became more precise and insightful, thanks to the gathering and sharing of wisdom from many sources. His good reputation and influence also quietly spread through the social networks of his relatives and families. At this delicate point in Kangxi's 61st year, Honghu was no longer the brave grandson who relied only on Kangxi's favor and his own talent. He had the wisdom and experience gained from serving at the court behind him. He also had secret information and hidden agents from the remnants of the deposed crown prince's supporters. Moreover, he was supported by dozens of family clans connected through marriage, forming a complex but powerful network. All these forces combined into a steady, strong current that pushed him toward his ultimate goal. In the main hall, Ixio listened to Jian Xiu report on the latest news from various households and the scattered messages from his brothers-in-law. A cold, genuine smile finally appeared on his face. The marriage arrangements for his daughters were a good move. It completed a crucial part of Honghu's strength, his grassroots, practical, and social support network. Ixio looked toward the Forbidden City, as if he could see through the heavy palace walls the aging emperor and the empty throne behind him. Over the years, even with space and medicinal help, it was still very difficult for her. She was a person educated in modern ways, believing that everyone is equal and that destiny is in their own hands. But being trapped in the body of a feudal noblewoman named Olanala Ishu, she had to wear a heavy mask every day, speak insincere words, and do things against her true feelings. She had to accept strict social ranks, see servants as objects, learn how to subtly suppress rivals, even though she found those women pitiful, and understand the complicated relationships behind the scenes and in court. In this harsh environment, kindness was a weakness that others could use against her and Honghu. She had to force herself to become cold and tough, learn to use others, plan carefully, and even allow or promote some dark actions if it served her goals. "Everything is ready now, just waiting for the right moment," she whispered to herself. "Huir, I have done all I can for you. Now, it depends on your fate and the final wishes of your emperor." In November of the 61st year of Kangxi, in Changchun Garden, Emperor Kangxi had been resting here since October. But he was nearing the end of his life. The imperial doctors took turns watching over him, giving him medicine constantly, but it was hard to stop his life from slipping away. Sometimes he was awake, sometimes he was unconscious. When awake, he still insisted on reviewing the most important memorials and summoned the key ministers and princes. When drowsy, he mumbled continuously, mentioning Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang, the late Empress Heshali, and occasionally whispering about Baocheng and Honghu. The wind grew stronger day by day. The 9 gates of the capital were heavily guarded with soldiers, and checks were strict at all entrances. Near the 8th prince's residence, many idle people gathered, and the 9th and 10th princes frequently came and went. The 14th prince was far in the northwest, yet he sent urgent reports and military messages over 100 miles to Changchun Garden. Prince Injin of Yong was a regular visitor to Changchun Garden, often staying close under the guise of attending to the emperor's health. He had a calm face like a still lake, but his eyes were sharp as an eagle's. He quietly controlled some of the guards inside and outside the garden. He also maintained a tense, unspoken connection with a few trusted ministers like Zhang Tingyu and Longkodo, who were still relied on in the late Kangxi era but kept a cautious distance. Honghu was also attending to the emperor nearby, often called in during his drowsy states, which allowed him to stay close to the throne. He looked pale and gaunt, with deep-set eyes, clearly having not slept well for many days. Despite this, he remained calm, personally prepared medicine, cleaned the emperor, and quietly read summaries of memorials. When Kangxi was awake, his cloudy eyes often lingered on Honghu's face for a long time. His fingers moved weakly, as if wanting to speak, but in the end, He only let out a long sigh. On the night of November 13th, at the third watch, dark clouds covered the sky over Changchun Garden, and there was no light from the stars or moon. The indoor air was thick with medicinal fumes, and the charcoal stove burned brightly, yet it couldn't dispel the heavy sense of death hanging in the air. Suddenly, Kangxi's spirit seemed to lift slightly. His eyes cleared for a moment as he looked around the bed. Besides the imperial doctor and the eunuch, only Honghu, Zhang Tingyu, and Longkodo were nearby. Injin was waiting outside, but through the gaps in the beaded curtain, he could faintly see what was happening inside. Honghu. Kangxi's voice was faint but very clear. Your grandson is here. Honghu immediately knelt before the bed. Kangxi looked at him with a complex expression, full of love, scrutiny, and trust. There was also a hint of a final guess from a dying emperor. He slowly raised his withered hand, and Honghu hurriedly cupped it with both hands.
You
are very good. Kangxi spoke slowly and carefully. More like me when I was young than my own sons. These words were shocking. Zhang Tingyu and Longkodo instantly held their breath. Outside, Injin trembled slightly, barely noticeable, and clenched his jade ring tightly in his sleeve. Kangxi seemed to use all his strength, paused for a moment, then continued. I will leave this empire.
To you to protect.
And to treat well. Before he finished, another violent cough shook his body. Long live the emperor, Honghu's voice choked with emotion, tears falling like rain. Your grandson is worried. I am young and inexperienced, afraid I will fail the emperor's trust. Father, uncles, all are here, your grandson. Kangxi's cough eased slightly as he caught his breath. A glance passed beyond the beaded curtain at the blurry figure of Injin. Then it moved to Zhang Tingyu and Longkodo, finally returning to Honghu's face, where a nearly cold and clear expression flashed. They cannot defend it, or they are unwilling to defend it like you do. He suddenly clenched Honghu's hand tightly, his nails almost digging into Honghu's flesh. Zhang Tingyu, Longkodo. My will is in the official decree. After I pass the throne to my grandson Honghu, the eldest son of the fourth Prince Injin, who becomes emperor. Injin becomes the retired emperor and moves to Changchun Garden. The last few words were almost spoken with a gasp, but they exploded like thunder in everyone's hearts. Passing the throne to my grandson Honghu. Injin is only the retired emperor, and it is clearly stated that he is to actually be confined, to Changchun Garden. Father Emperor. Injin outside could no longer hold back. He suddenly tore open the beaded curtain and rushed in, face pale as paper, eyes almost tearing apart. Father Emperor. You are confused. I am here. I, rebel son, kneel. Kangxi used his last strength, shouting hoarsely, his eyes filled with undisguised disappointment and determination. I am not dead yet. This land is mine. I can pass it to whoever I want. Do you think I don't know your thoughts? I cannot hand over my ancestral legacy to someone who cannot even accept his own son. These words completely tore away the last of his dignity. Injin was struck by a sudden shock, standing stiffly in place. His face lost all color, leaving only shock, anger, and the humiliation of being completely exposed. Kangxi no longer looked at him. His gaze was fixed tightly on Zhang Tingyu and Longkodo. Both of you are the ministers I leave for the new ruler. To assist, to draft the edict, to use the imperial seal, to announce to the world. Any disobedience will be punished. His breath grew weaker, his eyes began to drift, but he still insisted. This is treason. Betraying the emperor. Punishing 9 clans. Your Majesty's orders. Zhang Tingyu and Longkodo knelt down suddenly, touching their foreheads to the ground. Their voices trembled, but they dared not hesitate. Kangxi's final clear and firm command in front of everyone left no room for doubt. Longkodo broke out in cold sweat. He held some military power in Beijing, and now he truly understood why Kangxi placed him here. He was both an assistant and a check on power, and also a force to ensure the will of the emperor's last decree was carried out. Kangxi's gaze finally fell on Honghu's face, which was filled with pure, grandfatherly kindness, and a hint of relief. He moved his lips slightly, using his last bit of strength. Honghu, don't be afraid. Be a good emperor, just like you promised the Emperor Manhwa. His arm relaxed and fell limply. His eyes slowly closed, and his breath stopped. Emperor Manhwa, Honghu let out a heartbreaking cry, rushing to Kangxi's coldening body, crying loudly. This sadness was partly genuine, partly a necessary performance to show everyone the pain of a filial grandson. The emperor has passed away, the imperial doctor announced tremblingly. Inside the room, tears burst out. Outside, the cold wind howled, as if warning of an even greater storm. News of Kangxi's death spread like wildfire, quickly sweeping through Changchun Garden and rapidly reaching the capital. Injin was the first to recover from the huge shock.
No.
He couldn't accept this. The throne should be his. He had planned for so many years, endured so many years. Why was it taken by a young boy? And in such a way that completely sidelined him, almost humiliating him. The retired emperor? Moving to Changchun Garden? His eyes turned bloodshot as he suddenly looked at Zhang Tingyu and Long Kodo, then at Honghu, who was crying on the ground, filled with murderous intent. Master Zhang. Master Long. Injin's voice was hoarse and cold. The emperor just now was not in his right mind. Could what he said be true? Someone is clearly behind this. He glared fiercely at Honghu, conspiring with close attendants, deceiving the sacred will. The real edict of succession should be displayed behind the bright plaque. We must immediately summon it and reveal it to the world to uphold the true foundation of the nation. He wanted to act quickly. Before the official announcement of the edict and before the people's loyalty was secured, he aimed to create chaos. Doubting the legitimacy of Kangxi's final instructions, they even used force to control the scene and forcibly open the plaque of the main hall to reveal the imperial will. He had already used various methods to make the most favorable guess about the possible contents of the will and had prepared for it, even leaving a backup plan. Prince Yong, your words are mistaken. Long Kodo suddenly stood up. Although his face was pale, he straightened his back. At this moment, he was the chief official protecting Emperor Kangxi's decree, and his life depended on Honghu. The emperor was very clear and firm in his final words, and everyone saw and heard it. How could it be false? The emperor ordered us to immediately draft an edict with the imperial seal and announce it to the world. The most urgent task now is to follow the emperor's last command, support the new ruler, and stabilize the situation. Whether there was an edict behind the plaque or what it said no longer mattered. The emperor's final spoken words are the ultimate decree. Zhang Tingyu also shakily stood up, tears streaming down his face, but his voice was firm. Lord Long, you are right. The emperor's last command is clear and trustworthy. Please mourn in silence and follow the emperor's will. Are you trying to rebel? Injin shouted angrily. Behind him, the guards from the prince's residence subtly moved forward, hands on their swords. The atmosphere outside the house instantly became tense, and some guards from the spring garden, arranged by Injin, also subtly gathered around. I will see who dares to act rashly. Just at this critical moment, a cold and commanding female voice suddenly sounded. It was Ishio, walking quickly into the room, surrounded by Jinxiu and several sharp-looking guards. She wore plain clothes, with a small white flower tucked into her hair, her face calm like water, but her eyes sharp as ice, directly staring at Injin. Prince Yong, the emperor has just left, and his body is still warm. Yet you are already causing trouble in the palace, threatening the ministers who serve the emperor, and questioning the late emperor's will. What is your intention? Although her voice was soft, it carried a powerful force that pierced people's hearts. Could it be true, as the late emperor said, that you can no longer accept your own son and are planning to repeat the events at Xuanwu Gate? Her words were harsh and hurtful. She directly accused Injin of plotting rebellion and killing his own brother, placing him in opposition to morality and law. At the same time, her guards, though few, were fierce and ready, subtly confronting Injin's men. More importantly, her presence here represented a strong stance. Honghu was not alone. His mother and possibly other forces behind him had already taken action. Injin's pupils shrank suddenly as he stared fiercely at Iru, a woman he had shared a bed with for many years but could never fully understand. Olenara, Iru. You have no right to speak here. The harem must not interfere in politics. It's not about interfering. Iru met his gaze without backing down. I am here to mourn the Emperor's spirit and to remind those blinded by greed. Don't forget the filial duty between father and son, and don't forget the loyalty between ruler and minister. She paused, her voice turning colder. Don't forget that outside the spring garden at this moment, the soldiers under the command of the Nine Gates Marshal have received orders from Lord Longkodo and are on high alert. Inside and outside the capital, loyal soldiers are watching this place closely. Prince Yong, are you determined to act alone, risking turning the world of the Aizenjoro family into a battlefield of father and son fighting each other tonight? This statement is partly true and partly false, but it is the most effective warning. Longkodo indeed controls some of the military power in the capital. Ishu, through a relative of Honghu who works in the military, has also made some urgent contacts and arrangements. More importantly, she pointed out that everyone is watching. If Injin dares to launch a sudden armed coup now, even if he succeeds, he will be cursed for eternity. Injin froze in place, his chest rising and falling violently. He looked at Honghu crying bitterly, Zhang Tingyu and Longkodo standing firm, and then at the unfamiliar and intimidating Ishu. He also glanced at his hesitant guards behind him. He knew he had missed the best and perhaps the only chance to turn the tide with violence. Kongshi's will has been confirmed through Zhang and Longkodo. Ishu's sudden appearance disrupted the balance of power. More importantly, the banner of morality and legitimacy was firmly in Honghu's hands.
Good.
Good. Good. Injin repeated the word, good, 3 times, each one sounding like it was squeezed from his teeth, filled with deep hatred and unwillingness. He suddenly turned around, knelt before Emperor Kongshi's body, and bowed 3 times heavily. When he stood up again, his face was a pale, calm expression. Your servant. Injin, he said, slowly and stiffly bowing toward Honghu, respectfully following His Majesty's last wishes. After speaking, he no longer looked at anyone and walked straight out, his back lonely but straight. A crisis that could have triggered a civil war was temporarily suppressed under the absolute authority of Kongshi's will, the firm support of the ministers, the decisive involvement of Ishio, and the threat of force. The following process was so fast it was hard to keep up. Zhang Tingyu and Longkodo hurriedly drafted Kongshi's will overnight, sealed it with the Emperor's seal, and sent it nationwide with urgent dispatch. At the same time, the funeral was held in Changchun Garden, with the grandson Honghu presiding as emperor. All princes, nobles, and officials in Beijing were summoned to Changchun Garden to mourn and listen to the will at the shrine. When the succession was announced to be the eldest son of the 4th prince, Injin, and the emperor's grandson Honghu, everyone was silent at first, then erupted in shock. Almost all eyes turned to Injin, standing at the front, and Honghu kneeling before the shrine. Injin's face was cold as iron, eyes closed, silent. Honghu wept on the ground, shoulders trembling. 8th Prince Inji looked pale, his fingers digging into his palm. 9th and 10th princes exchanged angry, surprised looks. 3rd Prince Inji looked stunned. Other princes and relatives were all deeply shocked and confused. However, the will was clear and confirmed with the imperial seal. Many witnesses, including Zhang Tingyu, Longkodo, and several close eunuchs, testified that Kongshi, before his death, had summoned them. The retired Emperor Injin was also present and did not oppose the will strongly at the time. Most importantly, Longkodo had already taken control of Changchun Garden and parts of the capital's defenses, and he clearly supported the will. Opposing it now would be seen as treason. After the initial shock and chaos, only suppressed crying and whispered conversations remained at the mourning hall. Many officials, especially those related by marriage to Honghu, or those impressed by his talent, or those who sensed the changing political climate, quietly moved closer to Honghu, their eyes filled with new respect and careful consideration. The funeral arrangements proceeded smoothly. Honghu showed deep grief and calmness beyond his years. He managed the funeral with clear order, showing proper etiquette to the visiting officials and ministers. His words carried the authority of a new ruler. He also expressed sincere remembrance for Emperor Kangxi and maintained respectful outward deference to the retired Emperor Injin. In December of Kangxi's 61st year, during the national mourning period, Honghu paid respects at Kangxi's spirit in Changchun Garden, receiving homage from officials and offering sacrifices to heaven, earth, ancestors, and the gods. He was proclaimed emperor with the era named Qingxi. Injin was honored as Rinshou Taishang Emperor and moved to Changchun Garden for rest. His biological mother, Ulanala Ixio, was honored as Empress Dowager and moved to Sinang Palace. Her main wife, Dong Yi, was made empress, and her side wife, Fucha, was made noble consort. The imperial edict was announced across the country, causing a great shock. On the streets and in tea houses and taverns, everyone was talking about this shocking change of succession. Some praised Emperor Kangxi for his wisdom and virtue in choosing capable people. Some sighed about Prince Yong's fate, which seemed to be controlled by others. Most people were watching closely to see how the young new emperor would manage this huge empire. They wondered how he would face the ambitious uncles, especially the one respected as the Grand Emperor, who was still strong and had unpredictable thoughts, his own father. On the first night after the new emperor's coronation, in Sinang Palace, all the noise and ceremonies finally quieted down for now. Ixio, now the Empress Dowager, took off her heavy court robes and crown, wearing only simple everyday clothes, standing alone by the window. There was no wild joy, nor complete relaxation. Only a deep exhaustion that almost seemed to drain her, and a feeling of being on cloud nine, unreal and distant. Did she succeed?
Truly.
Did she succeed? Did Honghu, the son she gave birth to, really become the ruler of the world? And she, Chen Tian, a lonely soul from another world. Could she really carve out a path for herself and her son at the peak of this ruthless feudal dynasty? Tears suddenly fell, without warning. They were not tears of happiness, but a complex flood of emotions, years of accumulated fear, injustice, struggle, scheming, and sacrifice, finally finding a way to be released. She slowly crouched down, buried her face in her arm, and her shoulders trembled slightly, but she made no loud sound. In this deep palace, even crying quietly required restraint. After a while, a warm and strong hand gently rested on her shoulder. Ixio looked up, her eyes blurred with tears. She saw Honghu had come in unnoticed, dressed in plain yellow clothes instead of his royal robes. The young emperor's face showed clear worry and affection. "Mother!" Honghu's voice was a little hoarse, tired from the responsibilities of the coronation and the mental stress. "Don't cry anymore. Everything is over now. Your son is now emperor. No one can hurt you or force you to do things you don't want to do." Ixio looked at him, seeing the effort in his eyes to give her a sense of safety. She saw the beginning of emperor-like confidence in his expression, along with his deep love and care for her that never changed. Tears welled up again, but this time, she felt a sense of relief. She reached out and gently stroked her son's thin but strong face. "Huier, I'm not sad. I'm finally able to breathe freely." She stood up, wiped her tears with a handkerchief, and tried to smile. This path was very difficult and dangerous, but luckily we made it through. Honghu nodded firmly and held her hand. It was Mother who led her son through it. Without Mother, there would be no today. He paused, his eyes deep and thoughtful. "It's just that Auntie Ma, Uncle Ba, and Uncle Shur are probably not willing to give up easily. The court seems peaceful on the surface, but there are hidden currents beneath. The son, this emperor, has only just begun." Ixio's expression also became serious. "Yes. Ascending the throne is only the first step. Securing this position might be even harder than fighting for it. Your mother will never give up easily. Changchun Garden is not Xianan Palace," He is still the retired emperor, still influential, with old allies. Although the 8th prince's faction was setbacks, they are resilient like a 100-legged insect that won't die. The 14th prince holds powerful troops, and his intentions are hard to guess. There are also those court officials watching from the sidelines. They need to be pacified, intimidated, and truly won over. The son understands. Honghu's eyes sharpened. The son will remember Mother's teachings for many years, and will make good use of everything Mother has accumulated for him. Most importantly, he looked at Ixio, his gaze softening. The son has Mother behind him. Her wisdom and foresight are his greatest support. Ixio felt comforted, yet a new wave of sadness arose. Her voice was soft but clear. Starting tomorrow, the real hard fight begins. Some people, some matters, must be settled before the court stabilizes. Why assure? Ixio's finger brushed the edge of the teacup. Now, you are the emperor. She is your mother's biological mother. According to the rules, she should be honored as the Grand Empress Dowager. Honghui frowned and said, Mother, she did things back then, precisely because of what she did in the past. Ixio interrupted him. It's even more important not to give her any reason to complain. Your task is to set an example of filial piety to govern the world. She should be honored as the Grand Empress Dowager and moved to the westernmost part of Shokong Palace, in Chunshi Hall. All arrangements should follow the highest standards, but the people serving her. She paused for a moment. All of them must be replaced. We need honest, discreet, and loyal servants. The Grand Empress Dowager is quite old now. She should rest peacefully. She doesn't need to leave her palace except during festivals, and she should be disturbed as little as possible. Since she has been biased for a lifetime, let her enjoy her wealth and peace in comfort and quiet. Completely isolate her from power. This is the most refined punishment for someone who favors others. Let her live, watching her disliked grandson take the throne, while she cannot even voice a single complaint within her beautiful prison.
Only understood, mais on understand.
The Chunshi Hall is near the north wall of Sinang Garden. It's shady in summer and probably cold in winter. Being older, it's better to be quiet and cool, which helps with peace of mind. Ixio spoke calmly, then continued, As for Changchun Garden, your father's old friends there also need to be sorted out. All the concubines and secondary wives who have given birth, Ixio had already thought everything through. If they have daughters who are already married, they can be allowed to leave the palace according to tradition, to be supported by their daughters and sons-in-law. The daughter who is not yet married will stay in Changchun Garden for now, accompanying the Supreme Emperor. Once her marriage is arranged, further plans will be made.
On lui no dead.
And Rose, the name caused a brief pause in the room's atmosphere. The woman who once caused the original owner, Ixio, deep pain and who fascinated Injin for many years, has been confined for many years. She is now very thin, almost skeletal, and appears crazy and foolish. Ixio was silent for a moment before slowly saying, Let her stay in the most remote courtyard of Changchun Garden. Send 2 experienced and trustworthy maids to watch over her. Her food and daily needs will be provided, but her situation should not be made known to outsiders. Publicly, only say that Ulanala Rose is suffering from a long-term illness and needs rest, so she is not suitable for visits. Not killing her is to prevent anyone from using her as an excuse. The most difficult issue is Nian Sherlan. Behind her is the highly accomplished Nian Ginyao, and she has 2 weak and sickly daughters. Nian's family. Ixio walked to the desk and spread out a plain sheet of paper. She is deeply obsessed with the Supreme Emperor. Let her stay in Changchun Garden, closer to the Emperor, to fulfill her wish, and her 2 daughters, Hong Hui interjected, slightly furrowing his brows. The 2 sisters have been sick since childhood and are timid. Their brother has never taken care of their marriage, exactly why their marriage needs to be arranged. Ixio picked up the brush and wrote several names on the paper. Although Nian Gingyao was once her father's subordinate, he is proud and rebellious, with great achievements that threaten the ruler. Currently, the Northwest still needs him, but he must not be allowed to act without restraint. She carefully arranged the marriage of the 2 princesses born to the Yen family, choosing young officials, or members of noble families with good character and noble backgrounds but no real power. She kept writing. This is both a favor and a way to keep the two most suitable hostages of the Yen family firmly in the capital, enjoying wealth and comfort, yet far from the center of power. If Yong Yengingyao is clever, he should understand what this means. Hong Hu's gaze followed his mother's pen as it moved. If he is not satisfied, he will be dissatisfied, but he dares not act rashly. Ishu paused, dried the ink with a blow, and continued. His two daughters are the only remaining blood of his sister, and they are the most direct link between him and the royal family. When the new dynasty was just established, if he acted impulsively, he would not only betray the emperor's favor but also risk the safety of his sister and niece. Moreover, in the Northwest Army, the chess pieces his master used set up early on should also be moved. Divide their power, set up enemies, use both kindness and authority. This is the way to control a fierce tiger. Hong Hu looked at his mother's calm profile and suddenly asked, Mother, among these arrangements, how much is for the greater good, and how much is your true intention? Ishu was momentarily stunned. Her true intention? The true intention of Qin Tiantian, who came from the modern world and once believed in equality and freedom. She looked out at the heavy night outside the window. After a long pause, she softly said, My true intention, Mother's true goal, is to keep you firmly on this throne so that we mother and son can survive and live safely. As for others within this forbidden city, those who can live according to their own wishes, protect the people they want to protect, and influence the matters they can influence. Perhaps that is the greatest true intention. She turned around, took Hong Hu's hand, and squeezed it tightly. Hong Hu, the emperor is the ruler of the world, but also a prisoner of it. Mother can help clear some obstacles for you, but most of the path you must walk yourself. Remember, sometimes using strict measures is kindness. For others, sharing everything equally is wisdom. Learning to balance these is always the hardest part. Hong Hu held his mother's hand back, his young eyes showing a depth and firmness beyond his age. I remember, Mother. The path you paved for me, I will walk it, and I will go even further. First year of Qingxi, the first grand court meeting. Today marks the first time Emperor Qingxi Hong Hu holds court in the palace since his accession. Inside the Qianqing Palace, Hong Hu sat upright on the large dragon throne, dressed in bright yellow court robes that made his face look even more clear and sharp. He calmly looked over the crowd of heads, faces both familiar and unfamiliar, showing respect, curiosity, unease, and even deep-seated resentment. Everyone rise. The young emperor's voice was soft but clear throughout the hall. After the usual rituals, the chief military counselor and senior advisor Zhang Tingyu stepped forward and announced the funeral arrangements for the late emperor and the new era's name. Everything proceeded smoothly, yet there was an underlying tension. After a few urgent official matters were discussed, Hong Hu gently raised his hand, interrupting another minister's report. State affairs are complex. I am young and inexperienced, and I fear I may not live up to the trust of the late emperor or meet the expectations of the people. He paused, then slowly looked over the several imperial uncles, Yinxi, Yintao, Yinao, who stood quietly but with restless eyes. Therefore, I think we should gather talented and experienced people, especially senior members of the royal family, to help serve the country and strengthen our great Qing. His words caused an immediate silence in the hall. The princes quickly exchanged glances. Hong Hu paid no attention to them and continued clearly and firmly. From today, all privileges of Prince Yinxing will be restored, and he will be appointed as the head of the Imperial Clan Office, responsible for managing clan affairs and participating in court discussions. I hope my second uncle can put aside past grievances and, as a senior member of the royal family, assist me in stabilizing the nation. Boom! Like a huge stone thrown into still water, the suppressed shock in the hall could no longer be contained. Restoring the title of the deposed crown prince. Appointing the head of the Imperial Clan Office. Participating in court affairs. Each of these was shocking news. Yinxing, the legitimate son who was twice promoted and twice demoted, once the heir to the throne. In the late years of Kangxi, He was nearly forgotten and kept in confinement, yet on the very first day of the new dynasty, he was suddenly brought back to the forefront in such a prominent way. Countless eyes immediately turned to the man standing at the end of the noble and distinguished group. He was a middle-aged man dressed plainly in a pale blue prince's robe, slightly hunched, Eisenjaro Inching. He was clearly unprepared, suddenly raising his head. His cloudy, aged eyes flashed with unbelievable shock, then trembled violently. He looked at his nephew on the throne, the young man who had secretly visited him during years of confinement and spoken sincerely, now a ruler in charge of the world. His lips moved slightly and finally, under the intense gaze of many, he slowly stepped forward, lifted his robe, knelt down, and touched his forehead to the ground. His voice, filled with years of suppressed sobs and a renewed sense of purpose, said, "Criminal servant, In Rung, thank the Emperor for his grace. The Emperor does not regard me as unworthy and has entrusted me with great responsibility. Even if I risk my life, I cannot repay this kindness. I will do my best, fulfill my duties, assist the Emperor, and help stabilize the Eisenjaro lineage." This kneel and thanks officially marked the revival and allegiance of the faction opposing the former crown prince. More importantly, it revealed In Reng's special status. He was once the rightful heir, a target that In Jun and In Shi had looked up to and fought over. Using him to manage the royal family affairs, especially to oversee and balance the proud younger brothers, was a brilliant move. In Shi's face instantly turned very ugly, and his fingers clenched tightly inside his sleeve. He had calculated many things, but never expected Hong Hui to take such a risky step, nor did he foresee In Rung secretly siding with Hong Hui long ago. With In Rung's banner standing in the ancestral hall, many of his brothers would feel constrained and limited in their actions, their status diminished. In Tiao and In Shu also looked deeply displeased. Even the old prince standing at the front of the noblemen, representing the Emperor Emeritus faction, slightly frowned. Hong Hu observed all this calmly, without showing any emotion, and continued issuing his orders. "I, the Emperor, declare that my great-grandmother Waya is honored as the Empress Dowager. She will move to Shokong Palace, Chunchi Hall, to rest, and all expenses will follow the highest standards for an Empress Dowager. For the Emperor Emeritus at Chongqing Garden, children who marry can be supported by their own families as appropriate. The main goal is for the Emperor Emeritus to rest peacefully and happily. Additionally, my 18th and 19th sisters, Rujia and Qingxing, are gentle and kind. Though weak in body, they are virtuous and graceful. Please have the Ministry of Rights, the Office of Relatives, and the Imperial Household Department select from the children of the royal family and talented scholars those with good conduct and noble family backgrounds. A suitable candidate for the marriage will be chosen. And I will personally arrange the match to comfort the compassionate Empress Dowager and to show the kindness of the royal family." Each order was issued clearly, balancing kindness and authority. At this moment, Yan Gingyao was probably still in the Northwest Army camp, but this order was undoubtedly a precise move to control the situation. The officials held their breath and listened carefully, quickly calculating in their minds. The new emperor's skill was truly sharp. Deciding to use In Rung, this move was risky but brilliant. It almost immediately broke any potential alliance among the princes in the court. It shifted some attention and even potential hostility onto In Rung. And to secure this hard-won position, In Rung would surely do his best to become a sharp weapon in the new emperor's hand, used to deal with other uncles. Zhang Tingyu and Long Kodo exchanged a glance, both seeing relief and a hint of admiration in each other's eyes. They were most afraid that the new emperor would be either impulsive or indecisive. Now it seems that Emperor Qingxi is both brave and thoughtful, with the Empress Dowager quietly supporting and planning behind the scenes. Do any of you have objections? Hong Hu asked calmly, but his gaze carried a commanding presence as he slowly looked over the several imperial uncles. In Shi moved his lips, but, under In Rung's complex stare, was the first to bow. "Your Majesty's wisdom is thorough. We have no objections. We all agree." Voices of agreement followed one after another, forming a chorus. "If so, we will proceed as ordered." Court is dismissed. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Amid the cheers, Honghu stood up, his yellow robe sweeping past the dragon throne, and turned to walk toward the rear hall. His back was tall and straight, but no one saw that his clenched fist inside his sleeve was slightly sweaty. The new dynasty was stable. The previous emperor's calls for a selection of officials grew louder and more urgent. Under the guise of choosing an heir, official reports flew like snowflakes to the Qianqing palace. There were also wise officials who, knowing the times, quoted classics and suggested that the new emperor could observe a mourning period of a month or a year, and after 3 months, hold a grand election. In Sinang Palace, Ixio listened to the empress's report, a faint cold smile curling at her lips. A month or a year of mourning. That does show consideration for the emperor. She put down her teacup, her voice calm and steady. They are eager to bring the daughter in because they missed the last opportunity and want to try again. Empress, what do you think? Empress Dowager Dongyi is calm and steady, but she feels some pressure from the rising public opinion. Imperial mother, selecting concubines is an ancestral tradition, and the official suggestions are reasonable. The emperor is young, and the harem needs filling. However, the late emperor's funeral was recent, and rushing the process might harm the emperor's reputation for kindness and filial piety. Ancestral tradition? Filial piety. Ixio's eyes flash with a cold light. When they use tradition to pressure the emperor, have they considered that his ascension was also following the late emperor's will? Never mind, since they are urging, we will choose. But the rules for selection must be decided by us. She looks at the empress, her gaze calm but with undeniable authority. Tell everyone that for this selection, all qualified candidates in the initial round will not return home as usual, but will stay in the palace. They will live together in the crowned Pearl Palace, under strict guidance from the Imperial Household Department, with experienced maids and palace elders teaching them proper court etiquette and rules for 3 months. After 3 months, through strict assessments of their behavior, character, and intentions, those who meet the standards can participate in the final palace selection, which you, Huir, and I will jointly decide. The Empress slightly surprises herself. Staying in the palace to learn rules? That's never been done before. The candidates come from different backgrounds, and 3 months in the palace might lead to favoritism or conflicts. Exactly, that's the point, to create conflicts. Ixio's tone is indifferent. The Crown Pearl Palace is not a paradise, it's a mirror. 3 months are enough to see which young ladies are obedient and well-behaved, which ones are ambitious and clever, and which ones cannot follow the rules and make mistakes. It also saves them from being at home, where their fathers and brothers might teach them improper thoughts. As for managing them, she softly hummed, let the Ministry of Internal Affairs set strict rules, rotate the maids regularly, and supervise each other. I want to see whether their money is stronger or the palace rules are stricter. You will oversee this matter, be fair and strict, but also pay close attention. Do you understand? The Empress understood. Your son understands. I will carefully choose truly virtuous and gentle girls for the emperor. Of course, Honghu listened to his mother. Once the imperial decree was issued, there was a big fuss in the capital. Spending 3 months in the palace learning rules was unprecedented. Many families who had plans suddenly panicked, but the imperial order could not be ignored. After the initial selection, nearly 100 young ladies, feeling both nervous and hopeful, moved into the Storage Beauty Palace. It immediately became a delicate prison and a harsh testing ground. Every day from dawn, they learned to stand, walk, bow, and respond properly. They memorized palace rules, virtues, and stories of past noble consorts. They practiced embroidery, calligraphy, and even simple bookkeeping. The rules were strict and detailed, with proper conduct and speech. Any mistake would be met with scolding, forced kneeling, or even recorded. Learning these rules was the most challenging test of their character and patience. Every day, she repeated the same actions, and any small mistake would be met with harsh scolding. Even the most talented woman couldn't help but feel tired and oppressed in her expression. Zhen Huan's inner pride and desire to be loyal to one person remained strong. Under the constant, strict training and the scrutinizing eyes of the maids, she was like being polished with sandpaper. Her spirit was not broken, but she became more sensitive and fragile. One day, she practiced serving tea. Madame Lu demanded that the teacup be held steadily like a rock, and while walking, the water surface in the cup should not shake more than a strand of hair. Zhen Huan believed she did very well, but Madame Lu looked cold and lightly tapped her wrist with a ruler. Your strength is too stiff. Are you serving tea, or offering a spiritual token? Start over. Zhen Huan bit her lip and picked up the tray again. Perhaps because she was tired from the long days, or maybe because of the frustration in her heart, when she walked again, her fingertips trembled slightly, and the green tea in the cup rippled with tiny waves. Not good enough. Madame Lu's voice suddenly became sharp. Zhen Huan, are you deliberately being careless? Everyone stop and watch her do it 10 more times. If she can't do it well, she won't have lunch today. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, such humiliation was inflicted. Zhen Huan's cheeks instantly flushed red, and tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to cry. Seeing this, Shinmei Zhuang, her teammate, felt pity and quickly whispered during the moment Madame Lu turned around. Huaner, loosen your wrist a bit, breathe slowly, don't stare at the tea, look ahead, Shinmei Zhuang. Aunt Lu's sharp ears caught the noise and she quickly turned around, sternly shouting, whispering and disturbing the rules. Do you want to be punished together with her? Shinmei Zhuang's face turned pale. She hurriedly knelt down. Forgive me, Auntie. I know I was wrong. Good. Since you are close sisters, you will be punished together. Aunt Lu looked expressionless. Shinmei Zhuang, tonight's dinner will be halved. Zhen Huan, 20 repetitions starting now. Under the hot sun, Zhen Huan repeatedly performed the boring actions, her wrists aching and gradually going numb. She looked at Shinmei Zhuang, who was kneeling nearby, silent and head bowed because of her. Her heart was filled with guilt, pain, and an indescribable feeling of unfairness and anger crashing inside her chest. She remembered her parents' teachings at home and her hopes for the best man before entering the palace. Is the best in this forbidden city just this unreasonable way of humiliating people? Since that day, Shinmei Zhuang had not spoken openly, but her actions showed she was much more cautious, no longer helping easily. Other maidens avoided her as if she were a plague. Zhen Huan was completely isolated. She could only swallow this bitter feeling alone, under the stricter care of the maid. On the day of the palace selection, the weather was clear and sunny. Inside the palace, it was solemn and respectful. On the throne sat Emperor Qingshi Hanhu, dressed in official robes, looking calm. On the left was the dignified and smiling Empress Dowager Dongyi. On the right is the person who truly determines the fate of the world today, Empress Dowager Yixiu. She appears calm and composed, her gaze gently sweeping over the faintly visible crowd outside the hall. The talented women from the Manchu 8 banners first enter the hall. Her selection is decisive and politically meaningful. She leaves behind a few women from prominent families, gentle in manner. She also specifically chooses 2 women from important Mongolian tribes, politely asking about their riding and archery skills before assigning them a position. The Empress, standing nearby, smiles and nods at the right moments, occasionally whispering a few words to the Emperor, creating a scene of harmony between ruler and consort. Empress Dowager Yixiu leaves more banners for talented women from Manchu and Mongolian backgrounds. These women are not to join the palace harem. Instead, they are prepared to be granted titles such as noble consorts or side consorts to strengthen the royal marriage alliances with the 8 banners and Mongolian tribes. She asks few questions, often just glancing and inquiring about their family background and the official positions of their fathers, quickly deciding their fate, an efficient process that is quite impressive. The talented women from the Han military banners are the last to enter the hall. The atmosphere seems to grow even more serious. Han military banner talented women enter to pay respects, with the sharp call of the eunuch, A line of young girls dressed in light green and pink palace robes bow their heads and lower their eyes, walking respectfully into the hall one after another. They have been immersed in palace rules for 2 months, moving with discipline, but beneath their lowered eyelashes, hidden are different thoughts. The first few, from ordinary families with average looks, are quickly assigned their positions. When the line, Songyang County Magistrate's daughter, and Lingrong, age 16, was read aloud, a young girl with a delicate figure and a pretty face, but with a shy and timid expression, stepped forward to bow. Her voice was soft and faint. Ishu's gaze lingered on her for a moment. And Lingrong, the character in the original story who used perfume, singing, and careful schemes to climb higher, only to be heard in the end. In this life, she didn't have the chance to meet Zhenhuan, nor the opportunity to enter the center of the chaos. Watching her try to stay calm but trembling slightly, Ishu felt calm inside. She couldn't nobly help her, nor did she need to step on her again. She was just an unrelated person. Put up the sign, bestow the flower. Ishu's voice was steady, even without asking more. And Lingrong suddenly looked up, tears welling in her eyes, her lips moving slightly. But under the strict gaze of the maid, she trembled as she took the symbolic flower of elimination and staggered away. No one cared where her fate would lead. Next was Xia Dongchun, daughter of the palace servant Xia Wei, aged 17. A girl dressed in bright pink palace clothes, with a proud and arrogant look in her eyes, stepped forward proudly. Her bow was proper, but it seemed overly showy. Ishu frowned slightly. Xia Dongchun, the fool who only lasted 3 episodes in the original story. A spoiled girl, with a good family background and decent looks, but inside, she lacked wit and intelligence. This kind of personality would not last more than 3 days in the palace, and would likely cause trouble. Young lady of the Xia family. Ishu spoke softly, her voice gentle but enough to make Xia Dongchun instinctively shrink her shoulders. Have you read the women's instructions and inner training at home? Xia Dongchun hurriedly replied, Yes, Your Majesty, I have read them. Oh, Ishu raised her eyebrows slightly. Being pure and virtuous, maintaining integrity, acting with shame, and behaving properly. These are called a woman's virtues. Do you understand? Xia Dongchun was stunned. Had she truly studied these carefully? She hesitated for a moment, her face turning red, and answered incoherently. Ishu no longer looked at her and said calmly, If your mind isn't focused on studying and understanding principles, it's okay to be pampered at home. But in the palace, you must always reflect on yourself. Sign the register and bestow flowers. Xia Dongchun was struck like lightning. She looked up in disbelief, wanting to say something, but was quickly dismissed by the nearby eunuch. Her spoiled arrogance was no match for the true authority of the palace. Finally, the voice calling names of the officials sounded again. Zhen Yuandao, daughter of Zhen Yuan, deputy minister of the Dali court, age 17, a young girl dressed in moon-white robes, graceful and elegant, slowly stepped forward. Her walk was the result of 2 months of strict training, graceful and precise. She bowed, paid her respects, and her voice was clear and bright, though faintly tinged with a subtle wavering. Zhenhuan, Emperor Honghu spoke. This was the first time today he took the initiative to ask a Han military flag girl a question. Raise your head. Zhenhuan slowly looked up as instructed. At that moment, Hong Hui's fingers on the armrest subtly tightened for a brief instant. The room was brightly lit, clearly revealing the girl's face. Her features were like a painting, beautiful and unique, especially her eyes and the slight frown she wore. She looked so much like that gentle woman who was kept in the deep parts of Changchun Garden, almost forgotten. The woman who once made His Majesty obsessed and indirectly caused her mother's early hardships. A wave of mixed feelings, disgust, anger, and extreme rejection suddenly surged in Hong Hui's heart. His face remained calm, but his eyes suddenly turned cold. The faint scrutiny he had shown when looking at other young women disappeared, leaving only icy indifference. Ishu saw her son's reaction clearly and understood. Indeed, Hong Hui instinctively disliked that face. Good, that saved her a lot of words.
Jean Huan.
Ixio's voice interrupted the strange silence at the right moment. I hear you are well-educated and gentle in nature. Jean Huan was unsettled by the emperor's cold gaze just now, but upon hearing this, she quickly steadied her mind. I am dull and only know a few words. I do not deserve such praise from the Empress Dowager. Ixio no longer asked further, turning her gaze to Hong Hui with a gentle yet decisive tone. Your Majesty, what do you think of Miss Shen? Hong Hui withdrew his gaze, his voice lacking emotion. If the Empress Mother thinks it's good, then it is good. This statement was clearly a polite but dismissive response, showing no real enthusiasm. Ixio nodded slightly. His gaze shifted to the next name on the list. Shen Meizhuang, daughter of Shen Zishan, the assistant leader of Jizhou. In the original story, Shen Meizhuang was Jean Huan's good sister, graceful and noble, from a prestigious family. Since they are good sisters, they should share joys and sorrows. Shen Meizhuang, Ixio called. Shen Meizhuang stepped forward, bowing politely, calm and composed, more poised than Zhen Huan, showing the quiet dignity of a noble young lady. Ixio looked at her for a moment, then suddenly asked, Since you and Zhen Huan are studying rules together in the Xiefang Hall, do you know her likes and personality? Shen Meizhuang's heart skipped a beat. She answered carefully, Your Majesty, Sister Zhen is gentle and kind, quick-witted, friendly to others, and gets along well with everyone. She chose her words carefully, not daring to say too much. Getting along well. Very good. Ixio's tone was calm, but Shen Meizhuang felt a strange chill. In the harem, harmony among sisters is the most precious. She no longer looked at Shen Meizhuang but turned to Hong Hui and the Empress, her voice clear throughout the hall. Since His Majesty has just ascended the throne, the harem should be simple and peaceful. The Han military girls, the selected beauties, should not be too many. The Empress Dowager, see Shen girl as beautiful and talented in literature. Shen girl is graceful and steady, with a noble family background. The two are equally attractive and share a good friendship. She paused, and under everyone's breathless and focused gaze, she slowly announced her decision. These two women no longer need to stay in the palace. The Supreme Emperor has moved to Changchun Garden, and the people serving him are few. I feel compassion for him. Since the Emperor is pure and filial, he should choose virtuous women to serve him morning and evening. Therefore, I will assign Jin Yuan's daughter, Jin Huan, and Shen Zishan's daughter, Shen Meizhuang, to the Supreme Emperor as top consorts. Jin will be given the title Wan, and Shen will be given the title Hui. On an auspicious day, they will be sent to Changchun Garden to serve the Supreme Emperor wholeheartedly, to comfort his loneliness, and to fulfill filial piety. Once the decree was announced, everyone in the hall was stunned. Giving two young women, both in their prime and especially talented and beautiful, to the former emperor, who is now the Supreme Emperor? This is simply unprecedented. Zhen Huan suddenly looked up, her face turning deathly pale, her body trembling slightly, and she stared straight at the throne. But when she met the cold, calm gaze of the emperor and the serene but firm face of the Empress Dowager, her expression quickly faded into a dull, defeated silence. In Changchun Garden, the Supreme Emperor, her lifelong wish, her best man. Such an ending? Shen Meizhuang also shivered all over, looking in disbelief at the Empress Dowager, and then at Jin Huan, who was trembling beside her. She had never imagined she would end up in such a situation. Serving the Supreme Emperor, together with Zhen Huan, in the deep, cold Changchun Garden? The dignified mask nearly shattered, and her fingers clenched tightly into her palm inside her sleeve, barely maintaining her composure and avoiding an emotional outburst. The Empress also looked surprised but quickly regained her composure, maintaining a proper smile, though her eyes looked at the Empress Dowager with complex feelings. Huang Hui was clearly not opposed to this outcome. Even a hint of cruel satisfaction flickered in his cold eyes. Having this face, which seemed gentle, accompany his scheming and now powerless imperial father was a clever move, killing two birds with one stone. It fulfilled the duty of filial piety and kept things out of sight. Empress Mother has thought this through carefully, which is very good. Huang Hui nodded, making a final decision. Take them away. Ishio waved his hand as if he was just dealing with two insignificant objects. The eunuchs stepped forward, leading away Zhan Huan, who looked almost spiritless, and Xin Meizhuang, who was desperately trying to hide her humiliation and anger. They didn't even have a chance to thank the emperor again. Or rather, that gratitude felt like a poisoned ice spike, chilling them to the bone. The palace selection continued, but the atmosphere had changed. The remaining Han Army flag girls were all trembling with fear, no longer daring to make any mistakes. The Empress Dowager casually decided the fate of the top two girls, making everyone feel the coldness and unpredictable power of the palace's 9 layers. In the end, only 2 or 3 girls from prominent families or those who seemed especially gentle and timid were kept, assigned low ranks as maids or attendants. The selection ended amid a tense, oppressive silence. Returning to Sinang Palace, Jian Xiu removed the hairpin from the Empress Dowager and whispered, "Empress Dowager, shall we grant Jinshin's 2 daughters to the Supreme Emperor as well?" Ishio looked at herself in the mirror. Her face remained delicate, but her eyes carried the coldness of years of hardship and scheming. She slowly smiled and said, "Good sisters should be together. Changchun Garden is a long-lasting place. Having a familiar person to talk to, share feelings, and ease loneliness, isn't that good?" Her voice was gentle, but carried a sharp, insightful coldness. As for whether they support each other or resent each other, that depends on their own fate. I only hope to help a deep sisterly bond grow. The eyes in the mirror were deep and unfathomable. All potential threats, displeasing appearances, and restless factors were banished to the edges of power in the most proper way. There, another world existed, another set of rules to wear down their sharp edges and bury their foolish hopes. 3rd year of Qingxi, Sinang Palace. The life of the Empress Dowager was indeed too comfortable. No one could any more use virtue or rules of a wife to restrain her. The harem was well managed by Empress Dowager Dongyi, who was a truly wise and considerate wife. She handled major matters by seeking approval and never disturbed her, keeping the 6 palaces peaceful and calm, so much so that even a ripple of disturbance could not arise. Ishio enjoyed her leisure, spending her days admiring flowers, tasting tea, reading books, and occasionally summoning a few noble ladies to chat. Her life was almost luxurious. Honghu's filial piety is very genuine and sincere, with no falsehood. The rare treasures brought from different places, silk from the south, furs from the frontier, jewelry from overseas, spices from Nanyang, are always the first and finest, continuously sent into the Sinang Palace. Empress Mother chooses first, and whatever is left can be stored or given as rewards. This is the Emperor's order. Ishio initially responded politely, but later she accepted it calmly. She always looked over the items slowly, keeping a few that caught her eye on display. Most of the rest, when she was alone and relaxed, she quietly stored in her private, secure system space, which had been her secret for 2 lifetimes and was now more spacious. This space became her most private and safest treasure vault, holding gold, silver, jade, ancient books, paintings, rare medicinal herbs, and secret palace medicines. Without a few items, who would dare ask or investigate what is in the Sinang Palace? The thrill of secretly hiding treasures became a small, mischievous joy in her otherwise simple life. Of course, she was not just enjoying herself. Her modern soul, belonging to Qin Tian, was finally safe enough to think about deeper ideas. Not revolutionary, but within this framework, she aimed to make some achievable improvements. One day, Honghu came to pay respects, with a worried look, mentioning that there might be signs of a smallpox outbreak in the Zhili area. Ishio paused slightly while holding her teacup. Smallpox? In the main character's memory, Honghu seems to have narrowly escaped danger when he was young. In Chun Tiantian's deep memories, the word smallpox clearly appears. She didn't say anything right away. After Honghu left, She dismissed the palace attendants and took out paper and pen from a corner of the space. These were her early stored supplies. Hard pens and paper completely different from this era. Using her vague memory, she carefully sketched out the principles of smallpox vaccination, how to extract the serum, and the simple steps for inoculation. She wrote, drew, and corrected many times until she was satisfied that the logic was clear. Then she placed these seemingly sacred papers inside a Buddhist scripture. The next day, she summoned Honghu and handed him the scripture, saying, "I had a nightmare last night, dreaming of an old monk holding this scripture, mentioning that smallpox blisters could cure the facepox. Upon waking, I read this scripture and felt inspired. I jotted down some notes. Emperor, please take a look. Does it sound absurd?" Honghu hesitated, took the papers, and opened them to see strange handwriting and diagrams. At first, he was confused. But as he looked closer, his face grew serious, and his eyes shone with a surprising light. He had been trained by Ishio, combining modern thinking with imperial strategies, so his understanding and insight far exceeded ordinary people. Although the words on the paper were strange, the internal logic was strict and clear. "Empress, if this really works," his voice trembled with excitement. "I don't know either, just a dream omen," Ishio replied calmly. "Find reliable and cautious people to conduct small tests on prisoners or volunteers first. Remember to keep it secret and be careful." Honghui nodded seriously, holding the Buddhist scriptures tightly as if they were treasures. Soon, a careful medical experiment quietly began at the most secret royal estate. 1 year later, news spread that the guards and eunuchs who had been vaccinated with cowpox remained safe after intentionally coming into contact with smallpox sources. Honghui sat alone in the Qianqing Palace for a long time, gazing towards Sinang Palace. His eyes were filled with strong feelings, which eventually turned into deep admiration and respect. This success greatly encouraged Ishio. She began to explore her memories more systematically. She mentioned 2 high-yield crops, sweet potatoes and potatoes, which had been introduced to China in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, but were not widely cultivated. She described them using ancient texts and strange stories from overseas, and sketched their general shapes. Honghui immediately understood and sent trusted aides, even using the network of Jianghu and trade routes established by Yu Jinchuan years ago, to secretly search. Finally, they found the real items on a southern island and in northwestern border trade. The royal estate once again became an experimental field. When the heavy tubers and potatoes were dug up and the yield figures reported, even Honghui, who was used to hardships, took a deep breath. "This is a divine treasure that can feed countless people." He immediately ordered the establishment of a special department to secretly expand planting in trusted royal farms and some areas under direct control to accumulate food supplies. Regarding the formulas for glass and cement, Ishio handled them more casually. Once, while admiring Western-style glazed objects presented as tribute, she casually mentioned to the accompanying emperor, "I've heard that in the West they use quartz sand, soda ash, limestone, and other materials melted at high temperatures to make clear, smooth glass, which is much cheaper than colored glass. If our country can learn this method, it would benefit not only our utensils but also our people's homes and buildings." And about cement, it's made from limestone and clay, heated and ground into powder, then mixed with water to become as hard as stone. It can bond bricks and stones, and is very useful for building walls and dams, making construction much easier. Her words were scattered, but Honghui listened carefully and silently noted the key points. Soon after, a secret group of craftsmen and alchemists, who are sensitive to fire and materials, within the Ministry of Works began repeated experiments based on the emperor's vague instructions. After many failures, the first piece of slightly cloudy but smooth glass and the first block of cement capable of bonding bricks were produced, causing a great stir, comparable to the success of smallpox vaccination. Later, after inspecting a demonstration of the imperial fire artillery, Ishio frowned slightly at the loud but clumsy and imprecise cannon used by the red-clad general. She whispered to Honghui beside her, "The proportions of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal might need further adjustment." I remember that in the remnants of the previous dynasties' military equipment records, there was a mention of refining particles, which might have extraordinary effects. She wouldn't give the exact formula, but the key idea was enough to help the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War avoid many years of trial and error. The power and stability of the new type of gunpowder were gradually improving, leading to upgrades in firearms and cannons. All of this was kept highly secret, making it a sharp tool in Emperor Qingshi's hands. Honghu tightly controlled the production and spread of these innovations. The results were slow, but steady. In regions like Zhili, new crops were promoted, and there were no major reports of famine for 2 consecutive years. Some key border forts were reinforced with cement, and the defenders reported much stronger defenses. Palaces with glass windows became brighter and warmer during winter. Every small change added up to create a rising force, quietly strengthening the new ruler's reputation and authority. Meanwhile, in the former dynasty, those once watchful uncles had changed their attitude under Honghu's control. The deposed crown prince Yainrong, serving as the head of the imperial clan office, diligently managed the complex clan affairs, rebuilding his prestige and balancing the influence of his brothers. ELIXIRS was given the honorary title of Grand Minister of the Board of Rites, overseeing some ceremonies and moral teachings. His duties were very complicated, involving vassals, Western envoys, local academies, and cultural education. He needed to put in full effort to coordinate and balance everything, working tirelessly every day with no time for anything else. Honghu treated his 8th uncle with great courtesy and generosity, often expressing gratitude in front of others for his past help. Inchi faced the challenge of being softly but firmly promoted and honored, yet his talents and cleverness had nowhere to be shown. He could only focus his energy on many small tasks, gradually becoming more quiet and reserved. Yin Tang was sent to manage the newly established Royal Maritime Inspection Office. He dealt with coastal merchants, customs officials, and even remnants of pirates. He had to find new sources of income for the Ministry of Internal Affairs and balance different interests. He also had to prevent smuggling, making his work very busy and stressful. He used his business skills to make money, but all within the framework of serving the country's interests. Inja was assigned to oversee several large water conservancy projects and the construction of cement roads in the Zhili region. He spent his days at construction sites, working with workers, craftsmen, and local officials, often covered in dirt, but he managed to complete some projects that benefited the people and the country. Even the 3rd prince, Inji, who was usually fond of studying books, was given an important task by Honghu. He was in charge of a large project to organize, correct, and compile ancient texts called the Qingxi Literature Collection. He was allowed to use many staff from the Hanlin Academy and could immerse himself in old manuscripts, happily forgetting everything else. As for the 14th prince, Inji, the military power in the northwest was gradually infiltrated and divided by Yu Xinchuan, his disciples, and some talented generals carefully promoted by Honghu. Yin Ti was honored as the Grand General King, holding a high status. However, military operations and supplies were firmly controlled by the court. He was stationed in the northwest and could not move freely. Hong Hui used his uncles without hesitation, as if he truly knew how to assign roles and make the best use of talents. He gave respect when deserved and did not hold back when assigning responsibilities. He was clear in rewards and punishments, combining kindness with authority. Over the years, these once wise kings and brave generals had been shaped into diligent workers, dedicated to serving the Qingxi dynasty. Occasionally, they gathered privately, but besides complaining about hard work and the emperor's cleverness, they had no other thoughts. There was simply no time or opportunity for anything else. The emperor was secure on his throne, the country was improving day by day, and the Empress Dowager was as steady as Mount Tai in the harem. What more could they do? All of this was seen by Yi Xiu in the Palace of Compassion and Peace. She rarely intervened directly, but could always piece together the court's movements from Hong Hui's daily greetings and casual talks, or from the words of the Empress and noble ladies. Chen Tian Tian, she whispered to herself in a tone only she understood. Look, We not only survived but also seem to have changed something. Smallpox vaccine, potatoes, cement. These things are more real than many palace schemes. Hong Hui is a good emperor, better than I expected. That's enough. The carriage glided smoothly over the well-paved official road, hardly feeling any bumps. Ishio leaned against a soft silk cushion, holding a casual book, but her gaze was fixed outside the window on the lush scenery passing by. The red walls and yellow tiles of the Forbidden City, along with the morning bells and evening drums, seemed like stories from another lifetime. It has been over a month since she left the capital. She only brought Jianxiu and a small, trusted group of guards, traveling light. Officially, they said the Empress Dowager was touring Buddhist temples in the south to pray for the country's peace. Hong Hui finally couldn't persuade her otherwise. After many reminders, he arranged the safest route and support. Along the way, officials only knew that a very important old lady was passing through, and they must not disturb or spy on her. A few days ago, they traveled through a county in Shandong. Jianxiu, on her routine information gathering, quietly mentioned the recent news from Changchun Garden. It was mainly about the worsening illness of Nian Shirlan and that the marriages of the two princesses had been settled. One married a son of the Hamlin scholar, and the other was betrothed to a relaxed noble family, both stable arrangements. As for Zhen Huan, the noble consort from Gua, she had disappeared into the garden after entering, said to be very withdrawn, rarely leaving her room, and when she did, she was often seen walking quietly in secluded spots, looking pale and silent. Hui Tai Feishan Meizhuang initially tried to maintain her dignity, exchanging a few poems with the Emperor Emeritus. But over time, in the endless silence and the oppressive atmosphere that seemed to belong to a bygone era, her composure gradually faded. Now, she mostly kept to herself. Ishio listened quietly and simply responded with an M. She then turned her gaze back to the mountains and waters outside the carriage. Those people and events, like faded old paintings, had been completely left behind by her. Their choices and fates had been decided the moment they entered this royal game. She had no time or emotion left to care. She had more important things to do, like enjoying this vast life. When they reached the area around Yangzhou, a sudden spring rain trapped the convoy, so they stayed at the inn for 2 more days. After the rain stopped, Ishu took a casual, plainclothes walk to a nearby old temple that wasn't very busy. By a quiet pond on the back mountain, she met a young scholar. He looked to be about 20 years old. His pale blue robe, washed clean, was mostly soaked by the rain. He was staring blankly at the remaining lotus leaves in the pond. His side profile was handsome, with a face that was clear and refined, but his brows were filled with deep worry. Despite his worn appearance, he had a strikingly handsome look, especially those slightly upturned phoenix eyes. Even in his rough state, he still looked stunning and captivating. Jianxiu cautiously stepped forward half a step. The scholar turned his head at the sound, saw her and her servant, and was momentarily stunned. Then he hurriedly stood up and bowed, a bit flustered but still graceful. In their conversation, he said his name was Lu Wenxuan, a student from Suzhou Prefecture. His family had suffered a misfortune, and he came to Yangzhou to find relatives, but was unsuccessful. He had run out of money and was stranded here. He spoke clearly, but his eyes flickered occasionally. At that moment, the emphasis on feeling unrecognized for talent and subtle compliments to influential people seemed transparent to someone as perceptive as Ishio. She simply saw that the other person was extraordinary and wanted to seize a possible opportunity. But Ishio did not expose her. She looked at that face, which appeared more elegant and picturesque in the evening light, and suddenly found it very interesting. It was like discovering a beautiful, pleasant-sounding bird in a dull journey, something small and amusing. She thought it was fine to keep such a little thing as a pet for fun. She gave Jianxiu enough silver to settle down and continue studying. She even casually mentioned that if there was a good piece of work, it could be sent to the inn. Her tone was relaxed, but it left plenty of room for imagination. Lu Wenxuan thanked her repeatedly, his eyes shining with hope. Of course, The news did not escape the notice of Honghu in the capital. A secret report was quickly sent to the emperor, detailing the Empress Dowager's schedule, observations, and the encounter with the Lu scholar. The young emperor read the report under the lanterns in Qianqing Palace and was silent for a moment. But his face showed no anger. Instead, he slowly relaxed his brows and even showed a faint smile mixed with a hint of sadness and understanding. "Mother has been very tired these years," he whispered to the trusted eunuch beside him. "In the palace, she is a stern Empress Dowager, my support, and a model for women everywhere. But she was also once a lively person. Now that everything is peaceful, she wants to go out and explore. She wishes to see the land she helped protect, meet interesting people, and experience new things. She should do what makes her happy." He even thinks that her willingness to show such interest is a good sign. It means she is finally willing to let go of the heavy burden she has carried for so long and start living for herself. Soon after, the southern-bound caravan met several travelers with different styles. There was a talented musician and composer with a quiet, noble air. There was a humorous and knowledgeable traveling doctor. There was a skilled painter who loved to paint mountains and rivers. There was even a young leader of a guard company, known for his family's history of martial arts champions, who was good at fighting and had a cheerful personality. Each of them was handsome, well-mannered, and had interesting insights into history, culture, and local customs. They could chat with the Empress Dowager to pass the time, but they all knew their boundaries, showing respect and politeness without overstepping. At first, Ixio was surprised, but then she understood it was probably the work of Hong Hui, the young man. She felt a mix of amusement and warmth, a secret happiness rising in her heart. She accepted it calmly. During the day, she might listen to the musician play and enjoy tea by the spring. She might ask the painter to capture the beautiful scenery along the way. She could listen to the doctor tell strange stories from different places or share folk remedies. Or she might watch the young guard leader practice a powerful set of martial arts under the moonlight. At night, when she rests alone, she often thinks about these young, lively faces and their attentiveness, then softly sighs. Indeed, power is a good thing. It can present many beautiful things in the world in the most proper and unobtrusive way. You can enjoy them without being stained by dust or burden. This pure pleasure based on power and status is safe, controllable, and refreshing. Of course, her journey is not only about beauty and romance. Along the way, she saw clear improvements brought by the new policies. The roads were smooth, markets prosperous, and people rarely looked hungry. But centuries of old problems cannot be fixed overnight. In a place in Jiangxi, she saw local officials colluding with powerful families, oppressing farmers, and forcing down purchase prices. At a construction site on a river in Anhui, she heard that funds were being embezzled at every level and workers were starving. Ixio did not reveal her identity. She simply had her guards secretly gather solid evidence. Then, through special channels, she directly delivered it to the supervising official arranged by Honghu, even adding her brief notes. If pests are not removed, the dam will collapse. Benevolent rule does not mean tolerating corruption. Soon, swift action was taken. Corrupt officials were arrested and questioned, powerful families were punished, and the withheld wages were fully paid to the workers. The common people did not know that behind the scenes, there was a hand from the deepest part of the palace. They only knew that the imperial censor sent by the court was wise and fair, and that the emperor was wise and kind, sending the noble official in blue robes. The grateful voices naturally spread, building a good reputation for Emperor Qingxi and the court, flowing with merchants and rivers to distant places. Sometimes, faint rumors would spread, suggesting that an elegant old lady passing through and resting briefly might have played a role. Thus, the story of the Empress Dowager secretly observing the people's feelings with kindness spread quietly like spring rain, nourishing all. The carriage continued heading south. Ixio leaned by the window, watching the distant green mountains and the nearby rice fields like a soft blanket. She realized that setting aside the heavy crown, embracing power and freedom in a different way, and overlooking the land she helped change felt surprisingly wonderful. The original owner, Olanala Ishio, was naturally skilled in medicine. Her body had an innate affinity for and memory of medical knowledge. In her previous life, Chin Tian had scattered modern medical knowledge and a strong desire to learn for survival. Now, as she combined and collided with the deep ancient medical system, it sparked incredible energy. The best teacher in the world? As long as she showed even a little interest, whether it was the court's top doctors or reclusive folk healers, they would come to visit or seek to learn from her. No one dared to hide their skills, and everyone was impressed by her quick understanding and vast knowledge. She studied everything from the Huangdi Neijing and Shanghan Luan to obscure folk remedies. She learned acupuncture, moxibustion, and orthopedic techniques with great eagerness. She even began to organize, verify, and combine modern health ideas to create simpler, more practical guides like folk disease prevention and treatment essentials and emergency first aid for injuries. This was Chen Tiantian's obsession, trying to leave behind something useful and accessible for this era. The same goes for martial arts. Master Yu Xinchuan, in his later years, was invited by her to pass on his skills in the town. He shared all his internal and external martial arts, as well as his experience in the martial world and techniques for self-defense and assassination. She didn't aim to become a martial arts master, but wanted to master a high level of self-protection, keeping her body in the best condition. Every day at dawn, she is always seen at the training ground, calm and steady, practicing breathing exercises, routines, and using weapons, rain or shine. It seems that aging has slowed down around her. At 70 years old, she still has clear eyes, steady steps, and can easily draw a one-chi bow. There's no need to mention her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Top musicians, national players, and famous artists take turns visiting her. She plays the zither, and her music gradually shifts from cold calculation in her early years to a sense of openness and vastness, like mountains and rivers. When she plays chess, her strategies become more subtle and natural, without leaving traces. In her calligraphy and painting, her work combines the fine, luxurious detail of court art with the elegance of southern misty rain and the calmness of years of experience. She is preparing thoroughly and carefully for her next unknown journey. She is gathering knowledge, skills, a strong body, and a resilient mind. Even the jade treasures and ancient books she collected, stored in her warehouse and quietly fading away into her space, are part of her preparation. Although she regrets that no matter how much beautiful jade she absorbs, the chaotic space system only expands and preserves better, but doesn't show the effects of some magical pills. It seems the system itself is incomplete, only serving as storage and holding a few key pills. But that doesn't stop her from continuing to gather more, just in case. She always thinks this way. In the capital city, it gradually becomes a symbol in her letters. She knows Honghu is managing the country very well. She also knows the Empress has given birth to a legitimate grandson. Knowing that former rivals and pawns have fallen one by one into the dust. Occasionally, Honghu would take the Empress and princes on a southern tour, but it was really just a short stay in Shimo town. Honghu, who had given up his crown, still seemed like the young boy who relied on his mother and listened carefully to her casual talks. But even his temples were gradually turning gray. Spring of the 40th year of Qingxi, on an ordinary afternoon, Ishio was adjusting her crystal glasses, a new product from the glass workshop, while looking at a manuscript. Suddenly, unusual noise of carriages and horses came from the stone slabs outside the house. Jian Xiao, now an old woman with white hair, moved slightly slower but still briskly entered to report, her voice filled with surprise and excitement. Master, Master, the Emperor, the retired Emperor. He has come. And he brought the retired Empress too, saying they've moved here. Ishio was stunned, took off her glasses. She went to the front hall and saw Honghu standing in the courtyard, looking tired but smiling brightly. Next to him was Dong Yi, also no longer young but with a gentle and relaxed expression. Behind them were simple boxes and baskets, just like an ordinary wealthy elderly couple going out to visit relatives. Mother. Hong-hu stepped forward a few steps, took Ishio's hand, with slightly reddened eyes, but his tone was light and carefree, as if he had shed a heavy burden. Your son was unfilial, only coming now. The throne has been handed to our grandson. That boy has been trained well, and there are good officials helping him in the court. I am at ease. From then on, my son and daughter-in-law stayed here to keep my mother company. You must not think we are a bother. Originally, when the eldest son was strong and capable of managing the court, Hong-hu did not hesitate to abdicate the throne, just as Kangxi did when he stepped down, even more freely. Then he headed straight to Jiangnan to be near his mother. Ishio watched the relief and attachment in her son's eyes after he let go of his burdens. A final trace of concern quietly faded away in her heart. She smiled and gently patted his hand. It's good that you came. The house is big enough for us. But my simple meals can't compare to the imperial kitchen. My son is just craving the osmanthus cakes from my small kitchen and the fresh seasonal foods from Jiangnan, Hong-hu said with a childlike smile. From then on, the residents in Shimo town had 2 more permanent residents. Hong-hu quickly adapted to life here. He read books, fished, helped tend the medicinal garden, and occasionally discussed tea and philosophy with the learned elders of the town. Dong Yi's wife fell in love with Jiangnan's embroidery and cooking, and she studied medicinal cuisine with Ishio, also tending to flowers and trees. Mother and son seemed to return to those peaceful times before. But roles had changed. Now, Hong-hu often listened to his mother talk about medical knowledge and her experiences, looking up to her with admiration. Those old friends who once made waves in the world. Yinjin, Nian Shirlan, Zhen Huan, Shen Meizhuang, De Fei, and even Yinjin's brothers Yinji and Yinjia had long since become mere notes in history or dust in the wind. Time had washed away their past grudges, struggles, and hopes, turning them into distant, blurry background sounds. 30 years later, autumn time finally showed its most fair and most ruthless side to Ishio. Despite her excellent medical skills and knowledge of health, the human body has its limits. This year, she turned 90. Hong-hu had passed away 7 years earlier, peacefully in his sleep, with a gentle smile on his face. Dong Yi was also gone a year later, following him. Ishio personally arranged their funerals. She felt little sadness, only a peaceful acceptance. At this moment, she lay among soft blankets, feeling life like a candle in the wind, flickering uncertainly. Around her, many people knelt, her grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and even great-great-grandchildren. Most had come from the capital, their faces full of sorrow, quietly crying. But Ishio's mind was unusually clear. She felt her life force slowly, leaving her old body, and countless images flashed before her like a revolving lantern. Her life had been long enough, and she had paid her dues. She sensed her last strength fading, her vision growing blurry. The crying of her descendants seemed to fade away. She slowly, very faintly, exhaled her final breath. And just before her consciousness sank completely into darkness, her soul, belonging to Chun Tian, seemed to detach from her heavy body and gently float upward. Carrying vast memories, knowledge, and skills, it drifted into an indescribable, chaotic realm.